For the longest time, we have wished that the wondrous worlds we game in were real. Genuine realms that we can explore, discover, and really play. And celebrate and earn rewards for our triumphs, or fail in pursuit of glory. A place where we've always dreamed of living, where we've always dreamed of working. Dynamic, 24/7, and constantly evolving. Host to the biggest events, where the greatest among us hone their skills. A new era of play awaits.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
For the longest time, we have wished that the wondrous worlds we game in were real. Genuine realms that we can explore, discover, and really play. Where we can celebrate and earn rewards for our triumphs. Or fail in pursuit of glory. A place where we've always dreamed of living. Where we've always dreamed of working. Dynamic, 24/7, and constantly evolving. Host to the biggest events, where the greatest among us hone their skills. A new era of play awaits.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, welcome to the last day of the Global Esports Games 2023 happening right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Wow, what a journey. Starting on the 12th, and today is the last day for the finals of Dota 2 Open, Dota 2 Women, and eFootball. I'm Bara Abdallah along with the phenomenal Atiq. كيف الحال? What is going on?
Thank you so much Bara. Today we have a lot of action is going to happen today. أعزائنا المشاهدين عندنا مباريات جدا كثيرة راح تكون معنا في اليوم الأخير. أهلا فيكم في Global Esports Games لسنة 2023 هنا معنا في الرياض في المملكة العربية السعودية. شفنا منافساتنا في الأيام الماضية وانتهينا من PUBG موبايل أمس وحتى برضو قبلها في الأيام الماضية خلصنا برضو من ستريت فايتر 6 لكن باقي عندنا دوتا 2 اوبن وعندنا دوتا 2 وومن برضو موجوده معنا الى الان واي فوتبول 2024 كلها متواجده معنا في المنافسات اللي راح تكون كلها اليوم وراح نعرف الابطال وراح نكرمهم وراح يستلمون ميدالياتها كل هذا راح تكون معنا اليوم فعشان كذا اعزائي المشاهدين راح تكون معنا المنافسه الاولى في دوتا 2 اوبن راح تكون معنا منتخبين اللي وصلوا معنا الى النهائيات خلونا نرحب على طول بالمنتخب الاول سمعونا تحيه لكازاخستان.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The grand finals for the Dota 2 Open happening right here as the first team of the match. Kazakhstan is here. And now let's hear for their competitors. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Malaysia! there you have it. Kazakhstan going against Malaysia in the grand finals right here for Dota 2 at the GEG 2023 in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Riyadh is going to be a phenomenal one. Another one for the books, the clash of the gaming titans. And of course, more details will be amazingly spoken of, and we're going to hype it up with our talents. There you go.
بالضبط and I want to mention something else also. A Malaysian team expected or predicted they're gonna play against Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan predicted that they're gonna win that final. أعزائي المشاهدين مباراتنا الحالية الفريقين كلهم توعدوا فيها بالنهائي. فريق ماليزيا توقع وجود كازاخستان في النهائي، وكازاخستان يوم سألناهم عن هذا الشيء قال ان احنا متوقعين اجل في هذه الحالة ان راح ناخذ الكأس. فمباراة راح تكون طبيعية وفيها تفاصيل اكثر دائما تكون مع اخواننا في الاستوديو التحليلي، عشان كذا خلونا ننتقل معهم.
Thank you very much, Atik and Bara. Yes, indeed, we are here for the grand finals of the open portion of our Dota 2 competition. After this, we will have a new champion at the Global Esports Games. And no matter what, neither of the previous final entrants last year are here today. So no matter what, we're going to have a new champion crowned today. We're going to be breaking it down for you here at the STC Play Analyst Desk. My name is Snare, your host. And of course, I'm joined yet again by B-Cop, by Black. Gentlemen, welcome back. It's been a very intriguing ride. We've had a couple of days off. What did you get up to in the last couple of days, B-Cop? What have you been seeing in your life?
Panicking about patch notes. There are a lot of them. It's a lot. It's overwhelming, but I'm actually hoping these teams haven't figured it out yet, because I love seeing when teams are experimenting, which is usually what I like seeing at the end of the patch, but the last patch it felt very, we know everything, and why try anything different? But hopefully now some things are different, except for Lion, still broken. And we're hoping, I think collectively, for different heroes, right? Get Muerto off the screen. Get no more of the tanky offlaners of Centaur. They're probably still there, but let's spread out the love, right?
I mean, Blackie's actually got a very good point, Joe, right? The fact that we have had a new patch, both of these teams had a couple of days to prepare, right? See what kind of games are happening elsewhere across the world, fully read the patch notes, play a couple of pubs. From what you've intuited so far, what do you think is going to be the biggest shake-up, the biggest change emerging from 7.35?
I think the biggest one, of course, there's lots of hero changes, lots of item changes, but we can't really judge how much they're gonna, or how impactful they will be yet. But the -2 gold on every neutral creep is actually very impactful, especially early on. You're going to have a lot less gold, and it's something we alluded to before. Like, how do you make supports poorer and offlanes poorer so they can't just be this damaging pseudo-core? Well, that's a step in the right direction. So I don't know how big of a difference it's going to be, because 2 gold is still only 2 gold, you know?
Feels negligible, right?
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure. I'm also hoping for some new strategies. Some OD would be nice, you know. We're definitely going to see some Leshrac.
We've been theory crafting OD together. It makes me really want to play Dota, and just that's the hero for plus MMR. We'll say it now. That's the hero. You want 500 MMR? OD.
Especially this tank meta, right? Like, you just shred everything.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Maybe it gets play, maybe not.
We will, of course, see, and we're going to be having a grand final. It's going to be a full BO3. Not a full BO5, unfortunately, but these teams will certainly still be bringing their A game. Let's take a look at how they both got here, though, as we do have the Kazakhstan team taking on Malaysia. Kazakhstan went through South Africa, feels bad, went through Saudi Arabia, the host nation, and then, of course, wound up here in the grand finals. Malaysia had a bit more of a difficult run, taking on Turkey and then Serbia. Nonetheless, both of these teams have found themselves in the finals without taking a single loss. And, of course, Serbia did end up winning the third-place decider, so they're still going to have a podium finish. B-Cup, when you see how these teams have gotten here, when you think back to the games that they've played, who do you think is best equipped to respond very quickly to the changes that have emerged from the new patch?
It's kind of a tough question, because both these teams we were praising on their drafts, right? It seemed to get their biggest advantage straight out of the gates with the drafting that they were doing. And now that not everything's completely different, but there are a lot of heroes that have kind of lost high viability, and there are a lot of heroes that have kind of come into the mix that we feel like are now possible to put in a draft. That's going to be the hardest thing for me to see between these two teams, where I'm looking for an advantage. I feel like after game 1 or after the game 1 draft, I might have a better feeling for it, but both these teams, I mean, nobody's gotten to game 3 yet in this entire event, but I'm thinking it's truthfully 50-50. I know that's kind of, a cop-out to say, but it seems so likely that these hopefully three games is going to be really close.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite close. One of the things that I looked at when I looked at the patch notes, and that scared me for the fate of Kazakhstan here, I saw Medusa got buffed, right? Like pretty substantially, Black. And we saw already Malaysia, they got here in large measure because of their Medusa performances. So in terms of the carry-to-carry matchup, what do you make of between Lonely Chucky and Violent? Given that overall Violent's generally supposed to be the better carry player, but it does feel like the hero pool of Lonely Chucky has been buffed more than what Violence has been.
Yeah, it will definitely play probably a decent role. Again, I'm not entirely sure how much these teams are going to change everything up, because obviously coming into this tournament, they prepared a lot already.
Yeah.
And we spoke about it before, where you kind of know what works. If it still works, you're probably still going to play that. You know, but of course, if it got buffed, as you said, the Medusa, we'll take it. You know, why not? But I'm a little worried for Kazakhstan, because they like these really high tempo drafts. But in this patch, it kind of feels like that got nerfed quite a bit, especially with the new helm of Overlord, not having the Vlad's aura anymore. So their pushing offlaners aren't as strong. They're still strong, just not as strong. And generally, I think Malaysia should be favored in a late game scenario, given the players that they have and probably the team cohesiveness that they have.
Well, Kazakhstan is also a team that is fairly young in terms of their overall inception. Let's take a look at the players overall. Everybody knows Violent. This is a guy that's been around the block for a while, but these other people are on the come up. We have EGX, Lurios here, Toshi, and Vendetta. Vendetta really, really impressed me throughout the course of the tournament so far, Peacock. In terms of the support capacity, what are the heroes that you're anticipating being high value now? And do you think Violent can play them? Oh, Vendetta can play them, actually.
I'm hoping we see a lot of Lion. I've been hearing it's super broken. Why not bring it onto the main stage in the grand finals, right? Yeah. I know in KL I saw a couple of Shadow Shamans get picked up after the changes. So, you know, am I a fan of Chinese Dota? Yes. Am I going to just name all the Kaka heroes? Also, probably yes. So, you know, we got that. We've got Lion. We're set. That's the only two supports I need in my life. Actually, I need Ancient Apparition as well. And there was a little bit of a change to AA on the talent end. It was the +4 seconds Vortex changed to the extension on the Ice Blast. So I think being in the Ice Blast, I think is 4 seconds, right? Added to the Ice Blast
like
duration,
that, yeah.
which is it's a good amount of time to still be under that effect, because that used to be, I mean, the old Ags was the added percentages to Shatter, but having it longer, it level 1, it didn't really feel that strong for Ancient Apparition. Now you've got a little bit of a longer duration on it. Should be kind of nice. I like it.
Yeah,
Bring the AA.
Nice. Give you AA. I mean, you always want AA, though.
Yeah,
There's never a time where you're going to be upset about seeing Ancient Apparition. Of course, Kazakhstan, they're not going to be playing by themselves. They are going to be taking on this Malaysia team. And the one big change that I saw throughout this patch, when we were looking throughout the couple of first days here, Black, we were praising Ponyo in particular for his play on the Treant Protector. That hero drastically nerfed overall. Do you think it's still going to be viable in this patch?
I think it's still going to be okay, because I, truth be told, think it was pretty busted before. It was just way too good. Now it's still strong, it's just not super broken. And Ponyo, he plays an amazing Treant. It got nerfed a little bit the movement speed wise, but overall the playstyle is still the same, and I think it suits the team very well. Because Moon, Chucky, I mean, Moon can play sacrificial, but he likes to farm as well. So does Zeal, so does Chucky. I mean, what core player doesn't like to farm?
Yeah.
And if you have a support like Ponyo, super easy, especially on his Treant. I'm still expecting probably a Treant ban, because we have seen targeting Zeal doesn't matter.
Yeah, definitely. Targeting Zeal, recipe for disaster, generally speaking, so hope they avoid that. The one hero I do think they're going to be playing a lot of on the side of Malaysia is this Pangolier hero. The hero, I don't understand why Pango got better. Like, I felt the hero was fine. Like, talk me through this, Peacock. What the hell happened with this?
It's just, we always need to see Pango. I don't know if somebody's friends with Quinn, who's making patch notes, but we need to start seriously thinking about getting rid of this hero. I was actually, it seems like Witchblade is a lot better item with the upgrades available. I think that's actually going to be big in contention with a lot of heroes that want to build that mid. So maybe we don't see the Pango mid. Maybe Zeal picks it up, goes offlane with it. Not that I was a huge fan of offlane Pango prior to this patch, but it might find a little bit more versatility, and I definitely think we're going to be seeing a lot more of those mids that love Witchblade with the upgrades, and we could see a bit of a different mix there.
Yeah. This entire meta kind of feels... it's still a tank meta, obviously, but all the new items that were introduced and the new build-up to items, they were very much catered towards that, right? Like, it's more damage, it's magic reduction, or magic armor reduction, magic resistance reduction. All these items, especially for int mids, which I hope are going to be making a comeback, because they're just more exciting to watch than your carry mids.
Yeah.
You know, so... yeah, it should be very exciting on paper, but again, the items aren't cheap. you know, Shiva's Gala is not cheap. It's still like a 5k gold item that you actually need to get first. But yeah, Leshrak, I would love to see. I've seen him a couple of times already. He looks pretty strong. And again, this patch is pretty catered towards him, you know. So we'll see.
We always get a
Moon
Leshrac patch.
an amazing Leshrak, if I remember correctly.
It's kind of crazy. How many times do we get Leshrac patches? It's like every other one, right?
Yeah.
It's just, it's, oh, he's too strong. All right, now he's too weak because they always over-nerf him. And then it's like, all right, well, I mean, we like Leshrac, we like IO. Let's get back to, you know, doing the two things and having Leshrac just be picked 85% of the time.
Why not?
It's super scary though now, because he got buffed himself and all his items got buffed.
Yeah.
Quite drastically. Like,
Yeah.
it's pretty insane.
It's pretty scary, yeah. Like, of course, the Bloodstone buildup isn't as good for him anymore, but that's a tiny, tiny nerf in the grand scheme of things. Like, the Lightning now slowing attack speed by 50% is ridiculous. You can't trade with him anymore.
Yeah. I was wondering about the change in a couple items because I'm still seeing a lot of people buy Arcane Boots, and especially with those mids that want Arcane Boots, but the buildup being different.
You can't disassemble it.
You can't disassemble it. You're not getting into Aether Lens. You're not getting into Octarine Core anymore with Arcane Boots. They still feel strong, but I'm wondering if they're right now, at least the anecdotal evidence shows that more heroes are picking up, or well, more heroes that want Arcane Boots are being picked up.
Another hero that I actually want to see in the mid lane, if we are talking about that role, the Spirits. They seem like they're back. Storm Spirit, we've already been seeing it in a couple of
Ember
tournaments.
for sure.
Ember, my goodness.
The change on Searing Chains from 2 to 3 seems massive.
Yeah,
He got
that in
buffed a
tandem with the Flame Guard radius increase, and now Embers were already buying Shivas, right, in the past, so...
And
that hero's
Shivas
gonna
looks
be great.
super strong. That item looks stupid. Like, that is insane. And we've got Abaddon Bam first. That was the first thing that I saw. With Curse of Avernus proccing and doing damage, like, that feels like a hero that just wants to... Like, it's already tanky. Off lane, you can pretty much stand your ground. And now you're kind of more willing to trade in a lane like that when you're doing a little bit more damage.
Funnily enough, though, Lone Druid didn't get touched at all.
Yeah, what is going on?
I really don't know. Like, the hero's way too busted.
I mean, the bear got nerfed a little bit. It's fine, you know?
Tiny bit.
The slight
Shen's
adjustments are
definitely
fine.
first ban priority these days. Like, that is so, like, what is it, 31 armor for your allies just coming in for
24,
Divine
whatever,
Favor?
yeah.
It's so dumb.
Well, we're not going to be seeing that much of a difference in terms of the drafting order because as we get into our first game, Malaysia playing on the dire side with first pick, Kazakhstan on Radiant with second. And Malaysia have been very well known at this tournament already to just first pick the Grimstroke. They do so yet again. Obviously, the Ponyo Treant Protector was removed from play. Grimstroke, I don't think this hero, I think it needed a bit more changes, but still pretty strong overall.
Yeah, I didn't really get nerfed too much. Inkswell is probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest ability in the game, especially with the Shard.
Pugna's still in it.
Yeah, I mean, he also got nerfed a little bit. But again, these heroes were just so busted that a tiny nerf, I really don't think affects him too much. What does he lose, like 2 agility or something?
It's more, I would say, like, these heroes are losing a little bit. It's more their items that got nerfed and are probably taking them out of the meta, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the new Brooch could be pretty good against Pugna.
Yeah, why pick Muerta when you could just be Muerta?
Yeah.
Free Muerta. Or you can just pick Muerta and then still buy the brooch. And you have 2 Muertas.
Yeah.
It also works.
Can I also pierce the veil? That sounds pretty sick, honestly. The Gunslinger change, though, is really good. I think Muerta was a bit too strong, but it's not terrible. Like, it doesn't prioritize heroes, so in lane it's not going to be as good, but whatever, right?
It never should have.
Yeah.
Like, you deny creep and just Harris at the same time is dumb. That
Yeah.
shouldn't be the case.
Seriously, that is so stupid. But in teamfights, it's still fine.
Yeah.
The other spells are what feels strong for that hero. The calling, especially.
What about Bloodthorn, though?
That changed
So
pretty
the active
significantly.
is 60 pure damage per hit, and then you have an additional chance to deal 60 magic damage per hit as well.
Yeah, you said in the car, like
ridiculous.
yesterday, you were like, what if they both proc at the same time?
Yeah,
right?
it's ridiculous amounts of damage.
Yeah, that would actually be, that would be insane, yeah. And then you do that while you have, if you buy both on Zeus. With
go
Divine
ham.
Rapier. and
They
you
were
just go
picking
ham.
Zeus already. Like, I'd be down to see Zeus.
Oh, Primal Beast.
Primal kind of took a back seat for a little bit, but now he seems back.
His
again.
items, like especially Shivas on this hero,
Yeah.
is like, it's so ridiculous. It's actually just a joke how strong it is. Shivas God in general, like the fact that it still has the old Shivas effect, just plus an additional Veil
Veil?
effect. And
That's
Shivas
so
was
dumb.
already getting picked up so much.
So do you-
I think it's going to get reverted soon.
Yeah, I didn't try it yet. Do you click Shiva's out and it comes out from you, or
Yeah, it's the same thing as
and
before.
it's the veil?
It's
Same as
exactly the
before.
same, yeah. Like,
But
they-
whatever to get touched
Yeah.
is
If you get hit
also
by the
veiled.
ice, you have the magic reduction. now
Okay,
too.
because in my brain, because I didn't see it, I thought you placed the veil part of it and you still get the ice, and somehow
I
you're just
think I didn't fully test it, right? But I saw a game where I think the Veil debuff applies before the slow. So
Before the slow even.
Yeah, so it gets instantly. It's similar to the Veil, right? The instant magic
so Veil
production,
pops first
and
and
then
then-
the slow comes in. Yeah,
I would like the other way much better, to be honest.
yeah. I think the other way would be better because the magic production is way too strong.
Yeah. How much is it? 15%? Or the same as the Veil?
Same as Veil, yeah.
Same as Veil? I mean, still.
Still
The
pretty
fact that
high.
you can just build a Veil early and then upgrade it later.
This already looks like a good Rubik game.
Rubik got a couple of quality of life buffs. Of course, telekinesis is a lot better now than it used to be. Heroes a lot more viable. Okay, I'm a bit conflicted here about this though, because yes, Rubik is better, but I have never enjoyed seeing Rubik and Grimstroke in the same game. It feels like they sort of accomplish the same thing as these kind of heroes, and it doesn't necessarily buttress the laning prowess of the Luna either. That side of the map doesn't necessarily feel as strong as it could be, but at the very least, I guess you have double spells with Rubik Grimstroke, but I don't know, this feels a little bit finicky from Malaysia.
I don't hate it because just the two heroes that were picked when 8 was picked with the Pugna and the Primal Beast, I find that like those are some decent spells to save. If you can get Pulverize on the Rubik, you're in a decent position, or even just getting Life Drain from a back end spot. But they both clear waves with Stroke of Fate and Fade Bolt. Like I think there's definitely opportunity there, and it should be Rubik 4, right? So it should be Luna Grimstroke, and then you can kind of run at some people if you want to play aggressive with an early Ink Swell and you put some damage on against Lycan. It's not that easy.
What happens in mid game now, though? You have a Lycan running at you, and you have a
Primal coming
Beast
in.
running at you.
Beast.
Yeah,
Like these
with
two
Onslaught.
supports are gonna.
And
like-
Hoodwink in the trees, that's actually rough.
The draft already looks really rough for Malaysia, I think.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you guys have preferred instead of a Rubik? Imagine Clockwork in that position. I feel like that would have been a lot stronger here.
Clock, some.
There's that
Dustbolt
Pango you
band
wanted.
already. But yeah, some melee 4 would have been really nice. Tiny got buffed. I personally love Tiny 4.
We back on the airlines?
Yeah.
I didn't get my ticket.
Mid Pango, very strong against Lycan, of course, getting the disarm. It's not super good against the Primal Beast, but they needed some solution to Lycan, so I quite like the Pangolier pick, but it still doesn't feel like it's enough.
Are you still leaning Pango off lane? Because or Pango mid over off lane?
I kind of always just hate Pango off lane because you don't get
same.
the levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't get level 6
Interestingly enough-
fast.
Oh, continue.
So what were you saying?
I was going to say that, like, you're talking about Pango mid.
Yeah.
Back in the beginning of the year when Zeal first joined LGD,
Yeah.
there was a game where they picked Pango mid initially for NCS, and then they got hard counted mid lane, then they shifted it to off lane, and then everyone was like, we don't know about this. And then he popped off so hard that they had to ban it the rest of the season against them. They were just
Yeah.
like, all right, Zeal's not allowed to play Pango in the off lane.
But since then, it got nerfed super much. This was actually, I think, the first buff it's gotten for like 15 patches or something. And it's still so strong. It just shows you how strong it was before all those nerfs.
It still feels like it.
It
if
is too
it's
good.
getting picked here, so like it's still strong. Like
It is too good. Like just the skill set of the hero,
I wouldn't
it's
mind.
so hard to balance.
I wouldn't mind seeing Mars. I thought the changes to Mars felt
Mars is
really
busted.
strong. Like the arena coming up a little bit quicker, being able to throw that spear out. You're almost, you're no longer gonna, unless you're somehow moving at instinct transmission speeds. I feel like you're no longer gonna miss the arena going up with a spear. The spear is quicker, the arena's quicker. The change to bulwark where you're in phase movement is really nice, and then also the bulwark change. When you're in that phase movement, if you have somebody between you and the shield, they're also getting their damage blocked a little bit. So it's nice to have somebody who can kind of blink in front line. It just, I don't know if it fits in this lineup for Malaysia, if they want to go that way. Never mind. All right, cool.
Shout out
you know what?
Benji.
I really like the Mars. I'm pretty happy about that.
That's why they pay you the big bucks. so,
First game on the new patch, I retire.
So
I'm out. I'm done.
The thing is, I'm with you that like Mars is very good, but I'm also with you that I'm not sure of how well it fits into this particular lineup. Does feel like there's some holes in the Malaysia draft right now. In Kazakhstan, there's a risk that they can run them over, and they do have deep push. To be fair, Black across a bevy of these heroes on Malaysia, but Kazakhstan, this last pick in the carry role, they can increase the pace and or shell for the late game. I'm still liking their draft overall better than Malaysia's.
No, I agree. The Lycan made them react with two heroes basically, because Mars and Pango are both there to control the Lycan. But once there's BKBs coming out, like these heroes won't be doing a whole lot. In fact, 4 of the heroes won't be doing anything. Only the Luna right clicks will do a little bit. But yeah, like this game, if they get the 3 BKB timing, or 2 BKBs if Lycan doesn't opt to go for it, it's gonna be very tough to fight against that. I actually thought Drow was really looking really good before the Mars, but against the Mars is not as good.
How about Medusa?
Works perfectly fine, especially with this lineup.
Doesn't Medusa work well if there's a lot of lockdown, right? And you're gonna get Diffusal on Pango. Like, there's ways to kite that
the
hero.
thing is, like he's gonna have so much space in those fights to fight, just because Lycan's gonna run in. You have the partner to heal you back up.
Primal Beast is just in your face,
Primal
right?
Beast, yeah.
Okay.
And actually, Drow still works because you can break the Mars with the Hoodwink, so the shield isn't actually active.
Yeah.
So it could work. It's a little more risky, but Drow destroys this entire lineup.
So Violence is right now, he's the one that has to take the responsibility. I doubt he wants to play the Lycan in this particular game. Really running through his options. There's no TA, there's no Morphling, there's no Lifestealer, there's no Slaughter, which we've been seeing in the safe lane more and more often. So the ones that are left are really Drow, Medusa. Unless you're going for some melee carry, CK is really off the table. That hero is not as good as it used to be, so I doubt it's going to be picked up here.
The Jug changes seemed pretty good, right?
Jug seemed decent.
Like, he could be okay here.
I could see Jug.
But Jug is more like a magic carry nowadays, I feel like.
True.
Because with the spin.
Yeah, that change was interesting. I'm still doing the math.
How would y'all feel about Shafelane Razor?
Razor, it can work for sure. It's a little bit slower pace. Face is Void because they're going back for the Void.
Yeah,
Cookie Cutter. I mean, it's really good, obviously. Like,
but the
heroes are
synergy's
really
not
strong.
there, right?
They
With
don't
the-
have great synergy.
Yeah.
Although,
they have-
Hoodwink kind of just snipes the guy in your
Yeah,
dead.
yeah. They have Sharpshooter from the
Yeah.
Hoodwink. They have a little bit of damage from the Pugner. Overall, it's not the best, but
No,
it at least gives them some late game insurance.
I think it's actually really good together with the Lycan because you just reduce the armor by 5, so your right clicks actually hurt quite a bit more. So there's some decent synergy, not the greatest, but again, like you run into the back line, then Void has all the time in the world to find a very good Chronosphere. He doesn't have to start with it at all. So I really like their draft. Malaysia's draft, it can definitely win. I just really don't like the support duo. I wish they had something frontliney that can actually initiate properly, because Mars doesn't want to go in first, and Pango rolling in first. It can work, but it's just very awkward oftentimes.
Benji, what's your read on the situation when you look at this Malaysia draft? You called for the Mars at the very end. Now that you've seen the entire lay of the land, is this Mars going to drive Malaysia to victory? And if so, how do they get there?
I still like their lineup. I think it's 3 Blink initiators, maybe not at the same time. You're eventually going to get Blink on Pango, right? You're going to get Blink on the Mars, so you have that way to get those early initiation pickoffs. I think Rubik's going to get a Blink if he has a decent enough game, so like the catch potential is there, right? And if you, I think those 4 heroes on the side of Malaysia can give Luna enough space to really feel comfortable, and I think with Arena and Rolling Thunder coming at you, and if Luna comes into the fights with a nice Eclipse, you're kind of corralled in this spot that might make things a little bit difficult for you if you're the side of Kazakhstan. So I kind of lean Malaysia with their draft, but my predictions haven't been great, so I don't know.
Yes, they have been. You called for the Mars just now.
Okay, well, the hero
Ouch, yo,
predictions are
brother.
good, but like team predictions, I think I'm like 0 for 5 or something like
You're
that.
fine. Black on the other side for Kazakhstan, you've been in the position before where the last pick faces Void has been given to you. If you're in Violence position, what do you do to win this game here?
Well, I really like it a lot, actually. The real threat of this game, of course, you always have the Chronosphere, but time dilation this game, if you ever get into the back line and you time delay 2-3 heroes, the team fight is done. Because they have no ways to remove it. I give them a slight edge, mostly because the Lycan pick still, they just have pretty much everything, whereas Malaysia's lineup, it's a little bit slower paced, and again, they have too much backline.
Okay. We're going to be seeing whether or not it's going to be Malaysia able to utilize this very intriguing teamfight draft to win the first game, or if it's going to be Kazakhstan leveraging their push potential and their fighting prowess to take game number 1 and make sure they have the advantage in the grand finals. The first game of the Global Esports Games finals begins, and to bring you the action, we have Nomad and Jeeves. Gentlemen, make it exciting.
Thank you very much, Snare, B-Cop, and Black. Yes, indeed, we are pumped to get into these grand finals here at the Global Esports Games. And Jeeves, looking at these drafts, you know, is it what you expected? And who expected to come out on top?
Well, I wasn't really expecting the draft to come out this way, I have to say. I thought we'd seen the end of the sort of Lycan-type push heroes, but one thing I can say is with the change to, you know, Mega and Super Creeps, taking just one set of racks in the game now creates this incredible amount of pressure. It's going to be way more push on those lanes where you don't have the racks now. So you kind of have to kind of keep an eye on your tier 4 towers.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you always do. And of course, with the Lycan pick, I always feel like it's a good option in, you know, when there's a fresh patch come out. I always feel like there's this, all the time, a period of like 2 to 3 weeks. We just see Lycan, he just gets popular again. Why? Well, because the guy just turns into a wolf and runs at you. Like, it's not exactly difficult to form a strategy around that, and it's a very safe thing to fall back to, so I'm really liking that adjustment.
It does kind of feel like you always get a little bit of a zoom meta, maybe not Lycan necessarily, but the Beastmaster or even like the Brood Mothers that come in, you know, basically people like, they know that this situationally works. I think the way they've broken down their draft is they're going to be very strong. Kazakhstan could potentially be very strong in the the very early game. They lose a little bit of steam in the mid game as items come online for Malaysia. And then into the late game, obviously you have the guaranteed Faceless Void with the Chrono potential there.
Yeah.
They are locking a
that's
little bit of
huge.
damage for that though, of course, and they're getting into it. Both going to go for smoke, and they're actually going to meet here in the river.
Yeah, Zeal going to be the first one to pop the smoke here. They set eyes upon him, but the Mars, not really an appealing target. They don't have a ton of catch right now, so... I mean, neither team, I don't think it's going to, like, super commit to a kill here. We shall see. Yeah, of course, this Mars hero, definitely one I was expecting to come out at least at some stage here. I mean, they've changed his hero a lot, Whilst he used to be a case of, okay, jump in, throw the spear back, and, you got time to BKB, you got time to be full-staffed, you got time to be glimmered. And then finally the arena comes up around you, and it's all very slow. In fact, you actually had to cast arena first back in the day, but, or... I think there was a way to do it, but it was like really sketchy before.
Yeah,
now,
the timing had to be pretty perfect.
Yeah. Now, super easy. I mean, they reduced the backswing from 1.03 seconds to 0.15 seconds. I mean, that is insane. These spears are going to come out like bullets at this point. So Zeal's going to have a much easier time landing these spears, and you do have much less time to react to it, and you can always just throw up that arena afterwards. So the formation time, that also reduced to make it easier.
You kind of have to be careful,
Yeah, you got to adjust, right?
But this is good, They're going to go for the 50-50 bounty rune exchange here. Ponyo gets one, Violent, Chucky, and Vendetta. Oh wait, that's 3 for Malaysia, is it?
I believe so. But yeah, I think the other thing to mention about this patch as well, just staying on that, is that I think it's a very interesting discussion to get into when it comes to, a patch gets dropped. Okay, like they played the group, the first part of the playoffs of this tournament on a different patch. Now they're on a new patch, so. The team which kind of adapts more is going to be the team which kind of wins out, I mean, sure, there might be the case that one team's just that much better than the other, that they can just kind of outskill them, but I feel like it comes down to innovation. But, then there's questions to be asked, like, is that a fair way for the team to kind of, like, be judged the winner of a tournament?
No, I feel like both of these teams are fairly close in skill and ability from what we've seen in the tournament so far. Yeah,
I would agree.
Malaysia have been, maybe they've been tempered more by the fires. They've definitely had a slightly harder run coming through, but both teams have shown that they're capable. One thing that kind of concerns me, though, Malaysia, they had the easier run through. Both teams are, like, I feel like Malaysia's heroes are maybe... like as Black said, not being like, so whenever a patch drops, there's always going to be winners and losers in those regards to your hero pool.
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe Kazakhstan's hero pool is maybe a little bit better off, as they said in the draft, and that might come into it. That might, you might see this advantage coming through for Kazakhstan as the series progresses. I think in this particular draft, though, there's nothing there that I'm overly scared about.
I don't know. I feel like Malaysia has like. I mean, okay, Luna literally wasn't changed at all. Nurse, I think it's Pango, but big buffs to Rubik and Mars, so, I kind of feel okay with it. Like, sure, Kazakhstan, all their heroes kind of got a nice little bit of extra here and there, but...
Do you think we see the early Bloodthorn on the Lycan with the changes to the way it works in regards to the, you could have the Wolves just in there and your creep in there just beating down with the extra plus 60 damage?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if it ends up being like a good Bloodthorn game. Looking at these heroes, it has options, but I don't love it, Like, what are you going to do against a rolling Pangolier? Sure, if you catch him before, then nice, but usually Pangos these days problem pretty early. Luna doesn't hate being silenced, so...
It's not really the silence, it's just the extra damage, But Luna, of course, are particularly good versus, a bunch of, if you've got a bunch of creeps there, her glaives will bounce, she'll be able to clear it up all right. And, so far the lane's breaking down
that is
very
actually
Kazakhstan favoured.
Yeah, I mean, continue on that point. I think, like, it's a big thing which has changed for Luna. It used to be the point that if you pick these run-at-you heroes, she just doesn't have a game. It's why we never saw her, because she was just so easy to answer. She's a hero which generally hates being run at in a fight. She needs to be getting off her damage, but she's got such low range that if, like, too many units come on her and start, like, kind of beating her down, even though she has the glaives, it was never enough. But now... she's got this new shard, which I'd love to see picked up early as we see some aggression coming out to Zeal, but he is going to be alright. But yeah, you can get the shard, and that gives you a really nice answer to this Lycan, so I want to see her going for this at an earlier point in the game.
Yeah, maybe we can see, the change to Tormentor is a little bit scary as well. Obviously, It feels more and more like they want you to take the enemy tormentor. It's really difficult. I think we discussed like maybe if you're like trapped in your base and all 5 heroes are there anyway, maybe you can take your tormentor. But yeah, I think you need to kind of push into this. Maybe look to try and take enemy tormentor in order to get these shards out, you know, in a decent amount of timing. Interesting though. I feel like Toshi on the Primal Beast and Moon on the Pangolier, these heroes are very kind of similar in regards to what they do in the mid lane. So, you know. They're both movement based heroes, and you know, they can both do earlier rotations. So quite curious, but they're both, you know, pretty even on the old you know, the lane's pretty matched there, I would say.
Yeah, Toshi's got a bit of an advantage, and that usually happens on the Primal Beast. Like, he's one of these heroes which, if you don't force him out of the lane, then he's usually just going to pull ahead, because Trample is a ridiculous ability. You can just clear a creep wave with it, which there's not many other heroes in the game which can just straight up clear a creep wave with an ability in Dota. So
it's quite easily answerable by some heroes, but they don't have that, you know,
exactly
right now. Ponyo,
yeah.
he's in a pickle here, but you know, both teams playing pretty cautiously. They're going to back it up, make sure they don't take too much damage here. I say that as Rubik with the counter
they're
play.
brawling right now. Chucky taking some heavy hits here, gets back under the tower, and nice little shackle coming out from Liru, but yeah, just constantly harassing him down. And the Acorn shot, all right, bro.
He's keeping him down low for sure. You know, well, actually, already, you know, talking about, he's going to go and steal the bounty rune as well. He's 21 and 5. He's already like a full wave up. He pushes with the trample, pushes the full creep wave in into the tower, and he's able to go and take the bounty rune as well. Of course, he already has his bottle, so he's going to be able to juice up on that one. And I mean, neither offlaner are having a particularly good game as far as the you know, both safe laners having, you know, a real good time. Well, not so much Luna actually. Now that they got a few levels coming in, but you know, the Faceless Void certainly having a good old time. Violent showing his carry chops for sure.
Yeah, honestly, like it's just a slightly better lane. We saw early on that harassment coming out to try and just win the lane early, and that seems to have paid off through this kind of early portion, 4 minutes in, and yeah, you know, things looking pretty decent for the side of Kazakhstan, I would say. They've got a pretty decent advantage in this laning phase at the moment.
Yeah, both teams as well, though, playing very cautiously. You know, new patch, grand final, game 1. You don't want to give up too much of an advantage. You know, trying to get these, you know, trying to eke out an advantage maybe through just individual play and skill rather than big flashy plays. So.
Yeah, I don't feel like any team really has kill player on the other like massively. Obviously, if someone just harasses and gets too low, then perhaps you've got a chance here in the top lane. But other than that, it feels kind of difficult.
It's fine. It's fine. So yeah, itemization. I expect we still see Helm of the Overlord to come out eventually onto the Lycan. The build-up's a little bit different now, though. He doesn't get the Vlads. It's not as easy of a build. It's not as smooth of a build-up in regards to itemization-wise. So I'm curious to see how he actually does go. You know, does go the Helm of the Overlord into like you know, into the Orchid Bloodthorn type situation, or whether we go for, you know, a more tanky kind of, you know, base lineup. We'll see.
We shall indeed.
Do you think it's worth getting multiple Arcane boots now? Because
I
of
mean,
the Basilius aura?
I think Arcane's just really good now. So yeah, I mean, absolutely fine, and it's just a very valuable item. Honestly, I think Arcane's got a big buff in this patch. The overall, you know, the damage per minute is just way up from the last patches. We have First Blood happening in the top side of the map.
Actually, Chucky that goes down. That's
yep.
quite surprising, given the fact that the pressure was really mostly on the Rubik. But yeah, Leroux is able to secure it with a Hoodwink hero. And then they're going to take Moon in the mid lane. Toshi B is going to take him down, no problem at all. With the rotation over from Gan, the trample, the stun is there, so it stops his you know, trample from going any further, and he'll just wander off there. And that's, you know, the Primal Beast is a very, very strong hero, but if you can interrupt him, his movement, he loses a lot of his you know, his momentum immediately.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really good way to stop him down before he's got that BKB, but you need to be ready for it because he just dumps so much damage in such a short period of time. And it can be hard. With Onslaught being such a long-range initiation, responding to that can be very difficult indeed. Used to be a bit too ridiculous before they added the global sound.
We've seen Moon play from, like, you know, like 5th, 6th net worth as a mid-hero, so yeah, a few early deaths on a hero that's not necessarily supposed to win his lane isn't going to be anything too concerning so far, but 2-0 so far, you know, for Kazakhstan, you know, just, you know, coming up for the 7-minute mark. Wisdom runes, we're going to look to try and move over here. They're going to try and contest. Was this Hoodwink chasing down versus... Is it Pango that's over there?
Yep, indeed it is. He's trying to go for the Wisdom Rune steal. Doesn't manage to do so, but he's got the Haste Rune in the bottle, which means he can get himself out of the situation. Meanwhile, Vendetta gets brought down by Ponyo elsewhere on the map. And Moon should be able to make it out
Vendetta
of this
tried to
one.
kind of steal on the other side. Ponyo and Gan respond, and they bring down the kill. Now, Pangolier, of course, very mobile, able to get himself out of trouble, but doesn't secure that Wisdom Rune, so maybe he feels like a little bit of an awkward rotation if Primal Beast didn't chase him there.
Yeah, perhaps. But I don't think he would have gone for it if he didn't have the Haste Rune as well, so just knowing he has that layer of protection meant that he can go and threaten there onto the Wisdom. Knowing that there's very little they can do to
heroes
it.
sitting at level 5 waiting for their level 6 to come in. Just the nature of the lane, you're kind of like, sitting on top of each other and sharing the XP equally.
Top tower is under attack.
And Hoodwink is going for the arcane boots, it seems like. So, arcane boots for the top lane.
Hoodwink getting brought down here. I mean, it's actually Grimstroke caught inside the ultimate from the Primal Beast, trying to bring him down as Violet's trying to bring down Ponyo. The split targeting here, not going to get both the kills, but will get one. No help coming across from Pangolier as well, as he'd gone to the top side to get the Power Rune, meaning that it's just going to be some supports getting butchered in the bottom side of the river.
Pretty happy with Violent getting his kill there from his first chrono. It's always a very sad time when you chrono, you don't get anything at all. It's just really quick fingers from Grimstroke, make sure he gets the Inkswell in there, stops Toshi from, he doesn't want to go up onto the high ground either, because he knows Pango's floating around somewhere there. I mean, he doesn't know that he's going for the rune just yet, So he played it cautiously, he made sure he secured the kill for his safe laner, and, what more could you ask for? They're 3-1 up. They have less than 1k net worth lead though, and maybe Malaysia starting to eke ahead a little bit in regards to individual skills.
With that tower down, I don't think so. It's a lot of map pressure to come out now from this Lycan. He's just had such a good game, and popping the shapeshift here. Is that just for his creeps are trying to chase the Luna, so she's just going to peace out from this one. That was weird.
She wasn't overly harmed there, but I think it's all about what I was talking about earlier, like where they have the early advantage and they really need to get something like, I want to see a tier 3 tower down by 21 minutes or so,
I know what you're saying, but I'm not sure randomly popping shapeshift for nothing is the way to go about that. Probably one you want to look back on and say, okay, maybe our coordination wasn't quite there. I mean, Hoodwink was hunting. If she connects on that, it looks great.
Is there a stack that he's doing maybe? He's just kind of falling back and using his crit to get it cleaned up. Mid tower is very low though on this Malaysian side as well. So they're already 1 tower down, now 2 behind.
Yeah, that's a huge advantage. And that's the thing. They just don't have the heroes to bring to these at the moment. The heroes on the side of Kazakhstan, at this point in the game, they are so damn strong. Even without their Faceless Void, these heroes can kill. And that's what we saw them doing to get here, was just carving a path of violence, excuse the pun, just destroying everybody by running at them for most case. Sure they did in game number 2, they went for a slightly longer game strategy.
Oh, that's a big stack. I want to see more impact from Mars, to be honest. We haven't really seen him in action yet, and we do know that there's potential there for him to be the playmaker, the space creator. So Pango going to quickly clear through this triple stack, get himself some gold, working his way towards the first item, Diffusal Blade. Yeah, I mean it's okay. It's a pretty good situation, I guess. They obviously changed up the disperser, so maybe.
Ponyo just getting beaten down here. Moon trying to help him out. The TP through the trees. That works out.
Nicely done.
Yeah, the Wolves not quite able to find the final hit there, so they do survive on the Rubik. But again, it's just like so little commitment to force a Rubik back to the base. Like, this is the pressure which Kazakhstan are putting on right now. But Malaysia, they've been in this situation before. They do not mind playing for the late game, and they're happy to kind of be on the back foot. We've seen this team in this position before, as I was saying. Their timings are very, very strong, and they know it.
Their timing here, like I say, is going to be that 21 to maybe, 30, 35 minutes. Depends how good of a game Faceless Void has, depends how tight that window's going to be. He has a better game, the window's much tighter, his game gets shut down, they've got, legs to work with.
Yeah.
And obviously, if Luna gets on top of the Faceless Void and they're able to lock him down before he can chrono her, she's always going to have a good time,
Yeah, and also, about the Faceless Void having a good game, how many chronos can he convert to kills, especially kills on the Luna, because carry versus carry fighting is exactly what the Faceless Void wants to be finding.
Yeah.
The same thing kind of with the Luna, though. If she can kind of team up with the Mars, drop an Eclipse into Arena combo, then you're going to get yourself a kill. So we do have Zeal almost at the Blink Dagger now. Is that the time we were expecting Malaysia to make their first move?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and this is a really decent timing on that Blink Dagger. You know, it's coming up on the 12 minutes. I want to see like maybe a bit of smoke action, and then they go looking for the Faceless Void in behind his own tower. You have the Mars, so you actually have the ability just to dive in behind the tower. You put down the arena. Tower's not going to do anything to you. Anybody TP's in there.
Yep.
The faster spear, maybe it catches them when they come in. But Ponyo's actually doing a pretty good job of keeping these wolves just kind of busy. You know, you're not getting the kill on him. He's just like, yeah, he gets forced back, but it means Luna's not getting harassed by them. You know, they're not going after the Grimstroke or whatever, and he's a fairly decent. I was curious to see what Ponyo would pick up after they banned the Tree and Protector, because I think pretty much every game where they could get him the Tree and Protector, he has played it.
It's been a lot of Treant, yeah, but they go for a different strategy this time around. As down on the bottom side, we see a kill onto Vendetta. Blink reveal on the Mars, I think, there. As,
yeah, you can see Faceless Void, he's having nothing to do with this. He's moving off to farm some jungle, and then he's thinking about maybe, you know, probably going top now that that's been opened up for him. Obviously, jungle is nowhere near, I mean, it's only 2 gold per creep, but, you know, like a Kobold camp plus 10 gold, 10 Kobold. You know, and it feels way worse to go to the jungle early now.
Why do you say that?
Because each neutral creep is worth 2 gold less.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But if it's the same for lanes, right? Or
No,
the
it's
creep's
only
still
neutral
worth. Okay, all right. No, fair enough then.
They just kind of want to kind of dampen things down a little bit. But one thing I was thinking about as well is it's going to be more costly as well for when when your support stacking for you.
Yeah.
They're getting less value out of it as well.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Well. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
Pango with the phase boots. He's going for first item. Primal Beast even with phase boots. He's going for BKB first item. And yeah, he's going for BKB first item, and you know that's we've seen this before. It's pretty standard stuff, you know. It allows him to actually play the game to an extent. Luna already with Mask of Madness finished up and going in for early Manta style. He did change the recipe on the Manta style now to take away the Ultimate Orb and replaced it with the crown thing. What's it called?
yeah, the diadem, is it?
The diadem.
Yeah.
Yeah. A diadem's a crown, of course. The break coming through on the Mars, Violent going to do a little bit of damage. Oh wow, you see how fast he's able to
Yeah,
knock
the
him back
lightning
with the spear
spears
there.
coming out.
And I kind of felt like he didn't even need to turn around there to throw the spear, so it was pretty good. And frustrating for Faceless Void, but obviously you can just time walk off any damage in that situation. If there's no follow-up, it's okay. No points in Bulwark so far for Zeal. Big change, of course, to Bulwark being the phased movement. And I wonder if that changes your boot option on Mars now, because you could kind of go for the arcane boots and still have the phased movement with the Bulwark, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, it's something which
you know, if you're going to build
could
into Greaves or
sometimes
something,
be
you know?
annoying for the Mars, but yeah, I guess that could be an
Big
option for him.
TPs.
Is up in the top side, it does look like Moon is kind of playing with a lot of heroes here. Now, annoying thing where you're just waiting for the Pangolier to
Huge
come
rotations
out
coming
of
in,
him,
though.
but in comes the arena. Where is the spear though? The follow-up's not there for now, but beautiful soulbind coming on him to them. He just gets killed by the wolves from Lycan, but Lycan now taking a lot of damage himself. They catch him before he can run away. Big kill onto the Lycan. And Moon gets up another one as well. As Vendetta falls, Moon wastes enough time to bring the team over. And they find their first successful fight of the game on Malaysia.
It was a very, very crispy rotation from Malaysia. As soon as Moon started doing the Rolling Thunder, the TPs came in. Their only loss was the Grimstroke, of course. They trade 2 for 1, and it's the Lycan they get. So I mean, a pretty high value trade for them. And Malaysia finally kind of starting to make some more scores on the board there.
Yep, so now it's going to go the other way now as they just run straight through poor old Zeal in the middle lane. Takes a step too far forward and will be eaten up by the Primal Beast. And that is the threat of these two heroes together. Now, they also have a Chronosphere available. I'm wondering if they feel the need to use that. Maybe the Sharpshooter down, though, that kind of delays the impact.
Yeah, I think you got to wait for Sharpshooter to be up just so that you can make sure you actually secure that kill. Of course, Mars has no passive yet. He hasn't skilled his point on his Bulwark just yet. So even though she's hitting him with a Sharpshooter, he's just kind of taking the raw damage of it. You know, it's not actually wrecking him in any way just yet. But as the game progresses, she is definitely already a solution to that problem.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah,
is
it's
under
a huge
attack.
amount of damage. And
Yeah, for sure. Luna level 14. Getting closer, of course.
I like this aggression coming out from Kazakhstan right now. They're really putting the pressure on Malaysia. Even though nothing's really changed in terms of the game state, they just know that this Primal Beast can be super annoying, and they want to make the most of it, especially with this BKB coming out. Such a strong timing.
didn't quite find what they were looking for there. Ponyo breaking a few angles. As I said though, like we do need to see a little bit more tempo out of Kazakhstan with this lineup. They do want to be getting up to that high.
Ponyo takes a step too close, but behind. It's a wraparound here. There's a BKB coming up from the Primal Beast, but he actually gets ulted by Ponyo, so he's completely useless. Chronosphere in the backline's trying to bring down that Pangolier who's got the double damage. They need to kill him, and they will do so. The damage is there. Primal Beast comes flying back in through the backline to the fight. There's too much damage to Malaysia to handle. 4 heroes dead on the side of Malaysia. Zeal now being chased as well. He'll make it the full team wipe if they can bring him down. But maybe they cannot. Zeal on the run here. They've got another charge. Zeal trying to juke him and jive him. Not going to happen though. They close the gap. The right clicks. It'll eventually come through. Pulverize finishes the job. And it'll be a full team wipe at last for Kazakhstan.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. They need to up the tempo. They need to kind of start to, apply a little bit more pressure. That's exactly what they do. Exactly, they themselves have identified this is a situation. EGX is now chunking away at the tower here with his wolves, and already has himself the helm of the Overlord online. He's got a big boy ancient golem there for the extra percentage. He just goes, what's he going? He's going Manta next.
Yep.
Okay, and he went for 3 circlets as well as the helm of the Overlord got it finished up.
But I think that last fight was really interesting to talk about as well, because what actually happened was, the Rubik was baiting, right? So they go for this Rubik kill, and all of a sudden, the Mars jumps into the back lines. They get a great catch, great soulbite on this too, but Kazakhstan, they have the heroes coming over. They're ready to commit with 5. On a full 5-5 with a Primal Beast with a BKB, and the Chronosphere in play as well, there's not really much chance for Malaysia to take the fight. So it was only like a bait on a bait on a bait, which just ends up with Kazakhstan, winning the day. Everybody brings everybody, and it just goes better for them.
Yeah, it might have felt like the Chrono didn't really achieve much, but it basically locks Moon down for the full duration.
Double damage Pangolier, yes please.
Immediately afterwards, but if he's rolling around in amongst all that, it can be a very different team fight for sure.
Absolutely, it was really important.
A 5k net worth lead with 2 towers down already. You've got the tower advantage. Although actually, 1 tower advantage down bomb, of course.
And Gan just dying to creeps is what it is.
Yeah, so he's going to chase you with the wolves there and Viz. And normally you see the
bottom side. Let me check it getting jumped on by Toshi. Toshi, he's only really got the hoodwink with him right now, so bit of a bold maneuver. Oh no, Moon finds a little gap in the stairs here, but yeah, it doesn't look like Vendetta's going to get brought down. Ponyo going to use that stolen ultimate to just bring him down. Eclipse comes through as well, so Liru will be the one to die here, as Vendetta does make it out. Not really a strong punish for the side of Malaysia, but they wrest back control of this part of the map, I suppose.
Here from Mars once again, they drop that arena. He's trying to get out alive, but it's not going to happen. They're just going to clean this up. And Malaysia, they're probably going to be feeling a little bit lost right now. They are losing team fights all across the map. They are, they're falling further and further behind. And they have to kind of start questioning themselves. But you don't have to hold the faith, Yeah, they're making these kills, they're bringing them down, but all of the tier 2 towers still standing for Malaysia, and if they can just eke it, push it out a little bit, oh no, maybe they could not. Nice.
Okay, the shard on the Grimstroke there, breaking the Pangolier free from the ultimate from the Primal Beast. Now it's all bound together. I mean, this is 2 big targets. If they can punish here, Malaysia, it could be big, but they've already brought down Moon. Do you want to fight without him? I doubt it. Ponyo still trying to go for the kills on the sidelines here, but the Pavise actually going to keep the Pugner alive as he runs himself to freedom, and Ponyo might not be so lucky. Damage coming through thick and fast. Steals the Time Walk though. What a steal from Ponyo. That's the one which gets him out of danger. He had a smorgasbord of spells to choose from, chose the right one. Gets a lovely caramel-filled chocolate, gets himself away.
Coming up for 21 minutes to take down that tier 2 tower. They kind of have an angle to actually execute their game plan here. And like I said, I really want to see what sort of pressure comes out when they do bring down that first set of racks. I want to see how much of an impact plus 5 damage per creep is going to have.
Indeed, yes. I mean, someone will take racks at some point. It is looking like Kazakhstan might be the ones to draw the first blood, but imagine we're looking for Roshan first. I mean, that's the next big objective to me. Now, do you just save the Chronosphere to go and take a safe Roche, or do you try and get a kill first and then go back into Roshan?
I kind of feel like they're setting up for Roche at the moment. They're down in that general area, but maybe you want to get like a bit of a pick first. Certainly Malaysia seem to be kind of moving down to that area as well. Maybe they're aware of the movements. Ward vision wise, not so much, but just general read of the game. They kind of they're going looking for some stuff down here. The Primal Beast has his BKB available though.
Toshi jumping in once again. There it is. Pulverize coming on through there.
Trample.
Doing the work as they back themselves away.
Radiant's middle tower.
And
Ponyo's
Faces Boys
still-
are actually in the pit right now, having a little poke at Roshan, or maybe at least preparing to poke Roshan.
Yeah.
Actually, I think he has some Lycan creeps in there as well with him as well.
Oh, it's gone. Aegis in the hands of Violent as well, so they do give it to the Void, suggesting that he does want to turn up some engagements here. Wants to make some use out of that Chronosphere, so...
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to smoke up, now they're going to look for a gank into a bit of a push, but they do want to play top, so they're going to use the portal. Now, of course, they changed the portal, the twin portal, 75 mana usage for each portal user now.
Yes.
And, you know, oh, they're changing their mind, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like you just send one person top to push it out, get them back to TP mid, and then make plays around there.
They are going to have to potentially defend mid here. The BKB is so close to being finished up on Mars. Timing on that's a little bit squiffy, but he obviously went for the Blink Dagger first. He's got a couple of bracers, so he's in a pretty good situation, I'd say.
Radiant's middle tower has
Oh
fallen.
yeah, maybe steal their Tormentor actually. It's a pretty good timing for that.
Yeah, it would be
And
indeed.
taking 2 tier 2s very early on as well, potentially.
Here
This
we
is
go.
what I was talking about, you know, and you kind of make the play around the enemy Tormentor now, rather than doing anything with your Tormentor.
Yeah, I feel like with the draft, which Kazakhstan have, we want to see them playing on the enemy side of the map regardless, but for sure the changes making a difference there as they're just going to send some stuff up the high ground as well. I mean, that's a great thing about Lycan. Ooh, nice lane interrupt here. I mean, doesn't mean a whole lot, but it's just a bit of farm for the Luna.
A little bit of a creep cut, stop the tempo of the push.
Yeah, I don't think they were planning on going high ground anywhere there.
No,
Really,
no.
they've still got a tier 2 at mid.
I kind
but
of feel
still
like
just
they're
good
in the
for
mood
Luna.
for maybe getting a gankaroo and then going in for a tier 2 in mid. And just clean out all the
Yeah.
tier 2s first.
Ponyo.
Radiant's middle
Again,
tower
he's
is
always so
under attack.
deep, I thought this was just a Treant thing, but this guy just likes playing deep, getting information, being that useful support.
They are smoked up and they're going for a little
Radiant's top
adventure
tower
here.
is
And
under
Luna
attack.
would be the ideal target. There is a ping coming through. Is it a warning ping or is it, I don't know. I feel like Hoodwink is saying we should investigate this area. And oh my god, they catch her perfectly. The wolf
perfect
is
hero.
right on top of her, giving all the information.
In they go with the pulverized damage coming through. Mansa going to help him out, and those glaives going to do a bit of work, but not nearly enough. The trample runs through him, and Lonely Chucky does get killed off. Moon arriving just a little bit too late to the party.
Yeah, now you just kind of have to bail from the situation. Bring Ponyo down. Another kill for EGX on this Lycan. Having a fantastic game. In fact, both the safe laner and the off laner of Kazakhstan having a pretty goddamn good time. And now they're going to go in here and start pushing on the tier 2 tower. Like I say, you bring them all down. It does make that high ground push way easier. I wanted to see them maybe abuse the creeps, but they're just kind of playing standard Dota at the moment. And now you're with the Aegis in hand on Violent, who by the way is on the tier 3 tower,
Wow!
dropping Chrono on the back
What
line.
is this? 24 minutes into the game, and they just go under the tier 4s with the Chronosphere. No worries at all. Buyback comes out from the Grimstroke. He's going to try and help out with this one. The arena comes down. It's pretty nice. Moon's going to come rolling across as well. This should be the Prima Beast brought down, but my god, he's a big, big boy, and Vendetta's going to heal him up here as well. They need more damage, and they're not going to find it. Instead, they'll turn their attention towards a Pugna. Pugna falls instead. Toshi, he's going to be able to onslaught himself out of this one. Violent and EGX
Gets out
can't
alive.
just run. Ponyo, though, jumps in. Recommittal is here. Zeal on top of him as well. Spear back onto the Hoodwink. Hoodwink to fall. Now they move forward for more. Violent pops a BKB, trying to get the damage off. EGX fighting all by himself here as the rest of the team seem to be leaving him right now, but is there a chance for a re-engage? Not without your Primal Beast. They are just going to leave him for dead. Shapeshift attempted, but not going to succeed. And it is a triple kill for Zeal. How much damage to the base do they actually do here? Honestly, not a whole lot.
They did manage to take down the tier 3 tower, but I feel like in order to cover the Chronosphere, the Primal Beast, he had to overextend. But he's like, I can get out of this alive. The rest of the team unfortunately follow up behind him and are not quite so lucky with their evasion attempts. And they lose 2. What did they lose? 2 there? 3? The Pugna I think went down
Yep,
as well.
3
Very
heroes,
good.
triple
And,
kill for
EGX.
Zeal on the Mars. So he's going to be feeling very good about things right now. It's going to catapult him forward a bit. Starting to struggle along with the Pangolier, but this is going to give him the chance at a game. It's all about this
They're gonna
next
try
fight.
For the, I didn't even think that was doable actually with 2 down, but yeah, they were able to get the extra one. That's another Tormentor taken down, and Toshi will be the one to pick up the shard. That's rocks, is it?
It is rocks, yes, and now you
Extra
have
chrono damage.
extra chrono damage indeed. Yes, the real synergy all along. Screw sharpshooter. It's all about rocks into chrono.
Yeah, that's what they were looking for the whole time, for sure. And Ags finished up on Pangolier. And with the Diffusal Blade going back for the Blink Dagger, we talked about the potential for Blink Daggers on Malaysia, Team Malaysia. And, they do have one on the Mars already, of course. They have one on the Pangolier. We see one coming in on the Rubik as well. Let's see.
Yeah, really suggesting that they know they need to take the next fight, and it's going to be all about execution for them. They need to be in the right place. They need to be able to get the jump and bring a big hero down to start off with, because none of these calls are easy kills. Who do you think? I mean, if Malaysia are in the spot where they can decide who they jump, who are they going to go for?
Who do you go for first in this situation?
Yes.
I think you have to take the Pugna out of the equation if you can, just because he can be so annoying, and you know, he's basically their save hero. So you kind of want to deal with that situation first. If you're looking for a core specifically, you're going to go for Faceless Void, but you have to take him down before he chronos or time walks away. It's a hard ask. We saw how difficult it was for them even when Primal Beast was on their tier 4s to try and bring him down. So at the end of the day, you probably just take Lycan. But
Okay.
they had a window with an 80-second window. It's gone now, obviously. It's back online. He actually popped the shapeshift just before he died last time around.
Yeah.
So that would have been the window to try and take advantage of.
Honestly, like, so they still had Aegis for the time which Shapeshift was down for, so it was kind of risky, but I completely agree. I would have liked to see Malaysia make a play in that window. It is risky, but I think they're in a position where risks are kind of needed. The game is slipping out of their hands. 10k goal advantage. I don't know how comebackable this is for Malaysia. I mean, still plenty of Dota to be played here, but Kazakhstan are in a very dominating position.
Luna should be starting to get into a position now where she's able to, you know, come to fights and actually do some decent amounts of damage. The window is closing, though. The Faceless Void, obviously, he's going to be coming online in a similar fashion. And it never really feels like Kazakhstan has actually lost that much tempo. This is a really great ult from Grimstroke.
Oh, the rock! Doesn't get the kill.
Rocks, I sense rocks.
Not enough.
But he gets out on Ponyo alive, and I feel like no, it's not Ponyo. Ponyo's on the Rubik. He gets out on the Grimstroke alive, and I feel like these supports have been getting out with maybe a few times when they necessarily shouldn't have. You know, they're getting away with things that, you know.
Yeah, in a few of the situations, yes. In other situations, it's been a case of, you know, Malaysia just coming in and offering the bodies, and actually Kazakhstan having the sense to back away from these lowly support kills. And ooh, a doubloon. How fun.
Oh, right.
So
you can. This is one you can trade 20% of your mana for HP and vice versa. Is that right?
you can indeed. Yes, that is how the doubloon works. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. I didn't think we'd see it on supports, honestly, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
Exactly, yeah, but it is a bit of a playmaking item. I feel like you can maybe catch the enemy out with it. And this looks like a Skadi for Faceless Void, so kind of anticipating maybe Heart on Mars, maybe Satanic on Luna. Mars already with the Shiva's Guard finished up. He's going back for the Nullifier. Okay, and he takes the axe. The extra attack speed, damage.
So, we'd have a fight breaking out. Shapeshift very early here, and sensibly so, as Zeal comes flying on in, but they've got a ton of stuns to throw out here. The Eclipse going to come down. Is it going to be enough to bring down EGX, though? They need a bit more, and they're not going to find it once again. Oh, they're trying to chase it, but he stunts to some of the wolves, and that'll be the death of him. Moon does die in response, though, as Violent drops a chrono upon him, so it is going to be a trade, but I think it's a very good one for the side of Malaysia, and now they're looking for more. The Pugner is going to be the next target here. Tries to go for the live drain. Not going to happen. This will be another kill going the way of the Malaysians.
Yeah, Malaysia getting 2 decent kills there. One thing I noticed as well is the AC's out on the Lycan, but no sign of a BKB. And honestly, I feel like that's just the main item you need when you're facing versus Mars, unless you already have an inherent, you know, blink type situation going on there.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not like this.
That is not
this
the
is
teleport.
super bad for Malaysia as they come through the twin gates. They're sending more and more bodies in here, but they're just one by one-ing it, and they're just going to get murdered. Double kill for Toshi as they go looking for Gam now, and they get a 3rd kill, this time on Violent, and that's going to open things up on this safe lane. Yeah, I mean, definitely they should be able to get a full set of racks here. I'd say there's 69 seconds before Luna's up, but they've got a 3 versus 5 advantage here.
Sometimes we just got to call it as it is, and honestly, there was some bad TPs coming through the portal there. You know, you just can't be. I mean, I get it, you're confident, you just took a fight, but I mean, come on, guys.
No vision? You're going to go with no vision?
That was crazy.
They weren't even smoked, dude.
And like they wanted to set up in the area because that's where Roshan's going to be, so it's not disarm.
No.
Lucky shot, it slows attack speed now.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, they're going to get through this rocks. Now we're going to finally get to see this +5 damage. I'm so excited.
Yeah, this is what you've been asking for
I'm
all game.
invested.
For some
Let's
reason.
go.
We got new items, we got new neutrals, but now this guy wants to see +5 damage on creeps.
Okay, I mean, it's a little bit later than I like to see. They did manage to break the high ground and get the tier 3 tower down within the sort of window, but they don't take the racks for another 10 minutes after that. But Luna still doesn't quite feel like she's online there, but also they had to take a really, well, they didn't have to, but they took a really bad fight, so we didn't get to really see Luna shine in that situation. Basically, she was more just kind of being, you know, bled instead.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I mean, I absolutely understood what you were saying at the start of the game, but as it turns out, like, actually really need this Aegis in order for the Luna to have a game. Otherwise, it's just way too hard for her to play. You've got the Chrono threat at any given point, and also Pulverize as well. No joke. So these two things on board, you know, this Aegis needs to be on the Luna for Malaysia to really be in a commanding position and for their Luna to be this carrier. Otherwise, she's just a question they can very easily answer. That's my concern, and
Yeah,
I feel that's what we've been seeing.
they went looking for the Roche there immediately after they took the set of racks. It's just, you know, perfect play almost, but not quite spawn jets up in 10 seconds. There's an amplified damage being picked up by Moon on the top river there. And so this rune, they've changed it up. It doesn't do 100% extra damage now. It's 80, and then you get a little bit of extra spell damage. Moon's still going to be the one to pick it up in this situation, though. And, you know, a decent amount of spell damage is going to come out, I guess, somehow from the
No, I think it's
Rolling
very good
Thunder,
on
maybe.
Pango, yeah. I think it's much better than it used to be on Pangolier for sure.
So good control here. That sort of isolates the ability to TP in there by taking control.
Oh,
of that.
Roshan has his Santa hat on. Let's go.
Oh, the Pango has a Santa hat on as well. Or at
Happy
least did have.
Festivus, everyone.
I think you can you pop it? There must be like a little cosmetic you can pop, but I think it disappears when you die, right?
I'm not
But
sure.
yeah, Roche is up
think it's-
Aegis. They changed what drops from Roche, right? The second Roche is still a cheese down bomb, and it's the banner up top.
Yes, it is. It is the creep buffing banner. There you go, Jeez. More creep buffing for you. I know you get excited about that sort of thing.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Roshan is going to get dropped here. Violent's going to get another Aegis. We saw what they did with the last one, and
Oh no,
actually Roshan
the banner is
Radiant.
bomb. The banner is bomb. Okay. So this is kind of ideal for a Lycan lineup, I feel like.
It's pretty sick, isn't it? Yeah.
If you're going to be pushing in the waves anyway.
Yeah, shard plus banner. Holy moly.
Yeah.
The one thing is, though, is that the entire team can see where you place the banner.
Of course.
So I don't know how easy it's going to be to keep it alive, whether Illusion can do something about it or not. We shall see this in action, which I'm
I think
excited
the
for.
best thing to do though is to put the banner down and, you know, just kind of like let's say you're pushing top lane, you know, just after the tier 2 tower, you put the banner there, your whole team sits and defends it, and then as the
think
creep
so,
waves
yeah.
are going in, they're just getting buffed, you know, getting ready
Yeah.
to go up to that high ground. Oh, they have to be careful here, but the smoke up, is he smoked up? Is he invis? He's smoked. He's having a look here. Another blink dagger actually, this time on Hoodwink.
Yep.
on Hoodwink?
Link bushwhack, very annoying to play into. Always going to be catching you out.
He actually builds with Vlads as well, on,
Wow.
because normally that would come as part of the Helm of the Overlord, but with a change in items, it's interesting to see it actually just on a support for a change, you know, just like a random Vlads back in the day when you saw
Yeah,
him
it
build
takes
it.
me back. Do you remember back in the days when you needed a Vlads in your team? You know, if you didn't have a Vlads in your team, then you were griefing. And here on the top
Here's
side,
pressure. That
Yep.
tier 3 tower is Gonzo.
it really is, yeah. But do they get the barracks? Do they do the lasting damage? At the moment, the call is no. They're actually backing themselves away.
Okay, he's just testing that it works as he backs it up, make sure they're able to cover the retreat. And what, are they going to push in this mid lane and try and take the tier 3 tower down at there? They still are going to have this Aegis for a little while, of course, but yeah, so just, they don't want to, is that the banner?
Radiant
That might just be a creep. I'm not
That
sure.
blue dot?
I'm not sure about the blue dot, Jeeves.
Oh, no, I
Don't
think
have my glasses on.
it's the wolf, Could be the banner if he picked up though. I don't know how the banner actually displays on the map once it actually goes down just yet. Oh, hello there.
Yeah, this is a dead Rubik, but they're going to come in. But there's the Chrono coming out of the backlands onto Luna. He's just trying to take it down. Violet, does he have the damage to get through the leader? Yes, he does. The carry is dead. What do you do now, Malaysia? I don't think they have many options. Moon is trying to back himself away with the roll-up to get himself back up to the high ground. Blink is there. He'll force to pop the BKB, but he's just being chased by the wolf. Pulverize comes through onto the Pangolier. Pango with the Aeon Disc needs to get himself away. Disassembles, trying to escape right now. Rolling Thunder is going to be able to come out at last. Mars with a buyback here. Is there a chance for Malaysia to turn this one around? I don't think so. Gans is going to get killed up inside the base. Now turn their attention to the Mars. He just bought back, and he's already dead. Moon going to follow him to the game, and GG is called. That's going to be it for game number 1, Kazakhstan. They come out fighting.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic performance from Kazakhstan from start to finish. I don't think they had maybe one situation where things looked a little bit squiffy, where they went for the team fight in the mid jungle there, and they got counterplayed. But they were ready, right, with the chrono. They held Moon in place, and then they were able to then follow up, afterwards. And yeah, just really clean performance from Kazakhstan. They executed. It was quite an easy draft to execute in regards to what they needed to do. They were very clear on what they needed to do objective-wise. They were straight into Roshan every time it was available, every time they were able to do it after they picked it up the first time. And Malaysia are going to have a lot to think about here going into game 2 for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they need to bring some answers here. I mean, they just didn't really know what to do. Kazakhstan, every single time. Honestly, every fight we saw, Kazakhstan were bringing the numbers. Kazakhstan were answering. Kazakhstan were winning the bait wars, you know? Every time it felt like Malaysia were making a play or trying to catch Kazakhstan off guard, Kazakhstan were ready for it and were just bringing the extra heroes. And yeah, you know, you got to look back on this and say, Malaysia, where's the thunder? You know, where's the passion we've seen in your previous games where you're hitting your timings and going for it? Because I think we had like one fight where they had a decent timing on the BKBs and they were able to turn it into a bit more than that. But Kazakhstan, you know, just constantly finding the aggression, and it always came down to the extra kills.
It's this violent, it's this violent guy. You know, he's able to actually execute cleanly. Has a beautiful lane. He was able to just, you know, proceed through the game, no problems whatsoever.
Yeah.
And if he's having a good game and he's your late game safety net, then you're in a huge world of trouble. So Malaysia looking a little bit lost just now with the new patch, but maybe they had some ideas. They were going to just try them out, and we'll see how they go. Like I say, they go into the next game, renew ideas. Maybe they got another strategy they can try and pull out. I don't think they want to go back in for the same things they did there.
Yeah.
I think they kind of need to rework quite a lot of it.
Yes, I think so as well. And one point we definitely need to look back at is, you know, winning the fight, going through the portal, you know, that one advantage you managed to gain, completely gone. But, you know, we've got people to break down the game a little bit further forward. Is, of course, Snare and the gang back on the panel, so it's over to them.
Gang, we are back here at the STC Player Analyst Desk to break down what we just witnessed as Kazakhstan was able to take the Game 1 victory over and above the side of Malaysia. Our casters are asking, where was the thunder? Where was the spirit that we've seen from Malaysia in the past? But I'm going to be asking my panelists, where was the damage, guys? What the hell happened?
Yeah, when every hero is running around with like what, 2,500 HP? I mean, even Malaysia's Rubik had like 2,000 something HP at some point. This new patch, maybe, you know, some item changes made some heroes even more tanky than we thought. Because, yeah, once this Helm of Overlord was up, he was running around with like 18 armor, 2.5k health. There were 4 or 5 heroes hitting him. He just barely died after eating like 2-3 ults. Yeah, but it's kind of what we predicted with the draft, right? Like, they didn't really have good damage at all. Their backline was decent, but it's so easy to invade the backline, and there was always the sense of inevitability. You have to face this Void. Luna against Void is a terrible matchup in late game. We saw it at the end. 1 chrono, you're dead.
Yeah, 1 chrono, you're dead. And unfortunately, one of the issues we also saw B-Cop, my support player, when you have 2 supports who not only just do the same thing, but are unable to contribute damage-wise, right? They both have to just like, literally just support. That's all they can pretty much do. And as we're going to take a look at some of these replays right now, brought to you, of course, by the Savvy Group, is there anything they could have done differently with these 2 supports to enable them to actually kill more heroes?
It was tough, right? Like, the entire time it felt like they were kind of playing a different game. Maybe Dead by Daylight, if I really had to guess one. The killer was Lycan, and they were running and trying to put down some pallets and, like, get away. But it was impossible. It seemed like every single fight, a support was dying to wolves, if not just in lane, was getting pressured so much by the wolves that were put out by Lycan. And like Black said, the tankiness is so ridiculous. The new Solar Crest feels so strong. I was watching just HP parts not move. I'm like, all right, well, I guess, you know, maybe they don't have any damage and nobody on that team. There was that fight within the jungle where it looked like Malaysia had the good start when Moon was using the Rolling Thunder to kind of buy some time, and then they came in and they got 2 kills immediately. Then it all fell apart. The damage was gone, and that was it. I just, you know, it's a lot to do with, you know, like you said, the new build up to the Helm of the Overlord, the new Solar Crest. Like, damage is kind of hard to come by when you're able to block and eat so much of it, right?
But just in general, the heroes they drafted, like Mars, of course, if you build into damage, like you get this BKB into faster Deso, you can deal a lot of damage. Same with Pango once you have 2-3 items, but essentially their entire lineup does the same thing. They jump in, stun you a bit here, block your movement, maybe slow your attacks, maybe with the hard stopper, not hard stopper, sorry, the lucky shot. But ultimately they have no damage. None of the heroes is engineered to deal damage, which is a big issue. So when I picked the Mars last, I was kind of like, unless he has a perfect lane and then perfect game, it's not going to work out. And I mean, we see this fight here. Look at the Lycan. They've been on him for like 10 seconds. He barely dies, but you already lost your Pango to the Void.
Yep, you're losing your Pango to the Void. The rest of the team doesn't even have to show up in full force. And to make
2v5.
matters worse, even though this was, you're like, okay, this is not so bad for us. You know, we've got a kill here and there. Unfortunately, the next replay we're going to see, I think that's where the game ends.
Ooh, hello.
The game is just over here, Bicop.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of hoping that Roche is there and praying that Kazakhstan's not just waiting for you. And they were ready. They had the tree down already, like on the high ground of that of the Twin Gate. So they were set. That was an ambush and one very well planned, because that is not only just deflating. It is so good for Kazakhstan. I wish I could have a team where I'm just like, all right, you there, you there, you there. It is an ambush, and you know it's going to work because you knew that the fight that they just took, the pressure that Malaysia was feeling to go get that next Roche, and you knew where they were going to look for it. It's really great moves there by Kazakhstan.
That was also a moment where, unfortunately, one of the reasons that the move went south is we see this all the time happening in Games Black. You win a fight in a behind position, you pop BKB in order to win that fight, and then you make a move like that and you realize all of your defensive tools are gone. Could they have maybe played a little bit safer after getting those kills on top? Maybe wait until BKBs are back, or maybe even just like smoke and sweep across the map instead of taking the twin gate rotation.
Yeah, they definitely got a little overexcited. But as Bcop said, they definitely felt the pressure. We got these 2 kills. They don't have Chronosphere. This is our time to go. But I said it before, like once time dilation is down, you don't do anything. Like these support, like the heroes came through. Luna got perma-stunned. The Mars was a little bit more tanky thanks to the Bulwark, but he couldn't do anything because he already used all of his abilities. So correct move would have definitely been sweep the map towards the bottom, just get some more items, make sure they don't take the Roche, because there was no way you're ever going to 3v4 them with the tools that you had.
Yeah, the tools that they had, unfortunately, not going to be adequate for the side of Malaysia, and that will put them in a behind position. Kazakhstan, of course, feeling very ascendant right now. They didn't even actually outfarm them in terms of gold from CS, but in terms of kills, definitely ahead. The real problem for me here, we talked about it sort of when we were watching the game, B-Cup, tower damage. The only time that we ever saw Malaysia able to do anything in terms of tower damage, it's either when the entire team is there, or if Luna's leading the charge. And that only really happened once in the bottom lane. And it's like, you know, when we're only able to push as a 4 or 5 hero unit, and the enemy team has Lycan completely out-pushing the other lane on the other side of the map, it feels like it's actually impossible to win under those conditions.
Yeah, it was really bad. I mean, the top tower and the mid tower for the side of Malaysia was down very early on. Luna was pushed into the deep parts of the jungle back towards base, so like even if you do win a fight, like Luna's not really joining you to push. The ability to just take out towers was there for Kazakhstan early on, and there was a point of the game where, you know, Nomad and Jeeves were like, this is going to hit a point at about 21 minutes where you really don't have towers to kind of feel free to move. And there were so many fights where it just felt like Kazakhstan were truthfully confident enough to play across the river and really try to choke out any opportunity of farm getting there from Malaysia on a lot of these heroes, which they did successfully. Luna got an okay amount of farm, but from that position in this game just was never going to work out.
What do we think happened in the last couple of days? Because one of the things we primarily were praising Malaysia for was their drafting leading up until this point in the tournament. Obviously, a patch happens. Do you think that completely threw off their momentum, their understanding of the game to lead to a draft that happens like this?
They definitely got lost in the sauce in this one. Rubik, of course, received substantial buffs. And Grimstroke is just Grimstroke. He's always going to be good with the skill set that he has. But yeah, they probably have thought Rubik is a lot stronger than he actually was. And the support duo can work, but the other 3 heroes really need to be engineered differently. Like, you can't have a Pango Mars. You need a lot more damage. And speaking of damage, if we just compare the 2 carries, you know, Luna's damage is, what, 12,000, whereas Void is like 28,000. Yeah. And this is something we spoke about before too in Malaysia series. Like, Chucky tends to have 1 or 2 itemization issues when it comes to the 4th, 5th item. Because he was building towards the Satanic, and he was like, oh no, I need a Butterfly actually. So he went to the Butterfly, but then you already spent like 3k gold on the wrong items, and you're suddenly like, well, we don't really have any power spikes. Because in this game, Luna is your sole damage dealer. You have no power spikes on the Luna, then what do you really do? They were just waiting to lose basically in this game. And I mean, it's scary, you know? Void is always scary to play against, we all know it. You get chronoed, you don't want to get chronoed.
Yep.
There's this ghost waiting for you.
Doesn't help that one of the last plays of the game was Luna getting chronoed, 3 heroes getting chronoed, Luna getting 100% soloed, 100% zero. There's nothing you can do. You're just like, well, boys, we should have done something else. And 36 minutes later, the game is just completely over. in Kazakhstan, the thing that impressed me the most isn't necessarily just how well they drafted, how good the itemization was, but it felt like they just understood what to do in this particular patch. It felt like, didn't feel like this was their first game on 7.35.
Yeah, it felt like they knew that the evolved tank meta is now here. It's just with a lot more items that feel super strong. Like I'm with the Overlord early, it just feels so much life just early on. You can do whatever you want, and the tankiness of those heroes like Lycan allowed Kazakhstan to kind of have their void, right? Look for those 3-man chronos on the back lines because he wasn't needed with Primal Beast doing damage. We saw how quickly Zeal is dying to Primal Pugna. Like, it was instant. So you don't need Void to be involved in that like main fight that they're taking, and he can just go to the back lines and throw a 3-man chrono and make it just perfect, right?
Feels like, in terms of the first picks overall in this game, Pugna, much higher value, I would imagine, than the Grimstroke. Grimstroke's still a good hero, but my gosh, Pugna did more damage than Luna in this game. That's, firstly, should not be happening, but that in tandem with all the heals, in tandem with the laning prowess, in tandem with the pushing ability, I don't know. Feels like Pugna needs another nerf. More of them, please.
I mean, that nerf was what? Tiny. It was a little bit of edgy.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, okay, I maybe have like half an armor less.
Yeah.
Which, to begin with, I shouldn't have 5 armor. I don't know why I have 5 armor. But yeah, the hero is still very, very strong. Definitely needs a lot more nerfs.
He's literally bones.
But
Like, why does he have 5 armor?
I don't know. We spoke about it. You're supposed to be level 1 creep.
Yeah.
But you're not. You're level 1 like end boss.
Yeah, you
of the
look-
first dungeon.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you spawn
so
out of the city. It's like,
ridiculous.
I'm here. What do you want to do? Oh,
And
I
you
lost.
just kick him away, and that's it.
But yeah, it's gonna be tough because Kazakhstan, as you said, they built all the new tank items, but we didn't see really. I mean, we saw the Shiva's God, but it's on a Mars. Mars doesn't really deal much magic damage like, at all.
Yeah.
Probably AC would have been better, to be honest, in terms of just raw damage output.
We were thinking AC for the Lycan, too. And then he went Manta.
Then he went Manta, yeah.
He came back for the AC, though.
He came back to the AC after that, yeah. Yeah, we just need like a draft overhaul. You know,
Take a break, breather,
yeah.
come back.
Make sure that you use your power spikes, because they had certain power spikes that they could have used, but every time there was one, they were just too afraid to make a play happen. Which again, understandably, against the Void, it's very fat. He was top 1 net worth at some point. Whenever Void is there, you just kind of feel like, we don't want to fight, but we have to fight. If we don't fight, he's gonna get out of control. We lose anyway.
Yeah, but
Especially when he has Midas, right?
yeah,
Yeah. Midas Mjolnir,
pretty good farming.
pretty good guy, pretty good player.
I mean, all of us coming into the tournament, when we were talking about who we can expect doing very well, we all anticipated that Kazakhstan would primarily do well on the basis of Violent and his carry performances, and so far he has not disappointed. I mean, he started the tournament, He was 7-0-1 on Weaver in his first game at like 10 minutes.
That's right.
Which is
Oh
just
my God.
insane, and it doesn't seem like 7.35 has slowed this man down by any capacity. And you were talking about Lonely Chucky's itemization, Black. Violence does not have this problem. It almost feels like he just knows in advance exactly what to buy and the order in which to buy it in to give his team the best chance to win.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's also like a lot higher ranked. He probably has a little bit more experience as well. I mean, it shows. It shows. And especially come late game, like the carry has so much responsibility. So playing carry is really not easy, especially as an inexperienced player, because there's just so much pressure on you. Any mistake you make, any mistake that you made before with itemization, it will weigh heavily on you. And at some point, your team just can't fight back because of it.
Going into game 2, Big Up, I want the one thing I do want, right? Here they had a lot of jump, they had a lot of ability to get to the backlines, but they didn't necessarily have damage, right? From what you've seen in the last couple of days, which of the heroes that stood out that we've already seen Malaysia play do you think can help fix that particular problem?
Already seen them play. I mean, I was just going to say pick Ember mid. I would have been happy with something like that, right? I still like the Mars. Like, I still think it gives you a lot. Just the lineup there was lacking a little bit. Like, if you're going for Shivas, you kind of want something that's going to really take use of that, right?
Yeah.
So truthfully, I'd like to see maybe the Ember come out mid. I'd love to see the Mars. The support duo has got to change a little bit. You can go with one or the other, but I don't think Rubik and Grimstroke is exactly the move. I'm still saying Lion, Reddit told me Lion's good, so I'm just going to parrot that out until somebody picks it.
I'm just going to say Lion Grimstroke is way better
Than
than
Lion
Lion
Then
Rubik.
Lion Rubik, yeah.
Than Grimstroke Rubik.
Why does it keep happening, though, that sometimes when teams pick up heroes that sort of accomplish the same role? Like, it's not like, because we can sort of see the same thing happening, right? In advance, we're not in the drafting chair, but we can see that these heroes fill the same niche. In that game situation, why does it not happen that somebody in the team says, hey guys, is there not too much overlap with these particular heroes?
I think it actually looked decent when it was drafted, but then when the Lycan came out, probably they themselves and Boofer like,
Yeah.
We screwed. What do we do to remedy this? Pick Mars, pick Pango. Some answers against Lycan at least. Oh, now they have a Void too. Crap.
Yeah, because it was Pugna Primal first from Kazakhstan, and then you had the Grimstroke, and Rubik was third before they had made that next pick into the Lycan. So, like you said, it looked good early, and the later you get into that draft, it looked way worse.
Yeah, it's just a typical thing, right? You see this Lycan hero, and suddenly
Supports get scared.
if your supports can't deal with the Lycan, the game is bound to be terrible.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same as like a PL. You suddenly see this PL pick, they have 0 heroes that can deal with it from the support side. You're like, all right, we're screwed. We have to hard counter this guy. And then they pick another hero that you also would have to hard counter, but you don't have obviously the hero slots to do so. And then you're in trouble.
Yep.
And we saw in how much trouble they really were. No plays to be made.
This is the time of a big up where your coach comes into effect, right? This is the guy that's supposed to take pressure off of you. Also, it's supposed to give you like some inspiration and good ideas, right? Let's do some role play. Right now, you're the coach of Malaysia. What are you saying to the team? How are you getting them back into contention for game 2?
All right, they're all sitting in their, post-game locker room. You guys are there. I come in. I knock the door down. What was that first game, guys? We were going back to basics. We're going to pick comfort heroes in the draft. I'm looking at you right there. And then you just point to everybody, making them think that,
Wait,
something's
let
a
me
little
be
bit
the team?
different. Yeah.
But you drafted for us.
Yes, but you told me to pick those heroes, and you had the confidence in those heroes. I'm not listening to you anymore. I'm drafting by myself. You guys say nothing. We're going to win this game. We're going to game 3.
Okay.
Let's go.
Exactly.
All right, give them the Zhao Wei treatment. I like it.
Yeah.
Come through
Why
with the
don't you
hammer
go,
of justice.
take this time, wash your faces, get back in there.
At the same
play
time,
some Dota.
that might traumatize Zeal, right? Because he's been through this before.
Yeah, well, we'll just pick him Beastmaster. He'll be fine.
Okay. And Beastmaster did get buffed.
Yeah, no, that's how I want to see it.
+2 damage.
Yeah.
Plus 2 damage, a little bit more tankier.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to make up for the fact that we saw some of the Helm of the Overlord nerfs. Don't get the Vlad's aura anymore.
That's the thing. Wasn't actually nerf.
It feels so strong still.
It's a nerf for the team, but for yourself.
Yeah. Self-buff.
Yeah,
Just gets
self-buff,
so much
team
stronger.
nerf, perfect.
Yeah.
I never wanted to buff my team anyway. It was just part of the journey,
Support all the time.
Yeah, it's part of the journey. Yeah. If I can buff myself, but not you, I'll do it.
So the buff was like an unfortunate consequence of the item builder.
That's right. Like,
Okay,
who wouldn't want like a free 300 HP? Yeah, please.
Yeah, exactly. Ice Frog knows that Dota players are a bit selfish. So
A bit.
making items more selfish,
A bit selfish.
very
Just a
selfish.
teeny bit.
Dude, the supports literally
Oh,
always
why is it always the
wait.
supports? I don't understand this.
You don't know where I'm going with this yet?
And always taking last hits.
No. They get a random neutral item and they don't give it to the carry. They're like, I want my
Philosopher's Stone.
tier 1?
Well, tier 1. Whatever.
Exactly. Oh, no. I want my 10 movement speed. It's going to be so helpful.
Yeah,
Now
it
you're
is.
sitting in lane.
That'll make a difference,
Arcane Ring.
Instead,
Yeah.
give me the thing so I can get the
So what?
the branch, the bush.
Yeah, all
What's the
right.
name? Seed of Serenity or
Oh,
something.
see the standard. Yeah,
Yeah, that's so good. It's like a free ring of health.
Hey, it's my favorite item.
That's right.
I'm also glad, very happy that Tumblr Sway finally removed from this game as it's been cycled out.
You
Shout
were
out.
asking for that all week.
I've been asking that all year, Fred, so I'm very happy to see it gone. We are now going to be getting into our second game, and I'm hoping that Malaysia can make a comeback and have this be a more exciting and competitive grand finals, as we are going to see them drafting right now. Kazakhstan, they have themselves the dire side second pick, with Malaysia occupying first pick on the side of the Radiant. No Primal Beast, no Beastmaster, banned up by Malaysia. Kazakhstan still sticking to removing this Lone Druid, still sticking with the Chen ban, and of course we're not going to be seeing an Abaddon. If they have the opportunity to go for Pugna again, I don't see a reason why not to go for it to open the draft.
Yeah, very solid. Offers a lot of teamfight damage, offers safe, good laning. What else you need? Nothing.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Korean
lot of
gone again.
Bans.
Potential, doesn't die. Very nice. The question is, I want to know how Malaysia opens their draft. I don't think, in retrospect, they'll be happy with how the Grimstroke ended up going. So, it also doesn't necessarily get banned that much in the second phase. Most of the time, we see these Grimstroke bans, it happens first phase. So, if it does survive up until a point where it's pickable, I'm not so sure it should be a priority for them. But we do see yet again the Ponyo tree removed, even despite the nerfs. Kazakhstan is like, buddy, you enjoyed your day in the sun, but you're not getting this hero ever again.
I have to say though, every time we saw him on another hero than Treant, he didn't look nearly as impactful. Like, Treant is probably by far his best hero, and it showed. Even last game, he didn't play bad. It's just, again, compared to his Treant, it's like night and day.
Yeah.
He's like a mega specialist, like B-Cop on his AA.
AA.
Never misses an AA blast. But when it comes to his Lion Impale, it's like, oh.
It's one of those things where on a particular hero you gain like 1000 MMR just on that hero.
There's a 4D dig to that he just really put in. You click a hero with the Earth Spike like that, so
Not
really,
always.
that's the double feels bad.
Malaysia are using this pick to go for the Pugna. Very happy that they get that, but at the same time, Kazakhstan, Nature's Prophet. Yo, Nature's Prophet in terms of its movement across the map, what it can do for your team in the early game, still, even though it's been changed a little bit, feels kind of unmatched.
Yeah. Map pressure for free. You ult, all the lanes are pushed. Put Treants down, all the lanes are pushed. You TP somewhere, suddenly you have a numbers advantage. I usually like to see a Spectre in response to Nature's Prophet, because you do the same thing, but better, because he's just going to be a support ultimately. So the numbers will still be matching, but you're stronger than him, obviously. Bring back carry Prophet.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So. This could it be core Prophet, right?
No, never. Ever.
Never again?
I mean, it's just too strong in support. Like, the Sprout is ridiculous. You max that.
You guys have to have faith.
Then you feel it. I have faith. I love playing it, but I also have faith that they won't do it. Space Cow gone.
Thank God. So, no Space Cow, no Lycan. Malaysia really looking back at that draft and saying, you know what, EGX was way too strong on that particular push hero. And with Beastmaster gone, Lone Druid gone, it does seem like Kazakhstan not going to be allowed to play a pushing hero from the offlane. And they're going for this Vengeful Spirit. So, Bcop, you were talking about the Solar Crest and how much additional damage block it can get. With the changes to Vengeful Spirit's ultimate, can you just imagine this? Swap to get that damage barrier, and then you pop Shine on that hero. How do you dual damage right now?
You don't. Sorry, my brain was processing if you could, so it took a little bit of a moment. It sounded like, you know, when you used to sign on to the internet back in the day. It was like, boop, 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 boop. Yeah, exactly. The phone was ringing. Nothing was home in my brain to think of any way to do damage at that point. I mean, that's a good point. Like, it just, the damage reduction just feels so good. I'm still hoping Lion for the side of Malaysia. I think it gives you stun, it gives you burst damage. I like it, the Hex as well. And, you know, buy plate mail and just jump in. Go shard.
Kunkka. Could also something like a Tusk as a support. Just something that goes in. It's a free initiation basically, but I already have Kunkka for that as well.
Of Tusk.
That's so good, man. Having a save is just always so nice. Just, you know, engages the fight, bails you out of trouble. And we've seen so many games where Tusk Kunkka is just impossible to deal with. The hero can rotate mid to ensure that you get the kills early on when you need them. Yeah. And between the Snowball and Coco Rum, you just can't die in some of these fights.
Well, the Torrent Storm change is what, 150 range or 100 range on minimum spawn for Torrents?
It's almost 200. We were like 350 to
it was like
150.
So much before. It was nuts.
So it means to spawn closer together.
So tighter fights could be
which means you could get perma-stunned more easily if you're unlucky. Gyrocopter again. I think, was it them that ran and support Gyro before? Was it Malaysia? No, it was the team they played against. I think it was Turkey.
I think it was Turkey that they played,
yeah. So I hope it's not a support. I don't like support Gyro that much.
Even with the changes on the cooldown?
I mean, we'll have yet to see how much stronger it really is. I just feel, as a support,
the damage is pretty good on the new
damage is good.
Yeah, damage is amazing.
Maybe I'm a little bit biased because whenever I see it, it just loses. But the damage the hero itself deals is good. It's pretty tanky. Good stats, good armor. So it's not terrible. But again, you don't really have a secure stun with any of your supports if you have that. And Pugna plus Gyro, they can't really run around and kill people. By themselves, at least.
Actually, y'all were talking just now about the changes to the radius on the Torrent Storm. That actually means that it's kind of worse against Venge because then you extend the range. Before, it's like the range is so big on the Torrent Storm that even if you swap out, you might still both get caught. But now if it's a tighter radius, Venge is even better at bailing you out of trouble. So they definitely need reliable stun.
Yeah, once it's what, level 2, I would say swap, because level 1's not that far.
Yeah, that one kind of sucks.
So you still have some time. Even level 1, minus 2 gold on all those creeps. Do you even get to Ags before he hits level 2 on that?
Depends. If we see an offlane Venge, which we've seen a couple of times as possible, I like the hero on 4 the most, because it's just so much passive damage again.
True.
You have the aura, you have the minus armor.
And then just Prophet 5.
Yeah.
Although, so now here's the thought, because
that is so strange.
I would say, based on the Muerta changes in my head, you know, very average Redditor MMR, you're putting Venge 3 and Muerta's going to be in the support role, because the change on gun, like, it's still good core, but
it's good.
I don't know.
Can work.
I still like it support though.
Yeah,
over
support
this.
Muerta is good. I still think core Muerta is good as well. Just
Yeah.
depends on what they really want to do. It's a little bit weird
Their heroes
because
don't seem so tanky.
Muerta Avenge doesn't make super much sense. As a Muerta core at least. Because you have this minus armor. You don't really care about the minus armor.
They've picked
It's still
like
good though.
3 heroes that can
Earth Spirit.
support or core.
Earth Spirit is probably most definitely. I'm just gonna say it's gonna be mid, I think.
Yeah. But then
Just
like,
because he likes to play this play style. He likes to go in early, deep, be tanky.
But then it doesn't feel as good with Avenge offlane and Earth Spirit mid, so that probably pushes Muerta 1.
I think it's probably a 4 Venge, and you get something like a Mars that really makes use of the W. That rebuke hurts with that minus armor on. Now though you have the Medusa.
Get rid of the anti-mage, get rid of a diffuser holder, like get rid of PL, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. And given that you've already reeled, there's no real space left in the mid lane. Don't have to worry about the Pangolier. So you're completely safe from the other big diffuser buyer. Gyrocopter also tends to buy diffuser against Dusa. You already have the Gyrocopter, so PL, yeah, that does make sense as the only diffuser buyer left in the game.
I think I would love it if they switch out the Muerta from the carry position and just pick like a Drow.
And then put Venge offlane.
Put Venge offlane. Get into X early. Make sure you have the
Are you
front
gonna
line
move
buffer.
up? Are you gonna then move the Prophet to the 4 and the Muerta 5?
Now I would rather have Prophet 5.
Okay.
Yeah. Muerta 4. Because Muerta 4 can also scale into late, which against Dusa, you always want to make sure that in late game you have enough damage sources to deal with her. Muerta 4, especially in SEA, they love going early Shadowblade, Midas, Moonshard. They just become this other core. So I would like that a lot. Especially with Drow Ranger, you get so much more attack speed as well. And they don't have great heals to get on top of Drow. In fact, they have 0.
I was thinking they're still looking for an offlaner, right? Like Kunkka's already picked.
Kanka could be off lane. That's one of the strengths of the hero.
Yeah.
They could pick like an Ember mid.
Ember, I would have liked Puck maybe.
Puck's good. But they have first pick.
Yeah.
So they're gonna show their cards first. If they pick a hero that's not good against Drow, I think Drow is gonna be absolutely amazing here. Also,
we've asked for Drow so many times.
wait, Gust now reveals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of 1 to 15 talent, it just does that
So
natively.
Glimmer
from
Cape
jump.
isn't as useful. But they have the Crapify, of course, which could be a problem. Because, of course, Muerta is one of the best answers against Partner because of the Crapify.
Dark's here, now just pick PL.
Tarxia banned.
Yeah, and I guess you're right.
Interesting.
The stock of this PL has just drastically increased now because we've seen often people would pick Dark Tier into it. So they go for the Storm Spirit. This gives them
Storm,
some
so
reach
offlane
from the
Kunkka.
mid lane. Offlane Kunkka. Alright. I mean, they did honestly need some reach, right? Beforehand, if you look at the Malaysia draft, they had a very difficult time starting fights of their own accord.
Yeah.
Now they definitely can do that. It is wholly reliant on the Storm to do it. However, Storm Pugna, classic combination. We've seen this many, many times and it works for a reason.
Violent is laughing. I don't like that. It's like, they picked Storm. Fools.
You watch too much Jowie and Chusa, you're like, no laughing, that's it.
Stoicism.
Be serious the entire time.
And truth be told, I really like the new mana boots on Storm. Like, they don't give you the max mana anymore, so you don't waste more mana when you jump. They just refill the same amount, actually.
What was the build earlier in KO? It was like Falcon Blade
Hold on,
and
GPK
Kai
Storm?
Assange.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they
yeah.
didn't go to the... We were talking Witchblade, maybe?
Yeah. It's the old Storm build, the solo kill.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Storm has like so many different item builds now. Even if Bloodthorn is insane on him.
I'm very intrigued to see this last pick from Kazakhstan. They will have the opportunity. Well, we don't know what Violent is playing just yet. Is he playing Muerta? Is there something else they have in their back pocket that he's going to whip out? Is Venge 3, Muerta 4?
It's very open.
To be fair, with Kazakhstan, they have tended to give Violent the lay of the land. They're like, bro, what do you want to play? What do you believe is going to win us the game? Wouldn't be surprised if that happens here, but it's not.
Muerta.
They get Tidehunter. Carry Muerta is going to be what the hero that we have deployed here today.
Tide is
Gonna be so tanky in this game.
pretty weak against Dusa and lane though.
Yeah.
Like melee heroes against the snake can be really rough because it's double ranged as well. Tidehunter's gonna have a really rough time. And I mean, they do have Storm answers. They have 2 silences, but that's it. They don't have a great reliable stun against him. I like this draft a lot more from Malaysia.
Do you just go Shivas on Tide? Like have that Solar Crest as well on one of your supports?
I think you probably want Axe first, Pipe. You still need to build the team items first.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Maybe go Shivas on the Earth Spirit eventually.
Yeah,
He
it's
has
possible
a
as well.
ton of magic damage. You know, he's going to be the one that goes in, sets things up, and then there's follow-up from the rest of the team. The thing I'm mostly curious about, though, when I look at this draft, very different than what we saw in the previous game, of course, from both of these lineups. I'm curious, what does Kazakhstan... Where is their ability to instantly kill this Medusa, right? It feels like the Medusa, when she's able to have herself anchored down, waiting for the damage to come into her, once it gets like Manta and stuff like this, she can survive the initial salvo of spells from the Earth Spirit. I feel like Malaysia has Kazakhstan, sorry, has a pretty tough time actually fully dealing with her. She can just stand there, get buffed up by the Pagna and just dish out the damage. So, B-Cup, what's the solution? What do they do on the side of Kazakhstan to ensure that the Lonely Chucky Dusa does die?
Push those timings, right? Like, dominate the lane, hopefully. But you said it's not a great matchup, right, for the Tide. So you're kind of in this really tough spot of, do you focus everybody else and let Medusa have a game and hope that you get through the game quick enough where Medusa isn't a problem? But it's really tough. I don't know how many opportunities they're going to have to really kill off this Medusa, especially with Decrepify. You mentioned it earlier. It's like, all right, well, you want to do these things.
But they have the Muerta against that at least, so that's pretty good.
It's going to be interesting.
When you really just look at the lineups, they should have the team fight advantage still, right? Even if they lose lane, with the Tidehunter Ravage, the Aura is going to build, they should have a pretty big edge for a while. But again, if they don't use those power spikes, those timings, then late game can get really rough.
Yep.
The late game can indeed get very rough for the side of Kazakhstan, and they need to avoid that happening if they want to lift the trophy and be the new champions at the Global Esports Games. Of course, Malaysia aren't to be counted out just yet, as we've already seen the Lonely Chucky Medusa put them in a victorious position. That's pretty much how they got to the grand finals to begin with. So let's take it to Game 2. Let's see if Malaysia can push it to a Game 3. And of course, we have our two incredible casters, Nomad and G's. Gentlemen, make it exciting.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yes, indeed. This is hopefully going to be a very exciting game. I love that Malaysia stick to their guns. You know, they don't cower. They don't adjust too much. You know, they say, we know what we're good at. We want to hit our timings. We're going to try and bring it to a slightly later draft again and give ourselves those options. Is this a better chance for them to do that, Jeeves?
They completely banned out the entirety of the Zoo meta, you know, and/or picked it themselves, and then they Nature's Prophet, which did get through, which has kind of got a little bit of that kind of push to it. They answered it with like 4 heroes who are all, you know, Kunkka's got Splash, the Gyrocopter's got his cannon, Medusa can just fire Snake. They're not going to be having any problems when it comes to the actual push side of things. So I'm a little bit concerned they overcompensated. It feels a little bit greedy, some of those heroes. Maybe the synergy is a little bit squiffy, you know? But I'm sure they know what they're doing. I'm sure they're ready to execute here. I'm sure they are ready to try and even this series up. I do really like what Kazakhstan have got going on in regards to their Roche potential, their early Roche potential with the Gush and the Vengeful Spirit, you know, the Whale. I feel like it's a really cohesive draft from Kazakhstan. They also have the big Wombo combo initiation with a Tidehunter. Are the storm buffs going to be enough? Is Medusa going to be able to come through? This is an offlane Kunkka, which I've not seen for... I think we saw it one time, right, during the groups, actually, and it got absolutely slaughtered. So maybe the new patch helps them out in that regard. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
One would hope. One would hope. Yes, indeed. It's actually... Is it the same lane as we saw before with the Kunkka and Gyrocopter?
I
think it is,
actually is, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking it was Hoodwink, but yeah, it's this Kunkka plus Gyrocopter, and maybe they just felt it wasn't executed appropriately before. It looks like they're going to switch it up though and have the Pugna and have the Gyro 5.
Okay.
Well, so far.
Alright, well, it's going to be a Gyro dead at the moment as 5 heroes come running up the high ground. Oh, the 4-man Torrent. It's going to be enough to save the day. Ponyo moving to the sidelines. Liru jumping in, trying to find him, lands a blood grenade, and with the Gush, it will be enough to bring him down. Cute attempt from Zeal, but not enough to save the day. Gan, meanwhile, getting under the tower. He's going to be okay. In fact, might get the return kill onto Liru, so, you know, they'll scrape a little bit off the floor here, but still definitely a big win for Kazakhstan to start off Game 2.
To be honest, I feel like Liru was just looking for the suicide after he got the first blood. Like, he already had used so much, he was so deep in there, he had like 10% HP. It's way quicker just to allow them to bring you down, and then you can just TP to your lane.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yes, it's a long cooldown on TP, especially because he used a global teleport to secure the kill, so yeah, you're not going to be able to come back to base and then come back to lane in time to actually be useful, so yeah, even for the case of Nature's Prophet, it was the right play.
Worthwhile though, for sure. It's Spirit Bros in the mid lane, you know, Earth Spirit versus Storm Spirit. Normally I give Storm the advantage here, Earth the advantage here, but with the changes to Storm, you know, in the patch, you know, increases static remnant and also, the itemization. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But so far so good as far as Storm's concerned. I believe he's ahead on the CS. I'm sure we'll find out soon. And then this is yeah. So they play the gyrocopter with the Medusa down bottom here in the safe lane as the 5, and they don't want to make the same mistake with the gyro plus Kuka. It didn't work.
Yeah.
It did not work at all last time around. So it's a fair assessment, I think.
Yep, nice attempt here from Toshi's trying to force Moon under the tower. Not going to work out as the creep was there to tank it. He will be okay. One thing I really want to see this game, you talked about the Storm's itemization. Give me a Parasma. I want to see the first Parasma. I haven't seen one yet. That item looks pretty cool for Storm.
That's the super phylactery, right?
It's a super Witchblade.
The super Witchblade one. Oh, they're both nasty, but yeah. Absolutely, Witchblade way better, of course, on Storm Spray. It doesn't really have any targeted spells, I guess, other than the pool, but...
Yeah,
that sounds
but
rubbish.
Layering a slow onto a stun feels
awkward. Yeah,
stupid.
But, and we talked about the lane as well, the Medusa versus Tide Hunter matchup, and how it was going to be, Medusa favored. They've done really well to control the lane, though, pull it back into the tower so that they're able to CS effectively. But as you can see, Medusa already almost double the CS of the Tide Hunter for now.
Yeah, Violent needs to be a little bit careful there. I mean, just stepping into the Nether Blast is never what you want to be doing on a low HP hero such as the Muerta. And just giving him like the efficiency of the double Nether Blasts is, something you really need to look out for.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Yeah, so I think laning advantage-wise, is for me, it's, middle advantage is going to be to Malaysia and their top lane, bottom safe lane as well. So Kazakhstan have to be careful that they don't give up too much in this very early laning phase, and see whether or not they can, they can decently rotate off the back of Toshi's Air Spirit.
Yeah, it's how much he can get done really, and does he have the supports to back him up? I mean, got the Venge, it's reasonably good, gives you a stun, he initiates, that gives the Venge a chance to follow up. On top of that as well, hold on, they go for a big play here, nice little dead shot onto Gan. Gan just being taken on down here, they are going to grab this kill. Zeal looking for the return, but with Liru coming in, it might actually be going the other way instead. They've got the Blood Grenade out, they've got the cooling, but a little bit off with the trees. In fact, he's got the, oh, never mind, there you go, Deadshot comes through, gets a kill, Vendetta will suicide to the tower, and all is good. Kazakhstan with another big win up on the top side of the map.
Just like a really violent explosion. That beautiful, beautiful play from Violent actually on the Muerta with a shot, pulling him back into the
Both
fight.
of them, yeah.
And then just really good awareness as well from Nature's Prophet. He's on the TP straight away. He's there. He's making the rotation. And oftentimes, Nature's Prophet can feel a little bit lackluster because he's not making these kinds of rotations and connections. But this time around, we've already seen him be involved in basically 100% of the kills almost.
Ooh, EGX. Stepping a bit too far forward here, it might be brought down. Ponyo just blasting away with that rocket barrage. They need a little bit more damage, and I don't think they're going to find it. Not the strongest duo for hunting down kills like this. So the Tide Hunter can continue to exist on low HP in this lane for the time being.
I mean, it's so good if you're able to continue to get value out of the lane. EGX is very low though. He's definitely playing this one on the razor's edge. I think it's just he's quite happy to get as much XP as possible. He's actually gone ahead of the Medusa as far as CS is concerned.
Snake, man, you gotta be careful. He's trying to rocket him, barrage him down in the lane, and well, it will be enough, especially with Vendetta coming through as well, unable to help his Tide out. But they get a return kill to the Gyrocopter, so honestly, like, all this baiting and all this being annoying for the Tide, like, maybe not worth as such, but
I mean, I
certainly gets some value out of it.
I think it worked out. Like I say, he's pretty even as far as CS is concerned. Medusa's supposed to go ahead in this lane anyway, so...
Yeah, that's true.
It would have been nice if Vendetta had been able to connect with the kill first. But it's just, Rocket Barrage thanks to Liru. He's going to go down, though. Chucky gets a nice kill off the back of that one.
Got no mana left, though, so they might just be able to finish the job here with Vendetta coming in from the sidelines now. The damage will come through. Wand is out as well as the Lotus, but they need a little bit more, and they are going to find it. The right clicks are more than enough to finish the job. Vendetta will die to tower in the meanwhile, though. And that's going to give Ponyo the kill. So, trading a support, but the Medusa going down, obviously, very big headline there for that engagement.
Ponyo going to be pretty happy about this situation. Oh no! Well, he's going to be devastated that obviously his core died, but now he has to sit here while she respawns and get all that juicy solo XP. Maybe give him a little bit of an advantage in regards to the support versus support battle. Because although Liru has been in, he's been getting the kills. He's gone down 3 times now, twice at least.
Kunkka being clicked pretty heavily here. Does get off a nice little torrent there to hold back the Violent Muerta. She keeps on chasing. In comes the trees. In comes the right click. Lotus. It's not going to be enough. Catch them with a wave of terror. And Zeal takes a fall up in the top side again. I mean, Kazakhstan in these lanes are just really starting to stack up these important kills.
Absolute savagery coming out here. 11 kills in 6 minutes of the game going for Gan. He'll eat himself out of there with his tango. Keep himself a little bit fresh. Oh, Vendetta looking for the angle. He's, wait, with Toshi actually rotating in here, it's going to help out a lot.
Yeah, finally we see a rotation in from the Earth Spirit, and it's going to get them a kill to Gan, and probably Ponyo here. Moon looking for the return kill, though, onto Toshi. Toshi likely going to fall to this. And now, Moon looking for more, but very low on mana. Hard for him to chase this kill, but he's going to try and do so. Pop the one, trying to get off the damages. Zeal coming in as well to try and help out. They want to bring down this Venge, and with the Torrent connecting, they should be able to do so. But, oh, on the sidelines, Lyra throws in the trees. Not going to be enough, though. Zeal finds a creep from somewhere to be able to get off that Tidebringer. So that'll be the end of the Venge. And Moon gets a couple from this one. Is this going to be the springboard he needs to get himself into the game?
The first kill that he has? Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's already that level 7. He has his bottle. You know, he's getting himself into condition. And, you know, Toshi not having the best situation perhaps after going down there. Did you notice as well that, like, Kazakhstan are so thirsty? Like, even the Muerta was trying to come in there, in behind the secret shop there.
Yeah, they bring the numbers. They really bring the numbers. That's what won them last game. They're hoping that's going to be what wins them this game as well.
Yeah, but you know, the kills feel really even, but I don't feel like the net worth is going to be reflecting this at all. I feel like Kazakhstan, even though they're only 1 kill up, it feels like there's a little, you know, so much more ahead at the moment in regards to the networks, the death force situation. Storm is top of the bus. He did get that kill in the mid lane, of course, but then you have Muerta and Earth Spirit, you know.
Yeah, it's been about, you know, the value of these kills as well. It's been a lot of deaths for the big cause on the side of Malaysia. Oh, nice roll, jumping into Moon as he makes the movement back. Oh my god.
Gan died there as well, actually.
I think Toshi was looking for Gen and just ended up coincidentally hitting Moon, but no. I'm a caster. What am I doing? That was a great outplay there. Fantastic from the Spirit. Amazing read from him. Pure skill, no luck. As Zeal getting beaten down and over. TP out. Will escape on a sliver of HP. A rare breath gets to be taken here from the side of Malaysia, but I mean, yeah, that's it. Like, the one hero which was doing well on the side of Malaysia, we're like, oh, maybe he can kind of, you know, bump in and find some aggression. He gets taken down here as well, of course. Medusa has a decent CS, but with that death is a little further behind.
Quite nicely done. Beautiful. You know, it's always nice to get out, you know, just with a sliver of health. They expend so many resources trying to bring you down, it just doesn't quite happen.
And EGX just getting beaten on down here by Lonely Chucky and Moon. With the magic damage, they will be able to get through that chunky watermelon.
Did I hear the panel right? Did they say that Shovel is no longer in the game at the moment? It's out of rotation?
Shovel is in the game.
Oh, it's still there.
We saw it
Okay,
last game.
okay.
That's actually how the Rubik Ponyo was able to play into the Wolves pretty nicely. He found the shovel and was able to just kind of salve up through a lot of the harassment.
Yeah,
so.
okay. Yeah, I heard them say, oh, that item's gone. I was like, well, the shovel? It's gone? No. Okay, fine, perfect. But yeah, if I...
various trinket storms through. That feels so good.
So, you know, just literally a broken item. Sure, why not?
Love it. Vendetta. The D-Wood here. Pugner going to try and make it as annoying as possible, but it will be inevitable.
Alright, he gets it done. Ponyo with a rotation. Decides against it now that the job's already been done. And Liru TPing across to the bounty rune, I guess. Is he stacking jungle? Yeah, it looks like he's stacking. Okay. And itemization-wise, Pavé's on the Nature's Prophet. It's his first item. He is going to go for the Solar Crest. So they're looking to try and make the play that you talked about where, you know, the Venge gets the swap off, gets the damage reduction, you hit him with a Pavise, and now, you know, with the Solar Crest to shine, what can you even do to the hero?
It was Tumblr's toy they were talking about getting
the Tumblr's toy. We did talk about that actually, about how it had been removed.
Yeah. That one was really. I love Tumblr's. It was just a fun item.
Yeah, cheeky little
boinking around
force stuff / blink dagger.
Like a baby force. Oh, what
He's
a smoke pop! Did he taunt him? Oh my god!
Oh, there you go, the trusty shovel now.
That is really, really BM, that taunt right there, you know, like he's invis, like it's genuinely a strategic disadvantage to just like scout out, like, yeah, I've got the inventory, but I mean, I guess they know it anyway, and
They know someone's there for sure, and all of a sudden you're like, yo, should we have dust? But you don't want dust just for an invis rune, you know? I mean, might be nice just to have it, but there's not going to be any invis coming out from these guys just yet, anytime soon, you know?
yes, sir.
And where's Medusa going off to? She's going off to try and hit up some jungle stacks, maybe get some of those neutral items to come out here. And
Toshi really needs this to be successful. He needs to get some charges up in the Spirit Vessel. I mean, he's already got one, but you want to kind of catapult this into more. This is a very tempting kill onto Ponyo, which he is going to go for. Swap immediately out, dragging Chucky into the middle of it. I mean, he's running low on HP. Ravage comes through on the backlines as well. The Medusa, she's already so low, but Bo coming through. It's nice. Will it be enough? It won't. Lonely Chucky is gone. Now the Storm being beaten down as well. Moon's taken out of the equation. Malaysia losing 2. They actually buy back on the gyrocopter to get back into the fight here, but Kazakhstan, they're so hungry, and they're going to run down Ponyo again. A die back for the gyrocopter, dead for 50 seconds, 11 minutes 30. That feels real rough for Malaysia.
die back on the gyro, absolute mammoth magnetized coming in from the air spirit. The storm turns up and you think, okay, he's going to turn things around. No.
Yeah, he got turned around.
At all. Yeah, exactly. You should have TP'd in there, friend. This is the wrong end. And they'll take down the tier 1 tower, start to allow, you know, a little bit of space. If the Murta does want to play in this bottom lane now, it feels a lot safer. He's going to head back up to top for just now. But yeah, he's got space to play now if they do manage to pressure him in the offlane. I'm not feeling the impact too much of the Kunkka though. I mean, he was there. He was in the fight, right? But just...
Yeah, the boat was actually a little bit off the mark for my liking. You know, it kind of sailed through everybody and hit nobody.
I felt like if it was a fraction of a second earlier, Medusa maybe has a better fight there. You know, if it just came in just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I kind of agree. But yeah, Medusa's getting taken down so fast, and
again.
And also hold on, here is Garner's going to get brought down. Violent grabbing another one. Mega kill streak on the Muerta. Jesus, 7,600 net worth.
Things you don't want to see. You know? 13 minutes into the game.
If you're a Malaysian, you don't want to be seeing that on your screens right now.
So they have the full Solar Crest finished up on the Nature's Prophet. Shine now available. Just making this initiation way more tanky, way more safe for Kazakhstan. They were 7 kills up with 4k net worth already at 30 minutes into the game. And Violent, we talked about this right at the very start about how perhaps he was the slightly better carry.
Yeah, standout player of the tournament.
Absolutely, and giving him the space to operate and giving him the mega kill streak on top, he's now 8,000 gold up. You know, that's his net worth. You know, he's 1,300 ahead of the Medusa. Medusa's not having the worst game though.
No,
she could be having a much worse game for sure.
Oh man, she keeps turning up to these fights though with no points in the ultimate. It's sort of questionable as Vendetta runs away from explosions like he's in Hollywood.
Oh yeah. Cool guys don't look at them; they just run away.
No, cool guys walk away from explosions. They don't run from explosions.
Sure. Calmly.
Yeah. With sunglasses being flipped on.
Are you liking the new gyrocopter cooldown so far?
So far hasn't done much, but yeah, I think it's cooler, definitely. More interesting than it was before. It's well, we're not going to see it for at least 25 seconds.
Yeah, he's going to take another seat on the sideline for now. I mean, it's your position 5 though, so it's not the end of the day, but Kazakhstan, they're just finding advantage after advantage. This mid lane tower will eventually go down. You know, Tidehunter's there, he's mounting up for it, he's going to try and push in. He's got the amplified damage rune as well. I don't think he can take a Medusa by himself though.
No, probably
He needs significant reinforcements in order to actually be able to pressure this in. The first Roshan as well, like I say, we talked about how with the the Tidehunter and the Vengeful Spirit that they would be able to take it quite easily. So I'm curious to see whether or not once it turns night, whether or not we look for a smoke play into trying to do that, or whether they want to secure some more tier 1 towers first, specifically the tier 1 top, if they are going to take Roshan that dire side.
Yeah. It's something which, I mean, it's a really awkward tower to take always. Maybe we'll see them go for mid first, but yeah, I'm a little surprised that Kazakhstan are, kind of chilling. At this point last game, they were running down lanes, they were running at heroes, they were trying to really choke Malaysia out, but Malaysia having a bit more space to breathe in this game.
Yeah, they don't. Malaysia basically made sure they weren't going to have to face this intense pressure. Like, I think the only other option you had for a pushing hero was Wraith King in that kind of, in that vein.
Yeah.
I guess you could have gone for like a Dragon Knight or Death Prophet or something like that, but yeah, they didn't really answer that question in regards to push. So they are sort of reliant on Riyadh and Nature's Prophet getting a few items before they can do stuff.
Yeah, and well, does move himself away, making things a little awkward for Toshi, but unfortunately, that's real. Misses the Boulder Smash as well, but doesn't really make a difference.
Space created though. You're pulling 2 cores away up here to try and deal with this, try and open up the little bit of the map in this mid lane for the rest of your team. Violent sitting in the mid lane here, pushes off this
A
catapult.
sign of a strong carry, someone who's not really too scared of stuff, is one that can just sit in the middle lane. 'Cause it's such an easy part of the map to gank. Weak carries will just get killed instantly there, but Medusa, Muerta, both happy to farm up in this middle lane and not feel too threatened. Just a big sign that they're both feeling like they're pretty strong at the moment.
Yeah, I think Medusa must have found some ancient stacks somewhere because she has mega accelerated her farm. And Kazakhstan maybe needs to start to feel a little bit cautious and maybe start thinking about actually executing this smoke gank, looking for some kills on the Medusa. Looking right now straight into the face of the Storm Spirit though, and Vendetta looking for the angle with the swap in.
A little slow here, the swap does still come off, but they don't have the follow-up unfortunately. Still chasing on Toshi, but that is ambitious. And Moon will be able to get himself away. You need to be so clean with that engagement there if you are to get that kill.
I don't know how you can do it just with one stun, to be honest. I think it's... If you can maybe have... If
swap
Violence
into
there...
roll or swap into grab, but I don't think
If Violence there and you get the AoE silence maybe?
Maybe.
But overall, feeling okay for Kazakhstan, but I think this is a much better game for Malaysia this time around. Like, even though they're down as much as they are, I feel like their comeback potential is much greater. And the longer the game goes, the better these greedier heroes feel,
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Okay, so they go for the Vlad's first onto the Tidehunter. He's going to go back next for the Pipe. So looking for a Butterfly, already with Manta style. Pretty standard, right? Manta first item. I don't know if Manta feels as good. I mean, obviously it's still great on Medusa. It's going to be pretty good for getting out of some situations here. But I don't know if it feels as good as the old Manta. She does. Does enjoy quite a lot of stats.
She does indeed. Yeah. I'm not sure. It's Diadem instead.
Like, you're only losing...
One of the few heroes which probably is still kind of happy with it, but I think overall it's kind of better for farming, but worse for fighting, which I think it depends on your game, but in this game, I think you'll kind of prefer the new one.
Yeah, you prefer the farming for sure. Okay, Toshi, get handled.
Just a little bit here, and well, they're going to try and come in and try and save it here, but surely this is just another kill going the way off Malaysia, so yeah. Kazakhstan, this time, they don't bring the numbers, and they get punished for it pretty heavily. 2 heroes dead for only a Pugna kill.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of overconfidence, and also just a really sweet gank from Malaysia being in the right place at the right time. Both cores, though, neck and neck, and then it's all Malaysia. Like, the Muerta and Medusa are very similar, then Malaysia are coming through right now. So,
Radiant's middle tower is under
Kazakhstan, they need to be careful.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Mjolnir BKB
Dude, I'm
next for
surprised. This push at the middle lane feels kind of aggressive, but yeah, nice deny from Lonely Chuck. Yeah,
nice.
Cute, but well, I guess they get away with it. Violent, feeling very strong indeed. Heading towards a BKB, which I love. Just go for the Dragon Lance, the Mjolnir, the attack speed stacks so nicely with your passive, and then move in towards it. As well, the Gyrocopter going to get seen in the trees here. Tries to fire a couple of spells away at Violent, but just gets popped for his efforts.
Yeah, Medusa next on the chopping block. They go rolling, looking for him. EGX maybe catch a sight of him just because he break the trees here. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have any way to get on top of her right now. Once Venge has a mobility and a force or the blink dagger or whatever she decides to go for, that becomes a way more gankable hero for sure.
I think that would have been a really, really risky kill to try and go for. All she has to do is press R. You're right under a tower. The team can come TPing in. I think that was wise for Kazakhstan not to chase any further.
They couldn't get close enough. The only way they could get close enough is to pop the Ravage early, and that just feels super bad on one hero, right? For now, at least. Yeah, but the pipe is almost done. There's a decent amount of magic damage. Obviously, there's a Storm Spirit there. I wouldn't mind. I know they've gone for the Mjolnir on the Muerto. I wouldn't have minded the Glide.
It's... I mean, it's a tricky one. I feel like if you go for the Gleipnir, it needs to be a later item. You have to make sure you're dealing the damage first, so you need some sort of attack speed. Also to pair it with a Maelstrom as well and keep your farming speed nice and strong. So you can do it, but you need an attack speed item first.
Or maybe some crit as well. I don't know.
Yeah, and sometimes crit's nice, and then also probably BKB. So
So
you know.
Bloodthorn then.
Yeah, well, or Bloodthorn. You know, maybe even the old Planet. No, sorry, not Planet. Shiro build. He used to go for Maelstrom into Moonshard. Into sometimes BKB, sometimes Hurricane Pike, sometimes just Moonshard, then back into the Gleipnir. And that gives you that AoE lockdown, which is so nice to have on that hero.
Yeah,
And also
no,
gives
it's
you insane farming
It's
speed.
a good build for sure. It's a good build for sure. And I don't feel like that's been affected too much. You know, the Moonshard's still exactly as it was before.
The only problem is if there's a particularly strong breeze around you, then you will die. Because
Yeah.
you have no survivability.
I guess the flip side as well is Pugna can save versus this setup.
That's get beaten on down here. It's going to lose his life.
I tried to buy a little bit more time with the swap there, but they just had too many heroes on top of them. This is Kazakhstan going to have a little bit of a problem as they go looking for Air Spirit and maybe try and fight down bottom, but they're recognizing it very quickly and they're, you know, maneuvering so it's not going to be too much of an issue, although Violent wants to get
BKB.
aggressive.
Yeah, finished up now on both Violent and onto Moon as well. So Muerta and Storm both having their BKBs matching each other's timings here. Who's it better on? Almost definitely the Muerta.
For sure. She's literally invincible when she has a BKB up on the ult. And that, you know, that's part of the scariness of Muerta, of course. With the brooch.
You do have Stone Gaze this game to deal with it, which is honestly it should be a really big factor. Like if the positioning is correct on the Medusa, you can protect your teammates with a Stone Gaze and ruin Muerta's BKB LT combo, which is probably going to be a deciding factor in the next fight.
You think they're going to go looking for this Roche here? Certainly looks like they might be thinking about it.
Would be an unhinged thing to do, I would say. But, well,
looks like they're taking
Wow.
the hinge off the door, my friend.
they certainly are. Let's see how this works out. I mean, if Kazakhstan read this, then they're going to have Ravage, they're going to have connections, but at the same time, you know, who would expect this? This isn't a draft. I'm like, these guys are going to run into Roche and take it on down, but because Butterfly finished on the Medusa, it's going to take a bit of time, but there's the scan coming out. Can they get there in time? Immediate smoke up, though. Oh, what an answer coming out from Malaysia, this read.
This positioning from the Vengeful Spirit, though, is going to break the smoke on 2 heroes at least.
Yeah, but they're happy to go for it. This is their saving hero, and with a beautiful cooldown coming through the fight, Vendetta is just going to get annihilated in this one. Eektar is going to get jumped. Oh, Liru tries to jump in the backlines to find a bit of vision for his team, but he's just going to go down as well. Ravage does come through, though. Medusa, she's taking heavy hits right now. Violent pops the ulti, pops the BKB, just wants to finish off Lonely Jackie right now with the roll coming through. They're going to get her. No chance of the Medusa surviving through this one. Ulti used too early, and now they suffer the consequences. Moon's still trying to fight around with Violent. He's going for the kill onto the enemy carry right now with a Conquer coming through. Oh, they're chaining it well, but not well enough. Violent does still die to Gan, who comes on the sidelines here. Zeal, he's making some decent space. He's playing around them right now, but it's not enough. Finally, Gan will be the last to fall. Everybody dead on the side of Malaysia, including twice on the Pugna. Sure, Kazakhstan takes some casualties, but man, you gotta say, Kazakhstan just so good at fighting.
I was going to be so critical. I was going to be like, oh my god, he didn't pop the Ravage, you know, like he should have done that to save his Venge and set the start of the fight up, you know. Instead, he holds it and he waits till he gets the Medusa in an awkward position, and then bang, he takes down the biggest value kill that they can find on the map, plus everything else.
Yeah.
Perfect. What did they lose? Muerta? But she already got 2 kills out of the situation, or you know, the XP for 2 kills out of the situation, and they lose the Vengeful Spirit, but he's back already because he died right at the start of the fight. So now, it's going to be nighttime in 30 seconds.
Yep.
You know, like, we never expected Malaysia to be the ones to go for that Roche because they don't really have the Roche lineup. You know, I'm like, oh yeah, it's going to be like Kazakhstan, they'll take the early Roche, but here's Malaysia giving it a pop, and Kazakhstan read the situation really well there.
Yep, the unhinged Roche almost worked out, but yeah. I mean, the fact is, like, made a good call on the Roche, and then they made a good call on the fact that Kazakhstan were attempting to interrupt their Roche, but they just couldn't find the setup correctly. I also want to point out Liru in that fight as well with the interesting TP into 5 heroes maneuver. Obviously, there were trees around him, so it's not quite that black and white, but they'd end up just getting kind of instantly obliterated. But at the same time, that's kind of what separated the team apart and gave that opening onto Lonely Chucky. So
this courier just gave Vendetta's position up as Medusa. He knows he's in this general area, and they want to kind of maybe look to take this Roche up top now. They obviously have the gaze, and they know there's no Ravage. This is. They still have the the boat as well, so now basically a free Roche for Malaysia. I don't think you can contest it too much, right?
No Ravage just yet. I'm not sure what the cooldown is on it, but
it's really long still.
Still got a lot of time left on that Ravage. There is an opportunity here as they move forward once again onto the bench. Toshi going to respond by stunning up Moon. Moon taking hits here, but he's got the BKB off. They can turn around and they can finish the kill onto the Vengeful Spirit. Lonely Chucky popping that ultimate in the middle of everybody, just trying to get off the damage. Still going for Roshan. Ravage finally off cooldown, gets it off just a moment before he turns to stone, and now Violent with the BKB, with the ultimate. Here's the Veil coming through and just blasting down the Medusa. She is gone. Lyra going to follow on Moon. He's running out of mana. He's running out of health. The Roshan gets finished off, but actually it's the Tidehunter who picks it up. Whatever. Kazakhstan, they have the Aegis, they have the kills. Violent cleans up the fight. And again, Malaysia trying to force the issue, but it just doesn't go their way.
A really interesting thing happened here. Malaysia got the killing blow on the Roshan.
Radiant's top tower is
Which
under
means,
attack.
like, so basically, if you try and take Roche back-to-back twice,
Oh, yeah.
there's
You
a
get the damage
Roche's
increase.
Roar penalty, right?
Yeah.
But because Malaysia took the kill, now Kazakhstan can take the next Roche without that.
Oh no, don't steal Roches anymore, people.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. It's it does make it way more. I think it's the first time we've seen it. But it makes it way more.
I mean, I saw
way
that
more
patch and I was
dangerous.
thinking, like, I was like, oh, maybe that could happen, but probably won't happen tomorrow. But well, here we are.
I was mostly just kind of when I read it, I was like, oh, that's good. You know, it stops one team from taking like too much of an advantage. But this is how you do it.
Yeah.
You know, you let them take the kill and then you steal the Roche.
Oh boy,
You
wouldn't it be a
steal the
shame if you jumped in and killed this Roshan?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I felt
Hope
like
they don't take the Aegis, but you know,
it felt like
definitely worthwhile.
Malaysia. You know, they had that one almost in the bag there, the Aegis, and then
Oh.
the Ravage comes off cooldown, and they just make the play. The Magnetize comes through. I think it's the first time we saw the BKB on Air Spirit, maybe the second time actually. And yeah, just Kazakhstan feels like they got a couple of lucky flips of the coin, you know, where maybe it could have gone either way. But Kazakhstan they make their own luck, you know. Skill.
They do. They really do. Yeah. Man, 2 Roshan attempts, 2 Roshan failures for the side of Malaysia. And now you got to be thinking, you know, what is the mentality in that booth right now? How are these guys doing? Because they are very, very close to losing a barracks here, perhaps. You know, the pressure is being put on. They need to think about their options. They need to think about their overall strategy, what's been going wrong so far, and fix it. Otherwise, they'll be getting a silver medal when they want that gold.
One great thing, of course, about the snatch on EGX, Tidehunter is such a great hero to stand on the high ground in front of his Mayarta, who can just basically bring down this tower without too much drama.
Yeah, and the Fortify here, maybe
A little bit early,
the
yeah.
wave as well. Yeah. Tower gone. EGX committing hard, but he gets Tidal Wave back. Should be alright for the time being. The Tidal Wave slow, new level 10 tunnel on Kunkka. Being very annoying indeed. X marks. He's taking hits here. He's taking heavy hits. Toshi's being forced to initiate here, jumping on the sidelines, just going for the Medusa again. She's patient though. Doesn't pop that ultimate. That is key. They must save it for when Violent initiates with the fight. And now the Ravage comes into the backline. So it lands onto everybody. And now the cleanup crew comes in. But the gaze is there. They stun up Violent, keeping him out of the engagement and stopping the follow-up damage from coming on through. Aegis on the Tidehunter gets popped. He comes back to life for round number 2. But they're down Avenge, but they've killed a Gyro, and now they jump through and they're going to be able to bring down Lyra with ease here. EGX, he's in deep. Toshi considers engaging, doesn't quite reach there with the rolling fold boulder. Does connect onto Zeal though. Zeal's just going to get beaten up. They're not respecting Violent here, who's still got a BKB available. Oh, Gan gets invisible, gets out of range just in time. Moon taking hits as well. Toshi, he needs to get himself out now. There's a buyback coming in from Zeal as well. There's a nice little tie dragging Violent back. He's going for the TP, not going to make it. Muerta, she falls. And the high ground is absolutely scuppered. Sure, it costs them a buyback, but absolutely worthwhile for Malaysia.
Yeah, they went for like the bait on Kazakhstan. They tried to pull them into the trap. Malaysia weren't really having anything, to do with it. They get the perfect 5-man Ravage, but they're not able to then follow up on top of it completely. As you say, with the buyback, with the boat on top, and the stone gaze getting used up, they are able to hold. And 30 minutes into the game, they trade 2 for 5 in the buyback. It's pretty intense.
Yeah, certainly is. And Kazakhstan, you know, that over-aggression we've seen from them before, which has got them into hot water a couple of times. Maybe coming back to bite them here, but against a team like Malaysia, it's not going to be the same as previous. Coming back into this one now, it's going to be a little bit trickier as this Medusa starts to pull ahead. And this is a scary timing we've been talking about. We talked about it last game, we'll talk about this game as well. This Medusa pulls ahead. This Moeto is no longer the queen of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been neck and neck pretty much the whole game, net worth-wise. Murta with a slight advantage there, but I think they made, so they tried to commit for that high ground, and, you know, we've seen it so many times before. You need at least like 20,000 net worth, you know, like, you know, unless you're playing like with push heroes, like, you know, they're going to be able to like split push multiple lanes. And I feel like Lero's impact in the team fight as well was a little bit. There was a really great play from the Kunkka. He pulls the Tidehunter in, and Liru tries to come in and save him out of the situation. So does the Air Spirit, but Liru is not as able to get out of danger as you know, as the Air Spirit. So kind of felt like he just kind of was like throwing his life on the pile at that point.
Indeed. No, a couple of excellent the tidal waves actually from the Kunkka in that fight, and also secured the kill onto Violent at the end there as well, which they wouldn't have gotten if it wasn't for the Kunkka. So yeah, Zeal with some amazing plays to defend this high ground. You've seen skewers, but high ground tidal waves apparently are equally as scary. At least when Zeal's pulling it off.
Certainly are. Vendetta.
They've gone him so many times. It feels like a risk, but they're going to do it again. The cooldown is pretty damn nice, catching him in 2 of the explosions, but in they go on the backlines here. They're going to try and silence up the Kunkka and go for the Medusa, but of course, she gets up that ultimate, but that does mean that Violent gets a free pass to ulti and BKB if they find the opening, and that is what they're now looking for. EGX just jumping on the high ground the moment call ends, and well, Storm jumping forward, trying to finish off the kill here onto the gyrocopter, but that's not going to happen. And now with this fresh new Skadi on the Medusa coming out, they got to be very, very careful of that.
Tiny's just kind of in there, you know, just you know, trying to absorb as much stuff as possible. The tier 2 tower in the mid lane gets taken down by Violet. They only have 1 tier 2 left, and we saw Kazakhstan kind of has a predilection for trying to take out all the tier 2 towers first before they start to push onto that high ground.
Yeah.
And I wonder if, you know, when Vengeful Spirit respawns, if they look to try and push down the top lane and go for the enemy Tormentor.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I mean, it's the last tower left, but do they want to do it whilst the Aegis is potentially respawning in the next 1 minute 30? I don't think so. You want to try and set up for that Roshan, maybe. We'll see what the call is. ZGX kind of getting jumped here. Whoa, Ravage coming out as the West on the sidelines, ready to deal up the damage. Moon, though, gets away. They won't be able to keep him alive. Moon got to be a little bit careful here, but under the cover of Invis, looks like he's going to be okay as the rest of the crew get back themselves out. Storm, well, he's going to get to safety.
Did Storm get the gem?
Not too sure.
I did see them pinging, like it was on EGX, I saw them pinging out. I'm hoping that they managed to recover it on the side of Kazakhstan. Otherwise that feels real bad for them. It does look like
Vendetta.
it's on, yeah, he does have it on the Vengeful Spirit for sure.
Yep. Nice to recover that one and smoke out immediately. I mean, there's no Ravage, there's no Tidehunter. Real opportunity here for Malaysia to get back on the map and try and make some plays happen. And with that, Roshan potentially respawning in 30 seconds, anyway from 30 seconds to 3 minutes 30, could be a real opportunity here for Malaysia.
Alright, they fall back and try and take their own Tormentor instead. They're like, okay, we're not going to be able to make that push. We'll get this shard up onto Toshi. That's is that grabbed ally in when they're stone or what?
Yes, it is, yeah.
I think so, yep.
Grab people back. Doesn't turn them to stone, that's the X.
Oh, yeah, but if they are stone, you can still pull them.
No, you can grab allies at any point if they don't have stone.
Yeah, but if they are, you can like hit the enemy with them, you know?
Yeah, you can kick them around.
Yep. That's nice. I guess they already have shard on at least one of those heroes then on the support side of things. Venge I think we saw with the double stun already. And Nature's Prophet, I think he must
All
have...
of the wild growth we've seen, yeah. He's just been jumping into the middle of the fights and using it. He doesn't give a damn.
And he's going to go for the
vision
sacrifice
aspect is so good.
on the Nature's Prophet.
Okay, cool. What did Moon get on the Storm Spirit? What's his item progression been?
He went for he's going exactly the path you wanted him to go. He's got the Shiva's Guard, he's got the Witchblade already.
Nice BKB, yep.
Yeah, we might see the upgraded Witchblade fairly soon.
No, it's going to be Bloodstone for now.
Okay, that's going to improve the his Remnant, right? It's going to have even.
Yeah, it will improve Remnant for sure. I think it improves some others as well. I believe it's going to improve the, excuse the phrasing, the girth of your ball lightning in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should do that as well. So
That sounds quite scary, actually. Sounds quite good. Okay, EGX, he's looking for the heart, just to be a little bit tankier. Obviously has Vlad's already. He's got himself the pipe, as well as the Paladin Sword and the Blink Dagger. Once that heart's online, I feel like he's kind of ready just to, like, you know, jump in, commit whenever. Not that he's not been jumping and committing already, but, you know, it's going to have him pretty much fully online in that situation. Any Miarta progress on her itemization? It's looking like she's got the crit, actually. Mjolnir, Daedalus is in hand, went for the Hurricane Pike, and then has gone back. Is this for a Monkey King Bar to try and deal with the Butterfly? I think so.
Imagine so, yeah.
But a damage application on Chucky. They're looking for this Roche on the top side of the map. It's a little bit risky.
First Roche, terrible. Second Roche, terrible. Third Roche from Malaysia, surely it's third time lucky here for them. Surely there's no way that Kazakhstan can get
Honestly,
their
I
way
don't
over here in
think
time.
Kazakhstan are even aware that this is happening right now. And with the amplified damage,
It's really hard to contest.
they're going to bring it down. No problem.
Ooh, boy.
And Kazakhstan are going to be kicking themselves just a little bit there. If they weren't, I feel like they can definitely contest if they're aware. You know, they have the Ravage up, they have Magnetized. They can definitely go in that pit and do some damage. So they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit here for not even having the coverage up there to stop them. You know.
So we're going to see the Aegis on Lonely Chucky and a Cheese on Moon as well.
Yeah, basically, effectively 7 versus 5, you know, with the Aegis and Cheese. Medusa, I quite like Cheese on Medusa as well, though, because obviously you can just like reset the fight by you know, putting your mana shield back to full, more or less. And they'll go for the Aegis instead. And now maybe they look for their own Tormentor on the side of Malaysia. Yep, they're going to go in and take it. And it will be Chucky that gets the
Nice,
shard.
cold-blooded. Very, very strong.
Yeah. And if he goes and gets, you know, if he gets the Ags a little bit later on, this can just basically win the team fight all by itself. You could hit like 3 heroes.
A couple of clicks might be required as well, but yes,
yeah.
the turnaround potential.
You're AFK, you know. Mindbreaker as well on the Medusa, just an ideal item there. Extra damage on the right click as well as the one-hit silence. But as that happens, Monkey King Bar finished up on Muerta, which will make the initiation onto this Medusa a little bit easier. I say easier, but she still has Stone Gaze.
She does, and that's what this game has been all about. You know, as we're talking about with this matchup here, it is everything. If you use that Stone Gaze too early and you let the Muerta jump in with the ulti and the BKB, then you're in trouble. But Aegis completely changes that. I feel like this is such a hard fight to take, but Kazakhstan, when are they ever afraid of fighting?
They are never afraid. They're looking for the reach around here, coming right the way back around the
This is
outside
how you
of the
do it.
river.
This is how you do it. If they
A little
find
bit.
one of these big heroes here, it could be massive. Ravage comes through. They find the Storm Spirit. Oh, that is perfect. Baiting with the shield rune. Now looking forward for more. The chase is on, and they find the Pugna. Ponyo going for the TP out. So is Lonely Chucky. They're both going to make it out of this one. Ponyo actually still surviving a surprisingly long time here, but should be brought down as the +1. And that makes 3.
Textbook initiation, perfect target prioritization, finding the Storm Spirit, just
Yeah.
a little bit of luck there,
They
again
could,
for Kazakhstan.
well, they could have jumped the Kunkka, but they waited. That was so patient from them.
It was such a good call, just to hold back until they saw a much juicier target. Just the spell itemization, you know, spell placement was so good there. They were able to take down the Storm Spirit of all heroes. You know, he does have buyback available, so does Gyrocopter. So Malaysia not incredibly threatened right now. They're going to be able to respond to any kind of aggression that comes through here. But imagine you're going high ground versus Medusa and Kunkka.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It feels awkward. I don't know how much you want to commit though, because the Vengeful Spirit's alive. The swap out potential. It doesn't feel like as much of a good siege as it might otherwise do so. Like for the defenders.
Yeah. Both teams have ways of threatening the other in that regard. Chucky doing his best to defend this. I mean, sure, he's absolutely chunking down.
I think he has the heart finished up though. All right, nice. Kunkka again, but
Once
getting
again,
the swap
yeah.
out for the save.
They'll sacrifice Vendetta. But I mean, you're so scared going for this bench kill because there's a chance they just follow. Oh, whoa, Lonely Chucky. He's used the ultimate here to try and get the catches on the chase, but that's just going to give him an opportunity to go in. They're absolutely going to take this BKB pop from Violet now on the low ground. He needs to start getting off some damage inside this BKB, otherwise things can get pretty awkward here. Yep, Medusa absolutely blasting into this Muerta. They're going to try and jump her right now before she gets off the ultimate. They have the lockdown though. Chucky, he's taking so much damage here. He's going to try and stand his ground though. Gets the mana back from the snake returning, and EGX is going to be the one to fall instead. Muerta, she needs to run away, but she's not going to be able to with the Storm constantly jumping on her again, getting the nice little leash through the zip. Moon is doing so much work in this fight, just stopping them getting away, getting Lonely chucking forwards and getting him to do the damage. Violent falls, down goes another, and it's an ultra kill for the Medusa as she just rips through the entirety of Kazakhstan.
Rampage, you mean?
Not quite.
Oh, he was
That
already
is a
dead.
clone,
He was
my
already
friend.
dead. He was already
Get
dead.
baited.
Easy debates, easy debates.
No Rampage today, my friend, but my god, 4 heroes down in Kazakhstan. I mean, this is the second time we've seen a high ground go bad, but to be honest, Malaysia just played that so sick, jumping forward with the right heroes, constantly just stopping them being able to escape, and now we're going to have to see some buybacks.
Alright, we get the buyback coming through on the Nature's Prophet. They do still have buyback on
Immediately goes to cut the wave,
the Earth
which is
Spit.
risky.
No, I think it's good though, because is it though? Those timers are really long.
Storms in
Actually,
the
we get
game,
caught
you
out.
can't
Yeah,
do
exactly.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Liru, my friend, you've delayed things, but really, have you? The barracks are still falling. Maybe that actually stops them getting more. Let's see here.
Age is expiring. Pretty good for Kazakhstan, I have to say. They were kind of in a really threatened position there. It's wild that Malaysia are the ones who actually take the first full set of racks in the situation as well.
All right,
After
you know
playing
what?
from behind for so long.
I take it all back. Nature's Prophet, you're a gamer. That was sick. Actually stopped them getting a second lane of barracks without buyback. Looked insane. Looked unhinged, but unhinged has been the aim of the game.
They're gonna try and chunk away at this. They're trying to preserve the buyback status of the Earth Split. EGX, he has Ravage available, but you don't want to use it just to buy that time.
You got
Your is coming
Fortification.
up.
But Dire do have Fortify. What? Are they not?
Okay.
Alright.
Willing to give up 2 sets of racks for this.
Saving Fortify for game 3, maybe? Medusa, she's kind of been a little bit left behind here. Team, there is a Storm ready to go in. They're going to have to do so now as the Ravage just comes through to ensure the Medusa kill. And Violent is there to deal the damage. Moon needs to get himself away from this Muerta. Medusa Veil is used. You need to leave. And he absolutely will. But Medusa brought down. Very, very sticky disengage there from Malaysia. And losing your Medusa is not how you want to go about things.
They do have the buyback, so again.
Yeah, and 2 lanes barracks up. You know, certainly Malaysia feeling okay about this one. But now, what do you do for Kazakhstan? Are you forcing this buyback, Jeeves?
Yeah, I think we need to look at like just applying that pressure on the top lane, or Roche is not going to be up for another minute and a half. That's the problem. You just have to massage the wave from a distance. The Storm is going to be able to respond every time, so you can't just go there with one hero. You know, you have to take so many heroes. They're going to go for like a smoke play here, baiting with the Violent. Muerta, they want Storm to jump in on this hero, and then they turn it around based on that. But is Storm going to fall for the bait? Trying to equalize the racks here. X marks the spot.
X
Very
back.
nice.
Yeah, that's
Seeing
actually
the,
very pretty cool with this combo.
The thicker zip
no
there.
heals.
You know, the thicker zip.
Yeah, thick zip.
Radiant's middle tower.
You know, it's doing a little bit, but it's not going to stop them. Barracks are falling. 2 barracks were gained by Malaysia from their kills, and now just 1 kill. Kazakhstan looking to settle the score. They don't have the creeps though. This Storm and this
Very
Conquer
risky.
are making sure of it. This is a dirty, dirty combo, and I love it.
Yeah, they need to fall back now for the Roche potential, I say. But we need to see a few more control items coming out. This Storm is incredibly difficult for them to deal with. And you know, if Violent just gets out from that team fight, I mean, they did everything to force Staff away. They swapped him, and they just couldn't get him away. And even if you do get him a little bit further away, Storm's still going to chase. You know, it's such an awkward game to play without, you know, mana drain, without, you know, like an EMP or something from the Invoker. It's just, you know, so smoke up from Malaysia, and now it's their turn to be the hunters.
It is indeed. They want blood.
Okay.
Buybacks. Well, not looking great for the Muerta, actually. If she does get caught out here, then it could be very, very bad. Yeah. She opted to, instead of having the buyback, going for the Refresher Orb, which, you know what? I like it. I think that's perfect this game. We talked so much about the Siren Song versus the Pierce the Veil.
Yeah, versus that Stone Gaze, it's definitely gonna help them out. Because you could pop the Pierce the Veil, and then maybe that forces her to Stone Gaze, you fall back, refresh, come back in. Maybe it works out for them. Roche is a little bit longer this time around, so, you know, 2-minute timer on there. Storm already checking, you know, he's going to be up top just now, very soon, in 10 seconds or so he's hanging around in the pit, but he's not going to find anything for quite some time.
Yeah, he's trying to set up the Storm Remnants. I don't know if that's worthwhile, and he decides it's not. Wow, Toshi, very, very far on the front lines here. My goodness, they're going to see him, and yeah, this isn't the target they really want to get upon, so... Rest of the team coming nearby.
The wraparound though. The angle's good. Oh no,
I don't
Violet.
know.
They go for another smoke actually, trying to reset things. Don't want to engage just yet. The Medusa illusion is going to show in the lane, going to give them a little bit of information that yes, Malaysia are exactly where you think they are.
Yeah.
Both teams smoked up, waiting. This Roche 57 seconds away, and he will be top when he spawns.
Here's the thing, Muerta cannot be caught first in this fight, because if she dies without getting off that BKB the first time, her refresher orb's completely worthless, and there is a chance that they'll know she doesn't have buyback, and then the game's just over. So Violent has to be so careful here, and this isn't careful. They know this. They're going for it. BKB comes out from Violent, though he's too damn quick, gets up the ultimate as well, and starts just laying into Moon. Moon looking for the target from the sidelines there. Ravage comes through, does land onto the Medusa, who tries to manage dodge it, but not quite good enough. And Storm, he's getting beaten on down, gets caught out by the silence. A beautiful calling coming out from Muerta. Violent just blasting out the damage here, but there comes a refresher coming in from the side. Chucky trying to deal with EGX as he tries to just get himself away, but Chucky keeps on chasing. BKB used now from the Muerta. She's not low at all. Farn going to be forced to pop everything now, and they're just going to kite him out. Violent, he can't get off the damage. They need to find a way to re-engage to make Violent's ultimate worthwhile here, and they do kill off the Pugna, but Moon immediately on the Ravage in response, so they need to keep Violent alive. Violent, he's getting so low, and he's going to fall. Moon finishes the job with Chucky, and that could be all, folks. They take down Liru as well, and all of a sudden, Malaysia, they find their timings. They do what they've been doing so well this entire event, and Kazakhstan could be on the verge of defeat now, Jeeves.
They're going to have to go for tier 4s, so there's no other way to play this. I don't see how Kazakhstan can hold versus what they've got standing up on Malaysia right now. They don't even need to go for the Aegis at this point. They're literally
Toshi! He goes and finds the bounty runes, which gives
Oh,
the
he can
Muerta
find
the
a buyback.
buyback. All right. Do we have a hope here, ladies and gents?
He's looking for the angle.
Ooh, it's tough. You know,
There's
those cooldowns. A Medusa without cooldowns
All right,
is
3
much
versus 5
scarier
now.
than a Muerta without cooldowns. They go for the swap into the silence. It's nice. But it might just sacrifice your Venge, unfortunately. Toshi is going to try and engage on this. They get the Stone Gaze out from the Medusa to start things off. And now they'll move into Toshi. Toshi with the BKB, holding his ground. Hexes out onto the Muerta, actually, who's just used Pierce to fail. Oh, this could be bad. This could be very bad indeed. Do they go for the Ancient? Do they go for the kills? The kills are the answer as they jump forward onto Muerta once again, and she's gone. No buyback on the Muerta. Game number 2. It goes to Malaysia, evening out the series. This is what we wanted. We're heading to a game 3.
Fantastic. We talked over and over again about how this Medusa was going to be the linchpin for Malaysia all the way throughout the tournament, and in the end he manages to come good for his team. He managed to carry this game really quite hard, I would say, and he takes them to a game 3 and a potential shot at that gold medal.
Very nicely done. Game number 3 on the cards now. Whew, it's really heating up in this grand finals here between these two teams. I mean, you know, Kazakhstan, they played well. They played their draft very nicely indeed, but they just didn't have the same aggression that they were able to get from their draft in game number 1, and that really seemed to kind of knock them off tempo and gave Malaysia the chances they need. And I feel like if, you know, they can do that again in game 3, then yeah, Malaysia looking good.
I was concerned, of course. Remember that Malaysia had overcompensated for, you know, because they'd been pushed in so hard last time around, but it was just actually, it's so close as well. Both teams take down 2 sets of racks almost, you know, and like it's backwards and forwards. But at the end of the day, the longer the game goes, the greedier draft is always going to come out on top. And especially if you've got Medusa in the game without any kind of, like, there's no diffusal blade carrier, there's no anti-mage, there's no PL, there's no invoker, you know. It's pretty much really impossible for them to take her down in that end game. And then even if you do go on her with like literally everything BKB's up, you know, you're going wild, but she just presses Stone Gaze.
Yeah, and in the end, you know, that kind of cat and mouse game of Stone Gaze versus Pierce the Veil, and the refresher orb to try and counter that, you know, and the Medusa doesn't have it, but in the end, you know, it's Moon who does so much work, who puts the pressure every single time he sees that Muerta. He's just jumping on her the moment she pops any ultimate, getting away. Honestly, I think Storm might be a pretty damn good Muerta answer. We shall see how things break down in game number 3, but of course, before then, we need to break down game 2 a little bit more. We've got the perfect people for the job. It's over to Snare, Beacop, and Black.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Game number 2 will go the way of Malaysia, which means that for the first time at the Global Esports Games 2023, we will go to a Game 3, only fitting for the grand finals of this tournament. Yet again, we're going to be breaking down exactly how the game shook out here on the STC Play Analyst Desk. And I am again with B-Cop and Black. That game, good victory for Malaysia. They must feel good, B-Cop, but wasn't the cleanest victory in the world, let's be honest.
No, it was not. It was a lot of interesting positioning, some interesting team fights, especially in that bottom team fight when they ended up losing the Medusa when the focus changed onto the Nature's Prophet. It should have been probably much easier with the Medusa in that part of the game, but it's ends up being bad positioning that leads to a game feeling as tense as it was, and hopefully, for Malaysia's sake, they can find a way to make it a little bit easier Game 3.
You alluded to exactly how this game was going to shake out, Black. That their team fight advantage was on the side of Kazakhstan, and we saw it over and over and over again. They were able to control the space with Ravages, making very good jump-ins from the mid lane, but inevitability, I think, has so far been the name of the day, because we saw it in Game 1, Faceless Void, inevitable, going to eventually become the biggest hero. The same situation ended up happening in Game 2 on the Medusa, so are we just going to be having a hard carry matchup for this Grand Finals?
It's very well possible, but I actually do believe that Kazakhstan had chances to really itemize against the problems. Like if Tidehunter went for a refresher instead of the heart, for example, I think they have quite decent shot at actually winning this game. But again, team fights are always going to be a problem if your hard carry is countered by just a single Stone Gaze, because obviously you'll never be able to outrange the Medusa Stone Gaze. I really like the way Malaysia composed themselves. Sure, there were a couple of mistakes here and there, but Moon came through. We said Storm Spirit is a very strong hero right now. He had an interesting item build too. I'm still not quite sure about the Bloodstone over like an Aghanim Scepter, for example.
Yeah.
Gotta do some testing how good Bloodstone actually is on Storm. But yeah, overall Malaysia looked way better, much more composed, and they stuck to with what they knew is good. They didn't try any weird, fancy support combo. They knew this works, and it's good.
Yeah, probably helped as well that both supports were able to deal damage throughout the entirety of the game. We saw the impact of this new cooldown, and we also saw the influence of this Kunkka. Man, like, every time I see this hero these days, I just remember why it's so often banned out, why it's in every single game. You look at this and you're like, come on, this needs to be changed up. Maybe not even retweak the numbers of the Torrent Storm, just remove the spell entirely, man.
Dude, it's so stupid. I hate this hero. I mean, I love Kunkka, but it's just like, Torrent Storm, you're up in the air, you're getting hit by a tidal wave. Like, have you ever been in a wave park? Like an amusement park, and all of a sudden, like, they really ramp it. You feel like you're going to drown. There's nothing you could do. You're constantly moving, and it's so rough to deal with all that hero movement and kind of hope that you can at least survive the initial whiplash and then be able to do something afterwards. Just change his hero. Take it out. Torrent Storm is... I think it's pretty stupid. I think it's it's very high power.
Is Torrent Storm the problem, though, or is it the tidal wave?
It's the combination of having both.
Yeah, I think we have to take one
away. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
and truth be told, it should be the tidal wave because we know repositioning tools in Dota are
busted.
Too good.
Yeah.
Get it
I mean,
for free.
we're going to literally see it in this fight here.
Yeah.
Look at this, right? It happens once. They're able to bring down the Tidehunter, and then look at Violent, right? Poor little Violent there on this Muerta, thinking that, you know what, we should be able to take this fight. We've just killed Kunkka. Kunkka has buyback. You buy back immediately. This is one of the best ways to defend the high ground. And any hero that's good at being able to buy back and instantly make an influence in defending the high ground, automatically busted. If there's no tidal wave, Violent doesn't die here. But because Violent dies, the game changes. They don't finish the lane of Rax, and suddenly Malaysia just back into it.
Yeah, he eventually also gets his Octarine core, of course, which leads to this fight because Tidehunter was permanently X-marked. He literally couldn't move. He hit the Rex once and he stood there for 30 seconds. Tried to escape, couldn't do it. Even after he got swapped out, he still was in the same place. Yeah, I mean, we see it here, Torrent Storm. It's just so hard to even know what's going on. Where can I where can I like stand? You can't stand anywhere around him. It's ridiculous. But yeah, what can we say? Kazakhstan, I think they had their chances. That initial high ground push really cost them. I think if they just played a bit slower, get a refresher on the Tidehunter, get the MKB on the Muerta before they really tried that high ground push, and secure that Roshan, most importantly, they would have won this game.
Yeah,
so that mistake is very avoidable.
But it's also tough, right? Like, you definitely feel the pressure to finish game earlier with Medusa, right?
Yeah.
So you got to kind of weigh your options, and sometimes in the heat of the moment, it's tough.
It is tough, for sure, especially for these younger players. And they were feeling themselves. You could tell, especially Earth Spirit. He was just rolling in, all chatting. Well, not all chatting, but, voice dance.
Should all chat.
You just should all chat. Pretty easy here, guys.
Until it isn't.
Until it isn't. Oh, Medusa is hitting me for 5k in like 3 seconds. Oh.
I was a little bit shocked about Tide and Earth Spirit's farm about midway through the game. They were about 2 and 3k respectively behind their lane opponents. So I was a little shocked because they were, I think the score line was like 17-8. They were moving around the map really well. They had killed the Medusa twice, and yet their farm still wasn't as good as I thought it would be.
-2 golden neutral creeps, though.
I guess.
Or the economy being taken away. I guess it's that tough thing where when you're trying to make so much happen on the map, you just naturally end up falling behind on farm. And unfortunately, it does end up in a loss for the side of Kazakhstan, which will mean that we go to a game 3 here.
Woo!
We spoke about a lot of this itemization. B-Cup, you like the Solar Crest item, right? Do you like it enough to justify purchasing 2 in the same team?
Not particularly. I wasn't. We initially, when we were sitting in the stands, thought it was going to be Nature's Prophet who got it. Then it was Venge first, and I think the gold could have been better spent. Like if that Hex is earlier, or the Blade Mail timing too was weird for Nature's Prophet because he had gone to the Solar Crest, and what was it? 30 minutes he got the Blade Mail. It was pretty late.
Yeah, I mean, even the way he played, though, so suicidal.
Yeah,
he
was
literally TP'd into 5 heroes every fight.
Yeah.
Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But as you said, it's a lot of gold spent on the Blade Mail, on the
and
additional
the Solar
Crest.
Crest. Because it could have been maybe an earlier Hex, which would have been really nice, especially if it lined up with around maybe 1 BKB or a little bit less there for the side of Malaysia. And then
Heaven's Halberd even against the Medusa. Something.
Halberd, something like that. Orchid. I mean, he had a Blightstone. Maybe you go Deso. You try to 4th core it up.
Potentially, but I mean, at some point, the Storm's damage was actually the real story of the game. He just flies through the Shiva's active. It was ridiculous amounts of damage. All of them were like half health before the fight even started.
The entire time he just gets pulled
That's
right
right,
back.
yeah. It's
Seems fair. No problem.
I mean, I really don't like Storm Spirit like as a concept. It's just a really unfair hero. And now bringing back all these items, we're gonna see a lot of Storm against.
Yeah, the spirits are back.
Yeah.
Both I think more so Storm than Ember, but I think the spirits are back.
Yeah, might even see a couple of Void Spirits here and there. One thing that was also difficult to deal with in this game. It's one thing if we're playing against Storm, you're like, all right, guys, he's going to zip in, take one fight, but he has to go all the way back to base. Not only does he have X to sort of help him reposition, he also has this Pugna, constant refuel station, so they can just keep fighting over and over and over and over again. And unfortunately, you're playing Merta. This kind of sucks, right? Pierce the Veil does have a limited duration. It's not like a Medusa where your damage output just is there the entirety of the fight. You have to be very particular about when you engage. So not really that easy for the side of Kazakhstan to be able to make this hero work. And as a result, they will go down in the second game. But because there were a lot of glimmers of hope, it feels like it's all going to come back to the draft primarily, right? For the third game. So what adjustments do we want to see being made by Kazakhstan to ensure that game 3 goes in that direction?
Bandusa?
Yeah, I think Bandusa maybe pick something else for it because they weren't committed to that margin in the draft, right? Like there was definitely openings for something else.
Yeah.
But
But there's something else is, when you don't have so much time to practice, you might end up with what Malaysia ended up with in game 1. And you like pick something
or
comfortable
you try to pick
on,
the flavors,
and then you're like, ugh, and you just lose.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely right? Like you're seeing patch notes. You said it. Lost in the sauce, I think, is a very good way when you see somebody has a change list this big instead of this big. All of a sudden, you're like,
how about this here? Oh, yeah, that got buffed. Oh, yeah, it's picked them both together.
And it's still a bit of theory crafting, right? Like, how is this going to interact? How the item's going to do? But nobody's
That's
really...
all it is, though. Theory crafting.
Yeah.
It hasn't been put into practice yet.
Yeah, and nobody's picked up the new items, really. I mean,
No.
Solar Crest, that's been showing up the most, and that's been to be pretty strong. I was surprised with the Storm getting Witchblade and then not upgrading it.
Yeah,
I
that
really thought
Bloodstone
there was gonna be
pickup
something for it.
was interesting.
Yeah.
Because I think if he just went for like a brooch and the Witchblade upgrade, what's it called? I don't even know the name.
Kanda?
Yeah.
Upgraded Witchblade.
Upgraded Witchblade.
Yeah. if he went for both of those, like he can kill Muerta even in Veil, because he popped BKB sometimes, but he still had the backup of the Veil. If Storm has those 2 items, the Veil does nothing for you.
Yeah. And then had the refresher too, but even then it felt like double pierce the veil, double BKB wasn't enough at that point in the game.
Yeah, at that point.
Yeah.
Little too late. A lot
Coach's
too late.
words worked, by the way. I don't
coaches-
know what was,
yeah.
I don't know what was actually said, but if we assume it was a repeat
No, he,
of
like,
whatever
he
I
looked really
said,
quiet.
Yeah.
Like, he was very calm.
Huh?
Not like
He didn't kick
not
down the
kicking
door.
the door down. It's got to be a higher kick than that, truthfully.
higher kick.
Yeah, you gotta, because you want to hit the doorknob right where it kind of, you want to break the door down.
Okay.
Oh, you want to break it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
but
no,
then-
no,
yeah, you-
exert it. Okay, so
but
force
then-
must go into
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
I see,
you're
I see.
coming
Showing
in.
dominance.
But then you also have to pay for the door. Though.
Well, that'll come out the tournament winnings.
Yeah, exactly.
So he was the coach last time around. This time, Black, you are in this position. Kazakhstan, they knew they were one game away from just winning the entire thing. Now they're in danger of dealing with the reverse sweep. What are you going to say to them now as their coach to restore their confidence and make sure Game 3 goes well?
I'll be the player this time.
Nothing crazy. Okay,
Nothing crazy? All right, I'm ready.
Literally, I believe they should. You should
Okay, I'm ready.
ban Medusa.
Okay, I can do
Because
that.
literally, most of Malaysia's success came from that hero.
Yeah.
And this series, even though they had Medusa, which is their safety net, which puts more pressure on Kazakhstan, Malaysia was actually the one feeling the pressure more than Kazakhstan, I believe.
All right, I have a question for you. Would you rather,
Yes.
if you have to choose one of these heroes to play against in this
Okay.
series, right? You can either play against the Medusa or you can play against Zeal Conquer. Which is more dangerous for you in this situation?
Probably still Konka, to be honest. But that's the thing. We got like 8-9 bans. Let's go ban all of them.
Okay.
I mean, you theoretically could, but then you're leaving potentially Chen out there, which scares me.
Or
yeah.
the Ponyo tree, potentially.
Yeah.
But it would be fun to see.
Yeah,
No.
I'd like to see the Chen.
What, like 21 armor? I don't know how much it is.
It's something so stupid.
Yeah, some ridiculously high number.
Real
And then you get like
I think it's
additional
31 at
healing
level
too.
4. I'm not sure.
It's
Level 4, yeah.
Yeah, I'll check just now. The main thing, though, is going to be, I think one of the main issues that I did see for Malaysia, despite the fact that they won, I was very concerned about their movement within the entirety of this game, right? Not just their movement in terms of their team fights, but their movement around their wards. The one fight in particular that I think highlights this the best, we saw it in the Savvy Games replay earlier on. Roshan fight bottom, they have a perfect ward. They literally see all 5 heroes coming down towards them, or 4 heroes, Nature's Prophet comes in later, but they still lose the fight. And I've been told that apparently if you fight around your vision and you have the initial jump, that it's very difficult to lose fights, but it kept happening in this game, Benji.
Yeah, that fight in particular was when Venge was in the trees and broke the smoke, and then they panicked a little bit, and then the side of Kazakhstan kind of wrapped in around, and that was when Nature's Prophet TP'd in, right? That was that
yeah.
same fight. So it looked good. They started to extend, and Muerta got back. They saw the Nature's Prophet, and then the attention kind of changed. The Medusa went forward still. They dropped back, and then you were split, and that's a communication error, right? Like, you see Nature's Prophet, everybody goes Nature's Prophet, but you're Medusa, leaving them vulnerable to get killed.
There was a lot of errors actually in that fight in particular. Like they misfocused for sure. Like they went all out on Prophet and Venge. And
Yeah.
the other 3 heroes were like, all right, you used everything. We're killing you, Medusa. You know, like, again, we mentioned it earlier. Stone Gaze was used very early, many fights. He was definitely feeling the pressure, but they still got the win. But game 3, if the draft is more even, because I still think Malaysia's draft was insane with that last pick Storm Spirit that they had. You can't allow these kind of mistakes to happen. Because Violent, yes, they lost, but he kept his composure pretty much throughout, and he didn't really make many mistakes in terms of item usage, spell usage. So, yeah, gotta hunker down, you know. Mistakes like that, game 3, not allowed.
Not allowed.
Not one mistake.
Not allowed.
Not a single mistake. No deaths.
Nah, some mistakes are allowed, but really big, crucial mistakes like that, you can't allow that.
I got the player some slack, though. I questioned his no mistakes, and they can make some.
Yeah, but not
Good
big ones.
negotiating skills right there.
Not big ones, small ones.
Okay.
Just small ones, right?
Yeah.
Okay, one thing I also want to talk about very quickly before we get into our third and deciding draft here, in terms of support players, Ponyo, you were mentioning it earlier, when he's not on the tree and protector, we don't necessarily see the best out of him. He played the Rubik game 1, played the Gyrocopter in game 2. If he doesn't get tree again, what do you think of his, firstly, what have you made of his performance in the second game, and what can he play, do you think, if tree is yet again banned for the third game?
It's really hard to say because just like with Medusa and Chucky, I feel it's the same with Tree and Ponyo. They just play much better on those heroes, which is also why I'm thinking if they ban out Medusa, Malaysia's in a little bit of trouble. What could he play? I mean, his Gyrocopter, I feel like he kind of did what he could, but the biggest problem for me when I see him play on other heroes than Treant, his warding game is not nearly as good. He can't get in as deep. He doesn't get the vision that the team really wants. Like, he doesn't break as many smokes, which of course is part of the hero, because on Treant it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
But you still need to be able to kind of figure out how to put it into your game to really be as annoying as you could. as he has been in the past, because I feel some of the games he actually won his team.
Yeah, for sure.
For 100%.
It was tough because he was kind of positioning himself like he was still playing tree. We saw there was like 1 or 2 times where he was mid in the trees, and you're just like, yeah, you're a gyro, dude.
Yeah.
Like they know where you are, and you got caught, and it's just like, all right, well, hopefully he can be on the tree, make his life a little bit easier, because he did start that game super shaky. He was like 1-6-5 or something like that to start.
Laning phase was not pretty.
Yeah, but once he got a little bit of farm under his belt and a little bit of sense of relief in that game, you could see why he's played so well in this event. Like his positioning was really good, and I think his spell usage too. Those call downs, because it's vector targeted now, so he led a lot of heroes to stay within that triple call down. I think that did a lot of work actually, underratedly.
And let's talk to me, Benji, about this mid lane Earth Spirit. From what we've seen, obviously he was very impactful in the earlier portion of the game, started to drop off a little bit on later. In the power rankings of the Spirits, right, do you think maybe this game would have been different had they had the Ember Spirit rather than the Earth Spirit here?
Yeah, I think the Ember Spirit build's a little bit more aggressive. It's it's not the Vessel. It's a little bit more damage as well. And I think the fights might even be a bit more too, but they used the Earth Spirit into the advantage where they had the roll into the calling, and they probably don't get those kills if it's an Ember Spirit instead of an Earth Spirit as well. So it's just like, I love Ember. I think maybe his farm stays a little bit better too, because the Earth Spirit farm in that game started to take a bit of a tumble after that initial aggressive stage of the game for them.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Also, it makes sense though when they picked the Earth Spirit, because it was right after the Kunkka, which it's a counter to Kunkka. You get the boat out, but then you get all the dot damage after. You take the sustained fight, the prolonged fight. You take all the damage after the boat, of course. But when the draft shaped out at the very end, it didn't look that good anymore. Storm Spirit beats him. You just don't do much.
Yeah, and it just, I don't know. It really felt lackluster.
It did.
Well, we're going to be seeing whether or not they're going to have a draft that is not lackluster, that can scale throughout the entirety of the game, as we are now in our decider. Game 3 of Malaysia versus Kazakhstan, the winner of which will be crowned champion here at the Global Esports Games 2023. Kazakhstan playing on the Dire side, Malaysia on the Radiant. Kazakhstan going back for the Pugna, very good hero. But we're going to get a treat on our hands here. Zeal Beastmaster is going to be emerging. We're going to see that individual buffer from Helm of the Overlord without a doubt from him.
Yeah, it's also that talent too, which I think is pretty good, right? It was the change to the damage the Bird and Hawk did. Maybe it's not a talent, but it was a change to the damage that both the Hawk and the Boar do, and it felt pretty good. And I like Beastmaster. We talked about it back in the early parts of the DPC, with Zeal being on the Beastmaster. He plays it really well. You can get a Blink at some point if you want to be that initiator with the Blink Roar, but I think Roar gives you a lot of options in terms of just having that damage, and you have push potential. Like a first pick like that just checks so many boxes always feels so nice.
Yeah, Beastmaster has been insane for so long.
Yeah.
So many patches in a row. Whether it's his axe that was introduced and he just ran in and tanked and still had the push aura, or whether it's a zoo meta, he's always good.
Him with a stun in the lane too, kind of feels lane winning.
Hell, do y'all remember when we first introduced Drums of Slom? How stupid that was initially?
Yeah,
Well,
that was great.
It was so crazy because we were doing Western Europe tiebreakers. We hadn't seen one Drums of Slom pick up, and all of a sudden tiebreakers went 3 rounds or something like that. They bought Drums of Slom, and everybody was like, "Oh my god, dude, this item slaps! I can't believe it!" And then Tour 2 comes, and everybody's buying Drums of Slom.
That always happens in Dota, right? Where something changes, people don't try it just yet. You're accustomed to a previous iteration of the game. Then you try it, and you're like, "Wow, okay, this is very good."
They just show this is mid Spirit Breaker.
It could be position 4 Spirit Breaker as well. We've seen that in those tournaments, so it's not necessarily out of the question. The same is true for the Gyrocopter. It could be 1, 5, or 4. They haven't necessarily given away too much information just yet.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's a game 1 scenario though, but this time for Kazakhstan. Those 2 supports are not great
stuns,
together,
right?
and the backline is 0 protection. This cow easily gets access to them.
Yeah, as long as you've got the better vision, you can see Nature's Prophet and just charge him, right?
Yeah, draft
Or
already
even just
is
the Pugna.
a bit rough.
Stop the life drain, get on top
Stop
of
the
him.
life drain, stop the decrepit, stop helping other people.
Yeah.
Night Stalker, okay. Seen this hero pop off a little bit recently. We still don't necessarily have great stun. Okay, so the way I'm thinking about this right now with this Kazakhstan and these heroes, if they can come out of their lanes super far ahead, they can't really roll over the Malaysia, right? Constantly just show up everywhere across the map. You show up with Nighttime, with this Night Stalker, jump in, Nature's Prophet follows up as well. Not much stun, sure, but if you get like some early Blink Dagger, it could work out for this Night Stalker.
Yeah, and it's like an answer to the Beastmaster. You can eat the creep.
This draft is screaming Ember for Kazakhstan for me.
Yeah, I agree. They need something with very low cooldowns that can just go in and out and
The Searing
disable
Chains
people.
change is going to be so good, especially if Night Stalker just jumps on top of them.
Yeah, they need something like Ember, because so far the draft is lacking lots of things. They could also go for like a DK or something.
Yeah, I
wouldn't mind that.
I don't know if I like it as much just because it's more single target oriented with the. But the change to the Breathe Fire is so good.
What?
TA? Safe lane TA coming out here?
Or mid. We've seen a couple mid TAs.
I hope not mid,
I hope
because we
not
get another
mid.
carry.
Yeah.
And this lineup, okay, again, we already said it. It can work. TA has like a pseudo disable with the trap. You get silenced and slowed. But yeah, and this
you
is
just
like
go
this is a
Kunkka mid
lineup where you allow 0 mistakes for yourself.
Yeah. Could you go Kunkka mid for Malaysia?
You can. You can.
Why
It's
not?
good. I think Ember is also really good for them though.
Yeah. That
'Cause
as well.
you already have the cow to deal with the Night Stalker. You have the Beastmaster to deal with the Night Stalker. Now you just pick a hero that's really good against TA. Why not? Husker also looks amazing, personally.
That would be great.
With the draft they already have. Like they have so much backup for the Husker.
I wish Tinker, but that hero got nerfed pretty heavily.
One thing I hate about this TA is that now we literally the only form of, it's not even a real disable, it's Void. Void and like the silence with the crippling fear, that's it. Here's your Husker right now. Once Husker buys BKB, how on earth do you contain this hero, man?
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at Kazakhstan right now. I'm thinking about options. They have one pick left,
Mid AA.
which is either a carry or mid, right? And nothing screams at me like, I'm the one. Drow Ranger is great against Husker, but it's awful here. There's so many heroes that are actually awful because they have so much backline jump. And Kazakhstan still has a carry to pick too. Yeah. I could be a carry Husker and you pick a mid like Ember, which is also insane. Like the draft looks so good for Malaysia.
Does Ember go safe lane anymore?
Nah.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long
I'm sure it can work still, but you just want to have the levels, you know. And the mid laners, do you know how it is when you play a hero that you're really good at and then somebody else plays, you just judge them all the time. Like you look at the safe lane Ember, oh, what's the skill build or item build? Let me play it.
That's you with Terrorblade and Anti-Mage.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I admit it.
TP.
So Ursa, Luna banned.
Yep.
Of course, the good heroes against Night Stalker. By the way, I want to say for the record, I don't like Night Stalker against Spirit Breaker because you get all the vision at nighttime. You charge him, you get all the vision around Night Stalker. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword.
One thing I'm really concerned about, I also don't see how Kazakhstan, them fighting after the laning phase, it's incredibly difficult to take fights of their own accord unless
It's
Night
so hard.
Stalker. You have to have like blink BKB, maybe even an Aghanim Scepter to make that happen for yourself.
Yeah.
I guess maybe once you get TA Ags, you can just sort of sweep around the map. As soon as you show up with the trap, if you have them placed in the right direction, everybody just pops up at once, but
It's not
execution
really a purchase,
very
though,
heavy.
right? Like you don't buy TA eggs till way later.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the problem.
I mean,
I'm gonna go with Lifestealer from Malaysia, by the way.
Lifestealer
Yeah.
could work. More halberds. And they have so much damage already. Like this draft looks insane.
Yeah. I think that like you just need to pick a hero that doesn't die.
Troll.
Troll, that's a hero that
Perfect
doesn't
for the
die.
situation.
Yep.
Also,
Coddle.
mid Coddle. Okay, this draft is. I was about to say I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, but what a draft to fumble in Game 3 Grand Finals. It can work. Don't get me wrong. It can work, but you're allowed like 1-2 mistakes at most. They get like if Malaysia gets a Roshan, if the game goes to late game. Oh man, there's so many problems.
So I was talking to one of the Arabic talent earlier, and we were sort of theory crafting about this Coddle, right? Once you get the Bloodstone on this hero, it will increase the AoE of the Ignis and make sure that you're so far away that you can't actually approach the thing to destroy it. And Flicker does damage now at this point.
Yeah.
That's maybe the only thing I can see that gives them big team fight, because of the heroes that are left in the game that would give them big AoE team fights, like what? It's this, it's Enigma, these sort of heroes, but this feels so risky to me, B-Cop. I don't know how to make this work. Talk to me about this. When you look at this last pick, Coddle, in tandem with everything else on the Kazakhstan's lineup, I need you to give me that Copium Huff, man. Hope you have a big canister with me. Help me out.
God, I don't even know. I feel like Huskar beats up the mid, right? I don't know. I don't think I have enough copium. in a tank.
He's definitely going to free farm middle. At least there's a Cuddle middle who will still be okay to get levels. You won't like
Yeah.
kill him, but it's not great. He'll have a super early armlet. Map pressure will be there.
The pressure is there from all lanes. Like
Yeah, it's going to be
the
tough.
Beastmaster's going to push in pretty heavily, and his lane is
And Night Stalker's going to lose his lane
Yeah.
against the Troll. Okay, the saving grace is you pick the Troll into Pugna. That's garbage. Because any target you are on gets
Decrep
decrepified, and you're like, well... But actually, Troll just got changed, right? If there's no target in range,
Yeah, you can move. If you don't have a valid target, you can
So that
put
means the
movement commands.
decrepified target, actually, you're not
That's
stuck
true.
there.
If it's a decrypt target and there's nobody else close to that target, you should be able to run away.
Yeah.
That's
So maybe it's not
might
as
be a
bad
super
anymore.
buff. Oof. The big problem, though, honestly, Troll Warlord, I think we can all agree that when the Troll came out, it could have been any hero. Didn't really matter. All that really matters was the first 4 heroes Malaysia got into their draft, make them look so strong. And I think the STC Play Analyst Desk all agree that Malaysia certainly favored to become champions here at the Global Esports Games. But Kazakhstan has surprised us once before. Let us hope they can do it once again and give us an exciting matchup with this very unorthodox draft. To make sure that the action is as exciting as humanly possible, we send it to our unorthodox casting duo, which is Nomad and Jeeves. Gentlemen, for the last time for the men's finals, take it away.
Thank you very much once again, Snare. Yes, indeed, the gold medal match. One more game to decide who gets to bring home the gold for their country and who is going to be taking that silver. Jeeves, are you agreeing with the panel? Do you think it's Malaysia's day?
I do kind of feel, based on the draft, that Malaysia do have the edge here, but Kazakhstan, maybe they've been doing some theory crafting of their own. Maybe Toshi's like a Cottle, specialist. Maybe there's more to this than meets the eye. It feels like Malaysia's ticked all the boxes, though. They've kind of dealt with all of the situation they might do. They've got the Beastmaster for the kind of early pressure. The Huskar, we know what kind of a monster Huskar can be. Super good versus Templar Assassin, of course. You can just burn through the refraction. It feels like they've answered all of the questions, and it feels like everything has been leading up to this final game 3.
Which way is it going to go? Well, I want to see something crazy coming out from Kazakhstan, honestly. Like, I want to see them cook a little bit. I don't know what it's going to be, but I don't know. Is there any way we can see maybe something crazy coming out from the Coddle, utilizing one of the new items? It's not really a... It's an okay fight I through here. Perhaps there's some opportunities. We'll keep an eye on it and see exactly what build he does go for. Might just be the same old classic.
Well, they mentioned the potential Bloodstone with the extra AoE on the Ignis Fatus. It could be maybe wider the horses, I
don't like that. That seems weird. Like, like things which are already a big AoE don't really get affected by it too much. You're looking for the small things, which then get affected by it a lot more. But yeah, we'll see.
First time we're seeing Night Stalker in the tournament. We've just had a big patch. Do you think Night Stalker changed much? I don't remember reading too many changes there.
I don't believe Night Stalker was playing too much though. We'll put our best men on it and see what they can do for us.
We'll investigate that. Troll as well showing up here, as they mentioned. They changed the Troll, allowing him to move away when he doesn't have a valid target. That's super exciting to see it in the first instance as well. But there's so much just team fight potential here coming through from Malaysia. Kazakhstan, more pick-off related. Night Stalker roams around. Boom, Nature's Prophet TP's in. Maybe they find the kills.
Hold on, Jeeves, hold on. I've just been informed that Night Stalker is now completely busted. They gave him the biggest buff I've ever seen to any hero ever. Base mana regen increased from 0 to 0.25. That's such an increase, you can't even put a percentage on it. Because it's just infinitely better, so...
just massive.
Yeah, anytime he uses a spell, his mana's just going to fill up again instantly. This is madness.
Not really, of course.
No, there's some other small tweaks, but yeah,
a little bit of sarcasm there for sure. But not really much done to the Night Stalker to change things up. I'm worried for Kazakhstan. I really do here.
They've gone for the unconventional, and I always like that. I always like someone who's not afraid to do things a little differently. But,
I mean, if you feel like you're not going to be able to beat the Malaysian team conventionally, even though you took game 1 off of them, then why not try something a little bit kooky, a little bit left field? Sure. Why not? This Call struggling already in the mid lane though. He has his level 2 though.
Yeah, I mean, it's the matchup. Oh my God, that's aggressive. You know what? Sometimes you go for the play. It doesn't pay off. things like that. It's fine, we move on. But yeah, nice little kill there going the way of the Pugner. A little bit overzealous perhaps on the gyrocopter, but you're low on health, you're low on mana. Just go back to base, but
Might as well reset. But they do get
not
the first
best to give
blood.
up First blood, yeah.
Yeah, and also you're giving it to a Pugna position 5, so, you know. What's he going to do? Get boots?
True, true. So yeah, this mid lane's really interesting though. The Coddle's actually doing alright to start things off, and I kind of expected it. I think we all kind of said that, you know, one thing about the Coddle pick is that it does give you a middle lane. You're not going to be bullied out by this Huskar, really. You know, you get to exist, which is kind of nice.
Yeah,
So.
once you get a few points in Illuminate, you can literally just blast the wave and then go and stack a
Exactly.
camp, you know?
Yeah.
And then kill the camp. So you can't farm up quite ridiculously fast, Vendetta.
Yeah, Gan, this time I'm going to think twice before trying to run this guy down, and yeah, won't go in for the kill, especially under the Nether Ward, so that's going to be alright for the time being.
I think he could have taken him there. I think he's a little bit overcautious just because he's like so worried about the fact that he just died. I think remember he had the Tyro on his side as well. I mean, he's still level 1 though on Gans, so maybe just keep himself fresh for now.
He's chilling, but meanwhile Zeal is just getting absolutely walloped in the lane by Violent. Violent doing very, very well with the side blades to put a bit of the hurt onto Mr. Zeal.
Definitely pressure him in regards to, you know, his sustain levels and his HP, but he's managing to maintain his CS despite this extra pressure. And yeah, I feel like it's a pretty good answer. The wild axes are okay to deal with sort of some of what she's bringing out, as well as, you know, once you get the boar online, maybe throw a hawk at her, you can break it. You can break in there.
You can cause some issues, and this is nice from Toshi. You know, like, sure, he's low on HP, it looks bad, but he's making the stacks. You know, he's just going to blast us from a while, get a couple of the CS with that. Got a blast, there you go. But up in the top side, Zeal does fall. That rotation comes in from Leo as expected, and brings down the Beastmasters. So, not a nice pick-off here for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and you know, Pugna pops off the salve, just backs things up, and he will reset and be able to come back to the line. Yeah,
Sorry.
okay. Well, I mean, it is Christmas.
It is.
Frostivus. Frostivus,
sir.
yeah. And, yeah.
How is our safe lane going on? So there's a bit of an action down here as they chase away the poor old Night Stalker. Night Stalker taking some heavy hits down in the bottom side. Down at bottom. Ooh, he does have to pop the bracer and the stick to survive through that, but yeah. Spirit Breaker plus the Troll Warlord. You know, Spirit Breaker pretty weak laner, Troll very strong laner, so definitely covering each other's weaknesses here.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker just offers you a little bit of catch and chase, you know, just on top of that. And I don't really like Spirit 5 just because I like to be able to rotate around the map a little bit more. But in this particular case, Troll is one of those heroes who could actually just sit under his tower sit pretty, you know, and allow the Spirit Breaker to have the ability to move around for sure.
Yeah, it was very nicely drafted.
And actually at this point, by the way, it's 21 CS for Huskar, 15 denies, versus 15 CS for Cottle. So despite the Cottle blast and such, he still doesn't quite have enough levels to, you know, be able to take the wave out completely with one blast. So he's falling behind hard here.
Yeah, it's a rough time. It is. I thought he'd do a little bit better than this, but unfortunately the Huskar pressure is just too much. But at least he's taken the time to make some stacks. You know, that should help out with a bit of recovery. And yeah, I think he's taking those now, actually.
Yeah, so long as they don't get robbed off of him, he should be okay-ish. But then Moon, a very good Huskar, very experienced Huskar player. So you know, he's definitely taking advantage of the Keeper of the Light here. So a little blast action. Still not really making much headway there. The big story though is Violent. You know, we've talked about this guy throughout the tournament, and here he is, 31 and 10 on that safe lane. He is smashing in those CS. And you know, I'm always a guy who kind of says, you know, of TA, you know, 12 minutes you start to get maybe a go.
Oh, hold on, Vendetta getting caught out in the triangle here as the Huskar rotates upon him. Sees the opportunity for a freebie and absolutely goes and scoops it up.
That's part of the deal. Gan finds their deep vision that they'd already placed in there, and you know that's going to make sure that those stacks can get a little bit far. But Kazakhstan very much aware that these jungle camps are being stacked in the meantime, so I expect some kind of a rotation to maybe try and snatch that up in about 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, if you bring the Coddle through with the Pugna, then I'm pretty sure you can just take the hard camp from the low ground, which could be a really nice play.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But yeah, so the TA itemization is going to come on pretty well, I would say. You know, you get that Blink Dagger or Dragon Lance. So, I think they go Dragon Lance, Blink Dagger first.
Tries to charge away, gets stunned up by the Void, and well, he's going to go down. EGX will grab that kill, and Ponyo gets roasted as up in the top side. Zeal trying to get himself out of this one. Violent just gonna chase. Lands a right click, gets the kill, and the CA continues to just absolutely dominate up here on the top lane. I mean, sure, I mean, I agreed with the panel that like this Kazakhstan draft is very interesting and probably a bit tricky to pull off, but when your TA is doing this well, I'm really starting to see some hope, and oh look, Pugner and Coddle.
From the low ground.
From the low ground.
Spitbreaker will answer the call with the charge in though.
Yeah, if they don't get the hard creeps, it's kind of not worthwhile, especially if they're losing Pugner here as well. Vendetta getting beaten on down. Sure, he's trying to deal a bit of damage back towards the Huskar there with the Blinding Light, but it's not really doing a whole lot. Oh, never mind, they might have enough. No, the regen from Berserker's Blood, 4 points in it. It's going to be way too strong. Now Liru getting beaten up by Gan and Ponyo on the sidelines here. They're going to leave that kill for the TA, but Zeal does seem to bring him down as finally Ponyo falls, and Toshi will follow him to the grave. Coddle just kind of throwing his log on the fire there, unfortunately.
It's actually a 5-head build as well. Like the matchup, he hasn't taken any points in disarm because what's Keeper of the Light going to do to you in melee? And you know,
with the right clicks.
He's not going to do nothing with right clicks, and just like great insight into the lane matchup there, and it allows him to have the 4 points in the Berserker's Blood. And,
yeah, survive through fights like this. It's perfect.
Fantastic, fantastic. And my main concern obviously is the TA gets ahead, like way ahead, and starts to dominate this early mid game. But I honestly feel like they already answered this
lane
with the heroes they have.
Lonely Chucky's really trying hard to bring down this Night Stalker, but EGX plays it very nicely indeed. Baits him just enough, using that HP as a resource to stop the Troll running away and making the kill nice and easy for them.
I mean, if Troll has his level 6 there, maybe he can turn things around a little bit. But they come in, a level 6 Keeper of the Light, level 6 Night Stalker. Because of the nature of Nature's Prophet moving around the map, Night Stalker's going to get slightly more XP, and it's nighttime, of course, so he's gonna, he's gonna put the beat down for sure.
Zoom in, absolutely.
So Kazakhstan with a much better kind of start to the game. Forget mid lane.
Yeah, we won't worry about that.
He's not doing too badly. He's recovered a bit. He's got his jungle camps.
A lot of those are jungle creeps.
A lot of them are. Minus 2 gold per creep, of course. But
they already went great, and now
it's going okay. It's going okay for them, I'd say. A really strong safe lane.
Yeah.
Off lane's doing okay-ish. Mid lane, sort of falling behind for sure. But
if we switch over to net worth on the side there, then I imagine we will be seeing the TA, maybe even the Huskar in front, to be honest. It's going to be close between the two of them, that's for sure, on net worth. But
yeah, what's Huskar 2 kills up right now?
Yeah, he's had a couple, hasn't he? Sure, we'll get to have a look at that later on. Jesus.
They go for the big stacks here. Gyro
missed the Ancients there, unfortunately. But
but look at it already. It's such a difficult
nope,
stack.
Unforgivable.
He got the hard camp.
Oh, yeah, well,
Well,
I have high demands, Jeeves.
Of course.
High expectations here in the gold medal match.
Definitely. Not really that much of a misplay though. Just like sometimes they get kind of tangled up a little bit. If you pull one way, I like to pull to the right as opposed to the left, but it's very dangerous obviously going that way if they've got the vision there. Trying to be tactical about it at the same time.
Indubitably.
Hello there. He is coming
through. Bit of an aggression here coming out on the top side though. Teaming up with their TA once again to bring down Zeal, and Zeal will absolutely fall. Nice quick tree eating from Gan there's going to get him to safety and immediately ping it out. Oh, we want that money.
The lunchbox, they spot it out with 4 heroes in the area. They're definitely going to be able to take. Well, they're all 5 heroes are here now. They're going to take everything
down. They have full vision on this on the Radiant side. They can approach this however they want. They have a level 9 Huskar versus level 9 TA. I think I know which I'd rather have. Just charging through everyone right now, but they'll be able to just blow up the Spirit Breaker straight off the bat. Ponyo is gone. Troll even arriving to this one as well. It's a battle for the Ancients right now. It is called Defense of the Ancients, and that's exactly what Malaysia are trying to do here as they jump forward onto Violent, but they're going to try and take him down. Buyback comes down from Ponyo as well. Roar is there to hold back, but it's not enough. Moon is gone. They lose their Huskar. Their regen wasn't enough, and now Kazakhstan are completely unbound. They can go for whatever they want, and they want those Ancients.
That is very problematic indeed as they rob this entire larder.
Oh my god, what a move from Kazakhstan. That's outstanding.
Beautiful amount of gold going their way, as well as the kills on top. The tempo coming through from Kazakhstan is belaying expectations. They are way, way ahead of where we expect them to be. And the Templar Assassin versus the Huskar matchup that we expected to go very much Huskar way, guess what, with the Pugnut being there as well, he just gets taken down. He isn't able to, you know, able to heal through it, of course. He has his armlet finished up now. It's, did he have it for the start of the fight? I don't think he had it in the last fight. I think he just finished it up.
I'm not too sure. I feel like he... I'm not sure. Didn't quite see it. There's way too much going on with all the spells being casted, and he just jumped on the front line.
I was about to check, and then the fight kicks off, you know? Yeah. But he's having such a good game on the TA that rather than go for the Blink Dagger, he goes for the Dragon Lance into Desolator, which is going to allow them to both do Roshan and push towers much more rapidly than they might do otherwise. And we're coming to the 12-minute mark.
Constant pressure. Look at this. This TA, Violent. You know, he says, I'm the star of the tournament. Give me my hero, and I will perform. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Previously, it's been the hard carries. It's been slightly slower games. But when you put him on this Weaver, when you put him on this TA, he steps up. And, yeah, Malaysia starting to sweat a little bit, perhaps. They want this game to go better for them at this point. ZGX, be careful here with the Huskar. Never as low as he looks.
Okay, a little bit decrepify, keep themselves safe on the Night Stalker. I was getting kind of excited, you know, thinking that maybe the Troll was in this area, but he's off on the other side, sadly. So we'll have to wait and see that interaction with the decrepify versus Troll ult.
Yeah, the ability to free move when you're not targeting something.
We have Spirit Vessel, full Spirit Vessel finished up on Keeper Light, which is an absolutely fantastic item here, of course. It's really, really good versus the Troll, really, really good versus the Huskar. Oh, initiation.
Yeah, it's a little deep, my friend, and we'll get punished for it. Ponyo, I think a little bit too thirsty for the Templar Assassin.
A little bit of a freebie, to be honest, in that situation. And I mean, Kazakhstan exactly where you would expect them to be via the draft, on the back of the Templar Assassin. You know, once 12 minutes hit, she got the Deso finished up. This is just going to be another 14, 15 minutes of pain from this point onwards. We'll see how Malaysia are able to weather the storm. The problem is, I feel like Huskar starts to edge out of his strongest times while the TA is still in ascendancy here. And that's my only concern, really.
Yes, I mean, somewhat. It depends how the fights really play out. You know, in the longer fights, Huskar's going to do much better. If he doesn't get bursted by the TA, then those disarms are going to become a real issue for Violent. So Violent needs to make sure that these BKB timings are perfect. You need to pop the BKB and get at least one big, maybe a big and a small kill. A core and a support with one per BKB. That's my requirement.
I mean, that's a very reasonable requirement. No need for ultra kills or anything fancy. Just get, you know, the
or Rampage. I'll be happy with that too.
Well, I mean, everyone's happy with Rampage. So yeah, BKB next, do you think, or does he go for the Blink Dagger? Do you think he goes greedy, or he has to go BKB, right?
So,
but if he goes Blink, then the tempo is even higher, and maybe they can do even more.
It depends how they feel the fights are going to go. Do they need to get that instant elimination in the fights? I think the answer is yes, therefore maybe we see the Blink Dagger, but it is very high risk. The thing is, there's the other side of the equation that if Malaysia ever want to take a fight, they have to go in. They've got these very short range 2 cores in the Huskar and the Troll Warlord, so perhaps you can go BKB and just let them come to you and try to play responsive. Yeah. That doesn't feel like Kazakhstan to me. I don't know.
It does not feel like how they've been
vibes.
playing it so far, that's for sure. The Halberd coming out in Huskar fairly soon, already new points in this.
Ponyo dying again.
That's a dieback, by the way. He's going to be up. I mean, it's only like 30 seconds, you know. It's no big deal. No big deal at all. Beastmaster going for the drums. Oh, he actually has the Royal Jelly. It's nice to see this item back in the game. They completely reworked it, though. It seems
not
like it's
Royal Jelly anymore.
Like
not my
item.
Royal Jelly, bro.
Yeah, exactly. One charge for me, one charge for you, the good old days.
Yeah, 2 for my calls and then 1 for me as support. You know, that's how it goes as they jump in on the Huskar here. Huskar taking heavy hits. Can he get through this right now? He's trying to run away, and honestly, they don't have the damage follow-up. They don't have the TA nearby. She's running over, but will she get here in time? Traps being used to slow down the pursuit. I don't think this is a fight which Kazakhstan really want to take her, though. With the nighttime, they are certainly tempted, and that Huskar is still very low on HP. Kazakhstan.
5 versus 3, though, on the high ground.
They've got the 4th hero now in Kazakhstan, but it's so awkward. And yeah, they will show respect. That would have been pretty crazy to jump in that fight.
Yeah, Pugnard's just going to refuel the Night Stalker. He still wants to make as much use of this darkness as he can. He's going to fly around a little bit, but here comes Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, and this smoke across from Malaysia is looking pretty damn tasty right now. They jump forward onto the Night Stalker, and he will be the one brought down.
3 times, killing streak. Zeo getting a decent amount of cash there. It's going to make sure he finishes up the Aghanim Scepter. Huskar, he's almost got the Halberd finished up. Troll almost has the Battle Fury. 16 minutes, 17 minutes would be a good time for that. He does go for the Blink Dagger on the Templar Assassin. Like we say, a little bit greedier, but a little bit more.
No, I like it.
Yeah, I think they need to maintain the tempo while Huskar's, you know,
Look,
in a good time.
Do they want Malaysia to let them have the gold medal, or do they want to go and get the gold medal, Jeeves?
Yeah, you want to get it.
You want to go and get it. You want to blink onto that gold. Blink onto the top of the podium.
Yeah, oh yeah, well, I like that, I like that. Oh
Indeed.
no, not like this, Spirit
Ponyo,
Breaker. Oh no!
Ponyo, doesn't matter. Yeah, he's kind of being the you know, Spirit Breaker Express service at this point. Just kind of giving the other team a kill whenever they want it, so I need to pump the brakes there a little bit, Ponyo. We love the information you'd be giving in the previous games, but there's such a thing as too much information.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a... I mean, this is the most aggressive one we've seen from him so far, right? The gyrocopter's range.
Uh-oh. Gyro's gone as well now. Jesus, that's a lot of DMGs. Leverage is getting blasted.
All right, Ponyo, maybe he gets something back here, but are you really going to charge in versus this Templar Assassin again? No.
TP out will, yeah.
Keep him safe. He's actually keeping the Spirit Breaker safe.
Yep. What a borrow.
Nice. The armament still, the halberd is done. It's just going to be delivered soon, and that could be the time to fight. You know,
it's very strong.
You go in with the double disarm as well as armament toggle. You should in theory be able to deal with the TA, who just got herself a Grove Bow, extra attack range on top of the Dragon Lance he already has. Now, I mean, it's a really good upgrade for the Templar Assassin. She lacks the initial damage before, you know, the side blade split. So the initial range even before the side blade split. So now it's kind of covering that weakness almost entirely.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting now. I mean, they didn't really do a couple of support kills with Blink Dagger. I dig it, but now I think it's time to retire to the jungle and hit that BKB. But no BKB. Shadowblade just picked up from the Templar Assassin.
What? He wants this Silver Edge break, maybe?
Yep, that's what's queued up.
It's just Shadowblade. All right. It's a Silver Edge. He wants the Silver Edge, the break versus the Troll Warlord, very strong. Break versus the Huskar. And Drums of Sloam is passive as well, right?
It is.
So I think that is what he's looking for as far as the answer is concerned. Also, the crit on the Silver Edge is still there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you got a little bit of burst damage there.
I'm not 100% of that as Toshi. I mean, this mid lane is getting brought down here. That is very unfortunate indeed, and actually might even set up for Roshan, but Kazakhstan, they're going to have something to say about this. Here we go, jump forward onto the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet being brought down on the sidelines, and meanwhile, oh my god, Troll's just gone. Silenced up and taken down by the damage from the Templar Assassin. Now she's to the right sidelines and trying to get off these side blades, blasting through everybody right now. Her damage output is really good. Vendetta healing up the Night Stalker, and he's going to get himself away to safety. He doesn't die. The shard comes through, heals up from the creep. Oh, how did Kazakhstan do it?
Honestly feel that was a bit of a misplay from Violent there. Very rare for him to make such a play, but the Pugna was hard committed to keeping the Night Stalker in the fight, and they were all in on trying to take him down, and he backs off from the fight instead of trying to, like, you know, throw in a few extra side blades. I think he gets 2 extra kills there if he just commits.
Well, I mean, it's a risky move without this BKB, these disarms and everything, but yeah, very possibly.
No, I get it. You know, play cautiously. You lose your Pugna, it's no big deal, you know.
I mean, let's not forget, they came into this fight without their mid laner, and they get out with the carrier. That's just the Kazakhstan.
Yeah, they killed the Troll super fast, actually. Like, maybe he felt like he already had enough value from the situation.
So, Silver Edge doesn't provide crits anymore,
No, it's a big damage. It's a big damage from the Demon Edge. Yeah. That was 2 patches ago, actually. Got changed.
52 to 60 bonus damage.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's what you look for, right? Is extra damage when you're looking for those big hits.
Yeah, I mean, you could jump in, Silver Edge hit, then go for a meld hit as well, or maybe the other way around if you want to double down on the anti-armor. They're going pretty hard onto this Night Stalker right now. Night Stalker taking heavy damage, and Moon jumps in to finish the job. Decrepify seals his fate as they move over towards Nature's Prophet, who's jumped in a little too deep, trying to get off that Curse of the Old Growth, and will end up dropping himself. This time, it's all coming out Malaysia. Sure, they take some damage, but they come out with the kills, and now they're heading towards the pit.
Yeah, you got 2 kills up, especially the Night Stalker. He's that main vision advantage. Time to take Roshan, time to take that Aegis. Pugna was just a fraction of a second too late to save the Night Stalker that time around. This is an easy one, I think.
Well, they're coming. Kazakhstan never wants to back down from a fight, but now with an Aegis to the Husker. But I mean, TA, she's trying the waters here. See if she can just get a cheeky kill onto Husker, catch him off guard, but take away that Aegis. Whoa, Pugna! What are you doing, chap? Just jumps into the front lines and almost gets blasted. And now, well, that's going to be the sudden fate going towards Liru. So, double kill for Gan. It's Kazakhstan. I'm not sure what's going on. They're going for Gan. They're going to find it. Ponyo as well, also caught in the silence. They're looking to run down a second. And Malaysia might actually just be straight up out of resources to take this fight. So,
they have to fall back.
every support is dead right now.
They cannot turn back into this. And this is going to be a tier 2 tower. It's actually quite surprising. Well, not really, because Huskar's basically in troll, basically Roche killing heroes, you know. So is TA, though, you know. But they're able to take it on the Malaysian side of things, for starters.
It's always going to be an early Roshan in this game, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
I have to say as well, Keeper of the Light hasn't been as much of a liability as we might have imagined he would be. His positioning has been really good, you know.
Yeah, he had that one death at top, but otherwise,
Yeah,
Toshi's
sure.
just kind of been pretty quiet. It's not been a super impactful game, but then I'd also say the same thing for the Huskar. We haven't seen big plays like Raid Boss Huskar coming out anywhere.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult though when you're playing Armlet Huskar and then you've got the TA who can actually just like, you know, give you a good slapping with a melt hit or a silver edge hit. Now she has the amplified damage rune.
Well done. Didn't get caught out. Boop. Creep wave just goes in an instant.
Yeah, nothing like just farming an entire creep with one hit.
Well, so Malaysia are now the team with the Aegis in hand in their Huskar. Usually, this is a very scary situation to be in. How much are they going to get done with this? I mean, do we see just running down lanes? Are they going to smoke up and look for kills? Are they just going to take these tier 1s?
Looks like they're going to smoke up and look for a kill.
There is every tier 1 still available for the side of the Dire.
Yeah, maybe just sit behind the Huskar, let him go forward and allow Troll to kind of choose his engagement, you know, as wisely as possible. They are farming up top here on the Night Stalker. The Nature's Prophet's kind of TPing around the map, but this should be a free tower. I don't think you want to spend too much time to defend this. What do you trade down bottom? Keeper of Light's just pushing the lane, but they already took that tier 2, so I'll see him in mid maybe, but when they've got a Spirit Breaker who can charge around the map very quick, it can be a bit awkward.
Can be just a little bit. Kazakhstan, you know, they're not these big tower defenders. They don't have that big meat hero. Just kind of sit under the tower and be like, yeah, you know, bodyguard it. The same way like a Tide Hunter or an Underlord does. Instead they've got this Night Stalker who's much more about trying to jump the backlines instead. That's the only way they can really play fights. So when it comes to defending, they're not the strongest.
Yeah, it's all about tempo, this lineup. And once it starts to get between 28 and 34 minutes or so, I think their draft really starts to run out of steam a little bit. So Kazakhstan, they need to be executing as quickly as possible and they need to be doing it as efficiently as possible. And I'm concerned for them at this point. Unless we start to see, you know, some tier 3 type action here. I mean, they've got the pressure on that bottom lane. Templar Assassin's poking it in as we speak. But I don't think it's enough. I think they need to do more. We need to see like a smoke gang into a join in by the Nature's Prophet, you know, with TP across. But how? Look at these heroes they have there. They, you know, they're all so tanky. Like Gyrocopter's difficult to go on as well, just because of the rocket barrage. Spirit Breaker's the only free kill really.
Yeah, I think they need to wait at least until the Aegis goes down. I think trying to hunt into an Aegis for them is.
Yeah, I don't think they can. They're so tanky. I don't think they can take the fight. You know.
For me, around 20 seconds left in this Aegis, that's when I want to see Kazakhstan back in the game, and I'm absolutely fine with how they're playing at the moment.
Yeah, they got the good amount of pressure on that bottom lane, you know. But I feel like the tempo is off for sure.
It is just one of those drafts which makes it a little difficult. And as Mike said on the panel, 2 mistakes is all he's giving them. He said 1 or 2 mistakes. I guess that depends on the size of them, but we had 1 mistake coming already in the blundered fight, which led them towards this Aegis on the Huskar. They get 1 more chance to try and secure this game for themselves.
Yeah, clock is ticking for sure. Spirit Breaker was able to actually defend bottom, pretty much push out that lane by itself, but most of the Dire are down there. Maybe they want to trade tier 1 for tier 3, or at least some pressure on the tier 3.
Alright, where are we on that Aegis? How long have we got left? It's down to about 30 seconds now. That's our 20-second. All right, go.
This
is it.
The timer is on.
Okay,
Shoving
Spirit
down
Breaker
bottom.
trying to do it against solo, but this time the answer might be there from
Vendetta is
Kazakhstan.
baiting so hard
look at
right
all
now.
these TPs though.
Now coming through thick and fast, and my god, they just really don't take any damage on that Spirit Breaker, huh?
Oh, well, he Pavés. No, wait. They've got 2 Pavés, and he has a Pavés as well. Not Pavés, the Solar Crest, it's the upgraded Pavés now. They have one on each, both the Pugna and the Nature's Prophet. Again, they have one each. It's
Still, I would have expected just a little bit of damage to be coming through there, but
you have like a 400 HP shield or something?
yeah,
It's a lot. That's a lot.
it is a lot.
It's like 2 hits from TA.
Yeah.
Right, Spirit Breaker, he's going to cancel that pretty much. Look for the smoke up. Beastmaster getting ready with it.
All right, Kazakhstan, how well do they read this? That's what it's all about.
Looking for potentially the Night Stalker. I think you take that vision advantage out of the game.
Oh yeah, Night Stalker's 100% the first hero you want to bring down. He just does way too much in these team
they
fights,
find
and
him,
they
they
find
find
him. This could be really bad. The smoke pops. How is his reactions? Pretty damn good, in fact. He gets himself away. They don't get the catch on Malaysia. A little bit awkward around the tree line there. The nighttime vision from the Night Stalker also coming in huge.
Radiant's bottom
Alright, they're
tower
going to
is
try and
under
tilt
attack.
things around. Maybe go looking for Violent here. The Spirit Breaker will keep vision on him, and he thinks he's kind of safe here,
Just
though.
got the Linkins.
Yeah.
Radiant's top
All right,
tower
they'll
is
hang
under
off for the
attack.
time being.
Plus the Defiant Shell, that extra armor. I don't know how helpful that's going to be, but maybe it's the second attack he wants.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be pretty brutal. I've seen people die to melded TA before. Your attacker just turns around and blasts you.
I do like the Defiant Shell, of course, on the Beastmaster, the extra armor versus the meld minus armor on the Deso. It's going to keep him as tanky as he can be for now.
Now you see Violent, you know, he knows his timings. He absolutely 100% knows that this is the time to force Malaysia back. Get a bit of dominance on the game and on the map, and that is how you win.
That clock is ticking really hardcore right now. They need to be able to breach this high ground very, very soon.
Yeah, I also think it's a case of like controlling the map for a while as well. You know, build up that advantage. You can't
Choke
just
them out a bit.
Yeah, choke them out. That's what I want to see. I think running high ground would be
Oh, this is good.
disastrous.
This is
This is
real
a really good pickoff here, and I don't think there's going to be any help coming his way. Zeal is just gone. Died for an arcane rune.
Has a
We'll bid
buyback though. So.
yeah. Honestly, it might come into play here as the Night Stalker just keeps on going for more, but it will show a little bit of restraint as those explosions come chasing onto the Night Stalker, not quite landing. People still getting used to trying to drop that one correctly.
Yeah,
you know,
the
deterrent.
Yeah, it's the zoning out, you know.
Yeah, for
Oh
real.
my
That's
gosh.
kind of what it is now. As he jumps in again, this might be a bit too brave. BKB comes out from him though. The Trollog comes down as well. He's just chasing away at the Pugna though. Pugna needs to find a way to survive this and just cannot. He gets blasted on down, and now, well, the Night Stalker, he doesn't have the audio anymore, but the TA just attacking from the high ground. I don't think he can fight into this. Nature's Prophet comes in from the side to get off the Castielkos once again. Will be losing his life. They need to find some kills here on the side of Kazakhstan though, because right now, they are just down 2 heroes and they only trade it for 1. Very patient from Malaysia, poking and prodding, but not stepping too close into the jaws of the beast of the Templar Assassin.
Managed to expel the troll ult for sure, but you're seeing the huge impact the Solar Crest is having. TA just not able to bring down the Spirit Breaker fast enough. He does to bring him down, but you know he could have been hitting 3 other heroes in that time. You know, normally we wouldn't see this, but people just not quite used to this damage block. We've seen it twice now, where the Spirit Breaker feels really strong once he has the the active on. Monkey King Bar next for the Templar Assassin, just to deal with the whirling axes, I think, as well as the halberd on the Huskar.
Huskar, absolutely right. Yeah, it's all coming down to next, Roshan. Malaysia, they're going to have to find a way to invade into the Dire-owned map.
I mean, Roche is going to be on the Radiant side when he does spawn.
Yeah, where the Dire are already set up and waiting for them. Troll going to lead the charge. BKB have cooldown in 4 seconds. Can you get your
Oh
troll
my
on the
word.
target? TA finds him, starts dealing a bit of damage, broken up. Zeal though comes in with a raw use onto Pugman. They know their target, but the troll is just gone. Oh my god! Coddle just blasts him in twain, and now Zeal gonna hello him to the grave. The damage through from Violet is more than enough. Coddle on the sidelines getting beaten on down, but does get the fire upon him to keep himself safe. Meanwhile on the sidelines, Exa taking down the gyrocopter. Gan is gone. Moon trying to get a little bit of damage here. They can't get off in this fight, but they might just have to, as Violet is just doing too much damage at this point in the game. Kazakhstan, they say, get out of our part of the map. We want this Roshan. And they want more. Ponyo's going to be the next target as well. Trying to charge himself away. Can they connect with the silence? Yes, they can. That is a very slow cow. He's going to be the next one. Beaten on down. With that, it's going to be a full 5-man team wipe for the side of Kazakhstan.
You get them all. Go in now, take themselves a set of rocks, fall back for the Roshan, get set up for the mid lane, or
2
maybe
fortifiers
the top.
available. It'll be slow.
They got 2 heroes up in 8. Do you buy back on the Huskar once your Beastmaster and Gyro's up, maybe? 10 seconds now for the Troll Warlord to be up, but they're gonna get the sets of rocks. Even if you just get the melee, it's worth it. But you know, he chunks through that range like it's butter.
He really
Hot
does.
knife.
Fortification unused. Catapult gonna do. There you go. Violet gets the job done. Blinks himself up under the protection of Refraction. And now, I feel like they might just be tempted to go for the Rosh as well. They feel damn strong right now as well. They should.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to give it a little bit of a poke. We do have a call down available, but other than that, they don't really have a Roche pit fighting mechanism that's going to, you know, basically win that Roche fight for them. So it looks like a freebie for Kazakhstan. They do have the massive minus armor, and with the Nature's Prophet and the Night Stalker available, they should cut through it pretty goddamn quick.
Should indeed, as they are now in the pit, dealing with the big boy, getting that Aegis onto their Templar Assassin. Violent, just absolute performance right here. I'm so impressed by this player from start to finish in this tournament. He has been exemplary, the one to look at. And saying that, when you've got Zeal, when you've got Moon, when you've got Ponyo playing, and Violent is the one who is turning heads at the moment. I mean, what a guy.
Yeah, definitely a standout player for Kazakhstan, and standout player in general as well. But it's not quite in the bag yet. Gold medal, it's there. You can taste it.
Yep.
And they
Yep.
can reach
Don't get
for it.
overconfident.
But yeah, no. Now you've got yourself in a fantastic position. 13k net worth up, Aegis in hand, 1 set of racks down. Enemy doesn't look too threatening, given the fact that the Gyro's not like a core or anything. The Troll's having a pretty bad game. Feels like they're being able to answer him.
Yeah, Trollo's not come into it.
Just take your time. Just finish it out.
Yeah, I agree. No reason to go completely over the top here.
I have the Vizier plus a shotgun on the Keeper of the Light. Malaysia, they know that they're going to get pushed in on that top lane fairly soon, so they make the time to take down their Tormentor, make sure it doesn't go the way of Kazakhstan. Don't want to give them any more of an advantage they already have.
Yep. Zeal grabbing the shard from that one. Yeah, it's alright. Not going to exactly help them out that much. I mean, how do you deal with this Templar Assassin?
I mean, we really thought they had the answers for it, with between the Huskar, or the Gyrocopter, the Troll Warlord. Feels like you should be able to chunk through her, but no.
The fights have just been really awkward, honestly. Like, they haven't been able to get any of their disarms off onto the Templar. I feel like Malaysia's approach to the fights have not been cohesive enough at all, for my liking.
Yeah, their target prioritization has been a little bit off.
Yeah.
This should be a freebie. I don't think you want to fight into this while they have the Aegis online.
No.
While you have the Halberd, BKB ready on the Night Stalker, he's going to disarm you if you do go.
Oh no, you're in your high ground. You're putting a fresh lick of paint on. You're putting down the rogue, making it nice and homely in there, because you're going to be there a while, I'm afraid, for the side of Malaysia.
Oh, I like this actually. Spirit Breaker's been pushing in that mid lane. Night Stalker gets the order to go back, choke them out. We already have bottom lane pushed in. Let's push in all 3 lanes. No tier 2 towers remaining. It's time to look at that high ground. You have the Aegis for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. It's quite a lot of time to work with. They don't really need to be too pressured, but you have to remember we're kind of at the very end of where Kazakhstan kind of basically have this free Templar Assassin kills everyone on the map type situation. Soon Shiva's Guard, etc. is going to be up, I expect, onto the Beastmaster. Maybe we see some armor coming through elsewhere.
don't know, it depends. I mean, they're gonna accrue, even if they don't go high ground, this Aegis is gonna give them a ton of gold, right?
And they got the AC up on Moon as well to try and deal with that situation somewhat.
For you, what's the amount of goals you want to see on Kazakhstan to kind of, circumnavigate the natural advantage which Malaysia are going to have in the next 5 minutes then?
I mean, the 20k net worth lead is generally what I want to see when I'm going high ground. Is it going to be enough versus
for this
lineup?
draft
Maybe you need a
specifically.
little bit more. But I mean, Violent is playing this so well.
Yeah.
You know, his positioning is the next level. His team are willing to sacrifice themselves for him.
Yeah,
They're
I'm not
playing as a team. No, as opposed to as individuals who are all just really good at the game. Kazakhstan, how do you? I think you go for the pick first, right? You grab one of these guys, just jump in, blow them up. Pugna's there, ready to stop them from doing too much. You got the ult to try and give some information here. And this missile doing literally nothing. They're able just to collect that 50 gold.
Arcane Blink Templar Assassin. They want the range. The roar comes down immediately onto that nice stalker, but he does get the Kryptonite up. Stop the right click from the Heartscar. Coming on through and doing too much work. Jumps back in for the Void. A bit of poking and prodding, but Malaysia, they stand strong. They don't crumble. They don't overextend. They don't give any opportunity to the side of Kazakhstan just yet.
This is all smoke and mirrors from Kazakhstan, though. They are just trying to get the Templar Assassin to beat down on this tower while everyone else runs around and goes, yo, look at me.
The roar has already come down, so there's already one threat not in the game for Violent. Trying to play a little bit more freely. The breaks out onto the Huskar. He's taking heavy hits from this. Ultimate comes out from the Night Stalker as well. He's going to be flying through this entire fight. The damage through onto the tower is a lot. Spirit Breaker comes through, forcing him back, trying to stack up the flames. Huskar needs to back himself away. He's got the Ogre Seal to get himself out though. Ponyo keeping his distance as well. Thinking of going in with the ultimate just to try and slow things down. BKB used from the Night Stalker as well. Now they need to leave. With that BKB down, that Night Stalker is a little too vulnerable. And without him, they don't have a front line.
Yeah, that Aegis is going to be expiring fairly soon. Do they want to go for one more pop before it does? Try and use it up? Probably not, right? You just want to try and keep these lanes choked. But that does mean you're going to extend it for another sort of 4 or 5 minutes. Just trying to, Roche is going to be up in, at least 3 minutes, maybe 6 minutes. Is it going to be too far beyond that timer? Is it going to be beyond the reach?
For me, I'd happily disagree. I think the timer's out the window. I think they've accrued enough of a lead for Kazakhstan to be the dominant team. Yeah.
What's a battle cage?
The rattle cage, you mean?
Oh, rattle cage. Okay, yeah, rattle cage. Old man eyes,
So, the rattle cage, I'll tell you in just a second.
Give me the skinny with the look up here.
So, the rattle cage is an item which gives you plus 12 armor and a passive called Reverberate, which after taking 180 damage from any source, the wearer fires a projectile at up to 2 random nearby enemies within a 600 radius, prioritizing heroes that deal 125 physical damage and slow the target's movement attack speed by 100% for 0.2 seconds. That doesn't seem so important, but 12 armor is very nice.
The armor's nice. I think the slow could be pretty good versus the Huskar.
0.2 seconds. Could be.
I think it's for the armor, though, obviously. Just making him a bit tankier.
Ponyo on the run here. Once again, trying to get out that vision. Does do exactly that, but they're going to take down the Observer Ward.
Okay, no more Aegis. The timer is going to run on a little bit longer here. On Troll Warlord's itemization build-up is, what's he got? The Battlefield, the Ags, the Basher. Going to go for Sanjay Nash or Manta?
Yeah, well, the Dispel coming in useful right here as they're able to just rip through the Pugna with ease. So Aeodis doesn't do anything as EGX jumps hard onto this one, trying to take out the Jackal. Ponyo being beaten in the front lines, but even the Spirit Breaker surviving through this at the moment. Not looking bad from Malaysia, but again, they can't afford to run up to that high ground and just let that TA free cast her spells on you. Free cast her right clicks on you at least.
They did pull the Troll ult as well out of that fight, so it cost them the Pugna though. I mean, you just have to wait for Roche. Surely you cannot.
Okay, I'm unsure about this Aghanims on the Troll Warlord, because he's already struggling to really get clicks off in the fight, so I feel like you just go for the nullify. Hex out onto a Troll on the sidelines, Violent just trying to finish the job all by himself. The right clicks will not be enough in combination with Tochi as Moon. He's got to get himself away. Violent again, he's just on these high grounds time and time again, just whacking away at whoever he wants. And whoever he wants is Ponyo. He's gone. Ogre Seal Totem up to the high ground. He's going to be able to survive through this for now. Moon is okay.
That was 5D chess with Moon there. Beautiful use of the Ogre Seal Totem. They're like, we've got him, he's toast. He's like, nope, see you later.
Yep. Good gets himself away. The right click's not enough. Maybe if he lands a crit or something, but can only do that with the MKB crits. Doesn't have a Daedalus.
51 armor on Troll when he's underneath the tower there.
Goodness gracious.
Well, there's the AC as well, you know, and then there's the Crimson Guard on the Beastmaster, I think. It's crazy. It's exactly what you need versus a TA.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe she runs out of damage at some point. Maybe the Troll's strong enough to just kind of stand there and... Boy, I mean, they're not taking tons of damage from the TA. Like, it's definitely not cores being blown up in a few hits by meld strikes and such, but...
Yeah, her ascendancy period where she's like the dominant force, the longer you go, the less she's able to actually just burst people down. You know? That's you know, kind of what I've been saying. But they still need to actually, Malaysia still need to. They still need to execute on this. You know, they still need to be able to take the team fight victory. They need to be able to take Roshans, and you know, they need to be able to take towers eventually as well. Hex up on the Keeper of the Light, Spirit Vessel, Shotgun, Octarine Core.
Okay. Yeah, these Ethereal Plates certainly not feeling incredible in light of the troll lags, but...
Yeah, sure, he could just disarm himself. The other guy, or the enemy, depending on the situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Same for Pugna as well, obviously.
And they have a Nullifier on Zeal also. Yeah. So the double Dispel.
You have a Nullifier on Zeal?
I saw one coming up for someone.
I did see it was queued up at one point.
I think he might have bought it and sold it perhaps. I'm not sure where it's gone. Who knows?
I think he changed his itemization. I thought it was going on the... Yeah, it was definitely... He definitely had it queued up on the Beastmaster. But he went for the Crimson Guard, Aghs...
Oh, his courier's dead. That's where it is.
Oh, you think it's on courier? He's like finished up the whole thing? I mean, you buy it all from Secret Shop, so...
Yeah, probably.
Dang, that was we missed that. That was a pretty impactful courier kill then.
Absolutely.
And they are scouting around looking for Roche potential.
Goodness me, look at the time. It is Roche o'clock. Time to hug this high ground.
Oh my word. I think it's Pugna's. Ooh, wait, never mind.
Ponyo's going to be the first target, immediately hexed up and brought down by the right clicks of the Templar Assassin. Nightstalker going in deep, popping that BKB and just trying to settle the front lines of the moment. But no, he actually gets roared before he gets a chance to get it off. There's Moon who's taking the damage though, as Violent just making his way around the fight, using the depth of that Arcane Blink to get on top of him and take him down. Lonely Chucky, definitely feeling lonely right now as he pops that ultimate, but just cannot get the damage off onto the key targets he needs to. He manages to get the TA, caught in a duel. That's exactly the situation he wants, but he just doesn't have the damage. Violent turns around and takes his head clean off. It's a godlike streak now for Violent on the Templar Assassin. No one can challenge him. And now,
Roche is top. They're going to go in portal through. It should be an easy Roche. No, not able to contest it. They already used their one buyback.
So because Roshan spawned whilst Nightstalker's ulti was on, he spawned up at the top side, and now he runs to the bottom side.
It is a small indie company after all.
Interesting. Yeah, working as intended. If it's night, he spawns top. Roshan with all that anti-armor, of course, going to disappear very quickly indeed, and just look at the damage with the Templar Assassin is pumping out in every single engagement.
Yeah, if you can get onto the Spirit Breaker and then springboard your damage off into the guys from there, it's pretty good. Side blade damage ramping up.
They need that control for the Templar Assassin, and they need the +1 hero to get on top of her and control her up, because otherwise she's just going to destroy everybody. With the Arcane Blink, she's so hard to keep track of in the fights as well. What a purchase.
Troll had her locked down, and then you know
we
what?
We saw a moment of Troll.
Pugna was just like, decrepify.
Yeah.
But he didn't have a chance to do his axes, and then psh, it's over.
Yeah.
You saw it, like, he heard, like, she turns around and does one hit, and he's just like, explodes.
Yeah, he's just gone.
All right, we got the amplified damage. We are going up to the high ground. The tier 3 towers. The banner! Roshan's banner is down.
It's beautiful.
That's so glorious.
Stand under the banner, bathe in its light, my friends.
All right, 2 seconds for Troll to be up. It will be a 5
Very
versus
far forward.
6.
Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe they're trying to bait them into attacking it instead of...
Oh, the Husk's just going to kill it.
Yeah,
all right, good job.
Well, it was the banner.
Yeah. Rest in peace. I mean, at least these creeps got a bit of a buff from it, but TA just denies it anyway. Anyway, going on to the range barracks down, going for the middle now as well. They need to do something about this. The Raw's going to come through until Nightstalker straight off the bat. They're just trying to take it down. The Magic House is going to do the BKB to turn this one around. They're still trying to kill him, but he's so damn tanky. The rest of the team going to come in and help him at any point. They're just going to keep on throwing down hits. Oh, the crit! Moon's just gone! Oh no, and now they're going to follow with the Beastmaster as well. 2 heroes dead with no buyback. It's looking very good for Kazakhstan right now. We are on the home straight. The gold is in sight, and
GG
there
is
it is.
called.
GG is called. Kazakhstan. They come through, and they get the gold medal.
And they give the Woot Year props.
Indeed, indeed. Oh my goodness, what a win from Kazakhstan. Nobody believed in the draft, honestly. Nobody did, but they knew what they were doing. They stuck to their ideas. They pull out the violent TA, and just a masterclass, honestly.
So much secret sauce in that draft that we didn't see it coming. So, you know, I was thinking, yo, this is like way easier to execute for Malaysia. At the end of the day, though, you just can't keep this guy down. Violet, literally the star of the entire tournament. Even, you know, the keeper of the light. Like, it felt like this is not going to be like he was like 15 CS while the Husker had 15 denies. And it doesn't matter. He's able to play the map. He's able to almost pull a Moon. You know, Moon's very used to playing with like very low resources and moving around the map. And this is what Keeper of the Light did this time around. And the Night Stalker as well. So much pressure from him jumping into the fights and getting saved by Pugna time and time again. And the double Solar Crest. Right? We talked about, is it worthwhile getting more than one of these items? Dude, even the Spirit Breaker as well. They're all so hard to bring down. Just such a fantastic performance from the Kazakhstan side, and they will be our gold medalists for sure.
Absolutely, and you know, of course, shout out to Malaysia. They put up such a good fight. We go all 3 games, and you know, on the team which a lot of people had as a shoo-in for the gold, but Kazakhstan just putting up such a good performance. But still, Malaysia played great. You know, they put up a really good fight. They should definitely be proud of how they came and played. But yeah, like they just weren't ready for what Kazakhstan were bringing to the table. You know, a mixture of aggression along with some very, very refined strategies, and then this game 3 just kind of doing it their way, which I love.
Yeah, they didn't get too phased by the loss to Malaysia in game 2. Obviously, game 1 it looked kind of like a masterclass. Game 2 they kind of stumbled a little bit. It was like, I mean, it was still really close without that Medusa, which was, you know, banned out very, very astutely by Vutier there. You know, Malaysia were not able to answer what Violent was coming at them with. Phenomenal performance, and you know, congratulations to Kazakhstan.
Absolutely, a very, very big win from them, and you know, they're going to be really proud, you know, and that's what it's all about, you know, coming out here, playing for your team, playing for your country, and bringing home the gold medal to, you know, bring a bit of glory to the Kazakhstan nation. You know, it's going to feel really good for these guys, and you know, obviously Violent, he's going to be buzzing. He played a fantastic tournament, you know, going to be turning a few heads, I'm sure, especially in his region for potentially his career growth, and everybody else playing under him as well and alongside him. And, you know, it's a great moment for them to be able to come, represent their country, and, you know, experience this win and get a glimpse of what their futures could hold. Very awesome stuff here, and a huge, huge win. Congratulations to Kazakhstan. And with that, we're going to send it across to our panel over to Snare, Bcop, and Black for the breakdown.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for giving us the gold medal matchup and crowning Kazakhstan as our champions here at the Global Esports Games 2023. It was a weird, very strange game of Dota, but certainly a very entertaining way to close out the open portion of our Dota 2 tournament. We're going to be breaking down exactly how this series shook out here on the STC Player Analyst desk. And of course, I'm with Black and Bcop yet again. Black, we didn't believe. I still personally do not believe in this draft, but what did they do correct on the side of Kazakhstan to make this extremely unorthodox draft work out in their favor?
First, they won lanes, which was really important. If you lose lanes with this draft, you just lose the game. Kotl had a very good time mid lane, as we expected he would have, but Violent, he was like way too farm.
Perfect.
You know,
Perfect game.
Like we expect him to win the lane, of course, because against the Beastmaster it's pretty easy, but the way he farmed and the gold he amassed in just like 15 minutes it's pretty insane. Obviously, the caster said it many times already. Outstanding performance, pretty much perfect.
Yeah, pretty much a perfect game here, Bcop. And as we look through some of these replays by the Savvy Games group, one thing that stands out to me is we looked at this draft and we're like, look, they have to be playing on the front foot from jump. Look where they are, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes into the game, always on the other side of the river, always pressuring the side of Malaysia. Could the Malaysians have done anything differently to play back into the Kazakhstani lineup?
I think the biggest mistake was allowing what TA got in that game, right? Like, look at where TA is in net worth at this point in time. That comes from the fact that TA steals a massive Ancient stack, a massive Big Cam stack next to it, has an amazing start in terms of kills early on. It just wasn't protective enough from Malaysia, and truthfully, the stacking didn't entirely make sense to us when we were talking about it. It felt like you're kind of making an objective that they could just take away from you in that spot, and they did. And all of a sudden now you're playing on your back foot. The itemization from Huskar might have felt a little bit off, truthfully. The Hurricane Pike could have been an Ags.
Could have been a BKB.
It could have been a BKB, and ultimately, Kazakhstan, they just divide Dota and just went in.
Yeah.
They never stopped.
I really want to comment on itemization as well. It looked very weird across the board. So Beastmaster went for the Nullifier, which I think Troll should have gone for. And Huskar went for the Hurricane Pike, which he really needed the BKB for that. And the AC should have been built by Beastmaster. So everybody kind of built the item that another person should have built. Because I'm not sure why or what the communication was, but like, if you make itemization mistakes like that, we said it, in a game like this, you can't get away with that. Because again, Violent played pretty much perfectly. Not much to say about it. I really think you have to communicate better about your items. Maybe they didn't even know their objectives in the game, what they wanted to do with the items. Because when we all spoke about it, they picked Troll into the TA. So your job is, you jump on the TA, remove her from the fight. No TA in the fight, no damage from Kazakhstan. But what happened is Troll just died first in every fight.
Yeah.
It made it very awkward.
Yeah, especially that Death Bottom. The one where he just died instantly. Like, it just can't happen like that. The Troll had no ability to stay in any of these fights, and even then, you had Spirit Breaker dying immediately as well. So, like, it's just everything was going wrong for the side of Malaysia.
Yeah.
This might be actually one of the weirdest Spirit Breaker performances that I've ever seen. Like, we've become accustomed to knowing that this hero, practically unkillable, can do whatever the hell he wants in the middle of these fights, but very often the fight will start off not only with Ponyo charging in, but also dying first, like Bcop is saying, and then afterwards, they're in this awkward position. Do we re-engage the fight? Do we go in? And then by that point in time, it's just like, well, if we get back, cool, they just keep farming the map, they keep pushing us in. If we re-engage this fight, we're playing 4v5. And to make matters even worse, how does a TA... If I'm in a game of Dota 2 and my TA buys Lincoln Sphere and not BKB, I'm flaming, I'm reporting somebody. But he gets away with it. Violent doesn't even die a single time practically once he gets that Lincoln Sphere, able to have a pretty much perfect performance afterwards. Compare and contrast it to what the Troll was able to bring to the table, just night and day difference.
Yeah. Which is what we spoke about when just carry comparison. Violent is, I mean, he's one of the best players probably in the world right now. Yeah, I mean, what can you really do? He's uncontrollable. I think they really needed to itemize in a way where they actually have more opportunities to kill as well, which is why I really wanted to see that Huskar Aghanim Scepter. Because realistically how a fight should go, you charge in a Spirit Breaker, then Huskar jumps in, you kill the guy Huskar jumped, while Spirit Breaker's running out, getting ready for his next charge again. But as Bcop said, Spirit Breaker charges in, dies, Huskar has no control, can't really get the inner fire ever on TA. The fact that he was almost never disarmed is ridiculous against so many disarms.
Yeah, you have the mischance, you have the inner fire disarm. Another thing that really stood out to me here, when I look at these items, Bcop, right? One thing that stands out to me that's missing, I'm not seeing a Blink Dagger on the Night Stalker.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, he's still able to initiate these fights. He just literally just flew in, and they had no way to deal with him. How on earth does that happen?
I think it's the Pugna effect, truthfully, right? He just has the confidence to run into anybody he wants to deep into these fights and knows, for the most part, Vendetta was ready to just give him life. Because the entire time, there were fights where life drain was going on the entire time. And you tank all that damage, you go in, you have your halberd, you make things, and these fights were played out where, like, TA had the high ground as well. So Night Stalker is just in, and these right clicks are just raining down damage. I mean, that is definitely some sort of confidence I've never had in a Dota game, that's for sure.
I mean, we can compare and contrast the support performances, right? Vendetta on the one side, always able to keep the team healed up, propped up, decrepping people to make sure that they can disengage easily from fights. Whereas with Ponyo, not only is he dying first in the fight, but the position that he ends up dying in, it's almost like he baited the team to come after him, right? And there were a couple of times he died without even popping off the bulldoze, and then he instantly gets taken out, he has to buy back, and then the dynamic of the fight is just way too weird at that point. I don't know, what do you think went wrong, like, communication-wise? Because the execution we saw today from Malaysia, this is not the Malaysia we saw 2 days ago. What changed between, like, Tuesday and today?
Truthfully, it's always very hard to pinpoint. Like, it's not really communication. I think it was the issue. it's really just individual mistakes, individual itemization mistakes, gameplay mistakes, and when they all amass, then a game can really look like this, where it looks really unorganized, unstructured. Yeah, it's a shame to see them go out like this, because we know how good they can be, but this was definitely not the best showing of theirs, like, at all.
Yeah, definitely not the best showing. Of course, Kazakhstan did put their best foot forward. They're able to get themselves a W in this particular situation.
With this
There's a lot of good stuff that they did, right? What is your favorite moment? Let's talk about it. Like, throughout the run that they've had, that we've seen them on Stream B Cup, what stood out to you where you're like, oh, actually, that's a championship caliber team?
I think this game in particular, game number 3, right, is a draft that everybody doubted, that it didn't look like it should win a game like this, and it does win a game like this. That's what champions are made of, right? Coming out against all adversity, knowing that, maybe the draft's not looking as good, you find yourself in a spot like this. I mean, that for me is the moment that makes it the best here for the Kazakhstan team. On top of which, I mean, the host said it when they introduced the teams. Malaysia said they predict that they'd be in the finals. Kazakhstan said they'd win the finals.
Yeah, that's... they had that confidence. They came in. They got that dog in them. They knew that once we get into this position, we're going to win things out. I'll be honest, though, from day one, we're all talking about like what we expect from the tournament. On paper, we all kept saying the same thing. On paper, Malaysia, probably the best team, right? But for some reason, all of us didn't doubt Violent. We're like, hey, this guy's too good, man.
It's because of
This
you.
guy's too good.
We were doubting Violent because of you. You were like, guys, this guy's going to come in and he's going to, really shake the cage here and shake it up, and he did.
He did the best thing ever. Black, as a carry player, you're looking at Violent's performance, right? Talk to the viewers at home, right? What are some of the smaller things that he did that your average carry player is not able to accomplish in a regular game?
Yeah, talk to them, and they're right there.
Talk to them right there.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you guys at the same time, so I'm looking right there.
We'll look him right in the eyes.
No, but really, I think the biggest thing with carries is itemization, for sure. Like, his itemization was pretty much always spot on. Like, even if it wasn't perfect, it always made a lot of sense. And like, he always knew what role he had to take in a certain game. But the more important thing is his positioning in almost every game, in almost every fight, is almost flawless. Like, he's always there when he needs to pump out damage. He knows when the enemy wants to focus him, so he's kind of baiting them in a little bit deeper, so his teammates can come in and help him out. It's, it reminds me really a little bit of Yatoro. Although he's not quite there yet. Yatoro is a steep hill to climb,
Yeah.
But if he continues to grow and continues to play like this, not sure where we're going to see him next year. Maybe
Sky's the limit.
Maybe in a tier 1 team.
Yeah. I mean, he's not the only one that we should be highlighting in this particular instance, right?
Of course.
Although Violent did an amazing job, one of the reasons why he was able to do so was the space created around the map for him throughout the entirety of the series. And a lot of that space did come in from the mid lane. And Toshi is going to be the one grabbing not just a very good mention here on the panel, but he's grabbing the Kadia MVP award here. B-Cop, do you agree with this selection? And talk to me about what do you think he did really well as Toshi?
I think mid, there was a couple of matchups that were a little bit tough for him that he did well in. And I think that, performances like that from Violent don't happen without an active mid. And Toshi did a really good job with that. Granted, I don't think he got 76,000 net worth.
Average net worth throughout all the games. That's ridiculous.
That is a beatdown when you get 76,000 net worth. But he looked really good. And, Dota, people forget Dota's a team game. We were saying it. Dota players can be very selfish. I did this. I made this move. I did, put these words down. But at the end of the day, it's a we thing, right? The only reason Violent gets to do this is because Toshi's here, the supports are there. So, I don't mind him being named the MVP because, the pieces have to line up for Violent to have games like this.
You're talking about atomization earlier, Black. One of the things I noticed that Toshi did, in particular this game that was excellent, we already knew that the lineup of Malaysia was going to have a tough time dealing with the Pugna and the Decrep, at least up until the point they buy Nullifier. But he goes out of his way, right? He doesn't do anything weird. He buys he gets the urn, gets Spirit Vessel, immediately into E-Blade. Basically, now they have 2 Pugnas in the team, right? And we could see that up until the point when the Nullifier came out, honestly, it's like the damage output just felt so hard for them to actually target and focus heroes. They don't have any blinks on the side of Malaysia. And I'm not sure if Toshi knew that they were going to be delayed on buying the aggressive items, but in retrospect, that E-Blade purchase was genius.
Yeah, nothing fancy, purely team-oriented. Early Octarine core, so you can get more healing out, more blinding lights out. Yeah. Then he went for a Hex, like Dagon 5 shenanigans that a lot of players like to go for. Oh, I'm going to E-Blade this guy, and I'm Dagon him. Oh, I got the last hit. Wow. Yeah. I got 20 kills. None of that. Didn't need it at all either. Like, as you said, the fights were so hard to approach because of Pugna and Coddle. So much heal, so much banish. Is that even a word we still use in Dota 2?
Banish?
Yeah.
I think so.
Because, or you are in ethereal form.
I guess banish like counts for the OD. Like
Yeah.
ODW is more like a banish. And
Yeah.
then
Whatever, any OG would know what I mean by banish. Because, yeah. But it was really, really good because, again, he knew the damage comes from the TA. All he needed to do is keep the heroes away from the TA. That's what he did perfectly.
Yep, and also one of the things, it made a big difference because of the fact that unfortunately, we did not find ourselves in a situation where the Husker had the early BKB. And it's one thing if you don't go early BKB, the game's going excellently for you, BCOP. It's quite another when you don't have that BKB and the enemy has the double vanish and they still have the blinding light to ensure that they get the mischance on this Husker. It really did feel like this Husker was unable to do any damage in this game.
Yeah, BKB will do that, and then, you know, not having or actually having a Hurricane Pike might make it a little bit more difficult for you. The itemization was definitely interesting for this Huskar, and I think if they go and look back at that game, you're going to see a bit of a difference for the Huskar builds coming forward for them.
Well, they still ended up in a situation where they find themselves in the grand final. So although Malaysia do end up going down to Kazakhstan, it was a hard-fought victory, and it was the only series in this entire tournament that went the full distance of 3 games, which meant that we did get to see the best that both of these teams have to offer. It does end up with Kazakhstan coming out ahead at the very end of the day, though, and that means that they are our gold medalists, our champions here at the Global Esports Games 2023 for the open division of Dota 2 at the very least. Of course, we need to hear not just from us. We've already broken this game down enough. We need to hear directly from one of the winners. So we toss it over onto the stage with Atik and Bara, who are standing by with Vendetta to give us the interview.
شكرا لاخواننا في الاستوديو التحليلي. مباراة عظيمة سواها منتخب كازاخستان وفاز في دوتا 2 اوبن اللي شفناها في مباراتنا اليوم، وامانه اداء جدا جدا جميل. وراح ناخذ مقابله مع اللاعب فانديتا، نبغى نعرف اكيد كيف شعوره بعد الفوز في هذه الرحله وفي هذه البطوله. معك فيها يا براء.
Let's go, Atiq. And again, congratulations to Kazakhstan for winning such an amazing match. Grand finals right here at the GEG 2023. So the question that everybody wants to know, how do you feel?
I feel amazing. I'm very patriotic about my country, and I feel very proud to win as a Kazakhstan player. So, yeah, it feels very great.
فعلا شعور جدا جميل، قال انه وحتى برضو شعور خلاه افضل لانه يمثل وطنه وبلده، ومن جد قدروا يحققون الانتصار فيها، وشفنا مستوى جدا جميل. لكن نبغى نعرف برضو سؤال جدا مهم معنا اللي هو في الجوله الثانيه في المباراه الثانيه كانت تروح لصالحهم، لكن المنتخب الماليزي ردها عليهم واخذها. فايش اللي صار؟ هل كانت اخطاء من عندهم ولا المنتخب الماليزي سوى اشياء ما كانوا يتوقعونها؟ فممكن نسال هذا السؤال برضو يا براء.
Let's go. So, Vendetta. First round, all good. Second round, all of a sudden, you were like halfway, but then it went to Malaysia. You guys hooked the win in the third round, but what happened the second round? Did something happen, a miscalculation? What took place there?
Actually, the first game, there was like bad late scale because there was Luna, and the second game, they had Medusa. This hero scales very good, and if we do some mistakes, we lose. So we made some unnecessary dives and died a little bit, and then we just gave all the advantage to Malaysia.
فعليا قالوا انه بالجوله الاولى اختيارات المنتخب الماليزي كانت غير، وحتى برضو منتخبهم غير عن الجوله الثانيه. وقال بحكم الاختيارات الغير اللي كانت من الشخصيات خلتهم يلعبون باسلوب مختلف، وفي نفس الوقت اللي خلتهم برضو يضيعون فرص كبيره وما كانوا عاملين لها اي حساب. مع ذلك منتخب ماليزيا اخذ الانتصار فيه، لكن قدروا يتعاملون فيها بشكل جدا ممتاز ورجعوا مره ثانيه في الجوله الثالثه. لكن الان بعد ما حققوا النصر اكيد انهم رساله حابين يوجهونها لوطنهم لبلدهم ولأهلهم في كازاخستان، فأي شيء حابين يقولونه.
Well, right now, I'm sure you're having a lot of emotions, you and the rest of the team, pretty much winning the grand finals right here in Kingdom Saudi Arabia, Riyadh for GEG. Anything you want to say back to your hometown?
I want to firstly thank our Turkish brothers. They helped us to train, they helped us to practice, and we had a lot of fun. And of course, I want to thank my hometown on my own language, if it's possible. Барлықтарына рахмет, қолдауларыңызды көрсеткендеріңізге де рахмет. Biz өте қуаныштымыз. Всем спасибо, Казахстан. Алға Қазақстан!
The hype, the energy is real. Again, congratulations to Kazakhstan winning the Dota 2 tournament right here at the GEG 2023, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. حاس بالحماس يا عتيق.
اكيد حاسين في الحماس فيها وبرضه ينتظرنا حماس اكثر. هذه كانت بس مباراتنا الاولى لليوم وباقي مباريات اكثر، عشان كذا برضه يروحون بعيد المشاهدين.
You got that right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is it for the first tournament. Again, congratulations to Kazakhstan. And we'll be back with more hype, more grand finals taking place for the day. Don't go away. We'll be back after the break.
قريباً على أرض السعودية، أول مدينة في العالم مصممة للعب. القدية، اللعب يحيينا.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're back again with more hype and more things taking place right here at the GEG 2023 at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. And now for the grand finals of the Dota 2 for the women division taking place right here for this match. And now we'll be introducing the first team for this match. So ladies and gentlemen, make some noise and let's hear it for Peru!
أعزائنا المشاهدين برضو زي ما شفنا عندنا المنتخب الأول في نهائي دوتا 2 وومن في هذه المباراة. شفناهم قبل كانوا معنا في مبارياتنا اللي كانت باك ستيج، كانت مباريات من نوع مختلف وحامية بشكل تماما لها أجواءها وطابعها المختلف. في هذه النهائيات برضو راح نشوف متعة مختلفة، لكن برضو المنافس كان معنا في النهائي اللي كان معنا في نهائي دوتا المفتوحة، والآن هذه فرصة برضو للتعويض لكن بتشكيلة مختلفة ومن نوع مختلف. أعزائنا المشاهدين سمعونا تحية للمنتخب التالي مع منتخبنا ماليزيا.
So ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The grand finals. Malaysia going against Peru. What's going to happen right now? Of course, we're going to leave it with our amazing talents. We're going to fire it up with our talents.
بالضبط، عندنا الآن الاستوديو التحليلي راح يعرفون على تفاصيل أكثر بخصوص هذه المباراة ونبدأ لكم إياها على طول. فعشان كذا على طول خلونا ننتقل على الاستوديو.
Thank you very much, Atik and Bara, for introducing the teams and setting the stage for yet another grand finals, as we're witnessing the women take each other on to try and gain the gold medal and emerge as Global Esports Games champions for 2023. We are going to be having Malaysia taking on the side of Peru. And for Malaysia, you know, this is going to be their second grand finals in as many years. They fell down last time around to Thailand, but this year they've already dispatched Thailand earlier on in the bracket, so they're going to be feeling very confident about their prospects here in the finals. My name is Sneh. I'm here on the STC Play Analyst desk, and I've got a young surprise for you. I'm joined not by B-Cop and Black, although you will see them a little bit later, but I do have Nomad and Jeeves. Gentlemen, welcome. What's happening? Nomad, how are you feeling about the upcoming finals?
Really excited, honestly. I really enjoy it every time we get to see these women play up against each other. You know, I'm always blown away by the skill and dedication that these people put into their craft, you know. These are grinders. They're here to win. And both teams have, like, a lot of passion, a lot of energy, and I'm excited to see which team comes out ahead.
For you, Jeeves, we're going to be having a situation where we just saw the first BO3, actually the entire tournament. No series had gone the full distance. Do you anticipate the same thing happening in this upcoming grand finals as well?
Yeah, I think so. Basically, Peru and Malaysia, they're both very competitive teams. They've both had fantastic runs coming up into this grand finals. I think the Malaysian team maybe has the skill in regards to has the edge in individual skill, but I think Peru have shown really good form in regards to drafting and also execution. So I think we're definitely going to have a competitive series for sure.
The thing I like about this, and the cool thing about having these sort of national team matchups rather than just individual teams, is that we get to see like these stories, right? Last year, for example, here at this exact tournament, although Malaysia did get into the finals, Peru weren't even here. They didn't even qualify to get to this event. But one of the nice things we've been seeing from South America in this last year or so especially, Peru as a region has just become incredible at Dota. Like, what do you attribute this to, Nomad? When you watch like Peruvian Dota happen, what do you think was the change between last year and this year that allowed them to go so far?
Yeah, I mean, it comes down, honestly, to, like, the team and the support and the community behind them, you know? Like, this wasn't just the five of them, although it is mainly the five of them, but it's everybody behind them as well, you know? Like, the whole of Peru has kind of stepped up to support these people, get these women in front of the stage, get them to the grand final, and maybe even take them all the way. I mean, you know, they've got coaches, they've got managers, they've got people backing them up, you know? They've been grinding it out with the best of the best in Peru to try and get them as good as possible, in the best shape as possible, which is why I think they stand a really good chance, even though Malaysia are just so good and have dominated so many of these women's events.
Yeah, the thing about Malaysia that gets me is, like like I mentioned, they already beat Thailand, the previous champions, right? As a boost in confidence, geez, come on. If you beat your previous the run back, you get it immediately at the beginning of the tournament. You must feel unstoppable at this point.
Yeah, you have to feel like there's not going to be anything that's going to bring you down. And, I mean, it hasn't. You know, here we are in the grand finals. Malaysia are ready to play. Both the men's team and the females team of Malaysia have performed exceptionally well in this tournament. Peru maybe a little bit of a dark horse in regards to the way they've come into the tournament, and it just shows the investment into the region. Like it's I think it's infamous, or is it infamous? They're like the sort of behind the Peruvian team in regards to like the drafter, their coach, and so on and so forth. And it just kind of like being able to lend that expertise to the national team, I think it's definitely given them that leg up. And I wonder if we'll see maybe more of those sort of things, next year or as the year progresses for these international, teams. Maybe they can borrow from some of the international clubs in regards to, whether it's management, whether it's drafting, whether or not it's just actual support from time to time. Like how to improve and maybe some analysis, in their game sense and how to become better Dota players and how to become a better Dota team.
Very difficult game, Dota 2, it is. All of us love it, but one of the reasons we love it so much is because of how hard it is. And let's look at the journey that both of these squads have taken to come into the grand finals here.
Slaughter.
Malaysia dominated Thailand. They dominated Argentina. We have the same situation happening all across the bracket. It's still wild to me that today was the first time we actually had a full best of three. Been clean sweeps all the way, even in our third place deciders, which of course Argentina ended up taking away. And the crazy thing about this is, dude, there's so many South American teams here. Dude, they're so good. What the hell is happening?
Yeah, right. I mean, that's the thing. Like Peru came through with a clean 2-0 over New Zealand. That's something which I was expecting to be a very close match. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Peru just came through fighting, and then they did the same thing to Chile as well. And yeah, now they're through to the grand finals. It was, honestly, like Thailand versus Malaysia. Obviously, we were kind of expecting Thailand to take that one, but we knew it was going to be close. And yeah, Malaysia just came out fighting, so that was super fun to watch as well. But yeah, I'm not super surprised we've ended up with these two teams after the opening matches. I feel like the semi-finals were kind of like not cut and dry, but I feel like when we saw both of these matchups, we were kind of like, okay, we can feel the way the wind is blowing, and that was correct. But yeah, I am surprised the dominance which both of these teams showed through, and I just don't know how this grand finals is going to go. I mean, I hope we get the 3 games out of it, but I feel like the team which takes the first game is just going to be in such a mental high that it's going to be very hard to bring them down, especially Malaysia. I feel like if Malaysia come through and take game 1, they might just take game 2 as well.
I think one of the interesting things as we look at this Malaysian roster, this is a team that is super star-studded. They've done a lot of things. They've been in a lot of grand finals. But at the same time, that also means, Jeeves, that there's a lot more tape on them. The information, the download is available. So Peru might have a slight advantage in that regard.
Well, in regards to the fact that they actually have a coach here, the Peruvian team have a coach here. He will have been analysing, looking into basically what they've been drafting, what they've been playing. And, also throughout the tournament, both teams have had quite a decent run through, though. Like there's been 6 or 8 matches or so for each of them that they've been able to analyse. But also, we have to remember there's just been this fairly large patch, quite a lot of changes. It's definitely going to affect things. It's definitely going to affect how they play the game, and I think it takes away some of that preparation edge. You're not going to have as much information. Of course, you're going to know their specialist heroes. You're going to know how they play. The style, the speed, the tempo, but with this patch, things could be all up in the air. I have to say, it looks like Malaysia had a slightly difficult, a slightly harder, journey to the grand finals in regards to the teams and in regards to just the way that the bracket fell down. But Peru, I think they're ready. I think they're prepared to at least, take the fight.
I want to see them take a fight. I especially want to see what the mid lane matchup is going to look like. The other day, on their road to this particular finals, Aurora was rolling with this OD, and we've seen how good OD, just on paper, it looks amazing no match. So,
yeah,
what are you expecting to happen in the mid lane between these two teams here?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see Aurora not running away with it. I think the thing is, Aurora's going to take advantage of any weakness she sees, right? She's a very dominating mid, and the moment she gets ahead, she's tended to completely smash a lot of these matchups on the road here. So it's really important to just hold out and not show weakness and make sure that you can kind of, accept that you might lose the lane, right? I think that's a really important thing. So a lot of these players, we've seen them die once. They come back, they immediately try to get back on the ball, or they call their supports in and try to, overreact to it. And sometimes you've got to be like, all right, you've picked a dominating hero, you've saved your pick for last, which they do a lot. Now we're just going to let you do your thing in the middle lane, and we're going to have the confidence to deal with you later on. Because, you know, when you've adjusted for something in the mid, you know, if you're giving last pick to the mid, there's going to be a weakness somewhere else, which you now then need to take advantage of.
We're going to be seeing Azumi versus Aurora in the mid lane, a very interesting matchup, I think. But Jeeves, you made mention of 7.35, right? So, gentlemen, talk to me about this, right? Let's have a discussion about what are the things that you think we can expect from the next couple of weeks? Because the patch is still very early on, right? Nothing is set in stone just yet. Are there any trends that you believe will definitely be more well-subscribed a month on from now?
Yeah, I think for sure, definitely, it's just mid lane is just going to be the home of right-click heroes or heroes who are able to both do, who are like a hybrid who can do both spell damage and right-click damage, specifically the OD. I don't think we get to see the OD today, though. I think obviously they're going to be aware of this. She's a specialist hero for it. It's one of her best heroes. He's going to get banned for sure. There's no way that gets through. So maybe we have to look at the second fiddle kind of options in regards to today. But yeah, going forward, OD is, I think, definitely going to be standout. Lesh coming in again. We saw already the impact that Storm Spirit can have in a game, even with the crazy Bloodstone build. With the really wide zip. I think, I think intelligence heroes. I think that's where they belong. I think that's where these heroes belong in the mid lane. And we have had a really extended period of all right, we're just going to pick Kunkka, a big tanky mid, and and we're going to push it forward from there. I think Death Prophet is one hero that we haven't seen yet, which could potentially be like. In 2 or 3 weeks' time, I'm so sick of Death Prophet. It's every game, But we'll have to wait and see because obviously she offers like this insane mid lane domination, but also she comes with the tower pressure as well. But she doesn't need an item to tower pressure. She just presses out,
Definitely. I mean, I think Death Prophet definitely has a place, especially in these kinds of games where the power to go and get something done is just going to be really, really valuable. That switch hero to just be like, look, we got this spell, we're going to use it, we're going to come at you. And I think for Peru especially, that could be a really powerful tool for them to try and utilize and to catch them off guard, because it's just something which can really kind of bring your team together and give you a battering ram to break the side of Malaysia, which I think they need. But yeah, you mentioned Leshrac, obviously very good hero. I think the new Shiva's Guard suits him super well. Bloodstone as well. They basically just buffed both those items to make them perfect for Leshrac, so it's no surprise to see him kind of taking off right now.
Those two other heroes kind of got a bit of the shadow buff as well in regards to if you take that first set of racks, all of a sudden you have this extra pressure that wasn't there before. And on the other side of things, because the neutral gold has been reduced just a tiny amount, like I say, it does affect stacking, it does affect taking those camps, but it means that games are going to be a little bit faster when you get to actually going over the high ground. Once you take that set of racks, that first set of racks, and that pressure comes in, the supports aren't going to have quite as much gold. They're not going to have, they maybe just be short of one item that they might have kept them alive, might have kept them, better defense and stuff. We haven't really seen it exploited just yet, but I think that's something that's going to come out over the next few weeks, especially as other teams, across the world start to pick up on this. It's like, wait a minute, the tempo is just a little bit different. And I wonder as well if we might get maybe another couple of patches between now and, I don't know, February or so, where they just kind of maybe massage these figures just a little bit, Maybe they take the damage down a little bit, maybe they take the gold down a bit, though. Or, maybe it's like 3-4 gold difference on the creeps. Well, for some of them, that would be worthless then, but, 3-4 gold down on some creeps. But yeah, I think for the longest time we've had these, basically the offlaner's been another position 1 in regards to net worth, and if you're particularly dominant on the offlane, we've seen time and time again that offlaner is going to be top net worth for, I don't know, like the first half of the game or so sometimes.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And then the same goes for the position 4. We've been able to get away with really, really greedy position 4s with with all these camps, with the bigger map, been able to kind of take advantage of the space that's on the map. But I think we saw earlier I think it was at KL. They're running double Midas on their supports, and I feel like it's maybe a little bit more viable now because there's less net worth, and if you do go for the double Midas type situation, then the enemy team kind of has to at least get one Midas on their supports in order to kind of keep up with that tempo,
Yeah,
so
regarding the first point you made there with barracks being taken, though, it's still really hard to break that high ground. So that's always going to be a factor. So initially breaking that base, they didn't make it much easier. I think the only change they made to breaking the base is the rally thing from
which is a pretty big deal, to be fair. Yeah,
it should have been. I mean, last game, they just plonked it up on the high ground, and we're just like, I don't know what this is. Here you go, and they just killed it. I was like, what? But I think it's very strong if used correctly. Unfortunately, placing on the enemy high ground probably not the strategy. But you know, these guys, they don't want to get like bogged down in patch. I think that's probably the easiest way to lose a series like this is to overreact to the patch and be like, oh, this is really broken. Then you've got the off lane running around with like, you know, the maybe Leshrac with Shiva's Guard. Then you got your mid lane building like the new like Fantil sword or whatever the hell it's called. And then everyone's just trying to play a completely new game. No one knows what they're doing. You got to stick to what you know. Don't bother trying to like completely change things up. But I think there's also a really good opportunity to just have a quick look at the stuff which is good, figure out why it's good, and then try and insert that into your existing strategies. I think that is the key.
Yesterday, actually, there was a game that I saw where they got the rally buff, and it was actually insane. Well, I finally got to see why it seems so broken, because they had mega creeps, rally in the lane, and the mega creeps came, and I was like, why does the melee creeps have 2,200 health, 10 armor? Why do range creeps have 1,800 HP? What the hell is this? You know, siege dragons are like 3,000 health. You're like, oh, okay, I see. This is a bit busted.
And what's funny is like when you have like these wave clearing heroes, which just like, you know, like, oh, I'll throw in a crit swarm at it, or like a fate ball, and it's like, I'll just kill it off real quick. It's like, oh, they're still on like almost 100. Okay, all right, this is actually something we need to deal with now. So,
and you used your cooldown. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It's just going to be super awkward. I
you know what I want to see? One quick thing. I really want to see this because I don't think it will happen. But one day in this patch, I just want to see an Enchantress with an Aghanims using little friends with these superpowered creeps just coming in. I'm just going to kill off this banner real quick and then getting absolutely blasted. That's what I dream of. But sorry, Jeeves, go on.
Yeah, so just obviously it all sort of binds up. I know you're saying, oh, it doesn't seem like it's easier just yet, but with the banner and with the +5 damage on the melee the super creep and also on the mega creeps, I think honestly, like, you have to be careful. Like, I don't think you can just ignore a gone lane. Like before, when you lose your racks, okay, you start kind of focusing on that lane. You start focusing on the other lanes. You know, keep your defense going. I think these creep waves are just going to kind of sneak in. They're going to start nibbling away at tier 4s. You know.
I think given the mechanics of these kind of pushes, we're probably going to be seeing increased prevalence of Lycan. It wasn't broken enough already. Yeah. Now the game is even better for this kind of hero. So Lycan, I anticipate either it being picked or banned in this particular series, as these two teams are getting ready. They're about to get involved right now. They're taking their seats. As the draft is about to kick off, one of the things I want to see is who has first pick, because first pick right now, to me, gentlemen, legitimately seems the best. It seems actually busted. If you have the opportunity to dictate the terms of the draft, sure, you might have one less ban initially, but you can protect the opening hero with the 7th ban initially, and it just feels so good. You can open with your Pugners, you can get that early Spirit Breaker, you can just do so many things when you have the option of having that first pick in the draft. So I have a feeling that whoever does get that first pick, gentlemen, is probably going to be in an advantageous position.
It's Malaysia that will have the first pick, as far as I'm aware.
Yep, there you go.
All right, okay, so they ban out the Pugna pretty much straight up, and
glad they did that.
Sort of expected that sort of, Well, I actually expected a little bit more zoo banning to be going on here, but they take out the Weaver, they take out the Grimstroke and the Phoenix, and then on the other side, the Brewmaster and the Nature's Prophet.
Nature's Prophet, very good hero. Didn't necessarily perform so well in the grand finals on the open division, but we're going to be seeing no Nature's Prophet, no TPs around, and we still maintain the bans. Slaughter removed from the pool, no Brewmaster. So now we have options. It's probably too early to go for the Lycan as it stands right now, but that is not something I was expecting. We saw this earlier on in the tournament where people were opening with the Dark Willow, but it started to peter off as we approached 7.35. So talk to me, gentlemen. What is it about the Dark Willow that makes it good this game? And Undying. This might be the first phase Undying that we've seen the entire tournament so far.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. But starting with the Willow, I think this hero is one of his, it's a hero which was released in the past, 3 years, which means it does a bit of everything, which I think is super nice to have as a first pick as well. It doesn't have any huge weakness, and, I feel like for this tournament, and for a lot of tournaments recently as well, even in the top teams, we have the first phase hero which sometimes goes unanswered for a long time, and sometimes it just gets forgotten. And if you give Willow a good game, she can go for this Midas, she can go for the Greed build, and she can actually become a core in the late game, which you can struggle to deal with. So that is if you kind of let her get away with not being forced into building a BKB or an MKB, that sort of stuff, and you forget to get ground target silencers and that sort of thing, then the Willow can be a really, really strong pick. But even if you do address it, then it's still really good because it still just does all the stuff a Willow do.
I think obviously, she's got the Brambles. It's really a really powerful early move, early game sort of control, like zone denial type ability. But on top of that, now that we see the Solar Crest coming through, I feel like Willow could be really, really strong if she went for the early Solar Crest. It's just going to give her time to actually hit the, to be evasive. And, she's not going to die. She's going to just fade away. And she's going to come back. And you're going to spend a lot of time trying to break her ankles until you have those items online. I don't think she's I don't think the Undying is like a direct kind of like answer to the Willow. I don't think it really does much, but I don't think she does much to Undying either, unless you get to the super late game kind of Mjolnir or Maelstrom plus Moonshard type build up, or the Ags where she can just go rapid fire.
Yeah,
So
she's got like a decent attack rate.
it's
like
not bad. It's not bad.
Look at Tombstone, good
it's
attack
not a
range
direct
as
answer,
well.
though, I don't
but
think.
No, certainly not.
I'm excited to see this Undying. They did change a couple of things. Soul Rip now counts him as a hero as well, so you can be better positioned in order to get off that maximum amount of heal, and the mana cost is decreased, so you can spam it a bit more in the lane. I'm not sure Peru are going to be going for early Soul Rip in this laning phase, but we shall see how things unfold here. And in the second phase of banning, very glad we're going to be seeing Storm Spirit removed from play, no Phoenix, and then Malaysia doing the very wise thing. I mean, Luna, it's fine to ban Luna, but please ban Kunkka. Do not allow Kunkka in the game of Dota 2 right now. I'm surprised they left Lycan, but at the same time, removing this massive AoE team fight always going to be a very good thing. And then Peru will respond by making B-Cup very happy by going for this Lion pick.
Certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. The interesting buffs you've had recently, especially regarding mana drain, jumping in. Mana drain damage, that's what it's all about, baby. Get the multi-mana drain later on.
My gosh.
Never mind Lion, he gets the Ancient Apparition as well. It's B-Cop Day. They got the Wraith King, we got the Ancient Apparition on top. I feel like a Lion into Wraith King, kind of sort of forces him to maybe consider getting an earlier shard, otherwise his ult doesn't really do much. But then, do you want to be standing around just kind of like taking his mana, while he's getting an aggro on you?
A sword in your face if you try that.
What's that new, one of the new neutral lands? I forget its name right now. The one that can convert max health to mana?
The doubloon.
The doubloon, yes. If you just get doubloon on Wraith King, you don't really care, right? As soon as the Lion has drained everything, just pop the toggle immediately. No matter what, you'll always have enough mana to get off the reincarnation.
Yeah, that's really strong, actually. Hadn't considered that. That's nice.
If it drops.
But why have they picked Ancient Apparition as Ancient Apparition? That's what I'm trying to figure out as the analyst right now.
You see the Undying. He's really painful and annoying to deal with. He can just kind of wander around. You hit him with the AA Blast, though. And maybe that's a partial answer,
I suspect this is the lane with the Wraith King, because this used to be a traditional combination. Wraith Fire Blast into the Cold Feet, guaranteed long duration stun, and it's quite a lot of damage just between these two heroes. And if they can pair this with a off-lane Mars, that would be really good to be able to set up consistent Ice Blast and consistent Terrorizers for the Dark Willow. So if they go in that direction, I think this could really be a strong combination for them.
Yeah, I like that suggestion a lot. Meanwhile, on the side of Peru, they're going to pick up the Legion Commander. It kind of reveals a little bit of what they were planning to do here. The Legion and the Lion, a very simple combination of duel plus finger. And you've got the Undying to back you up as well in case the fights end up going more than just a pick-off to drop down the Tombstone, give you that safety net.
Yeah, it's pretty good at keeping a hold of the Dark Willow as well. It stops her from actually being able to be this evasive hero she wants to be. You just get the jewel off on her, free jewel damage. In the early game, of course, as the game progresses, you maybe want to use that jewel, that really long lockdown that it comes with, on a more, potent hero, a hero that's worth more. But yeah, absolutely, it feels like an okay kind of pickup.
But then, even going further than that, as we mentioned before, if the Willow is going to go greedy, go for this Midas, go for the damage build, then now you have that answer we were talking about, You duel her inside of that Shadow Realm or outside of the Shadow Realm, obviously you can't target her, but she can actually get it off as you're dueling her for some reason. But even then, she'll probably kill herself to the Blade Mail. You have another problem for the Willow to deal with, so we're not going to see any greed here. And now it's the triple chains Ember coming out. Let's go.
Where is B-Cup right now? Mans is just going ham at the moment. Ember Spirits, triple chain, buff on the Flame God radius. Shiva's God has always been, you're always happy to buy Shiva's on Ember Spirit anyway. Now it's even better. And you also get the better bonus damage on the Sleight of Fist, which will affect the Dank Willow, even inside the Shadow Realm. So the one thing I really like about this draft right now, if I'm looking at Peru, they have so much reach, boys. Eventually they're going to have double Blink Dagger on Lion and the LC and Ember Spirit just going forward. I do not want to be Ancient Apparition in this game.
Yeah, that said, I feel like having a Wraith King as a core is already pretty good into this draft. I'm kind of feeling good about the Wraith King pick already. I feel like just pick up some more beefy boys and, yeah, sure, Leshrac and stuff is strong, but does it look like a good OD game to you guys?
Well, the fact that OD hasn't been banned out yet is quite surprising, given we know how good, the mid... Oh, we're going to get the puck instead, though. Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, another intelligence hero who's kind of like this hybrid hero who can take advantage. So, you know, fantastic choice, fantastic pickup here. Maybe we even get to see the upgraded Witchblade, maybe? I don't know.
We dream of such things.
The Kanda.
Yes, the
Honestly,
Kanda.
I think this Puck is perfect. I mean, we've already seen the old school combination of Puck and the Dark Willow. We know that Puck with Ancient Apparition is very good together. You always want some kind of elusive hero when you're playing up against the Ember Spirit and up against heroes like the LC. It is a bit interesting into Lion, you know, because that used to be the old school counter. You pick Lion into these kind of heroes with the instant Hex, but just buy Lincoln Sphere of him.
Also,
It'll
you don't really skill into Hex very early online right now because of how strong mana drain is. My main concern obviously is the Legion Commander onto the Puck, because that is one hero that can hold him in place long enough to kill him. But if Puck gets the Lincoln Sphere, you have to then rely on, you know, initiation coming in from the Lion or you know, just to kind of pop that Lincoln's, get on top of them. The route is going to be a problem though from the Ember Spirit if you can get him before the phase shift. It's still good though. It's an intelligence hero, you know.
Let's see here. Leshrac and OD will be removed from play by the side of Peru. They've read the patch notes and they've seen Aurora play OD, so they know what's up.
Yep.
But that's actually very interesting that they decided to do that, because I would have
see the Puck, right?
Exactly. That's why I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
very confused by this. Do they envision that this Puck is going offlane or something?
Anticipating offlane Puck for sure, yeah.
For sure. I mean,
Or you could take Lesh offlane though as well.
maybe it's a flex. Yeah.
I don't know if you could take OD offlane.
I mean, they could do Wraith King offlane and then Leshrac in the safe lane. We've seen Lesh safe lane for the longest time, so.
I did
that
wonder
could
if
the
it would
thing.
be the Wraith King in the offlane, and then I was thinking, all right, so maybe they get a Bloodthorn hero, you know, just to kind of capitalize on the extra damage that you're going to get from the Skelly Boys. But
into Legion, it's kind of rough.
yeah,
You've already
exactly.
got
The
the
overwhelming
patch
odds is problematic.
Ah,
for sure.
Underlord,
Honestly,
let's go. I
Race-
really wanted to see this hero.
I think this hero's busted right now.
Same.
I think this hero's strong, bro.
Yep.
Holler at me, no man, hit me. What do you think is the gas, the juice about this new Underlord?
The juice, the tea, if you will. Yeah, I'm British after all. We've of course got the damage now on that on the Pit of Malice, which I think is actually a huge upgrade, because you know it's just like a little bit of extra damage. And this hero was always good. That percentage-based damage, really nice against these tanky heroes, which we've already got 2 to play into. And Shiva's Guard being super busted right now, it just amps up this guy even more. But they immediately pick the lane counter to it. Ursa comes out for the side of Peru.
Yeah, perfect final pickup there in the form of the Ursa. Very, very strong versus both the Underlord and the Wraith King.
Look at the
So
hype.
both of those strength cores gonna get absolutely handled by this young man.
Dude, I want this guy behind me when I'm queuing up for
Falco style
ranked
is going
games.
ham right now.
Damn.
Look at Falco.
He's loving the draft, and he's got every right to be. You know, he's got every right to be super happy about this. I think you still have to be kind of cautious about the Ancient Apparition, but at the same time, yeah, I think Peru have definitely got the draft advantage here.
So I have seen many Ursa games. Many of them fall flat on their face, but this does feel like one of the better ones, right? And now I really don't want to be Ancient Apparition in this game. You just get torn to shreds. Like you guys mentioned, can deal with both the Wraith King as well as the Underlord. They can tear through that heavy amount of HP. At the same time, though, the team fight potential on the side of Malaysia is pretty good if they can find the necessary execution. So, Nomad, I'm going to start with you. Looking at these drafts, when you look at what Malaysia has put on offer, what do you think they need to do in order to make sure Game 1 goes in their direction?
I think you need to get really big on this Wraith King. I think he needs to be kind of just farming up the entire map. You know, Stark's very good at kind of just securing a part of the map and sitting there. So that's what we need to see, and the rest of the 4 need to go and make space. And I think you do have timings. You know, when you get this Wraith King and you have like a Radiance, I think we want to see maybe. Oh, I'm not sure about Blade Mail versus the Ursa, but definitely looking at a Radiance and Blink Dagger and all that good stuff, which we usually want to see from a Wraith King. When he hits his timings early, he can put pressure on the Ursa, and the Ursa kind of dips a little bit before he becomes kind of stronger again in the late game. So, yeah, the only issue with that is that I think this Ursa's going to have a great lane from the Underlord. So you need to play this lane real smart. You know, I've heard Saberlight talk about how Underlord versus Ursa is actually really playable if you do it right, so let's hope they know.
Very quickly, Jesus, look at this draft on the other side. For the Peruvians, what do they do to feed the bear?
Honestly, I feel like they already have like a much better Roche taking potential. Ursa by himself can just do it, but they have the Undying with a Tombstone just to put it down to protect that situation, and then you can probably snowball off of the off of the Ursa Aegis and then start to actually put some decent pressure on. And it also allows them to play a little bit fast and a little bit loose, which is what you want with your Ember Spirit already in play. And that means the Ursa can play around this, and the Ember Spirit can kind of bail him out, you know.
Okay. We're going to be seeing exactly how this particular game is going to shake out as we begin our grand finals for the women's Dota 2 side. Will it be Peru being able to feed the bear and get really strong, or is it going to be Malaysia getting this puck into a great position, maybe buying some new items? Wakanda forever. To find out, we're going to be checking out our beautiful casting duo, the men, the myths, the legend. The duo is back on the mic. We have B-Cop and Black for the grand finals. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Snare and the gang. We are back here with the women's final for Dota 2. Should be a fun one. Some heroes I'm excited about. It felt like that was the panel I was supposed to be on. The second I leave it, it's Lion, it's Ancient Apparition, it's Ursa, Ember, everything that I've been asking for all day. And, well, it should be a fun game, right?
Yeah, looking juicy, especially different drafts coming out from both the teams that we've seen previously. I kind of like it, honestly. It kind of feels like there's more special sauce in these kind of drafts right now, because they aren't as cookie cutter. I agree with the panel too. Underlord right now, absolutely busted. I'm surprised it's the first time we see him today, to be honest.
So I'm definitely surprised. This hero feels like the buffs have made him look quite nice indeed. And, you know, I'm excited for the Ember, truthfully. I feel like this hero is going to be able to do just so much more with the Searing Chains and the Flame Guard buffs that we've seen for him.
Yeah, especially the mid lane should be actually pretty hard for the puck. They picked it into the Ember Spirit, of course, because it's one of the best heroes against the Ember Spirit in the mid game. But the laning stage is very hard, especially now with the Sleight of Fist damage being buffed once more. It's going to be tough if this Ember Spirit gets too much of a map control from the mid lane. How do you really kill him? You need to get him in the coil. Well, I guess they have Underlord as well. Really interested to see what item build she's going to go for.
hurts now, right?
It does hurt.
Yeah.
And if she goes for the Yule's item build, you can even get him in there twice, or a Wrath of Atos as well. We will see. Maybe she wants to go for more of an Aura kind of item build. Very versatile that hero right now. Which draft do you like better on paper? I mean, there's one hero you like on each side. Well, I guess Lion and Ursa is 2 versus 1.
Yeah, I also like the Ember too, so I am kind of leaning towards the Peruvian draft. But Ancient Apparition is my favorite hero in the game, so you know when I base things off anything but analytics, I'm rooting for Malaysia in terms of Ancient Apparition. But I'm rooting for nobody. How about that? I'm supposed to keep an unbiased.
Objective.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be non-biased. You're putting me in a bad spot.
I mean, right now, both the team managers are very good friends of mine.
Yeah.
We have King Poyo, Mr. Christian, and Oling, the Malaysian overlord, battling it out.
Should be interesting.
Yeah.
How long have you known them?
Many, many years. Oling probably for close to a decade. Whew. And Christian for a good 5-6 years. But we can't, of course, base anything just off the years, you know.
Yeah.
Like, how much quality time did you spend together? And he made so much chicken for me. So, you know how much I like chicken?
I know how much you like protein, for sure.
That's right. And he knows it too.
We're always boosting up the protein when we're together. And get an early pause from Sky the Undying. And Undying's not a hero that we were seeing much of. Undying maybe not even on our radar as much.
Yeah.
In terms of heroes that benefited the most from the patch. But we see it here early in the draft, too.
Yeah, first pick right after the Willow, which leads me to believe it's not really anything they pick to counter a particular hero, but just something that's very comfortable for them. And it's not a bad hero, right? The Tombstone can still save. Tombstone is always going to be good. They don't have the greatest Tombstone hitters also, so it should still be very good. But you can already see the puck taking lots of damage. Every Sleight of Fist is about a quarter of the health.
Aurora having a little bit of trouble over mid up against that Ember. But on the puck, a hero I've been asking for as well throughout the day. Could line up a couple of good team fights if you've got a Dream Coil, Pit of Malice, and maybe an Ice Blast to follow it up. And if you've got a Wraith King that's got a good amount of farm, rips them apart through that. But, of course, you know, that's just one side of the battle.
Yeah. You know, Wraith King carry is always a big question mark for me, because generally, yeah, you have 2 lives, but you don't ever really tank up too much. You know, you're always sitting at this like 1700 HP pool.
Right.
And killing you once is really easy. Killing you the second time, if your team is not all around you, is also very, very easy. So we'll see how this works out. Usually we see the Wraith King in the off lane, so you don't have that problem.
Oh. They've got good ways to do it as well. You know, you throw an Earth Spike out there. If that's the beginning of getting the first kill, you line up a duel afterwards. And things are not going to be so easy if you are, in fact, that Wraith King. So we'll see how it goes.
Lanes are looking really good right now for Peru.
Yeah, Bamboo and Sky having a good time up in this top lane. Should go. Ooh, might just drop here for first blood. The chase is on. The tombstone is down, and that is first blood for the Ursa. As they continue to look on forward towards the Dark Willow to get a second kill, and not enough mana to really do anything, and that's a double for the Ursa to start this one out.
On top of already having a massive CS advantage as well. These side lanes are going very poorly, unfortunately, for Malaysia, and the Puck will have to do a lot of bailing out once she's level 6.
Exactly, and that's something that may not be so easy considering the fact that Puck is, well, even at the moment, but was behind a little bit earlier. So Aurora's going to have to really pick up the slack for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and really Puck wants to stay in mid lane for as long as possible until you get your Witchblade at least, because then your rotations become just that much stronger.
Right.
And it's also much easier to just rotate to the mid lane. You just coil the Ember, get 1 or 2 supports rotating in and killing the Ember, but in this game that might not be a possibility.
Man, Azumi hasn't been pressured at all in this lane. Yeah, a couple of right clicks are coming from Aurora, but it has just been simple CS.
It's a really hard lane for Puck. Like, Puck's gotten nerfed many, many times, of course. He was one of the best mid laners, but now this matchup is very one-sided. Unless you can predict like half the slide of fists, you're just going to be dropping HP after HP.
Right. And you can see Aurora's been spending a lot of time on about half HP throughout the duration of this lane. And we're only 3.5 minutes in, but the lanes are looking good for Peru. We've said that a couple times already as maybe it turns the other way, but unfortunately Wraith King going down, and that's going to be 3-0 for Peru. And you said Wraith King kind of needs a good start. You need to make a good foundation, and that's not helping.
Now the question is, what item build is he going to choose?
Right.
Is it going to be the Radiance build or the Armored Desert build? Because if it's going to be Radiance, it's already not the best laning stage for her. It's going to be pretty delayed.
It's slow, right? Like the Radiance build-up's not exactly that great. If you go Armlet, maybe you fight earlier.
Yeah.
I've seen some Wraith Kings go Armlet Radiance.
Well, right now we see Armlet Radiance being queued up, in fact, yeah. So Face Boots Armlet Radiance makes you be able to fight a little bit earlier, but of course the Radiance timing will be that much later.
It's so crucial, though. Like, the timing doesn't have much window of extension.
That's right. So I'm a little bit afraid. Maybe after she buys the Armlet, she will feel like she needs to fight a little bit more early, and then she goes into the Desolator AC.
Yeah.
We'll see. This hero is pretty versatile in terms of item builds, so she's not really locked into anything just yet. But yeah, the Puck will have a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. Puck is a hero that can do it, but you're playing against the Lion, you're playing against the Legion, you're playing against the Searing Chains as well. It's not going to be easy.
It's never easy, and we're getting a little bit of a showcase view on a couple of these heroes. Let me hear your best Wraith King.
Impression.
Yeah, I put you on the spot.
I can't even really think of his voice right now. Try harder. Because the Arcana voice is different from the actual voice.
Yeah, all right. Well, you could do Skeleton King if you feel so inclined. Can you do any hero on the board right now?
On the board? You thought you could tame the lion?
That was 4 out of 10.
It's better than a 1 out of 10.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Hi. Look at those teeth.
Gun line,
Lovely.
Immortal Cosmetics on there, looking good. Ancient Apparition looking the best, though. All the Immortals on there. Always my favorite part, my favorite hero. I'm not going to do the Ice is Nice line, because I always seem to ruin it.
And if you want to do A, you just go like... That's a 10 out of 10 right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Voice acting prowess. So, yeah, you can see a little bit of a level advantage. Just a creep or two in terms of the level 5.
But you can already see the Puck is forced into a chainmail early on.
Ember's actually sitting very low mid. Azumi almost dropping.
Yeah, time to go back to base. But no rune spawn, so she's going to be fine. Underlord in trouble, though.
And Shiko dropping again to this Ursa. And now the chase is on, thinking about going into the Dark Willow.
No Shadow Realm.
Keeping the Courier close, maybe looking to bait out a couple of attacks, but 2 Brambles hit up by the Ursa. Not going to matter. That's another double kill here for Bamboo. Already on a dominating streak, and it's just such a good lane for Ursa.
Such a good lane for Ursa. I'm very surprised that she opted to go for the Cursed Crown level 2. Usually we see that level to Shadow Realm. Is there Hex up as well?
Lenny getting chased, but not quite enough damage before they get under the tower. So 5-0 thus far, but the net worth lead is negligible. It's fine. You know, again, Aurora, we really have a lot of pressure on the puck mid, but CS-wise, fine. Especially once puck pushed out Azumi, but there's the Hex, there's the stun, and Lovely comes over with a lovely gank and gets a kill onto the puck. I mean, this is 6-0 right now.
Yeah, the 3 target chain coming into play right away. Got the range creep catapult as well as the hero. If there was a 2 chain, it's like a 66% chance only.
Decent songs, though.
Decent songs indeed.
Yeah, from 2 chain.
They also recovered the health and mana again top lane, so Hishiko is gonna have a little bit
They
of
just want to
trouble
go.
again.
They don't want to stop. They went in with a blood grenade. The chase was on for a moment. The Underlord ends up dying while Azumi, Curse Crown, not going to matter. Level 6 using that Remnant to get back to the tower, and it is 7-0 for Peru.
Azumi's playing this really well. Aurora now though level 6, so the first puck coil really has to do a lot. Either you kill the Ember or you have to rotate to a side lane as soon as possible.
It does feel like you may need both supports to come over to get a kill, though, with the Dream Coil, or go to a side lane, right?
Yeah.
So Bramble Maze is down, Curse Crown onto Sky. Sky's going to back away, and there's really not much more they can do in terms of going after that Undying. There's no gap close.
Yeah, man, Undying, of course, generally pretty tanky. You don't want to be chasing into a Tombstone potentially as well. You know, surprisingly, the score is 0-7, but it's only 1k net worth lead.
Yeah.
We have seen like 0-2, and the net worth lead is like 4k. So Malaysia is definitely holding on.
The thing that's scary about that, though, even though it's 7-0, is the Ursa. The Ursa has 4 kills. Like,
4
that's
kills?
a big injection of gold.
But his CS is not sitting super pretty.
I mean, even with the Wraith King?
Even with the Wraith King, yeah. But it could be free farm and kills, you know. So at least she's only getting kills.
Yeah.
And decent farm.
So not all 3 checkboxes.
Could be worse.
Yes.
Basically.
So we'll see if Aurora wants to make a move with the Dream Coil, the Searing Chains, a little bit of a Waning Rift Silence to make sure that the Illusory Orb is allowed to be thrown out to jaunt back towards the tower. So we've been talking about it a lot since the patch drop, Witchblade and its upgrade. You know, Puck, natural Witchblade carrier.
Yeah.
I expect to see the upgrade.
If the game goes long enough, we're definitely going to see Shiva's Guard and Octarine Core, Blink, all that. Oh, looking for Hex again. Nice dodge. Now they know they have a ward there though. There should be a D-ward coming relatively soon.
Top lane, Ursa.
She got ult.
He's level 6 though.
Yep.
So
where's she going? Oh wow, there was actually a twin gate rotation from both heroes from the bot lane, and Bamboo sniffed it out. Walked
Peru's
away.
got 3 heroes mid.
Yeah. And Malaysia got 4 top. They really want to pressure the top tower right now with the skeletons.
All right, they bailed out. No supports left.
It's so hard to do also because the Ember Spirit can just TP. You don't want to be fighting into a high-level Ember Spirit that early on. Unless...
So they're going to go. iStar throws a stun out, but how much is that really going to matter? Only level 5. They lose the Wraith King. They've got the duel. They'll get the kill into Hishiko. That's 2 more kills for Peru. And now 9-0. I mean, nothing is going the way of Malaysia at the moment. It's even with 4 heroes top.
That was very forced. Like, as I said,
Yeah.
you really have to be very careful. Didn't feel too comfortable on the bot lane, so they all wanted to rotate towards the top. But yeah, like you don't have the levels yet. You need your puck.
Here we go again into the Shadow Realm, but turning and throwing a Curse Crown onto Bamboo.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll take some damage from that said Shadow Realm strike. And the team really doesn't come together for Malaysia until those supports do hit that level 6. You want the Ice Blast, the Bedlam, if you're going to jump in with, you know, the Puck or the Wraith King. So it's not so easy right now with the lack of experience. And they're going to go for Linny once more, try to make this 10-0. Can the Ancients get this kill? No, the Sleight of Fist for Azumi is what makes it 10-0 for Peru.
Yeah, and we see Wraith King going for the Midas now instead to try to catch back up. Things are not looking too pretty.
Timings are getting pushed.
Yeah. We will have to see the puck make plays happen as soon as the Witchblade is online, which she's not too far off. Yeah, it's a tough matchup. It is a tough matchup. Like, if you make 1 or 2 mistakes in that lane, Ursa just completely takes over. No leniency at all.
Not at all. So, still, you know, relative to the kills, it's 10-0, but only a 2k net worth lead. So it's getting out of hand, but it's not like it's spiraled out of control completely just yet.
Yeah. And again, Witchblade will be available soon. We'll have to deploy a Dream Coil relatively soon. Maybe just smoke up, get it done.
I think it comes with the level 6 and the supports, right? That's the time's so slow.
It's gonna be a while.
Unfortunately. Now that net worth lead extends to 3K because you've got the Wraith King in the jungle, more space for Peru to farm all over the map.
Yeah, the big story is really the experience, but now we see the puck smoke up towards the top. Ursa is a very difficult kill nonetheless.
The CS difference, look at the Legion, 91 and 10.
Man, she's going absolutely crazy. Wraith King also same level as the Lion.
New Watcher position.
I hate that one.
It's brand new.
As a Radiant one, yeah. I hate that one if I'm the Radiant carry.
Yeah, you try to fall back into your jungle if it's activated for the other team. That makes it a little bit difficult.
And then you're like, whoops. You know where I am now.
Yeah.
Better deactivate it.
Top tower is under attack.
So Bamboo, she's in the jungle. Watch her not active in the moment.
Yeah. She sniffed out the enemy movement though.
Which again, it seems like it has to be forced, but it is the Dream Coil move that they're trying to make. They have level 6 on both supports here for the side of Peru. And Dark Willow's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. TP attempt into the Shadow Realm. Earth Spike a little bit short from Lovely, and that will be a Dark Willow escaping. But without even getting these kills now, Peru more focused on farming, and now they're up 4,000.
Might potentially look for a Coil in the Ember, but there's no Ice Blast available. Now Legion Commander picked up her Blink Dagger. She already has Blade Mail.
Yeah, well, look at the CS.
Yeah, it's crazy.
109.
Like whoever she jumps on will just die. So they have to be super careful, especially the Puck, who is basically the one we said needed to bring the team back into the game.
Is the early mid winning condition. For
and
them.
She's under a ward right now. If they smoke up with that Blink Dagger, could be a lot of trouble for them.
Yeah, this triangle.
It's a very good ward, very deep. Look at that, seeing everything.
Yet to be dewarded, and they can see
Legion's
this.
coming, Legion's
these camps
coming.
being taken. There's the blink with the blade mail. Duel is used, and that will be a winner chicken dinner for Legion Commander, taking out Aurora. Now 11-0.
Space created though. Brave King, Midas almost done, at least. This is the beginning of the catch-up basically. But yeah, now they're 5K behind. Again, the big story is actually being told in the experience. Level-wise, they're so far behind on all these heroes.
That is a bit tough. And now you take a look at the net worth, and I mean, look at the core difference between this team and even the support difference, at least for the Lion. It's such a steep mountain to climb now, and you've got to wonder if it's even possible. Yeah, you can buy time, but you've got 3 cores on the side of Peru that don't hate taking time.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty difficult getting into the mid-late game here. Again, once that Radiance is online, will they be able to hit the timing still?
Yeah, it's tough.
So if you're the Lion expert.
Yeah.
What item build do you go this game?
Plate mail shard.
Plate mail shard?
Yeah.
But blink first.
Yeah, blink, plate mail shard.
Double plate mail.
Yeah, sure. I'm in it. I'm always there for the memes.
Mana drain, now dealing the same amount of damage as it drains mana, sounds really strong.
That, yeah, 1-for-1 sounds insane. Does anybody...
It's 60 mana level 2, right? Per second? So 60 DPS basically.
No way. That sound...
But that's what the patch said.
Yeah, it is. It is. That
Because
sounds
now, like
insane.
the issue with Lion usually is if the enemy has 0 mana, you don't do anything. But now, if it's still going to deal 60 damage, that's kind of ridiculous.
Lion core incoming?
Again?
Yeah. Why not, right? Puts you in a decent spot. Do some damage. How many heroes have 1-to-1 on mana to damage like that?
Well, Pugna has a little bit more. There aren't many to begin with. What are Lion, AM, Pugna, and Voka? Those 4?
I guess it's not many.
It's definitely not many.
Ancient Apparition on your screen.
That doesn't look like A at all.
Yes, it is. It's all the Immortals together. The spiky icicles.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it doesn't look like
it. It looks like...
Like there's like a crystal.
Those crystals? Yeah, kind of. Those frozen crystals, it kind of reminds me of Pokemon. the old dungeons. You'd see those little crystals. I don't know if you ever played Pokemon Snap or anything like
Which
that.
old Pokemon?
I don't know, red.
Blue?
I was a red. I had red. My brother had blue.
What about yellow?
I had yellow as
Yellow
well.
was the hardest ever because you have Pikachu and you fight Rocco, the stone guy. You have no
Brock,
chance.
yeah.
Brock, yeah, sorry. Why did I say Rocco?
Because he's rock type gym leader.
But yeah, like, you have no chance.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
It really is like that sometimes. I thought Gold and Silver was good. You got to go back to the Kanto region, have some fun. Off the the Pokemon talk, go back to the Dota talk, as that's what we're here for. But game plan. You are getting a bit of a pause here.
Yeah.
It's a moment to breathe.
Yeah.
Where do you go if you're the side of Malaysia in this game?
Again, the rotations will have to come off the back of the puck. We haven't seen a successful call rotation yet. They don't really have many plays is the problem. Underlord doesn't have the necessary farm, doesn't have the ATOS. They don't really have great disables outside of the coil. So it's really the only play that you have. And you really need to score it on priority targets. Ursa needs to die, Ember needs to die, or Legion needs to die. But they're all really, really farmed. And the wards are very deep.
Yeah, the ward vision's been really good. That ward that led to the kill we just saw from the Legion commander onto the puck, especially when that's kind of the win condition for Malaysia in terms of getting that puck off to a better start and opening up the map for the rest of the team. It's just these timings are closing in, and it is really tough to buy time. You know, this isn't whatever that Justin Timberlake movie was where they had to steal time.
Or that one. Yeah, I vaguely remember it.
It's a good movie.
It was.
Bad ending.
It was a decent concept.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe they will, at some point in the future,
Remaster, bring it back, yeah.
Remake it.
With Timothy Chalamet.
That's
probably.
right. But as you said, the Dire draft really doesn't mind going to late game. We have seen many pucks take over games as well.
Right.
But, of course, against Legion and Lion, it becomes very difficult. You know what I like about the Peru draft? They're doing exactly what we said a lot of the teams in the men's division should have done. Pick good targeted stunts. It makes the game so much easier to play. Imagine they didn't have that against this puck. He would just be running circles around them.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we wanted and begged for Lion throughout the event. Well, not really cool. I begged and pleaded for Lion throughout the event. I think that's just a hero that checks a lot of boxes in terms of burst damage, hex, stun. I mean, even the mana drain feels like its own box now.
Yeah.
And it is a blink hero, so it is technically an initiator.
Yes. I mean, the draft is so complete, right? They have 2 saves with Undying, with Legion. They have great initiation. They have pretty good frontline with the Ursa.
Right.
Incredible late game scaling. Good magic damage coming out from the Ember. This is S-tier drafting right there. That's why the coach was so hyped. And very engaged, too, with body language.
Did you have a consultation with any of the coaches about who to pick, what looks good?
Yeah, we had some talks. We're like, oh, yeah, this looks good, this looks good. But consensus was you shouldn't go crazy with drafting different heroes right now.
Right.
You should draft what you're comfortable with. You didn't have time to practice other stuff. Don't lean too far outside the box.
Yeah, because it's tough. We talked about it when we were on the panel. You get lost in the sauce of seeing all these changes and, wanting to be ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
And then you end up
behind the curve,
doing too much.
Yeah.
It's something we've talked about in the first few days was keeping it simple. And I think when things are clearly better and there are things that you can use and you check those boxes, you keep it simple, you get an advantage like they have for Peru right now. But, it's tough. I'm trying to think of the ways that Malaysia can really turn it around. And like you said, it does require that Dream Coil. And now that they've got Ice Blast and, they don't even have Bedlam or Terrorize yet. So things are still not so easy. But once they get level 6 on both supports, I think that's the time to try and take a fight. But it's got to be on the proper target. We saw the split in the net worth, and you can see it on your screen right now. It is really just such a split between the cores, so those really can't be targets for you, right?
Yeah, now you have the dilemma. Do you want to focus the late game, the Ursa, or do you want to focus the pace setters, which are the Legion and the Ember right now? What are you going for? Because if you don't focus the Ursa now, Battlefield is about to be completed. she's going to skyrocket.
Yeah.
But if you focus her, then the Ember Spirit is going to get too big, perhaps. Maelstrom, BKB. Can't really deal with her anymore.
And the Legion's tough to grab as well because she's already got Blade Mail. So it's not like you have exactly the easiest targets. Lion's not exactly paper either.
Yep.
Undying is certainly not paper with a Decay or 2 hitting.
That being said, though, Wraith King is a hero. She just completed Midas as well. It's on the courier, I believe. Can catch up really fast. You have the skeletons. You can push out lanes.
Right.
Push out towers, no problem.
Right.
There are ways back into the game, but they have to win at least one fight.
Yeah. And
Get onto the board.
That's where the composure comes from.
Yeah.
Maybe some momentum, maybe some confidence if you make a good move, especially a smoke move that may work in your favor.
This break would be really good for them, too.
It's time to breathe for sure, and it's not something you get in many games.
Yeah. It's really easy to stress yourself out when scores are like this. Truth be told, 5K at this point is
a lot,
but it's not insurmountable.
Yes,
we have seen bigger comebacks.
Yeah, of course. I mean, one of the ones that I think of is Vici against LBZS. It was a 40K net worth lead for LBZS, and Vici came back.
Yeah.
They failed to take the high ground, and it was...
As many teams did.
Back then, I think a lot of... I mean, even still, teams with a lack of experience, I think, find themselves struggling to take the high ground.
Yeah. It just makes positioning so difficult.
Yeah. And it's tough because that area bottom 2 on the Radiant side, I feel like, is a tough spot to go high ground.
Yeah.
Because the vision can be really good there.
Yeah, especially with so many heroes now that just have full screen range.
Yeah. It really is just that simple. So, you know, looking at these items, we already talked about Blink Dagger and Blade Mail for the Legion. We have not seen Finger used yet.
Nope.
And that's burst damage, and Ember can kind of move around. Truthfully, right now, I think Ursa is in such a spot that the other 4 heroes can move around the map, and Ursa's not going to get touched.
Yeah. And once she's untouched for like another, give it 5 minutes, there's a Blink Dagger. The next item is going to be BKB or Basher perhaps, and suddenly she can run around, kill people as well. They definitely want to be looking for Roshan sometime soon, probably within the next 5-6 minutes.
Potentially. Early Roche for Ursa lineups is always good, and I think usually when the games are a little bit tighter, I would say first Roche is one of the most important things for an Ursa lineup. Right now, I think it's, you know, it looks like they're going to get it. If they don't, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. But I don't really see a way in which Malaysia gets Roche first.
No, they have to win a fight around the Roche pit maybe. Roshan is a bit low, and that's their way back into the game, perhaps. I've also been wondering how important the second Roshan nowadays is with that banner. Yeah, I really don't know how impactful it is.
Yeah, it's 6 hits. You can kind of just take it out.
Did you have to plant it in a position where it's super annoying, but not easily targeted?
And it's also, when you plant it, it pings the other team where it is positioned.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's ever a secret.
That's right. But it's like another, like, capture the flag sort of objective, which is pretty fun.
So, back on Inuit. Unpaused and ready to go. So, you see the Legion, you see the Ember. Already set over mid, Puck still dead, so Aurora still working on that respawn time. Just 10 seconds left, but again, hoping that we get to, you know, that level 6, that Bedlam, if possible.
Pressure in mid tower a lot now. There's going to be very little they can do to stop this. Well, as I say that, there's lots of TPs coming in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Actually, Underlord cancelled her TP. She's pressuring the top. And mid tower will
There's that Midas.
survive another day.
Not the best Midas timing, but it is a Midas nonetheless, and the longer you can hold out with said Midas is always nice. Smoke up, 4-man smoke. Again, we've got the Blink Blade Mail ready on the Legion Commander. 3-man smoke now with the level 6 on Dark Willow. Hoping to make a move, and we'll see who clashes first. Because they're heading towards top on the side of Malaysia, away from this Peruvian squad that's smoked and coming through mid.
Yeah, so it should just be a free tower probably. Oh, as I said, Malaysia's rotating back to the mid.
Trying to figure out where they want to go. They saw that shield rune, I believe, and wanted to pick that back up.
Dire's top tower
Lovely
is
looking
under
for
attack.
initiation.
Aurora.
They're going in.
Remnant forward, Slight, not going to land anything. There are 4 heroes there. Down goes the Bramble Maze, and Azumi really not too worried.
Thank you for the mana, she says.
Underworld's also making the rotation in. Again, they've got to make a move with this Dream Coil.
Is under attack.
Safety bubble for the Undying. New neutral. Giving you that shield of 100, right?
100 that regenerates, what, every 5 seconds is it?
Believe so, but I'm going to double check because I never say anything that's a lie.
That in itself was a lie.
Exactly. It provides 5 HP regen. Tier 1 neutral grants 100 HP barrier as a passive, and the barrier fully restores after not receiving any damage for 5 seconds. Woo! So it being not, I thought, so when I initially saw that, I thought it was an activated 100 HP bubble.
It's kind of just like the cheese then, right?
The block of cheese,
the
yeah.
block of cheese, yeah.
It's like a weaker version of that.
But it's also Ring of Health.
Yeah, the 5 HP regen.
Yeah, it's pretty. That's why the Seed of Serenity is so strong as well. All that HP regen. They see the Legion Commander under the ward. Are they looking to engage perhaps? Battle Fury, of course, is already.
No way. Engaging on the Legion and the Ursa?
Yeah, but. Or with the Undying.
Yeah, they got the
Easy
Undying
kill.
actually instead. Aurora was top. They finally get to the board. It's 11-1. They break the streak of no kills.
Didn't need to coil either.
So it still gives you that opportunity to use that coil and make a jump. Buying time continually. Ooh, that's going to be a blink blade mail jump with a duel, I believe. And Azumi's going to get credit for that kill on Hashiko. As they're going to continue to go, they dropped on the Dream Coil. There are a couple heroes locked down with it. Low is the Ember.
Nice.
Azumi drops to Aurora. This is a good turnaround for them because these kills are worth quite a bit. 511 gold going the way of that puck. It's money in the bank right now, and a good amount of it being withdrawn by the puck.
Yeah, and you can really see how strong this combination is of AA and puck.
Bottom lane, even thinking about going into the Ursa.
Has ult though.
Yeah,
It's a lot of
Curse
damage
Crown.
reduction. Too short of a stun.
Yeah, Bamboo able to walk herself
Dire's
away.
top tower
But
is under
Puck's
attack.
weakness initially is always that he doesn't have too much damage.
Right.
But of course with the Vortex, magic damage, magic resistance reduction, basically makes it pure damage. Lots of damage coming out. No coil for 25, looking for a fight.
Not a lot of mana either, though. But 21 charges. Lincoln's coming through, and that's to obviously protect from the duel, but slowing down any aggressive items, say like the Witchblade upgrade.
Ooh.
Ice Blast flying in. They've got the Terrorize. There's the Fear. They're trying to get the kill on a Bamboo, who's going to pop that ult, but a right-click in from iStar, and that's going to be down with the Big Bad Bear. 40 seconds, and again, a whole bunch of gold going there for Malaysia. 600 specifically for that Wraith King.
Yeah, that is.
Ooh, Blink Duel
Blink
finding
Duel.
the Dark Willow. Azumi getting in another kill and another win for this Legion, already at 40 duel damage.
Yeah, this is some of the issue. If you win really convincingly early on, any mistake you make gets punished a lot. Because there was just 1.1k gold into the banks of the Malaysian team.
They don't have Finger
More.
available, so... Ooh, they turn this around. Pitamalis is down. Good Earth Spike on a 2, but the Cold Feet will freeze over the Legion, and Hashiko Shill claim that kill. So all of a sudden, it's gone from a 5,000 net worth lead. It's dropped down to 3K, and I mean, just like that, Wraith King, he's sitting third on the net worth. Things are quieting down and looking good for the rating lineup.
That's the explosive puck power that we wanted to see.
Yeah.
Very well done by Aurora. Of course, the team also did their fair share of work. But yeah, Wraith King is closing in on the Relic now. And the Radiance timing is still going to be pretty potent, I'd say.
Earth Spike. Just trying to maybe scare him away, as well as bringing in a +1. They looking for a kill. Blink, Blade Mail, and the duel. And that's going to be a finger. Ooh, no winner but the kill. It still counts. Lovely on a killing spree. That whole time, though, they take out the Ember.
Yeah, with another coil. No real counterplay to getting coiled.
Ursa, though, still has a lot of gold, a good advantage over the Wraith King, but I believe Wraith King got the credit for that last kill, so...
Yeah, 600 gold.
Good amount of gold going their way, and now they've got another Blink Dagger. This one is on the Lion, and the initiation is there for Peru. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, especially for the puck, who's always very squishy, of course.
Duel available in 20, so just trying to get more of that duel damage. That last duel didn't get the damage, but did get the kill.
Yeah. Remember, every kill is also reactively 8 damage on the shard that you can purchase now. So
that's at least 4 of them. Dark Willow gonna drop to Bamboo. And they're still setting up over mid. As Shiko, Linny, and Aurora backing away from the mid lane and not wanting to really deal with the pressure, but I don't know if Peru is really going to give them that time to alleviate such pressure, because they, the vision is there for the side of Malaysia, and they start to back away, but these blinks are available. They can go and clean up these heroes. Blink Gain looking for the duel. Pinamalice is down. They get the kill to Linny. They're going to look over at the Underlord. 4 heroes for the side of Peru here. Waning Rift to silence a Dream Coil. The damage onto the Earth, so they get the kill to Bamboo. Now they'll look to turn it around. Terrorize going to be thrown. They got the Legion Commander feared up. Bramble Maze doesn't connect. So Legion able to get into the high ground with the Illusory Orb being thrown over. The Shadow Realm Strike doesn't get the damage out to get the kill to the Legion. They've got the Hex coming up from the Lion, and now Puck's in trouble. A Decay Aurora in a little bit too far, but iStar is here with the Bedlam on top of the Wraith King. They're trying to get the kill to Lovely. They'll end up losing Aurora, and now the turnaround is still here for the side of Peru. Azumi with this shield, still standing her ground, and can this Wraith King get anything done? This Ice Blast a little bit off the mark. It's really not going to do too much for them. Another Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Earth Spike from Lovely, and Malaysia maybe even still thinking about going forward. Pinamalice is down. It lands on a Sky. They've got a little bit more damage, but iStar Searing Chains losing that first life, slowing them up. There's the Earth Spike onto the Underlord. Cold Feet's going to kill off Sky. And Peru looking like they kind of came ahead on that one.
A little bit. Kills have been traded, of course. It looked so good initially. Everyone's in the Firestorm. Aurora jumps in, 3-man coil. They all had to break the coil because of the Firestorm.
Yeah.
Very good combination play, yeah.
Terrorize.
And you can see just the potential damage output Malaysia has. That was without the Radiance. If they had the Radiance there.
That's not a bad timing, all things considered. With the way this game started, Wraith King was able to get the Midas at a decent timing, and albeit with bodies thrown to the floor, Wraith King got the space to get a good, decent Radiance.
Yeah, this is a very good timing still. Now we'll have to see what you choose to go for next. Could be the Heaven's Halberd, could be the Blink. Another smoke up. They're really not taking the foot off the gas.
Yeah, they really want to go.
What are they going to find, though? Hishiko is the only target. She's pretty tanky. Also looks like a 5-man smoke's going to... 3-man smoke's actually going to come out from Malaysia here. And
turning it into a 4, getting close, and
yeah.
Now they're smoked up. Bottom smokes break from both sides. Shiko doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. They see where these 3 heroes are. BKB, Sleight of Fist. Now they've got the Pit of Malice down. That's going to stop the Legion from jumping in. But they already lose Linny, and they're going to look for more. The Waning Rift, the Dream Coil onto 3. Here comes the Wraith King with a Terrorize following it up. Oh, lovely. Sky and Die all gone and taken out of the fight already. They want to continue to look for Bamboo. They've got the Bedlam onto the Wraith King, but the blink away from the Ursa means that is safety achieved.
This sort of combination play is just beautiful to witness.
The damage from Aurora and just the execution from these Dream Coils have been on point, especially with the pressure of how far behind they were.
Almost back to even now.
Ice in the veins.
And they're looking for Roshan. They have to be a little careful here. Their Rosh damage isn't the highest.
And this is something we talked about. We did not think that they were going to get the first Aegis.
Well, they're about to prove us wrong, maybe.
Yeah.
10 seconds in the pit, about 15% HP gone. How fast is Peru gonna be coming here?
They're TPing in at least the Legion.
Wait, Ember TP top, right?
They have the vision on this too, so they see them actually making the move.
Yeah, Ember's gonna try to go through the Twin Gate here, of course.
But they're already positioned in a good spot. Look at this. Yeah. They need to be careful about where they are in the pit. Can't let Ursa really get on top of them, otherwise they can get blown up. And you can see they're waiting for somebody to come through that Twin Gate. The vision that was there for them is what gives them this information to back out and not get caught with their pants down.
Yeah, and Azumi faking the Twin. Well, now she's through.
Yeah, now Azumi's through, and they're into Roche.
Now they're going to take the Roche.
They have Dream Coil available. Ice Blast, this could be a combination that they're looking for, but they got to make the move soon. Ursa Standing her ground, they go for the Undying. Undying's gonna pop the ult. This is Roche still sitting low, trying to get an Aegis. Bamboo's in, they'll pick up the Aegis onto the Ursa, and now they're gonna look over the Legion Commander with the Curse Crown coming down. Can they get the first life out of the hands of this Ursa? Bamboo trying to stand up to the rest of this Malaysian side. But losing that first life, there's the Firestorm, but a blink away from Bamboo, but still, iStar gonna chase. Throws that Wraith Fire Blast, they've got this Tombstone down, a lot of hits to take it out, and that's gonna be Hishiko facing this Tombstone and taking it down one tick at a time, but they still lose this Legion in the meantime.
Aegis advantage is also gone, gold down to 2k. Very, very convincing fight again by Malaysia. And it's looking to go the other way right now.
Yeah, they have brought this back so well. And I know they don't get that Aegis, and that first Roche goes the way of Peru, but it was used immediately, and it really doesn't get them that much.
Not at all, unfortunately. And this is the problem of the Ursa, right? Before BKB, you can get kited so easily.
Yeah.
They do it perfectly. Aurora, in, out, all the long-range spells, the pits of Malice. This lineup is atrocious to play against. Down to a 1k lead now.
Even with the Battle Fury, yeah, they're not extending that lead anymore, so it's not a great position for Peru. And we get pause from Hishiko. Some settings.
Of course, you don't always need your settings if you don't have enough money early on, because you don't use all your hotkeys.
Yeah.
And so you get some more active items.
All of a sudden, you need those hotkeys.
Yeah, those settings.
Are you standard hotkey person? Like, what's your buttons here?
You mean for spells or items?
Yeah, for items, For
items.
Do you use legacy keys for spells?
Hell no. That is so inefficient. Anybody that says it's good is no. No, it's just naivety. There's no way it's better. It's just further away, so scientifically, biology, like anything, human anatomy, it's faster, okay?
You're just saying words at this point to say no.
Do not try to convince me otherwise. It's faster.
I know, I'm not going to convince you
100%.
otherwise. I'm
Because I know Arteezy, for example, he loves legacy keys. And I asked him one day, why are you using legacy? It's way slower. Because I'm used to it.
So now your science says it's further away, but wouldn't it be more efficient to know the keys than switching?
I mean, QWER, every hero, you know the keys.
That is true.
Yeah.
It is pretty simple.
Right?
Yeah,
Keep it simple.
I don't
Keep
disagree.
it simple.
Yeah, we've been talking about that.
Are you a queer person too?
A QWERTY person? Yeah. My blink is usually on spacebar.
I mean, it's QWERTY F, right? For me, at least.
No, not for me. I don't know what you're
Are
talking
you
about.
QWERTY?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm QWERTY F.
So BKB soon for Bamboo. She's making quite a bit of progress here for it.
Yeah.
But again, like we said, the net worth is sinking in terms of Peru's lead. 0-4-13 for the Undying, a great start for Sky in the laning phase, but it seems like they've been able to handle the Tombstone a bit and blow up the Undying, truthfully, in these fights.
Yeah, the last 3 fights have been going Malaysia's way every time. The supports just get jumped on, get taken out immediately. And your Lion and Undying, they need to survive until they get all their spells out once at least.
Right.
If you lose them right at the beginning of the fight, no chance. Double damage. Oh, no, sorry. Amplified damage.
Yeah, you're going to have to work on that.
That's right.
It's like when BKB changed.
Yeah. But at least we're still named BKB.
Now, debuff immunity.
Now we have amplified damage. Why is it 80% instead of 100? It should be like 50.
And, I mean,
it's a pretty random number.
Why not just be double?
Yeah. And double spell damage too.
Exactly. There should be a magic damage. Stun, Ice Blast off the mark. And the Terrorize misses too, so a little bit discombobulated there from Malaysia trying to get that kill. But maybe showing dominance.
But look
You
at the
stay, you
response though.
die.
Instant smoke up. They know you don't have Ice Blast.
They go for the Underlord. They've got the duel, but they've got to chase a little bit. There's the finger, not going to matter. There's a win once again for the Legion.
Death.
That is the infinite scaling of Legion dueling.
Yeah. I'm really curious to see when is she going to pick up the shard, because it's a lot of damage. 8 per duel.
I think it's, yeah, so it's another 40 at the moment. I think it's 5 duels 1, maybe 6. 40, 48 damage.
It's a lot of damage.
Good amount of damage, and now, speaking of damage done to the line to get the kill. There is the amplified damage rune on Azumi. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and trying to run away. Linny goes into the hands of Sky, but Bamboo will chase, and she will get that kill and put herself on a killing spree. 17,500 net worth, but Wraith King, iStar, she is right behind at 16K and having a good game after the start that they had. But they're back up to 5,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, Ursa is not slowing down.
Not
Amber's
at all.
keeping up nicely too. And I think that should be a BKB completed soon on the Legion as well. Puck just finished the Lincoln Sphere at least, so that should give her a little bit more of a safety net.
And a bit of a long road to the Lincolns.
Wraith King's peeking into the bot here. Do they want to initiate on the Legion? She has
Thinking
the
about
BKB.
Terrorize. I think they're trying to wait for it. Ice Blast flying in, just short.
Just shy of it.
So, Wraith Fire Blast. Oof.
Oh,
Going
hello.
into the Tombstone, and this stun was changed if the Tombstone dies while you're in it. Brought down a port from this Underlord. But that's it. I mean, they kind of just back away from each other.
Yeah, neither team very confident in taking the fight right now.
There goes the gate.
Bye.
So, Axe next for the Wraith King.
Now this is the problem when you have a carry Wraith King. You really don't want to build that axe, but it's so good.
It is, yeah.
But you don't want to build it because you need more damage.
I don't think it's, yeah, I would probably wait for that because there's already one Roche dead, right? So the
Ooh.
timing on Roshan is going to be a decent spot when you're potentially on the third Roche, right?
Yeah. Nice Glimmer Cape there from the Undying. She's like, yeah, I'm here, but I'm not.
You see nothing.
But you see what I mean with the health pool of Wraith King, right? 1,500. Dies in like 2 seconds.
It's really not much.
That's right.
What would you rather get instead of the Ags right now?
Heaven's Halberd, BKB, you need something.
You'd go Halberd on one position Wraith King?
Yeah, you gotta stop the Ursa from dealing damage. I think the real carry here in this game is actually the Puck.
Yeah, but wouldn't you just want to go Halberd on, say, the Underlord?
That works too. They could go Halberd on both.
Yeah, they could.
Because, truth be told, this Legion Commander is slapping pretty hard right now. 200 damage per hit.
70
around
damage from the duel. Yeah.
Yeah. Get their shard. Get their shard. 70, so that's...
Well,
I still think 5.
Yeah, I think it's 5. Ice Blast comes through, but Earth Spike lands onto the Wraith King. They're TPing in. They've got the Hex. They'll slide towards iStar. She's trying to run, and now they'll go after the Legion with the BKB and the Blade Mail pop, but it's not going to last for much longer in terms of the Blade Mail. BKB's got a couple seconds left on it, and can they re-engage on this? There's not a lot of mana left on Hashiko. Bamboo on that Ice Vortex. They find the Legion Commander, no BKB, and they will get the kill. It's a mega kill streak here for the Wraith King, but they're going after the Wraith King with that Ursa. They take out Lovely, 2 heroes dead on the side of Peru. Wraith King getting low, does still have that ult. They go to the Terrorize with the BKB being popped by Azumi. Remnant towards Linny, but iStar is here. The Searing Chains are thrown, and they'll get the kill on a 1. They might pop this Wraith King, but the Curse Crown's going to go, and they've got themselves a 3rd. So Malaysia really evening up this game. Their fights have been pretty on point ever since they got that combo of Dream Coil, Terrorize, and Ice Blast.
Their kiting in these team fights is insane. The Legion couldn't get a single spell out, basically. Pop BKB, try to duel anyone. Constant Vortex damage with canceling the Blink Dagger. Then she gets caught out in the jungle by the Wraith King, as well as the Puck. They're playing this game really, really well. Ursa had no chance in the fight to do anything. The Blink Dagger keeps getting cancelled. Like they somehow need to find the initiation before Malaysia is ready. Otherwise, it's not going to work out.
And I'm pretty sure Bamboo focused the Wraith King for a bit and then just backed away.
Yeah, because I mean, she knows there's the Wraith King ulti, so there's no real benefit in killing her. Because there's no way you're going to kill her twice in that situation.
So the net worth practically back to even. It was 11-0. Since that point, it's been 16-11 in favor of Malaysia.
Yeah, their team fight execution is insane.
Tormentor, thanks Ancient Apparition with the Vortex. Doing damage to us. Is that your Tormentor?
Yeah.
I like it.
Is it the... Do you think it's the Tormentor's voice, or is he screaming out in pain, agony?
It's some entity being... I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I didn't write the lore for this game. Would be nice, though. We get a little bit more lore on the Tormentor. Why is it called Tormentor? Is it a soul of someone who's been tormented?
I think so. Or is it someone that wants to torment your soul?
Yeah. Could be either, truthfully. Nullifier for the Ursa.
Okay. Okay, Nullifier and Ursa, of course, it's good against Dual Scepter of the Dark Willow, but there's still Shadow Realm, which you can't purge. So, Nullify is always good, don't get me wrong, but it might not be the greatest in this game in particular.
Would you have rather an Abyssal finish first?
Abyssal, maybe? Yeah, that could have been a good choice. I mean, of course, you also can purge with the Crimson Guard, but is it worth that much money? It's good damage, and you've been lacking damage. Maybe even MKB, because the Wraith King has the Radiance.
Wait, Mel, duel coming through. Ancient Apparition in some trouble.
Bye-bye.
When he's going to die, and that's going to be another duel victory for
Roche
Legion.
out in 5 seconds. Are they going to check? They're checking right now. Yeah, Bamboo's like, I got this. And respawn.
Did,
That's
I
the
think.
flag, or the banner.
Yeah. Roche's banner.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Flag, banner, essentially the same thing.
Maybe.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
tower is under attack. Radiant.
So there's the signal that they are on Roche. Not that anybody can join, although they are TPing. Wraith
Oh,
King-
she's
Wraith
alone,
King-
she's alone?
Yeah, Wraith King TP'd.
Alright, she's out, she's out.
Yeah, that was super dangerous. That was a solo TP. Now they're TPing towards top. They want to go for Hashiko. Can
No
they
duel?
get the duel? Yes. So they'll stop the TP. They probably won't get the duel victory, but they will get the kill afterwards, and Hashiko not leaving quick enough, so she gets punished for staying. So 3,000 net worth lead. It's been staying around this point, but the second Aegis in the hands of Peru, this time not being used immediately.
Puck's the cutting lanes, doing what she can to keep them away from the towers, but it should be top tier 2 going down, probably. Wraith King Skeletons pushing out the bot lane as well. I mean, their draft is really good at stalling and pushing out lanes, as we said earlier.
They've gone Pavis on the Undying, so Solar Crest is probably in the future.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Great item. Too
The
good of an
change-
item.
The change seems really strong.
Yeah, it's gonna probably get nerfed within the hour or the day.
I would say probably after the weekend events.
Radiant
Probably.
structures are fortified.
Alright, they glyph the tower. Don't want to give it up just yet.
They want to smoke, they want to fight. Underlord there in 3 seconds. He'll have his ult. They go for the Legion Commander. They're looking for the Terrorize, but the BKB's already been popped. Earthspike comes in with the Dream Coil being popped by Aurora. Lovely. Trying to mana drain. They get the kill in a day. They'll take out one. There's a second with Lovely falling. Ice Blast is thrown. Ice Star trying to stand her ground up against both Bamboo as well as Azumi, who pops the BKB. Linny's dead, but buyback immediately. They still have this Wraith King ult. And the BKB's going to run out for Azumi. Aurora may be thinking about turning around, but one more right click with the help of Aurora, and down goes the Ember. Malaysia getting all of this one as they finally lose the first life out of the Wraith King. They get the Undying. Sky is gone. Bamboo on the run with the BKB running out. How far can you get out, you bear? It's not looking like too far because they've got the Blink. They have the Wraith Fire Blast, and they have the follow-up needed to get this kill. It's going to be a full team wipe for Malaysia, and just like that, they're ahead in net worth, and this game looks like it's in their favor.
Not a single fight since they were leading 11-0 has gone Peru's way. The team for execution is actually insane. Like, they have great heroes to showcase the team play here, and Malaysia hasn't lost a single map yet, and I think you can see why. Even if they're behind, they don't give up. They don't give
This
up.
could be a set of racks, and truthfully, they don't know it, but Ursa ain't coming back for a while.
That's a minute, but there's also no Wraith King ult, so truth be told, if you're playing like this right now and the fights are always going in a similar fashion, you don't have any rush. You don't need to force anything. Just build the advantage. Wraith King is in fact going for a refresher orb.
Right.
Just to have more lives even. Again,
never damage.
I really like the fact that she recognizes she's not actually the big carry this game.
Right.
It's the puck, it's the percentage damage of the Underlord.
And the movements from Aurora have been on point.
Absolutely on point.
Now look at the graph. Oof.
86% win chance now.
And
Courtesy of Dota Plus, thank you.
Which it never really got too out of hand in terms of win probability. I think the highest for Peru is like 60%.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
I mean, it just shows the lineup of Malaysia is really good. Of course, Ursa against Underlord is always really good in the laning phase, right? But come mid-late game, this pit, the Firestorm, is so annoying. Now that Shiva's got up on her as well, just too much kiting. How do you even kill anyone?
Right. It's really tough, and they were showing in that fight. I mean, it was 5-on-5. They were struggling to get anything other than the Ancient Apparition. And I mean, Ancient Apparition, I understand. As a hero that does not survive much, ice is very easy to melt when the heat comes. Ancient Guardian, so Ursa already thinking about having to fight near the Ancient, that 50 damage just straight up, and then the 50 when you're within 2,000 range of your Ancient, or in Ancient. It doesn't even need to be yours.
Would be cool if they like added Watchers there too. Like a
what?
Like 1,000 AoE around the Watcher or something smaller, you know?
They'd have to get rid of a couple Watchers. Can you imagine having 100 damage right here?
Yeah. I mean, it can be smaller AoE, like 500.
How about they just make it global? I mean, that would.
No, it would be broken. We don't want.
Sure.
We don't want Dota to be broken.
No, nobody does. But we seem to get there every now and then.
Accept it done on the Ember. So it's a little bit more damage.
Ice Blast again, stun thrown. Ice Blast gonna land. Now that's with the short, so that means they have the availability to throw the Terrorize out and get Azumi.
No buyback.
That's what they were looking for a long time ago when they tried to get the kill onto the Ember top. This time it works out. This time now they're on the high ground, ready to take out this tier 3.
Yeah, and of course Starks is not afraid of anything. Still got a second life. Has to be careful with the mana drain.
Hit him Alice, down on 2. Wraithfire Blast, but has that Solar Crest. Now the jump with the Abyssal. They go to the duel. Duel's going to be taking a lot of time because they've got the Ags onto the Wraith King, and it's actually a winner from the grave for Dark Willow. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
It's a hard counter to Legion Commander.
That is so dead. You're a ghost, you win a duel.
Yeah.
How about that?
And the thing is, you don't actually take any damage anymore because you're dead already.
Going for the Ancient Apparition once again. Liddy gets Invis with that Glimmer Cape. Now on the run, back alive, ready to go. Bamboo trying to get out of this one. Earthspike well placed, but is it going to be enough for the Ice Blast to jump away? Aurora going in with the Lincoln's popped. The focus is on the Lovely. They've got 4 heroes down on Peru, and this tier 3 mid is going to crumble besides the feet of their graves.
Yeah. They can't get Mega Creeps just yet. They're still tier 2 bottom. But if the last...
Can they go for 4s? Nah.
No, they
That's
cannot.
so risky, so risky.
But again, if the last 7 fights showed you anything, Malaysia is very comfortable in team fights.
Running away with this.
Oh yeah, 100%. They're just making it look easy at this point.
This has been, I mean, truthfully, just a showcase of breaking through adversity, knowing when you're behind how to come back. Like, that is picture perfect so far.
Yeah, especially early game when you're so far behind. Getting these connections with all the spells, it's very difficult for even the best players in the world.
Yeah. So, 15,000 net worth lead here for Malaysia, and Bamboo, who had an amazing start. I mean, a pretty simple lane. 4 kills in the early goings, and it's just not really panned out the way that maybe she would have thought at the beginning of that game, because the only one who had any semblance of a game was Aurora.
Yeah. But once she started moving with the Witchblade, got to kill top,
Which one?
got to kill mid, dead one.
Thank you.
Got to kill bottom, and after they killed bottom, got a nice combination going bottom, and they were right back into the game. Now all they got to do, wait for the third Roche, perhaps, maybe even take a team fight if they give it to them. But team fighting now with all this kiting in place is near impossible.
It's just so difficult.
Yeah.
They do not have buyback on anybody other than the line, too, so a fight is so risky.
I gotta ask a question. Why don't we see more AA? Like, these blink daggers cannot be utilized at all. She just puts the vortex everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, my blink dagger's disabled. Can't find any initiation.
And the Ice Blast with the shard also sets up a follow-up.
Yeah.
Because
it's a great hero.
You know, you take the cold feet as well. Almost level 25 for the Wraith King.
Almost 25 for the puck.
They don't have to force it.
They have to force nothing. They can just wait for the Roche, which is up right now. It was a super fast spawn. Is anyone checking?
Nice,
yes,
nice.
they are. 2 minutes time should be enough.
Yeah, now they got to get in this Roche, ask each other, I need hands, I need hands.
Look,
get in here.
AA even pulls out Roshan out of the pit with the vortex.
Yeah.
How is that ability not removed from Dota yet? And there's no roar because it's
this
the
is
first time
their
they're killing
first time
it.
getting Roche, yeah.
Yeah. So Peru is like, yeah. But soon it will be coming. Was Radiant the banner or Dire the banner? I think Dire was the banner, right?
No, they got the banner down here.
So Dire is cheese.
So they got banner, shard, Aegis.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty solid.
Lore-wise, do you think it makes more sense that...
I think banner's more of a Dire looking item.
Same.
Yeah. And cheese is a very Radiant item.
Yeah, and Scepter is more of a Radiant item too, I feel.
Yeah.
It's kind of bluish,
yeah.
looks very happy.
But shard is also green. It screams Radiant.
True. Why not just give it everything? On the Radiant and nothing on the Dire?
Yeah. Or just go back to one Roche pit. Put it in the center and make something happen.
Now, how many lives do we have here? Wraith King has 3 lives with the refresher.
He's got...
We have an Aegis on the puck, so we're looking at 9 lives total.
They're a cat.
They're a cat.
Yeah.
But there's not enough windows to throw them out of here in this game.
Throwing cats out windows.
No, I'm not saying I'm doing that, but
I mean, that's
they would
what
have to do that.
Hey,
No,
well,
no.
you guys are all here with us. You heard it.
You know I love my cat.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
Azumi.
Oh, there's the 25 Wraith King.
Let's see. And
Bamboo.
Bamboo would be the better target. They're both walking on by.
She's sitting on a throne there. Dancing.
I do love that music.
It
And
is
they start to head
pretty
back.
nice.
Not really forcing a move just yet. Busting a move, though.
Busting many moves.
With the skeletons in the chair.
Oh, they were waiting for the puck 25. She just got that. Courtesy of the Wisdom Rune. Now 25. Pierces spell immunity. You BKBs mean nothing. Good luck and fun, Ember.
Yeah. And Ursa, too.
Like, these talents are so... Wow, you know? Like, suddenly your items just don't mean anything.
Yeah, that feels pretty bad.
Yeah, it's like, alright. I guess I'm dead now.
So up onto the high ground they go. Can they finish this game 1? Bramble Maze to protect these heroes. They're looking towards the back lines to go blink and get a duel out. That's exactly what they're going to do with an Ice Blast thrown over. They go to the finger, they land the Earth Spike. They can't get the kill just yet. They actually end up losing the Legion Commander. Now they're going to lose Bamboo. All these heroes have buyback. Lovely falls as well. 3 heroes down to the side of Peru. They've bought back on 2. They need to buy back on Ursa if they really want to try and win this fight. They've got the Undying low as well. That's going to be a 4th. So does she go on a killing spree? Ursa's still holding buyback while 3 of the other heroes have bought back. BKB popped by the Ember as they focus their attention on a Lovely again, who gets into the Glimmer Cave. Her spike down, Aurora into the faces of the Dire squad. Waning Rift trying to suck all that mana away, but Lovely falls for the 2nd time. Dead for 90 seconds. Ursa gonna buy back, go after the Wraith King. Wraith King low, but still moving forward. Cold Feet not gonna freeze him over, but he ends up losing that life. The Wraith Fire Blast is gonna be thrown over. It actually hits Azumi. That means the Ember's dead. They take out Sky. 3 heroes gone. They've got buyback available on the Ember if they want to make that move. But the tier 4s are not long for this world, and the Ancient is exposed.
More buybacks. What can it make happen?
They've got to go for it now. They've got themselves the Glyph. Azumi goes in with a Sleight of Fist. They throw the Wraith Fire Blast with the Raining Rift. That means there's a silence. No BKB. That's a kill onto Azumi. Now you're down to just 2 heroes. The Legion trying to take out this Dark Will get the kill. Blade Mail pop. Bamboo trying to get back into this well and try and survive. But even there, I don't think the bear is safe. It's not going to matter. The Ancient will fall, and game 1 goes to Malaysia.
What a turnaround fight. Turnaround game, rather. Absolutely incredible. Now, if you're Peru, right, this game, it's going to feel pretty bad, especially after this early game. The resilience has been shown by Malaysia. How do you approach game 2?
You got to take a breath. I mean, it is not that simple to come back from being in a game like that.
They look pretty deflated right now. And I can't blame them. Game looked so good. Game
Yeah.
looked incredibly good.
You were up 11-0. Your Ursa had a free lane, 5,000 net worth lead, which we talked about. That early into the game is something that is hard to come back from, and you end up letting it go. It slips through your fingers, right?
Yeah. Granted, the team play displayed by Malaysia was insane. Like, actually, every fight, the kiting that happened, the amount of combos that happened, everybody had each other's back. They knew exactly when to go in, when to go out, when to bait. Sure, Hishiko died a couple of times, but it was worth it every time.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they were able to open up so much space for that Wraith King. I mean, Aurora just did so much with the puck coming around and opening up the map. That Dream Coil they finally were able to make work with the Ice Blast, having the Bedlam. It was the timing was right, and they knew when to hit the mark, right? They felt it. They were like, all right, this is it was probably their only chance to bring that game back was a good Dream Coil fight. Because they lose that, it goes from 5 to 8, 9, 10,000 behind. 5K was really pushing the limits of how far behind they could be before they could come back, right?
Yeah, I think from that point on, actually, the only risky decision, I'm going to call it, they made was going for the Roshan early on, which actually gave the Aegis to the Ursa. But it didn't matter, because that fight they also crushed. They take the Aegis out of their hands immediately. And yeah, from there on out, it was smooth sailing for them.
Yeah, so a great comeback for Malaysia in game number 1 over Peru. To break it down, we've got the panel. We'll send it back over to Snare. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Game 1 goes the way of Malaysia in wonderful execution. They managed to put themselves on the front foot and give themselves an advantage in the grand finals here at the Global Esports Games Tournament. I am here at the STC Play Analyst Desk. I'm joined by Nomad. I'm joined by Jeeves. Nomad, there was a point in this game, right, where they had no kills on the side of Malaysia. They were being completely outfarmed, overran in the laning phase. What changed? What happened? What was the turning point that allowed them to really get back into this game?
I mean, it was a long way in, wasn't it? It was about 35 minutes into the game when they finally came back. I mean, I wish I had friends like this. I wish I had friends like this, dude. Like, they're behind this whole time, 35 minutes. Dude, my guys are gone. They're disconnected. These guys, they stay together. Like, vibes are great. And they're just like, you know what? We're confident in ourselves. We believe in each other. We believe in our strategy. Hold steady. They're getting beaten. They're getting beaten down. Like 12 minutes into the game, they haven't got a single kill. They're 4K net worth gold down. How many games do you come back from that? Not a lot. But these guys, I mean, they do it. But yeah, I mean, that 35-minute fight, absolutely ridiculous.
I feel like I would love to hear the comms that happened during the pause. There was like a little bit of an extending pause, a technical issue, you know, but during those couple of minutes, they must have like, you know, they must have reset. You know, you're there, you're really suffering in all of the lanes. The only person who's really having a game is Puck at this point. And you know, the cheerleader, they're there with the flag, and they're like, you know, trying to big them up, trying to like, just like, you know, just give them the you know, you guys can do it, you can make it, you can do it. And honestly, I feel like it had a positive effect. I feel like it had an actual, you know, an actual effect on their, you know, their mindset at least, you know.
They were dialed in.
Yeah, they had it. It was really good. I mean, Peru were so disciplined up until that kind of point, and I kind of feel like they were feeling themselves. You know, they're all up. You know, got 11-0, and you know, and Ursa's having a 4-0 game. They have such early kill potential in the lane. But then, you know, as the game goes a little bit longer, they start to get some items out, and Hishiko specifically is making so much space for the rest of the team, and then also kind of felt like Astarex was sort of playing as like a second offlaner. You know, they're both making space. They're both these tanky, beefy kind of heroes, soaking up damage, soaking up abilities, and it just allows the Puck to move in, weave in and out. But again, it's this Puck, right? It's just an intelligence hero in the mid lane, and this is what we're going to see going forward. So that these type of heroes are going to be dominating the actual, you know, the game. They're going to be dominating, like you saw, it was able to come back into the situation. I mean, Ember did not eat, like they had 3 Blink Daggers plus Ember, 4 Blink Daggers plus Ember, almost it felt like, and they had all of the reach, but they just weren't able to, like, you know, capitalize on it fully.
Yeah, this is also a good example of itemization here, Nomad. As we take a look at some of these replays by the Savvy Games Group, itemization in terms of the Lincoln Sphere. Once Puck was able to pick up that Lincoln for Aurora, almost impossible to lock this hero down consistently, right? And that's always been the name of the game for Puck. Play the edges, play as far forward as humanly possible, force the opponent into you. And you can see it was getting to Peru. They'd keep trying to make these aggressive moves. Puck is the one dangling in front. But then you have this catch-22. If it's either Hishiko, you can't really kill Hishiko fast enough.
This is the fight
If it's Puck, you can't do anything. And then this fight, after this, the game just breaks completely apart.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I want to talk about this one a little bit because this is really cool. Firstly, they get the Legion Commander. Pure... I mean, they did get the ward down. I believe that was placed in the fight, though. But yeah, they placed the fight. So they basically just jump up the high ground, guessing that Legion's going to be there, more or less. They find it, because it's a great read. I mean, it's a fantastic read. And then, rather than just throwing everything they've got into this BKB Legion Commander, they jump past, the puck finds the coil onto the two supports. Now what do? Your Legion Commander's running around on like 200 HP in a BKB. Okay, you can't finish the job, but at the same time, she's not going to be dueling anyone. She's not doing anything. And your supports, they're just dead to the puck, basically. Ursa can't play the game. It doesn't matter if he's got like 20k gold. It doesn't matter if he's got 30k gold. Like, he can't play the game from that position. He can't join the fight.
Yeah.
And he just kind of runs around the side. He's like, she's just like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to contribute to this fight. And they will end up getting killed off. And then all of a sudden, Malaysia, they're just foot on the gas. I mean, they have push in their draft, so they can go to the high ground. They can take the buildings. That was something which was critical for Peru as well. Like, this draft just had no push.
Yeah, it didn't matter how much of a strong advantage they had in the early game. They were never able to actually push into their towers and take down, structural damage. When they've got that much of an advantage, they should be pushing tier 3s, but it just wasn't going to happen because they did not have a hero that was able to actually just sit there and hit towers. On top of that, the Ancient Apparition was so consistent. She was so consistent in making sure that she was hitting the Ice Blast, and that makes it really, really difficult, for the Ursa and for the Legion Commander to actually be able to sustain inside the fights. A few times the Legion Commander was able to blink to safety, but that, as well as the Dark Willow, the coil, the puck coil plus Terrorize, again and again, you snap the coil, and then the AA Blast is there already, and it's just a huge, huge problem. And then the itemization on the Wraith King as well. It felt like so difficult for her in the first instance. She manages to get the Radiance, to Midas into the Radiance online, and then she goes back for the AC to make the team actually, able to push even harder and able to actually fight into it. And it's sort of, nullified to some point the Ursa's ability to actually, take kills and take fights. Normally you think, okay, the Ursa's going to, he's going to get a few stacks up and he's going to take you down, but with the Undying, the Uberlord there as well, it just felt like, in the mid game, it felt kind of impossible for Ursa to actually find these kills. Sure, they were able to take Roche, or at least go and try and take Roshan, but it didn't really help them out. It didn't really, because there was no no push, no real push behind the team. They weren't able to do anything with it. The draft felt fantastic from Peru. Their execution was amazing up until, just the pause, basically. And I don't know if they were thinking, if they were so overconfident because of how the game was going. But, I mean, what amazing tenacity from Malaysia to be able to kind of cool their tempers and, keep the things, under control, and then just play through, come back into the game.
Yep. In retrospect, actually looking at the draft and way that things panned out in terms of the hero selection, one of the things that I noticed is that this Undying was the first overall pick for the side of Peru. The synergy with Undying with the rest of the draft nomad doesn't necessarily have the same degree of impact as the synergy of, say, an Ancient Apparition, Dark Widow, plus the puck. These three heroes, no matter what, throughout the game, no matter what items the Ursa is buying, no matter how farmed the Ember Spirit is, they always can present kill threat to them. And unfortunately, Undying, at some point, really felt like he was a passenger in this game, not necessarily able to contribute to these fights anymore.
Yeah, it really did feel like that. I mean, Sky, unfortunately, just not really able to get her teeth into this one, which, it's unlucky, but you got to bring up the question now, like, is that Undying worth first phasing if this is what can happen to it? Did Malaysia do something very intelligent to counter the Undying? I mean, I guess so. I'm not smart enough to figure that one out, but it did seem like this Undying just really didn't get much play in the game. Tombstone, not particularly good against these heroes, unfortunately, and it just didn't really work out.
They didn't even have to directly address the Tombstone. Like, normally you always like at least sure, AC helps out, and then everyone can like beat down the Tombstone, but up until that point, it wasn't really a factor in the team fights. Normally you put down the Tombstone, you fight around it, it's massive.
Yeah, but for sure, Aurora just like absolute clinic on the puck, on holding your ground, on relaxing and not getting overcommitted. And also Lin as well on the Ancient Apparition. We mentioned it a few times. They picked this Ancient Apparition and then they picked the setup for it. That's all you need to do. You called for the Mars in the draft. Well, we got the puck instead. Same thing. A big old target to just throw down that Ice Blast. Always making sure you're getting good use. And it's a great ultimate. The trade-off is that it's kind of hard to land, but they just make it easy with the draft. And that's what it comes down to sometimes.
Yep, it does come down to that. Itemization was also really good as well. But I must also say that one thing that Malaysia was able to take real advantage of, Jeeves, you made the point that you look at the push from Peru, right? It requires 3, 4, usually 5 heroes to even take a tier 1 tower. For the side of Malaysia, they don't necessarily have to do that, right? They can win a fight, throw Wraith King into the mix, Underlord can be pushing out with the Firestorm, make things a lot easier for them. In retrospect, should they, maybe Peru, have considered adding a different hero into the mix that could have provided some additional dimension to their push?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like you felt it, especially during the mid push before they even started. You know, they're behind for so long. They're behind for so long. They take one or two really good engagements, and then the second engagement is really solid, and immediately 5-man push up the mid lane. They're just bringing down towers, left, right, and center, and that was just, from Malaysia's point of view of their draft. Very, very strong push indeed. And on the other side of things, what can you even do? Like, are you going to, Ursa's never really going to be a pusher. The Undying isn't really going to help you out in that situation. Yeah, you can kind of like, he's more of like a sort of, I'm holding this area type thing. Maybe all 5 of you push together, but you just can't. You can't put those kind of resources in place because then, Wraithkin's going to be somewhere else. And the other thing as well is with the Uber Lord, of course, he can just Uber in at any point. He puts down the gate, everyone just turns up on top of it, and it makes it difficult to kind of try and take these fights where you're looking for the pick-off fight, and it's not happening for you.
Very difficult game, unfortunately, for the side here. And Malaysia, they get the W, but it was hard fought. Peru, especially at the beginning of the game, looked excellent. Their laning prowess was certainly bar none one of the best we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament. Remember, they were able to keep Malaysia away from any kills for a very long time in this game. But unfortunately, kills don't win Dota. The game is called Defense of the Ancients, not necessarily Defense of the Lanes. And Peru, they go down. However, there are some bright spots, right? For example, there's a couple of heroes that we know for a fact don't get picked all that often for a reason. We don't see that many Undyings. We don't see that many carry Ursa. Well, we see a lot of carry Ursa, but we don't see that many successful carry Ursas. And I think this game is a good showcasing of that, of heroes that can make a lot of things happen early, get you a lot of kills, accelerate the momentum, but just really struggle with the final punch at the very end of the day. So let's go back to when they picked the Ursa, because this was at the very end of the draft, Nomad. What do you think could have been slotted into that particular position that would have still given them some laning prowess, but also given them scalability throughout the game?
That's a hard one. I mean, something which kept coming into my mind as we played that game was actually Monkey King. Again, a slightly unconventional hero, but when you're playing against the Underlord, it's kind of like the other Ursa in some regards, right? Now, sure, he doesn't have any innate tower-taking potential. However, he does have Wukong's command, which can be very useful in setting up that arena and just pushing the enemy out, and gives you a little bit more space to go and make those plays. So that could be something they consider down the line. Ultimately, if you do have this idea of picking Ursa down the line, which they should have because they saw the the Underlord, and they also have a level 30 Ursa player on their team. So, it should always be in your mind that, okay, we might want to set up for an Ursa pick there. You need to make sure you cover its weaknesses. That's like one of the things which very advanced drafters always make sure. If we've got this hero in mind, we're thinking of picking it up, all right, let's just make sure. So I'd actually say maybe the Ursa's great. The Ursa did work, but go back and change maybe the Legion commander, even though she also had a good early game, but they all did. Something needs to change. You need something to hit buildings. Maybe we go for something unconventional like Death Prophet or something. I'm not sure. I
mean, Death Prophet would have been phenomenal actually in the game. Just kind of been able to zone people out, and you're quite happy to use the Spirit Siphon into the big kind of teams. But yeah, I mean, just such a like, how do you it's your level 30 Ursa, like as a core player, and like it feels like the game's in hand, and then to lose it in this fashion, that's going to be some serious psychological damage, going into game 2. I think the good thing is, the coach is going to be there. He's going to be helping them, do the draft in game 2, and he's also going to be saying to them, look, don't let this one hit, don't let this one, like this is a bump in the road. Don't let it slow you guys down. Reset as you go back into game 2, and we're going to deal with it in the draft. We're going to make sure that's not a problem again. And then hopefully, because the teams are very balanced in regards to the actual skill. I was thinking that Malaysia were like way stronger, but it just showed you in that first sort of 12-15 minutes of the game that Peru can bring the fight for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I feel like this is one of those occasions where, I'm not implying that I know what the coach should do in this situation, but I feel like it might be a good idea just to go into the booth and go, I messed up, dudes. Like, this Ursa pick, it looked great, but actually you couldn't put in the final dagger. That's on me. You guys did the best you could with what I gave you, but, it's, regardless of how you actually feel about it, sometimes you just need to get the mental game. You can't have your team being like, oh, we threw that game. So I don't think they did. Genuinely, I don't think there was any kind of that like happening with them. I don't think Peru crumbled. I think Malaysia just hit a point where they could play their game really clean, and unfortunately, Peru never really had the opportunity to break that high ground. One more thing which kind of led to that was also the Ursa. He just got targeted down every single fight. Like, he was always the first one dead, and that was kind of a necessity more than like an actual kind of fault. they had to kill that Ursa, otherwise their fight was over. But, you know, it's... I'm not sure how to address that from looking back on the fights and everything. What else can you do?
I think the problem kind of stems from the difficulty in itemization to try and catch this pack once he has the Lincoln Sphere online. You know, I think it's really, really difficult. And you know, I think we were discussing at the time, like, oh, does he go for the Monkey King Bar to deal with the Radiance? Does he go with the Abyssal to try and deal with the Lincoln Sphere? And then I think he ended up going for, was it the Nullifier?
Yeah, Nullifier.
To try and deal
and
with
he needed Nullifier as well, right? To try and
deal with the Crimson
Guard.
Guard. Yeah. So it was just like, sometimes you're just in a really difficult place where, like, although you're having a really good game, you have like 7 items that you need to build and you only have 6 slots.
Yeah.
We call that one more item syndrome, right?
Indeed. I just need one more item and then we can fight. But then they didn't get the chance to actually do that. You know, it's like they didn't have that problem on the side of Malaysia. Everybody was like sort of, you know, very specialized in what they were doing, and then they were able to execute off the back of that. They had, in retrospect, they had it's quite difficult to execute this, you know, the Puck Coil, the Dark Willow, and the AA Blast on top. But the fact that they were able to do it consistently is really what gave them the edge in this game for so far.
I think another thing we have to highlight about that game, which was genuinely stellar from what we saw being done by the Malaysian squad, even when they were behind on kills. The one aspect they were always ahead, the vision control, Nomad. Lin's wards in this game were genuinely spectacular, and normally the idea is to play around your vision. And it made things so frustrating because even when they had this advanced lead on the side of Peru, them trying to find kills, how many times did we see them smoke up 3-4 heroes, look for somebody, and even if they might find one pick-off, it's a support. You'll find Dark Willow. You find the Ancient Apparition. Maybe you come across Underlord, you're like, well, we don't really want to take this fight with Underlord here. And the way that they're able to constantly re-engage from the side of Malaysia, always around their own vision. If it requires somebody dies for it, so be it, but we can engage a fight on our own terms. Talk to us about how difficult that actually is to consistently pull off in this fashion.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a twofold issue, right? Like, the one is the general vision in the game, you know? Like, it's very different warding on map versus warding in fights. And honestly, Valano had them both covered, you know? She was ahead in both senses, you're absolutely right. How difficult is it to deal with it? Well, I mean, when this pesky little support is kind of like managing to squeeze out the base and get down places you don't expect it to be, then it can be hard, you know? Often in games where a team is ahead, they're not really worried about disguising their actions, right? They're just going to bulldoze down lanes. You know, it's more efficient to just be farming wave, take it all out, move on, and don't sit in the trees and try and push like that. So I sympathize. It can be really hard to catch those wards out when you are the team which is ahead, unfortunately. But at the same time, you know, you got to just commit to it. You got to buy the gem. You got to run around. You got to make sure you catch out those wards where you can. You know, when you want to strangle a team out of the game, you got to make sure that's never a case. And in the fights as well, I think we didn't really see anybody going for the ward vision, you know, especially on that end fight, or sorry, the turnaround fight around 35 minutes. You know, there was a Radiant high ground ward immediately, stayed there the whole time. And yeah, okay, your supports are actually getting killed by the puck. Who's going to go and deward that? Nobody. So, you know, that's kind of the issue you have there with the puck just coming in and jumping everybody in. Yeah, Aurora absolutely brilliant performance on the puck as well.
Yeah, Aurora just played out of her skin in this particular game, and that allows Malaysia to enter into Game 2 with the advantage. They are now on tournament point. All that's necessary is one more game. And so far here in the women's division, it has been 2-0s cleanly the entirety of the time. So talk to me, Jeeves. In the open final that we saw earlier today, we ended up going the full distance. What's your anticipation about what happens in Game 2? Are we going to a Game 3, or does Malaysia look just a slight bit cleaner to be able to close this one out 2-0?
Well, in Game 1, what we saw actually, which you don't normally see, I think we talked about before, the start of the game was it was going to be a sort of 4-protect-1 type situation. However, there was no fear in Hysterics or even the puck in regards to giving their life for a better outcome in the result. You know, normally like carries can shy away from that type situation. So I think after that kind of comeback that you've had, you have to be feeling really confident going into Game 2. Do you know what I mean? Like, they've brought this amazing draft against us for the early game, and we were able to weather the storm. So now, psychologically, Malaysia are going to have this incredible edge. But what they need to be really careful is not to be too overconfident and just to play their game, you know, and play to their strengths rather than, you know, being like, yo, we're just going to destroy these guys, you know, we're like way better than them. It's just like, if you play at your strengths here and you just maintain that consistency that you've shown and, you know, the stoicism where they're able to just, you know, keep themselves together honestly, I think we could be looking at 2-0 here.
Okay, we're going to be finding out right now as we are entering into our second game. The second draft is live right now. Malaysia on the Radiant side with first pick. The Peruvians will be occupying second pick on Dire. And already some respect being shown, Nomad. They're like, you know what?
Yeah.
Good job, Ice Dogs, but last time you get to play Wraith King today, goodbye. The interesting thing for me, though, is that Malaysia, despite getting the W, still showing respect to this Undying, removing it in the brand pool.
After we talked about how we didn't expect it to be a first pick again, well, you know, Malaysia feel differently. They feel like it was an annoying hero. Certainly did well in the lanes, I suppose, but yeah, they choose to get rid of it. I understand it, you know, they obviously had a better read on the hero, and they felt that it was something which Peru utilized very nicely. And yeah, a lot of respect coming out from Peru, banning both the Wraith King and the Ancient Apparition as well. I actually think this Ancient Apparition is a good ban. You know, if you want to be playing aggressive, then this is a hero you want to get rid of.
Absolutely. Dark Willow will still be reprised, though, by the side of Malaysia. Given that the puck is still in the pool, yes, the Ancient Apparition was a necessary part of that combo, but Dark Willow still did such an amazing job. Can definitely see why they would go back for this one. And there are other combos available to Dark Willow, so it's not like it's the end of the world for them. For Peru now, the one thing I'm looking at here, Jeeves, I was going to say Pugna, Dawnbreaker.
Woo!
That's the first Dawnbreaker we've had the entire global esports games. Talk to me about this hero. It has experienced some slight changes. Where do you think it sits in the overall picking order in terms of its strength right now?
I mean, it's always going to give you that global advantage, and it's all, you know, it's a little bit of a save as well. You know, if you can pop the ult on top of the target, it's very much a hero that you can prepare for and that you can pick against. You know, you pick like a silencer or something. Dawnbreaker now is having a very bad game, you know, because just by pressing R, you can stop the initiation and what you want to do with that. So I imagine they do ban out the silencer at some point here. It's quite a predictable hero though, but she's quite good in lanes. I feel, you know, so, but you know, I prefer to play as a 4, you know, because I feel like you get the same value from the 4 as you would from the 3. And but yeah, no, if this is going to be the linchpin of their push, then yeah, I mean they banned out the Bristleback as well. The Weaver's not there. Weaver's particularly annoying to deal with for Dawnbreaker because it can just scoot you away even when you get the Starbreaker combo. So yeah, I think I've not seen her for a long time though, so I don't know if she's even really that strong. I mean, what are we looking for? The Deso build up here, trying to make some sort of you know, tower pressure, Roche potential type hero. They do go back for the Pugna though, which maybe makes the hero a little bit better. You know, with the ability to keep her in the fight for a little bit longer. When the Illuminate crits are going to build up over time, you're going to be able to, you know, get multiple heals off. That's quite a tanky, quite a sustainable draft. It's also not too bad to deal with the Dark Willow. Once she hits the Shadow Realm, you can still hit her with the Starbreaker combo if you can, you know, if you can get on top of her. So it's like we talked about the potential for AoE silences, you know, in game 1 to try and deal with this Dark Willow situation. And I think maybe that's, you know, Peru in some elements trying to answer that question. Like, how do we stop this Dark Willow from just, you know, just being a general pest?
Yeah, we have one change as well to the Dawnbreaker, which is actually a really interesting one. So the fire trail duration of Celestial Hammer is increased from 2.5 seconds to 4 seconds. So it just does more damage over a longer period of time. And this is going to make the hero much better at playing from behind, which was also one of its weaknesses before. You know, she couldn't push waves without just sitting on the wave, basically, and swinging a hammer around and going, look at me, everybody, I'm pushing a wave right now. And it's very obvious, you know, it just made the hero super obvious because you're like, okay, well, you know, I see you on the map. Never going to miss that, are you? So you know what she's planning on doing. The rest of the team probably doing stuff. She's going to fly in from the heavens. So I think this change is actually pretty major. And yeah, overall, I think the hero's very strong for them. We got a lot of other stuff coming out this now.
Yep, the Dawnbreaker is also going to be damaged through the Shadow Realm, but we see the emergence of Treant Protector. It was banned all day earlier today. The first time we see it being played in the Grand Finals. Another Pangolier, we saw it earlier on. It was paired with Mars earlier in the day. It didn't necessarily work out, but Pango, just on paper, just seems absolutely busted. Especially that 15 talent. I have no idea why they allowed that into the game of Dota 2, but it is here. And interestingly enough, they go for this Queen of Pain. We saw some nerfs going directly towards the Queen of Pain here, Jeeves. What do you make of them going in this direction? I guess maybe they're thinking that they already have some sustain between the Dawnbreaker and the Pugna, so they don't have to worry about her being too squishy.
I mean, the hero itself may have been nerfed, you know, but at the same time, the items that she likes to build and the items that she could potentially build have all been buffed. You know, have all been buffed. So, I wouldn't say it's an overall nerf to the hero because of the itemization that can come out here. it's a very mobile hero as well. Pugna's very fast. Dawnbreaker can, hammer in. So they're kind of building this sort of situation they had last time, where they've got a lot of heroes that can all jump into the fight at once. And, Queen of Pain, she's got a nice big ult to go with it as well. On the other side of things, the Pangolier, we've seen this before to deal with like the zoo type meta heroes, and they're going to completely swerve it, and then they see the Pangolier to pick up the Centaur to try to, you don't need to worry about that as far as the Pango. Pango versus the Queen of Pain, if it's a mid Pango, I kind of feel like Queen of Pain still has the edge there up until about level 6, where he can just get out of trouble. And I'm really excited to see Treant Protector. I want to see, because he received quite a few nerfs. But I want to see just how impactful that's going to be on his game, because obviously he's one of the standout heroes during the tournament. I don't know if that's just because of Ponyo's expertise, but I think we saw him on a few other players paid him as well.
Yeah.
And it keeps your towers up, it slows the game out, and they pick the Faceless Void, which is one of those heroes that if the game goes a little bit longer, you kind of, you have a bit of a guarantee of an versus a Centaur.
Yeah, the problem I have with this Void, though, Nomad, is every time I see Faceless Void in a game, I want two things. I want one hero that can keep him alive. They do have that in the Treant Protector. And I want another hero that can actually do damage outside of the Void himself into the bubble, right? They don't have any debuffs from any of the rest of the team. There's no minus armor. There's no increased damage outside of the bubble. There's no big burst damage. Is this a bit of a risky pick on the Faceless Void, especially considering the bulk that's available on the side of Peru right now?
Yeah, I think it's a hugely risky pick, honestly. Like, you're trying to kill people inside Chrono. As you mentioned, you got no damage to throw into the Chrono. We have a Dawnbreaker. We have a Decrepify. We have a Stampede. Like, my goodness, this Void Spirit, this Faceless Void better be real damn good at chronoing people, because there's going to be a lot of heals coming on. Honestly, I don't see why they've picked this, so we shall see in the game, I suppose.
I feel like the only solution for them now is to put the Pangolier on the offlane and to pick up maybe Alina or
Invoker.
Le Shrek could be good, just like, or even mid silencer. Although it could be a little bit rough, but the problem is, like, every time you chrono, like, Dawnbreaker literally just ults on top of you. Like, you have to be able to take the Dawnbreaker out of the equation.
Give me an offlane Nyx then.
Offlane, sure.
Maybe we're cooking too much.
You run in, you put the Spike Carapace on, Shay's not coming nowhere. But then you're going to well, wait, actually, Nyx has some Dagon option right now, where he can build the Dagon and build up, and that could be the chrono damage you're looking for. But I prefer to see it coming from the hero. But then Pango offlane. My big concern as well is Centaur laning. So Faceless Void into Centaur, I feel like he can't really do anything to Centaur in the lane. And if Centaur does catch him out with the Stomp combo, he's gonna kill him. But of course, Faceless Void can time walk off and get out of that situation. So it's like you're more likely only to die on the gank, But still, you cannot pressure the Centaur at all in lane, I feel like.
Let's see here. Razor and the Legion Commander removed away by Peru. And the Malaysians, this time around, they will not be giving Bambi the level 30 Ursa. She will be forced to play something else to match up into the Faceless Void. And given that some of the premier carry heroes have already been removed from play, it does seem that no matter what, Malaysia will have that inevitability advantage. Even though it might be difficult in the mid-game, this Void will eventually become the strongest hero on the map. Still want to see what damage they pair with this to make it as strong as humanly possible. What's missing on the side of Peru right now, though, for you, Nomad? They need a safe lane hero.
They do indeed.
Which carrier would you be wanting and clamoring for if you were them?
Right, well, the options are... Okay. Wow, they do go in for Invoker. All right.
Okay, classic.
Thank you very much. I'm a little surprised by that, but yeah, Pango in the off lane, Invoker to the mid. All right. So now you need a carry who can kind of survive through these chronos and...
Wraith King?
Oh, banned out a long time ago, my friend.
First ban, yeah. I even forgot about
I forgive you for forgetting that. It was a while ago. Goodness me, there's not a ton of options here.
Terrorblade maybe, just Faceless for the early game, like up till about 35 minutes or so. Faceless is going to lack in physical damage, well, he's going to have physical damage, but it's going to be countered by the Terrorblade. But
give me a Baden carry.
A Baden?
A Baden carry, that's what I'm here for.
So good, dude. That's such a good read, because obviously, you go on him in Chrono, he's got his ult. You're going to avoid him in Chrono, though, right?
How about a Muerta to come out?
That makes a little more. That's a lamer suggestion, but a good suggestion, yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Slark, damn, B-Cup is winning today. We got a Slark at the very end of the tournament potentially here, as the Peruvians go for this for Bambi. This is one of these games where Slark, You know, Slock always has one of two games, right? Either Slock is okay, doesn't really do much, or Slock just pops the hell off. In this game, there's not that many tools that'll buff up the Slock's damage, but there are ways to keep the Slock alive, ensure that he's able to weave in and out of the fights, come in and out. So looking at this draft right now, Jeeves, give me the read. Which draft do you prefer, and what should they do with that draft to win the game?
I feel like the Peruvian draft is easier to execute. I mean, you do have the Chronosphere on the back line there. You've got the Invoker. I don't know how good Aurora's Invoker is. I mean, if she's really freaking good on Invoker, then
it's a
the
speciality.
Chrono is going to work out really well for them. You know, she's going to easily deal the damage into the Chrono. It definitely solves that problem. I think Slark is still going to be difficult for them to deal with, but you still have the Chronosphere. You know, so maybe actually I'd go Malaysia because you can actually catch the Slark even if he has you popped his out. You're still going to hold him out of. You know, he's not going to be building stacks during that time. The thing is, if he's not in the Chrono and he has depth charge, then he can pretty much save whoever's in the Chrono, as well as soaking the Pugna. So difficult situation for Malaysia to play around, but also they have the tools to actually catch the Slark, and that might be instrumental in the end things here. So even if Peru were to kick off,
Yeah, I'm going Peru. I think they've got a much better draft, honestly. I don't like the Spaceless Void. I think double downing on the Invoker was a mistake. But, you know, you have that late game option.
They do definitely have the late game option available on the side of Malaysia to try and get themselves into a 2-0 and guarantee first place at the Global Esports Games. Before we get into what potentially could be the last game of the tournament, we have a quick insert to you and a question that we want to ask everybody at home. What exactly does esports mean to you?
To me, esports is, you know, it's like another life. You know, it's super fun. It's something I'm really passionate about. You know, in life you go through school, you go to work after school, you go to university, but then you know all the time in between, you know, you have chances to chase your passions, your dreams, and for me it's always been esports. You know, it's something that I love doing, something that I'm really grateful that I can spend my life doing, and yeah, it means a lot to me.
Esports means my whole motivation, my whole excitement of life. It's what I love to do, and I hope so I can do it for the rest of my life, because I have a really bond for the esports and Dota. It's very special for me.
I think it's something that can unite people, really. Like, I feel like if you talk to certain people and you ask them if they play tennis, it's more like, no, I don't really. But if you ask even older people if they ever play like a video game or something, everybody has to play something. Even Candy Crush, there's like a Facebook game, but everybody has played something sometime in their point in their life. So it's something that really unites us, and I feel is the future, really. So I am very happy that all these tournaments are happening.
Esports is a big part of my life, actually. Even now, when I'm realizing that I couldn't separate it from my work life. I'm an investigator, and I realized that if I can fluid with that, I need to put it in my life and not out. It's a special part, and I'm trying to integrate with the other parts of my life.
Esport means like just some hobby turned into reality, I guess, into a job. Yeah.
It means, you know, competition. It means a chance to prove yourself and to, you know, I guess shine in the spotlight and, yeah, work in a team. It's very rewarding. It's almost like a lifestyle for me.
Esports is a way that you can, I think, distinguish yourself from other people, other teams. I think it's a very good form of competition. Everything's on an equal level. There's no physical boundaries in it. It's a lot of mental exercise, I would say. Like, you have to juggle a lot of different aspects. So you've got team communication, you've got individual skill, and you can also add your own flavor to the game, I think, which is quite exciting. Like, everybody can have their own play style, and it makes the game a lot more interesting.
Oh, esports actually means a lot to me. I've always been fantasizing myself like on the stage, on the like grand events like Riyadh or international in Dota. So it means a lot to me. Like I really still dream that the scene shouts my name like Vendetta, you know what I mean? Yeah. So it means a lot to me. It's like friendship with other cultures, cultural diversity, and etc.
Esport is kind of similar to sport, and I was my whole life I'm in sport, so it means kind of the same as sport. So it means a lot.
Esports, it is something that I want to consider as my job, because I also go to university. I'm a third year computer engineering student, but this is like my job. This is my life, actually. It's the most fun I've had.
So that was a interesting video, what esports means to a bunch of the players here, and it is something that is close to my heart as well. I don't know about you. I know you've been pretty much in the deep end of esports since, what, you were like 12?
Yeah. Young ages.
You moved when you were 16, went to China, played for teams in China.
You know, a lot of the things that they all said is very true. Culture diversity,
Yeah.
you get exposed to different cultures, you
I mean,
learn
we've
new
done it here.
languages. Done it here. It's, yeah, I mean, it's amazing. It really does bring people together.
Yeah,
And
for
there's so
sure.
much hospitality. And in general, even if at some point somebody doesn't like you online, as soon as you meet on LAN, like, you're just good friends, you know. Or maybe not good friends, but they'll be friendly to you. They're not going to be like, I remember you in a one pub game, you griefed me, you ran down mid. You quinned it.
And then you go out and have coffee and hang out.
Or beer, whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever they want to have.
You know, you talk about it, the hospitality, everything kind of esports brings you together. There's so many parts of it where it's just like you have something to connect on with everybody here.
Yeah.
Whether it's people who are, you know, watching and don't play professionally, you're all interested in some sort of game title, you know, whether that be Dota, Fortnite, eFootball, PUBG Mobile, something like that.
Anything.
Yeah.
Games are games. I mean, it doesn't even have to be in esports, you know. Could be any game.
It really can be. I mean, there's growing up for so many people, you're just playing video games. I mean, I loved Perfect Dark when I was growing up. That was one of the best N64 games, or Secret of Mana on the Super Nintendo.
There's a new Mana game coming out soon.
Yeah, I just saw that.
That's going to be pretty hype.
First new Mana title in 15 years. So getting back into this Dota game ahead of us, as we've got ourselves the grand final between Malaysia and Peru. Malaysia had that big comeback in game number 1, and they ended up taking that first game, and Peru's trying to keep it alive here in game number 2, forcing it to a third. And the panel did like what Peru had in terms of a lineup, but you know, there are things that synergize quite well for Malaysia, right?
Yeah, I mean, you always have this comeback combination of Faces, Void, and Volker, right? As soon as you get that Agnum Scepter and the big Cataclysm, there is a lot of potential damage. But we also said we don't really like the Pango off lane. Could get very easily exploited. And Slark is really good at exploiting those melee heroes that are pretty weak in lane.
Yeah, and if there's a start, if Bamboo has a similar start, it's not just the gold anymore. It's the permanent agility that can really make a difference if those kills happen early on. So for me, Malaysia's got to kind of have their lanes start pretty well. It can't be the same.
Well, they already lost the bounty rune, unfortunately. So it's 3 for Peru. Decent start. 400 gold up total. But yeah, Quap against Invoker. I would usually give Invoker the edge.
Right.
You just have enough region to out-region. But as soon as Quap is level 6, of course, those side lane rotations can be pretty scary. But again, Quap against Void is very scary. Chronosphere locks you down. Time dilation completely ruins your game as well. We have seen earlier today already one of the Faces Voids going off completely. You know, so if you have a similar performance here, it's going to get very tough for them.
We'll see how it goes over Maid Aurora being the shining star for the Malaysian team in that first game, you know, starting the comeback in game number 1. So can game number 2 maybe be a little bit more of a stable route for her? Is throwing that EMP onto Azumi, who's now out of mana completely. Trying to kind of step forward on this Invoker with the damage, and where Azumi was standing up on the top of the steps too.
Yeah, didn't really care too much, just wanted to make sure she gets the CS. But yeah, like their draft doesn't really scream strong early game, so they might actually just be playing for another comeback scenario, where like in the mid game they have, they do have superior team fight and just come back through that again, like they did in game 1.
Right.
Because truth be told, they looked amazing in game 1 when the comeback started.
Yeah, once that 11-1 was behind them, I think things really started to focus on the Malaysian lineup and how well they can play in this one. You know, we walked around in between games. We saw the Peruvian team kind of having that team meeting as Bamboo in some trouble, but actually gets the pounce to land. Will trade, but gets first blood. Meanwhile, at the same time, Lovely takes out Linny in the bottom lane. So maybe not exactly what you want as that Slark, but the pros and cons are the first blood and the permanent agility, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's still worth it. Of course, he comes back with full health, whereas the Pango is pretty low on mana, so there shouldn't be too much pressure coming out from her. At the same time, we also saw a Treant drop on the bot lane. And the problem with Void against Centaur is you get your Vanguard up on Centaur, and you're untouchable.
Yeah. But are you still able to pressure in that lane, like onto the Faceless Void?
You can start pressuring the tower, because Void can't really touch you.
Okay.
If she chooses to go for the return build, of course. There's different builds you can deploy now.
Scream there from Azumi to grab some CS. And 13-1 right now to the Invokers 11-3. Pretty even overall. Leech Seed used onto the Centaur, but nothing really doing in this bottom lane. I mean, this is already a tanky Centaur. If anything, they're going to have to go on to Lovely over the Centaur in a chase. Another blast connects, and Linny down below half health. Not really that fun. Taking that damage, need to watch out with that courier. Another Leech Seed coming through. Time dilation, a bash, but still Centaur at about half health. Nature's Grasp on the ground. Nether Blast is used. The bash comes through again, and Centaur still feeling a-okay, but top lane, Bamboo and Sky forced off the lane. Blood Grenade to slow up that Dark Willow and make sure that Slark's not going to end up dead again in this lane. But for Ashiko, this feels pretty okay for the Bangalore.
Yeah, didn't expect Slark to do this badly in that lane. Pangolier, I mean, has always been a strong hero, especially if you get those lucky shot procs. You suddenly have no attack speed anymore, you have minus armor, so you can't really trade. So yeah, they're definitely overperforming in the top lane, Team Malaysia, and it's very important that they do, because you don't want to have a snowballing Slark on your tail.
Definitely, you don't want him to get to that axe, have the double pounce.
Yeah, because then life gets really problematic for the Pangolier, for the Void. Yeah. And really, all they want to do is get the Void strong, get to the Cataclysm timing, and at that point, it becomes so hard to fight.
Whoa, they are under this tower. Sky, though, Shadow Realm Strike, they get the kill onto Sky. Pugna TPing into a Bramble, but the pounce, the leash, the kill. Bamboo gets a trade, and it's never the worst thing to trade with, with Slark getting a trade there. As again, I'll say it again, permanent agility.
Yep.
Always nice.
Get the experience, gold, and the agi. Still, though, that means Centaur is going to be solo for a while.
Which I think is pretty fine, yeah.
Yeah.
There's not really much come the way of damage towards this Centaur, and you can kind of move your resources elsewhere as they smoke solo on the Dawnbreaker. So Sky,
get some wards in.
Let's see where Sky ends up going. Yeah, just the sentry blocking this camp from getting stacked.
Interesting, because they don't really have the best stack clears to begin with.
Yeah, it's not like there's a Luna on the team or anything like that. Smoke ends up breaking Bamboo. Wondering whether or not she can go forward for maybe the Dark Willow, but Bramble Maze placed down again, Shield Crash, Blood Grenade, and Bamboo able to pounce away. But more and more pressure mounting onto Bamboo on this Slark.
Slark is not necessarily here that's good at comeback, so if you do lose your lane, your mid game is going to get delayed by a lot. You don't really have great farming items to pick up. They somehow will have to help him, maybe through the quap rotations, but Invoker can always match those rotations.
Right.
Then it really just comes down to timing.
I was thinking maybe they'd put both supports towards top.
That could also be a very viable option.
But for right now, at least, Pugna hanging around mid. You know, Lovely was able to really help out mid in the first game when she came over and got that Earth Spike on the puck before they hit level 6. So Aurora ended up dying. They had the Earth Spike. They got that kill with the Ember. But this game, this time around, you know, it's a much easier time for Aurora.
Yeah, both the supports are pretty defensive. They went to level 6.
This shift's starting to become a little bit of a problem. But Dark Willow,
careful there on the Slark.
showing up.
Of course, once Slark is 6, this lane should be very doable for him.
Yeah, and just about to get to that 7-minute mark where we will see those Wisdom Runes spawn.
Treant is about to steal theirs though. 10 seconds. I don't think Lovely will be able to reach that one. So it should be 2-0.
Might time out correctly, but even then,
2,
you don't have a
or-
stun to make sure we...
Oh,
Lovely got it!
Wow. Just on time.
Yeah,
Literally.
right at 7 minutes. So it was either that or nothing, and now Treant Protector, Linny,
I'm out.
she's forced out.
She's going top actually. But they have a very nice ward there to spot that rotation. So, no problem. Invoke the pink top as well.
Hashiko going down, and that is just not what you want. Again, giving that extra boost to the Slark. They brought Lenny in. Maybe they thought it was going to be a bit of a quicker move. Kind of just caught a little bit too far out of the lane.
Yeah. But now we see the problem with Centaur. He's just cutting lane. Which, truth be told, is not the worst thing for Faceless Void.
Right.
Gets free from under the tower. Gets close to level 6. And then he could potentially rotate mid lane, chrono the Quap, try to get a kill on her.
Is the damage enough though? Tornado
now
EMP.
it is.
Yeah, now you have the opportunity, but still blink away.
Who gets the rune? Oh, goes to the Quap.
Haste rune.
Okay. Doesn't pop it to get back to the base faster. Wants to save it for a little bit longer. But yeah, now Chronosphere is online as well. Pango 6 is almost ready too. So all the big spells are coming. And then we'll have to see their teamfight prowess again.
Yeah. Level 6 here for Bamboo, so things should stabilize in this lane. Not that they were too shaky for the Slark overall. Centaur top of the CS chart over bottom with no contest coming out for the Faceless Void. Really not much that can be had anyway. And he's level 6, so they will have that Stampede. They'll have Blink with the Sonic Wave. If they really want to make a move here for Peru, they can. Even though their supports aren't quite 6 yet.
Yep, Quap TP'd back to middle. I didn't know that, of course, so... Does have a haste rune, and it's already
It's
rotating
going to go top, yeah.
It's going to be a big rotation.
There are a lot of heroes here for the side of the Radiant. They're going to go and try and get this kill on a Bamboo. Bamboo's not going to want a mana left, goes into the ulti, but they bring in Sky. Ooh, Sonic Wave, it's a complete miss! Oh no, Azumi now in a bad spot. I don't even know if they're going to get anything out of this one, but Bamboo getting a lot of health back to try and jump back on a Linny, and will do just so, as Sky ends up falling as a trade happens in the top lane, but that could have been much worse for Malaysia if that Sonic Wave had found a couple of targets.
Yeah, at the same time though, they did lose the bot tower. It was denied, so not the worst case scenario, but of course the farm of the Void is getting slowed down quite significantly. You can already see 70 CS on the Centaur again. Just like last game, she had complete free farm, got that blink, blade mail up so quickly. Question is she gonna go the tanky route or the initiation route? Fast blink or fast crimson, or maybe even a pipe if they choose to.
I wouldn't mind the blink.
Same. I think they need some initiation. Keep the tempo up. Make sure the Slark can join as much fights as possible.
Radiant's middle tower is
Amplified damage rune picked up for Azumi. Bit of a stack trying to be taken by Hashiko as well, and Bamboo having an alright game still as this Slark, sitting second on the net worth. Void not too far behind, so his game, you know, despite the fact that he lost the tier 1 tower, he was farming well in the bottom lane.
All 6 cores, in fact, are pretty even, yeah. And Centaur is pulling ahead a little bit.
No surprise, though.
No surprise there, yep.
We talked about Dark Willow needing that 6 in the last game, and now getting close to the 6 in this one. Just having the availability of Bedlam and Terrorize feels like it just has so much more impact.
Yeah, I would love for them to try to use a Chronosphere, maybe even in the mid lane here.
Because you can Chrono and Bedlam, right?
Yeah, you can. We just get a kill with it, a free kill, try to kill the Quap with it perhaps.
Yeah. Tornado EMP, both of which will in fact miss. Hammer thrown so Sky can get some distance between herself and the Dark Willow, and that Curse Crown pops but on the other side of the river, and they'll deny another tower.
That's the second one.
So the denies have been happening so far. Trying to get a stun onto the Pangolier,
Was
but
it a blink reveal?
nothing doing just yet. Yeah. Okay. So Blink Vanguard at the moment.
Pretty rich. Well, they both have their ultimates now as well, Treant and Dark Willow. Looking to potentially pressure the top tower, but it's not going to be easy. Quap ultimate is back on line 2, Centaur is rotating back in.
Yeah, he's got that blink, so you need to watch out on this positioning. And there it is, there's the Stampede into the Blink Hoof Stomp. They'll go to the Dark Willow ult, so the Solar Guardian comes down, looking for the Terrorize, but the Rolling Thunder now going the other direction, trying to get away from this entire Peru squad. All 5 heroes here top. They get the kill to the Dark Willow. They take out one, but that's all they get for 5 heroes top. Ooh, I say that.
Centaur in trouble.
Centaur is in way too deep. Where is she? Overgrowth now it looks as so, but the ult comes out for the Queen of Pain. Aurora gets the kill. There's the Chrono. That's going to be thrown onto 2. They've got the Sunstrike to land on a Lovely, and 3 heroes are dead on the side of Peru.
There was a huge overextension there.
Just straight under the tower.
Yeah, kind of made the Quap also commit in.
Yeah.
One overgrowth from both. EMP, nothing left, and a beautiful Chrono in the backline as well. Double kill for Void, who just finished his Midas.
And now top of the net worth.
Top of the net worth.
This is an amazing jumping off point for the side of Malaysia.
This is kind of what happened last game, though. It's not as bad for Malaysia.
The
but
timing's different.
Yeah, their team for execution
Yeah.
is so good every time. They synergize the spell so well. Like, they use this here and there, while she knows, okay, they have enough there, I can just go in the back line.
They certainly have a great understanding of the limits of their heroes. Because last game they knew what the limitations were going into a game the way they did.
Oh, support's getting caught out here, perhaps.
Yeah, this is going to be a Pugna dying. Lovely dead again. Not much the Dawnbreaker can do, but with a little bit of help, they've got a Blink as well as a Hoof Stomp. That Terra is going to be off the mark. The Sark's going to focus this Dark Willow. That's going to be another one dead, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. Bamboo, can he get anything more? Aurora starts to retreat as the Rolling Thunder ends. The Diffusal is delivered, and Aurora goes invis as Bamboo moves forward, but doesn't find anybody else.
I would still call this a win, actually, for Malaysia. They only lose a support, but Void was farming throughout.
Yes.
And of course, it's
again, at what point, though, do you kind of worry about the amount of agility that Sark's getting? 6 is a decent number for this point in the game.
6 is a decent number, but, you know, it's probably going to slow down quite significantly now, because you are going to be fighting into gotta be careful
Shield
here.
crashing into a Hoof Stomp double edge.
Yeah, like, the game should slow down a little bit for the Slark, shouldn't be getting as many kills. What's the highest you've ever gotten? Mine's 35.
I don't play Slark.
Oh, you don't play Slark at all?
I'm a support player.
Okay, fair enough.
I probably have like 1 game of Slark in the 12 years I've been playing.
And then you had 0 stacks there, because it didn't exist at that time.
Probably, truthfully. I just don't, I'm not a versatile player.
The matchup is terrible, though, for Slark. It's really good if you don't Chrono the Slark and he uses a Death Shroud. But Void will always be waiting for the Slark.
Right.
Every time.
Ooh, catching Aurora, Blink, Hoof Stomp,
She's
double
tanky.
edge. Yeah, very tanky. And there's the Tornado, but they also bring a third. Bamboo will get the kill, and it's a mega kill streak for Slark. Taking a lot of gold with it. 405 from that kill. So just like that, back to the top of the net worth.
Yep, and Invoker as a hero that can fall behind really easily, right? Already in the net worth we can see slowly shifting towards the bottom, where she was like 3rd spot before.
Yeah.
I don't think she opted for the Midas, completed the Vessel, I believe.
Void just about has this Maelstrom.
Void is rich. Very, very rich. I'm just a little worried about Invoker scaling, because lots of people, they build Urn and then straight into a Midas, so this doesn't happen, that they fall off in terms of experience and gold. But she opted for the full Vessel, which means aggression.
Right. And I think they felt the need for that aggression based on maybe the last game and really the lineup they're bringing to the table at the moment.
Yeah. So they're going to be looking for more fights potentially. Their team fight is crazy with Overgrowth, Chrono, Pango rolling through.
Blink Hoof Stomp again, going for it. Stampeding right on top of Hijiko. They'll also Solar Guardian. The Chrono's going to be on a 3 again. Ice Star, Sunstrike, following it up. Terrorized, perfectly timed. They get the kill to the Queen of Pain. Azumi doesn't know what hit her. So now the look over as Day's going to be popped with this Cursed Crown, but the Life Drain trying to keep him alive. And Stay on the run, time walking, looking for a bash, not going to get the kill. Center survives, the Overgrowth is going to be used by Bamboo, tries to come back into the fight. Couple of right clicks from this Sark, the EMP used from the high ground. Aurora trying to stop the Sark from going and getting the kill onto the Dream Protector. That might be what they need though, as they get the kill onto Bamboo. Slark overextends, the life drain's not enough, and Peru losing their hold on this game.
Again, every fight that Void joins, gets a kill or two, and doesn't die, is a massive win for them. Inevitability is looming over this game again. Faces Void at some point will be the strongest carry in the game, and she's heading there at an incredible pace. Maelstrom already done, probably going to the Mjolnir next, maybe even the BKB before the Mjolnir to feel a little bit safer.
Yeah.
But once you reach the critical mass, nobody will be able to touch you. And everybody that's chronoed just dies. We haven't even seen Cataclysm yet.
Ooh, Pig Pull running. Starbreaker, that's going to land onto the Dark Willow. They'll get the kill and take her out. That is a lovely getting credit for that kill. One of the things that we talked about from game number 1 was the spell usage, and I mean, we saw it there. Chronosphere with the Terrorize, perfectly timed. They got the kill onto the Quap, and now Sunstrike, there it is, landing and destroying this Centaur as we hear a good amount of cheers coming from the crowd.
And that's the power of time dilation. Once you're time dilated, you just slow it, he beats you to a pulp, nothing you can do. Going for BKB first, doesn't even think about the Mjolnir. I like that. I liked it a lot. Once you have BKB, there's nothing you can do to touch you.
You're kind of unkillable.
Yeah, they have no damage.
Yeah.
And you can't get the Crappy fight.
Yeah.
There will be a problem though, once you chrono someone and they get the Crappy fight, you have no answer for that. You don't have a Purge yet, so you might even want to think about a Nullifier at some point.
Would you go Nullifier on the Void straight up, or would you look to have somebody else build it for you?
I think it's actually not necessary, simply because Hishiko might be in trouble.
Yeah, there's the jump for the Terrorize. That's going to land onto the Centaur, who will run through some brambles. That will allow the Pangolier to walk on out and pick up that shield rune.
Easy peasy. But yeah, I think you leave that magic damage up to the Invoker. At some point there will be Cataclysm, and that's more than enough to take care of your problems.
Right. Speaking of the Invoker, kind of wondering, you know, it is Vessel, it is Midas. Got the Ogre Axe so far.
Could be an Axe, could be a BKB. You don't need to rush the Cataclysm is the thing.
No, I don't think so.
Invoker is a very strong hero by herself.
Yes.
Himself.
Holding a little bit of a lead here, 2,000 net worth. It felt like Centaur had such a great start to this game, bottom of the net worth for the cores. That's insane.
Kind of felt like last game, where she had like an amazing start.
Yeah.
But then the team, like they're really over-aggressive at times, and it really costs them every time, because Malaysia's is ready. And this game, they have the perfect heroes to counter aggression. Chronosphere, you got Treant with the armor and Overgrowth, Pangolier rolling through. You have to make absolutely sure that when you choose to initiate, it's a good one. Otherwise, you're going to get completely punished.
So things kind of quieting down, 10 kills apiece for both teams. Slark, like you said, it felt as though it was going to kind of quiet down its Echo Saber and Diffusibly with the Treads and the Orb of Corrosion right now for Slark. But do you wait? Are you waiting for like Ags or something? Like, what's the timing?
The thing is, you can't really wait, because the longer this game goes, the stronger Invoker gets, the stronger the Faceless Void gets. And if at any point there's a refresher on both these heroes, the game is pretty much just over.
Right.
Like, it's actually unplayable. There's just too many tools available. So I would love for Peru to just step on the gas, don't let go of it. Because your lineup, very low cooldowns. The only big cooldown is the Sonic Wave.
Gets a little bit tougher there with Willow getting that Force Staff, staying on top of these heroes.
BKB is almost done on the Void. 600 gold away from it. At that point, you have to burst during the initial Centaur stun, otherwise full health.
Could be tough going forward. Lovely going to try and get some creeps here with that Nether Blast. Trying to farm up anything she can.
You see the Void's quick buy? Skadi into straight refresher. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying as one of these heroes gets refresher, things kind of feel impossible. And with the BKB, I mean, that's step one.
Very difficult. Azumi caught out by the Sentry Ward. And we've seen this Treant many, many times. Just walks through the trees.
Only
can't
Pappas
see
right
me.
now. Yeah, we saw Panyo. He was playing the Treant earlier on the open side of the tournament.
Looks like a Malaysia special.
Yeah. Solar Crest feels so strong. I thought I wouldn't like it as much with the removal of Medallion, the minus armor of the Shining that it used to give, but I like it. They're going to go. Rolling Thunder, TP, and just TP out.
Bye. Gold is steadily growing. That's all you got to do. Make some space, force some TPs.
Azumi does find the Dark Will, but there's that Force Staff into the Shadow Realm, stampeding, Blink Hoof Stomp. That will stop it. Even Sonic waving for a kill on this Dark Willow, using everything there to really get close. And as they find themselves the Dawnbreaker, she's trying to run. Meteor thrown down. That'll hit the creeps. That won't land on the Dawnbreaker. Time walking forward. Sky walks back into the Meteor, and Aurora gets the kill.
Hot feet.
Yeah.
Mid-tower.
Floor is lava on that one. Ooh,
it's a
Azumi
straight
walking
chrono.
right into the Chrono. Sunstrike, Quap, see you later.
That's what we said. Quap against Void doesn't feel good. Void is BKB.
BKB trying to get the Blink Hoof Stomp. Slark's in some trouble. Oh, Swashbuckle out of mana. This is a big problem for Bamboo. Also disarmed, so she has to run. Slark just not finding any effective area to fight.
Yeah, and now all Malaysia's got to do, wait for the Chronosphere.
Blink Hoof Stomp again. Pounce, Leashing, Sword Guardian, and that's a kill for Bamboo. That's well done by Peru.
That's 1,000 gold the other way.
Down, but not out.
I was about to say, all they're going to do now, back off, wait for Chronosphere cooldown. You know how it goes sometimes. There's a creep wave clashing, like, yeah, I can clear this really quick, then get out. Pounced on the opportunity. And kill them.
See what you did there. Trying to hoof stomp the competition.
Not working out too well so far.
No. So, let's see where these few movements lead them, because they are coming towards
Centaur.
Roche. Yeah, whoa.
That is a very unusual item on that hero. It gives you like a save against Void, I guess, but she has BKB, she can just pop that.
How many times has Yule's been built on Centaur in a pro game? I'm going to say less than a handful of times.
They're scanning the Roche pit, by the way. It's not the fastest Roche, so maybe...
Sunstrike to see it.
They have no Chrono, though, so they're probably going to give it up and just be content with the fact.
Yeah, but conceding it and giving it to the Slark does give opportunity for a fight to go really wrong.
It does, especially because it's one of the biggest Chronosphere counters in the game. Just have 2 lives.
Yeah. That's why they were asking for Wraith King from the panel, and Bamboo actually getting really low. This is not the easiest Roche, and they're going to give the Aegis to Azumi instead.
Interesting.
A little bit surprising considering Slark is doing quite well, but maybe thinking the damage output's going to be better from Azumi with a second life?
Yeah, or perhaps the survivability isn't as high against the Chronosphere, because Slark can kind of dance around it a little bit better, perhaps.
Yeah.
But yeah, that Aegis needs to be put to really good use.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So, see how this goes.
Yeah, BKB is already up on the Invoker as well.
Yeah, BKB on the Invoker, BKB on the Faceless Void. That's Cursed Crown onto the Centaur, Swashbuckle. But there's that Yule's coming in and showing some impact. Time Walk, Time Dilation. Now the Stampede away with the Solar Guardian. Sonic Wave, Chrono committed. That's going to land on a 2. They're trying to get the kill in here. Queen of Pain. They'll take the Aegis. There's the Centaur dropping 2. So that's at least 1 dead. Make it a second as they fall on the Pugna and this Dawnbreaker. Terrorize lands onto the Slark. This is just going to be a full team wipe. Oh man, Malaysia just really knocking them up as they line them up and knock them down. Bamboo, though, gets away for the moment.
Oh, she has a gem too.
Oh boy, there's a couple of bashes. Pounce trying to get away, but everybody's here. There it is. There's the full team white Malaysia. Losing nothing.
Losing nothing. There was basically 6 kills for nothing. Again, like the team for execution is just too good.
Yeah.
There's a reason they're 5-0.
Yeah.
About to go 6-0. We don't want to foreshadow anything, but 10k lead with a lineup that wasn't supposed to be this far ahead at this point. It's going to be very hard to mount any sort of comeback. Void deserves the tips.
Yeah.
Nice Chronos throughout.
The Chronos have been multi-hero every time.
Yep. Good usage of Time Dilation as well. Good item build. Skadi almost done. Refresher next. You get double Chrono. And we still have not seen Cataclysm. I hope we do. I hope we do.
May not even be needed, but you know, Ag's not too far away.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite spells in Dota. Cataclysm. The sound is just so nice.
It's so loud.
Yeah. Pretty epic too, though.
Ags for the Pangolier too, by the way. So.
Oh wow, she's also massive.
Here she go.
She has Maelstrom,
really great spot.
Diffusal, and Ags. Basically mid at this point.
Yeah. Arcane Boots, Orb of Corrosion. Like you said, they really just need to keep their own pace to succeed in a game like this, right? So, Void at 16,000 net worth, there's really no fear that this is going to go south unless they lose, what, 3 fights in a row?
Yeah, but even losing those 3 fights with the Chronosphere is going to be incredibly difficult. They just don't have a Chronosphere answer. They have the crappy fire, of course, but there's always a tornado, there's always an EMP to follow up, so even if you survive the Chrono, somehow you just have no mana.
Tornado lands.
Called out again.
Sky's in trouble.
Sky's the limit.
Yeah, well, at least for Malaysia.
For Malaysia.
Every time they get a kill, we're hearing a little bit of the crowd, and I'm gonna request louder.
It can always be louder.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, a national event representing the country. I need yelling.
It's pretty loud, to be honest. To be fair, it's pretty loud.
You can hear him from up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Through the headsets too.
Yeah. There it is.
There we go.
Yeah, there it is. I love it.
Wow.
I'm in.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm going to go down there after, do some cheering.
I'm digging it. Now,
Zumi.
Chronosphere back up. Everything back up.
Catching off the blink. That's going to be a tornado onto Azumi. Time dilation. In
play?
so much trouble and will fall.
12K.
Aurora just predicted that blink back. They knew they put the pressure on and Aurora was ready.
Oh, look what's in the courier. Cataclysm is coming.
Yeah, Axe.
Now, what better way to end it than 5-man Chrono into 5-man Cataclysm?
I don't know if the crowd can handle that.
Yeah, we might be in trouble.
The cheering would be...
We might actually be responsible for a couple of injuries, yeah. Let's not do that.
Vocal injuries. Chico.
You see me rolling.
They hating. Sunstrike lands, lovely on the run. Not a lovely day to be out for a walk in this part of the map, and that's going to be another kill for Hijiko, 20-12. And the tips, the friendly tips.
It's tipping culture.
Yeah. Teammate tips.
Not enemy tips.
Not to tilt, but to build up.
Yeah, you could be mean, but instead be nice.
Oi!
That was quick. Now,
Where are you, Loda?
Now that's what we're talking about. Build them up tips.
Yeah. It was okay. Yeah. You're fine.
Nice grow.
Ooh.
It's fine. 2 minutes. It's nothing. Roshan
Not a long
won't spawn.
cooldown. That's nothing.
Roshan won't spawn. It's all good. Skadi's finished. Refresher almost up. Then you can have 2 of them. Actually, that might be the play. You do that again, they're like, woo! Then you refresh it.
Yeah, and then you bait the miss chrono. They're like, oh, refresher
and then we
gets
get
delivered.
5.
Yeah.
And then
Cataclysm. They're enjoying the sounds.
I hope they do.
Terrorize. That's going to be thrown at the Slark.
Bambu's just baiting all the time.
Landed.
She's living on the nice edge.
Post-stomp. Can they get the kill out of this Faceless Void? Solar Guardian going to be dropped as well as the Sonic Wave that's going to push away a couple. They go to the Overgrowth. Now they're looking to pounce and leech onto somebody with the Deafening Blast as well as the Meteor. That's going to land on the Sky. Sky's going to be the first one to fall on the side of Peru. Buying back on this Dawnbreaker immediately, but doesn't have the Solar Guardian to get back into the fight. BKB's been popped on this Void. They trying to run. Curse Crown's going to pop. They chase, they pounce, they leash. It's onto Aurora. Right click stacking up, and the Slark's in too far. Bamboo in some trouble, but does have that
Careful,
shield.
boy.
Blink, Husam, Blink from Azumi. Cataclysm. Whee! Sky's gonna fall. Hashiko goes for more. Lovely ends up dead. Azumi falls afterwards. They look over the Slark. They've got the Bedlam, and Bamboo will fall. 4 heroes dead on the side of Peru as Malaysia continue their onslaught of the dire side.
It's not what I asked for. I'll take it anyway. It looked amazing. Awesome sound effects. I mean, the fight was basically as good as it could be. Baited a lot of spells by the Slark. Faceless Void, BKB didn't really kill anyone. But still, at this point, they're so far ahead. Pangolier is a damage house. Invoker disabled, burns all the mana.
The Deafening Blast hit on the 2, and then they had the Meteor right on top of 2 heroes to start. I mean, there has not been a response that has worked out for the side of Peru just yet.
It's very difficult just because they don't have the BKBs available yet. And of course, without BKBs, Invoker is just so strong.
Right.
6 seconds disarm, just can't do anything, get the mana burn. There was also a 3-man overgrowth. You finally get the Void, yes, but at what cost?
It looks like it's just going to be one more fight for Peru if it goes up to the high ground with the Chrono. If it's double Chrono, I don't even know if they can win that.
Now, I think if you're Malaysia, you take it easy, take the next Roche, then go.
You have a lot of slack to give.
No need to rush anything. The only way you lose this game is if you rush.
Yeah. Or get too overconfident, dive the towers, the tier 4s.
Yeah.
Give up unnecessary lives.
So, Roche is up in 1 minute 50 seconds.
Yes.
Could potentially find... you don't really want to risk it now. You use the Chrono, you don't have it for Roche fight. I think you just play slow.
You a big Mace of Aeons fan? Or Eons?
I like it. It looks good.
Yeah, it's cool. I like that cosmetic. Nice little hammer.
Looks very nice.
It upsets me that I know the cosmetics so well. That's like probably the thing I know most.
Hey, you can become a Dota market researcher once you're done here.
Time walk, time dilation.
Can't walk.
Sky, you're really not getting much space, and the Bramble Maze will make sure that you don't escape.
You were set to try to help, but
not going to matter with the Bedlam though, thrown onto the Faceless Void.
Now, is there a plan to just go Wind Waker first then? Or second, I guess?
No way.
Couldn't be, right? So expensive.
That just seems like a bad use of gold. Because Wind Waker, I mean, on a support, sure, but Centaur is supposed to be tanky. He's supposed to be in these fights. Just seems like...
At this point, though, it's very hard to tank up at this point.
Yeah.
There's so much damage coming out from the Void. Where I think is also now going for the Mjolnir instead. It's a little bit more damage in Chronosphere. I like that. Nothing wrong with that.
Hex pick up.
Wow.
For Hishiko.
She's so rich.
She is
Same network as the
super
Void,
farmed.
basically.
Yeah. The 3 cores are pretty much within arm's reach of each other. They're really not pushing the envelope, and they don't need to. They're getting the pickoffs as they go out towards them. But now the question is Peru really going to try and contest this Roche? I don't know if they can without this Centaur, and, well, Stampede's right into the Bramble Maze. Make sure. No Centaur for 70.
Yeah, and you know Roshan is up because Forge Spirit scouted it. So now you take the safe route, take the Roshan with the banner, or you push high ground.
Link in again. There's the Hex reveal and another kill on the Sky. Dawnbreaker just cannot find any space to farm. And these heroes, you know, they're feeling forced on Peru to be solo to get as much experience and gold as they can get. But, I mean, that's what's allowing this Malaysian side to pick them off every time. BKB's going to be popped. Azumi, even thinking about fighting this. Sonic Wave is used, but Azumi doesn't have any mana, so now they're just going to chase. They've got the Bedlam onto the Faceless Void. There's the blink away. Eventually that Dark Will does end up dead, so just getting the mana back from that wand to escape.
Turns out to be an amazing play. 900 net worth into her pockets. However, Roshan is up, and it's a pretty quick one with Alacrity. Faceless Void's damage. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Bamboo,
She doesn't know.
all alone here. Chrono is ready. Chrono is going to be dropped in just a second, and there it is. Locks up the Treant, but that's just collateral damage when it comes to getting a kill onto the Slark.
Yeah, the Meteor dropped on the grave. Here, that's what I think of you.
Exactly, and Roche,
Bye.
35 minutes, saying sayonara and getting on out of here. Does Roche use 75 mana to get through?
He doesn't have any mana.
Yeah, so I guess it's free for him. All
Yeah,
right.
kind of unfair.
Yeah.
Why can't it be free for me?
Free ride.
Yeah.
I say bring it back.
I agree. 75 is a lot.
Early, yeah, for sure.
So now
For
we're
your
getting
supports.
the banner. Where are we putting the banner? Mid lane.
No. Banner is bottom side, is Radiant side. This is Cheese.
Oh, right.
Swapped over. Would have been banner. Almost banner.
Almost banner.
But then 35 minutes came around, and now it's just Cheese.
Banner's not so much better than Cheese, though.
I mean,
situationally,
yeah,
probably.
because Cheese is just another life, practically.
But you have to eat it first.
Yes. Sometimes you're full.
That's right. Not me,
So,
though.
they've got the Aegis on the Faceless Void. Killing him once seems difficult. Killing him twice seems impossible. And she's on a Hashiko as she's had a almost perfect game as this Pangolier.
Yeah, who said Pangoliers offlane is bad? That wasn't me.
Well, we could go back to the VOD and see that it was you if we really wanted to.
The
But we
tape
won't do
do not
that.
exist.
Whoa, bottom lane. Bugna gone, lovely. These singular pickoffs coming through for Malaysia time and time again, and they really, again, don't need to force anything, but for right now, they're in a good spot to get some more. Centaur will Stampede, Curse Crown, Lotus Orb, that'll purge it off. They had the Hex from the Pango, but not going to matter as they cannot keep up with the Centaur. Bamboo trying to get some farm, trying to get into the BKB for what could potentially be the final fight, but still pretty far away from it. The full recipe in gold away.
Can smell it. The impeding
victory.
Chronosphere. Ooh, it's coming.
Star gonna
on the horizon.
Stand onto the high ground. They go to the Yules. Stand her ground as they take out the tier 3 tower bottom.
Can't really chip it down either. She just has so much HP.
Time walk, time dilation. That'll
And full
scare
HP.
him off.
Alacrity, of course. One of the best.
Time walk, a little bit of a bash there. Yules into the air once more, but Brambles to protect this Faceless Void. Life draining off the Nether Ward. Time walk, time dilation, doing the hokey pokey, turning herself around. That's what it's all about, but
And you're gone.
Some rooting, some killing, and, well, we're walking towards the finish line for the side of Malaysia as they've got now another Hex that's going to be on the Invoker. Using these Yules, or, well, using this Yules onto the Faceless Void, but to no avail. There's no real stopping this Faceless Void from just taking the buildings.
Yes, to tanky, keeps getting a life back from the time walk. They will have to do something eventually because Malaysia will just keep doing this.
Time walk. They're actually in a decent spot to just go to a 3-man chrono. So life draining, taking it slow, not forcing anything. Really no need to force anything.
Now they use up.
Rinse, repeat.
You gotta
There's
do
the
something.
refresher.
Same thing.
They could deliver the refresher. A couple of shots coming into the Pugna.
They're gonna
Still
go
trying
back
to find
line.
their opening. There's the blink as well as the hoof stomp. They go to the Solar Guardian. That's going to be dropped down to the Faceless Void who pops that BKB. They go to the Life Drain now. The Overgrowth comes out. Chronosphere is going to be dropped down. Sonic Wave also comes through as well as the Cataclysm. They get the Cone of Sky as well as Day. They'll both break back into the fight. They lost the Queen of Pain, so Azumi's going to come back if she decides to buy back.
She got a refresher.
Only the Dark Will has died, so there's the refresher. Bamboo coming in. They've got themselves the Hex. There's the Host Stomp. Can they get the Life Tree? Can they get the kill on the Faceless Void? It would only be his first life going down, so not that it really matters. Rolling Thunder from a Hashiko. There's the Swashbuckle as well. Bamboo's starting to stack up this S shift. Takes out Linny. Looks over at Eye-Star. Eye-Star with the BKB. They've got the Hex. Onto the Slark. There's the Chrono landing. Taking out Slark, but the buyback's immediate. Bamboo, Sky, Lovely, all falling. That's going to be a buyback being used here by Lovely as Hashiko ends up falling and buying back too, but no Azumi for 100 seconds as this Queen of Pain is going to be watching as Peru holds on for their lives. They'll take out Day. That's another hero gone. 3 heroes dead at the grave without buyback as they'll look over the Pugna Lovely on the run. Time dilation. See you later. Go back to your well. It's all okay. We'll take your base, and it won't be much harder than it is right now. So the mid-set Arax, a last chance for Peru. They've only got 2 heroes alive. They've really got to make it work as they'll take out the mid-set Arax and go towards the tier 4s. Gleipnir used, landing out of the Pugna. But what can they do to defend Black? I don't see any opening.
Doesn't look like much. There's no Chronosphere, but both the couriers are dead for a whole minute. Like, you don't even have to damage, even if you try to. I think right now it's time to process the loss.
We'll see.
One
Throne
last hurrah, let's
exposed.
go.
Sunstrike's not going to land. Now Bamboo's going to go and try and make a move onto the Dark Will. That's going to be Yules up into the air as the BKB's going to be popped by Bamboo. Couple of right clicks, looking to bash, looking to kill, taking out Lovely. Next on the menu is going to be the Slark. Can they fillet this fish? Looking to pounce and get back into the well, but it really isn't looking like it's going to matter at all as Malaysia have got the throne exposed, trying to put the damage on and claim this title. Pounce, leashing, Solar Guardian going to be used right where she's standing, but there's the deafening blast, there's the finish of the full team wipe, and it is GG. Well played as Malaysia will be your champions at the Global Esports Games.
A well-deserved champion, especially after game 1. You could see the resilience. Game 2 draft was on the greedier side, for sure, but they made it work. Got through the early game, no problem. Actually got ahead out of the early game. Nice chronospheres, nice rotations. All around, happy faces and
couple
smiles.
dance moves.
Couple of dance moves.
Now, I think that might have been a Fortnite move. I don't know what that. I don't know Fortnite.
I'm not that kind of guy. Yeah. I wouldn't know, but
I'm too old for Fortnite. That's all I know.
not a bad tournament.
No, not bad at all.
Second place, first place, Malaysia, definitely the goat of this tournament, probably.
Yeah.
They also got second at Street Fighter. So 2 seconds, 1 first.
I mean, they're sweeping it up. It's really looking good for Malaysia in the Global Esports Games as they huddle up, realize victory is here.
Victory has
been achieved.
Not eluded us. That's right. It's reality.
Something that not many people get to experience, right?
However, they're not inexperienced with winning lands. They've already won one a while back. I don't remember when it was, but they're no strangers to winning.
Yeah.
6-0,
sure.
haven't dropped a single map. You can tell why. Map 1, like, if you're behind this far, you can still manage to come back. What more do you need?
Exactly.
You don't need any more proof.
Yeah, proof's in the pudding.
Proof's in the pudding.
I know you're a big fan of pudding as
Not
well.
the black pudding, though.
No, not the black pudding at all.
No.
So Malaysia taking the victory 2-0. I mean, this is as good as it gets with the comeback in game number 1, just building yourself up, taking that momentum, and kind of annihilating in game number 2.
Yeah.
It truly felt from start to finish, wire to wire, it was all Malaysia as they will shake hands with the Peruvian squad as well. And they shouldn't be upset either. Making it into the finals and taking home silver is, no small feat either.
Yeah. Peru, very strong performance too. If game 1 goes a little bit differently, maybe they have the momentum to win game 2 as well. So as you said, no shame in losing to a team like Malaysia. As I said, they have won many tournaments in the past already. Not necessarily this squad maybe, but Malaysia is just such a strong Dota region in general. Like so many good players internationally. Don't be ashamed. Don't be upset.
Yeah. I think it's, always a good accomplishment to get this far. Win, lose, or draw, I think they should be happy with themselves for the side of Peru. But Malaysia definitely even more excited to take home the gold medal and win the Global Esports Games. So it's just been an amazing performance by Malaysia, by both these teams, by everybody who's competed in this entire event. And, it's looked really good for Malaysia. And to break it down and break down the championship victory, we've got the panel with Snare. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. 2-0, and that means that Malaysia are our champions here in the women's division of the Global Esports Games 2023. A scintillating Game 2 victory. Very well-deserved W for them. And we're going to break down exactly how they made this magic happen here on the SDC Play Analyst Desk. I'm joined yet again by Nomad and Jeeves. And y'all lied to me. Y'all told me that this draft was great.
Man.
Y'all told me that we're going to Game 3. The hell happened, boys?
No. I said Malaysia had the tools to deal with the Slark. I said that Slark did have the, they did have the Pugna. They did have the Dark. He had the Shard. He had the Depth Shroud.
Oh, I'm not with you on this. We were wrong, dude. We were
I was
wrong.
50-50. I mean, 50-50. You were very Peru favored for sure.
I was Peru favored, yeah. I mean, and then I sat down and I was like, what is in that room? I don't know what's happening. Like, this is Faceless Void. This is Invoker. Like, I mean, it's strong. They got decent lanes, and yeah, I mean, it's so much easier to play this draft. But then at the same time, I think they played much better anyway, and like they just skilled. I mean, oh my god, Istark's this game, man. Wow, what a Faceless Void player. I mean, best Faceless Void I've seen him for tournament.
There's like 3 or 4 major factors, right? The Invoker player is phenomenal on Invoker, apparently. Okay, that's definitely a hero that you should never let her have, especially in combination with the Chronosphere. I mean, she didn't even have her Cataclysm, right, until pretty much near the game. But by that point, they'd already destroyed the game. They'd already won it. And, Slark, I think he was like first-blooded, and then the lane domination was, it was really difficult for him to play in that situation. I don't know if he's first-blooded, but he died in like the first 2 kills or so. And the execution, though, from Malaysia, as soon as they started to get in there, and they started to hit their level 6s, and they started to, play the lane. But the tree and protector as well. I was expecting, this hero field nerfed. But again, the position 5 player, so good with our ward positioning, so good, and with Treant Protector obviously enables this, allows you to get deeper into the map, allows you to get down this better vision. But everywhere they went, there was just like perfect vision. The Dawnbreaker was absolutely useless as a position 5 here.
Yeah.
It felt like she couldn't do anything to alleviate the situation. She's supposed to be the save, but even then, Chrono's there.
Oh yeah, that's my bit. Yeah, I expected the Dawnbreaker to be a position 3, right? That's all my predictions were based on. So yeah, I just didn't notice this Centaur pick.
I mean, Pulse 5 Dawnbreaker, one of the things that we saw, like looking through these replays as we're seeing right now from the Savvy Games group, the main impact that we saw from the Dawnbreaker, obviously nothing, right? But similar to Game 1, we saw that the support on the side of Malaysia always managing to have some degree of impact in the midst of these engagements, whether it's helping to disengage the fight, helping to lock down enemy heroes. Dawnbreaker can't necessarily do all that much. And even this Pugna, the Pugna had some degree of investment, but at some point when you're there as Pugna, you're playing 4 position, and all you can do in a fight is just hit R and hope for the best with your life drain. Doesn't necessarily feel like a recipe for success, because you can't necessarily use the decrypt either, because there's an Invoker in the game, right?
But even then, when they were using the decrypt, if you decrypt the Starix here, she simply time walks away, resets, and they have the mental fortitude just to not to go in too far. I mean, that was a beautiful, the first showing of the Cataclysm, pretty much a team wipe off the back of it. And even Hashiko, she had an amazing game on this offlane Pangolier. We talked about how it didn't feel like the greatest kind of solution to their problems. It didn't really offer them with the chrono damage outside of like a random swashbuckle in there. But she was able to create space and move around it. And the chronospheres actually, I don't think there was a duff chrono. There was one chrono, I think, where the Treant Protector was called. There was
on a Slark.
There was one chrono where the Treant Protector was called, but who cares? Like, you're killing this whole Slark. And that was such a beautiful setup. He's down there farming the jungle down beside
chronos at the end, which we're about to see, were absolutely immaculate.
Oh, this one's beautiful as well. He has the refresher. She has the refresher, pops it off after the Aegis, and then wait, she popped the refresher before she popped the chrono. Okay, but she died and mana and came back in. Gets a beautiful chrono.
Oh,
so
yeah,
perfect.
that's the good stuff right there.
And they call the Queen of Pain, I think, 3 or 4 times on the back of these chronospheres. And the target prioritization within the chronosphere as well was so good. Even if the Pugna was able to decrypt a specific hero, it was always the wrong hero. It wasn't the hero they were focused on. And Malaysia they just had such good composure and such good team coordination. I really like Peru. They can hold their heads high though. They come out of this with a silver medal. I think this is their first showing here at the GEG, and I think there's nothing to be ashamed of here. Malaysia, they went through the bracket, like a hot knife. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Fantastic. And maybe the guys, for the male Malaysian team could look towards the female team to learn a few things,
I mean, especially in the carry department, because one of the reasons why we saw earlier on today when we were watching the open division where the male team was playing up against Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan won in large measure because of the carry performance of Violent. He didn't necessarily get the MVP, but played phenomenally. In this one, Nomad, it would be an injustice of note if we do not have the Starks MVP, because she was incredible across both games. Game 1, very good performance on the Wraith King, but in Game 2, not only was she having amazing chronosphere throughout the entirety of the game, the way she was able to dominate the laning phase, right? One of the reasons the Centaur was having a real struggle getting a good look into this game, because the lane just went absolutely way too bad. By the time the Blink Dagger emerges, at that point, the Faceless Void already is sitting on Midas and BKB. How on earth are you supposed to get back onto this hero and actually control her in order to get these kills?
Yeah, I mean, Stark's just 2 wonderful games coming out from her, firstly on the Wraith King, now on the Faceless Void. Really, really active. That's what I love to see. Game number 1, completely different game. They're behind, she's just farming, she's grinding, she's getting the money. She's getting what she needs to help her team out. This game, she sees the opportunities early, she realizes they're ahead, and she knows that if she turns up to every engagement, then every engagement's going to be a win. She even turns up to a couple of fights early game without Chronosphere. Like, that's unhinged. That's not carry play behavior,
That's what you get.
But it worked. They were getting the kills.
I know. That is very fair. But I think about 6 or 7 minutes into the game, I was looking at the CS side of things, and Slark was he was bottom of the bus, it was for the cores. He was below literally everyone. I think he was on 19 CS, while everyone else was on 30, 35, and that. How they were able to play the offlane super crippled this Slark, and it meant he never was able, even though I think he had +6 RG, and yet he wasn't able to get any CS. He wasn't able to get his weren't able to get our itemization online, And just, yeah, Malaysia just played an absolute blinder here.
Yeah. Let's talk about actually itemization as we saw there in the scoreboard. One of the things that really stood out to me, we spoke about greed earlier on, Nomad, with the double minuses on some support games. In this particular game, double minuses on the cores, right? Faceless Void had one, Invoker had one. When the enemy team has none, and especially when your Slok ends up going for this more combat-oriented build, when you're both losing the fight and you don't have minuses to recover the economy, is there anything you can do to try and make the game more playable?
To make the game more playable, I mean, it's a tricky one. You have to make the choice of either going for the Midas on the Slark and trying to, play for the late game and find your other opportunities, or at the very least hope that your team can make the space for you to then keep farming, distract the Void and allow you to catch up. That's one way of playing it. The other way is to do what Bamboo did, and that is to go for the fighting build and just go, you know what, let's go, let's get at them, let's run at them, Peru, just go at it. And I respect the attempt, I think a lot of Slark players would do the same thing in this game. You're playing against Chronosphere, therefore your opportunities to be aggressive are ample. Every time that Chronosphere is off cooldown, you want to go. And there's one specific fight where the Chronosphere gets used early to kill off the Queen of Pain, and then, Bamboo's just like, right, it's time to go, it's time to chase, we need to make some advantage of this, because I've built these items, I've designed myself to play this game, and rather than back away, he goes and he chases and she keeps on trying to force the issue until she dies.
This is the mid-jungle fight where she chased after the Treant Protector.
Going for the Treant up to the high ground.
Invoker was ready. She set up the EMP, so as soon as Slark came in, she had no mana left, and then they just swarmed and just took her down. And it was kind of at a point where maybe they could have started to build up a little bit more, start to pull the Slark a little bit back into the game. Because, like as you say, 2 minutes, no Chronosphere. Maybe you can pick up a couple of kills here, another couple of stacks of agility. But again, the tempo just stamped out immediately. And then Malaysia, I mean, you have to feel real. You get the enemy core going for the Treant Protector. Treant Protector didn't even die in that situation. Yeah. She was able just to walk it off. You're like, I'll be fine. Just fantastic. Just beautiful play all around.
Beautiful play all around, and of course, the person we need to highlight, the travesty does not happen. Justice has been done.
Not twice.
And Starks has been able to get the MVP award here from the Qiddiya organization. Shout out to Starks, because across both games, incredible. 15 average KDA, 35k damage average across these games.
Damn.
38k net worth, and look at that GPM across both of these games. I mean, of course, that is a little bit inflated because of the Midas pickups, but knowing when, not just when to buy the Midas, but what subsequent items to go for. Earlier on, we were talking about it with Black. That's the thing that differentiates bad carry players from really good ones, knowing what to buy and in what order to buy them, and Starks has been phenomenal in that regard, not just in this series, but throughout the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah, she's been grinding for sure. I mean, we've seen her, of course, in the previous women's events, and she's just looking better each time. It's really promising and inspiring to see this level of growth from this player.
15 and 15 KDA. That is absolutely insane. Nuts. I can only dream of these numbers. I'm lucky if I hit 5.5. I'm quite happy with that. 15. Like, what value? You can't get much better than that.
Yeah. You absolutely cannot get much better than that. So she much deserved the Qiddiya win, and she gets the Qiddiya.com. Wait, go to Qiddiya.com, check them out there, and get a little bit more information as to why we awarded her this particular accolade. Of course, with this, we are now done with the tournament as a whole. However, there's still a couple of highlights we need to go through to remind y'all of exactly why we have deserved the excellence that we got here today. So we have our Colonel's Choice highlights, some of the really stellar replays. We're first going to be going back. You gentlemen were on the casting desk here. Talk me through this, boys. When you see some of this action, when you see some of this hype, the Malaysian team, after this first game, I really thought to myself, okay, Kazakhstan has their number. But in game 2, Malaysia recovered so well. So what do you think was lacking from the male Malaysian team that the women's team had, that they weren't able to capitalize on some strong performances and strong execution to lead them to victory?
Istocks? They didn't have Istocks. No, I mean, I think it comes down to just like kind of the trust which the Malaysian team had in each other. That game 1 where they came back from, they just held so strong, and meanwhile Malaysia, in a couple of their games, they just kind of crumbled a little bit. You got to be able to keep it together in these situations, and Kazakhstan, unfortunately, is extremely aggressive. I mean, that is how they won this tournament, with pure aggression, and that was way too hard for the male Malaysians to deal with.
Yeah, much too difficult for them. I think also, Jeeves, when we compare and contrast Starks' performance versus that of Lonely Chucky, the one thing that Starks did really well, outside of very good laning and itemization, her positioning was phenomenal. And unfortunately, I think Lonely Chucky, some of his positioning let him down. For a case in point, the fight that we're just seeing right now, going in as the
This was
first
a tough
person
one.
in, as Medusa, and then using Stone Gaze prior to the piece of Veil coming out, not going to be a recipe for success there.
I mean, they did take the game. They did take that series in the end with the Medusa game, of course. But I think that's kind of like a little bit. I don't want to say it's a crutch, but it's like one of his better heroes, the Medusa, and that kind of. They barely won that game. You know, like it felt like Kazakhstan had that game in the bag. You know, and then they went 2 racks up and they eventually lost. And the second game though, maybe the bans were just a little bit too strong on Chucky. I felt like they were kind of focusing him, and he was forced onto this sort of troll warlord. But even then, it didn't feel terrible, but the execution just wasn't as crisp. It wasn't as good. And I don't know if they trusted the draft as much as the girls seem to trust their drafts in these games. You know, you go down 11 kills, like in the first 10 minutes or whatever, and I mean, but to have the faith in the draft, to believe in what you've put together here, and you know that if you hit your timings and you actually play smart and you keep your composure, and you're able to I mean, that's one of the most amazing comebacks I have ever seen for sure.
I mean, across both of these games that we saw from the women's team here, Nomad, one thing that really stood out to me is that they were always able to do something. There was never a point in the game, regardless of the gold lead, regardless of the game state, where it felt like, okay, guys, we can't make anything happen. I mean, compare and contrast this Peruvian draft. If Sonic Wave is down, they don't have damage, right? They can't actually force a fight to happen. So it really did feel like Malaysia, before the horn even sounded, had set themselves up for perfect success and set themselves up to be able to trust each other. You don't have to be like, you know, is this person going to do the right thing? You just know the draft plays itself effectively, provided that you execute well.
Yeah, I think that's one thing which led them to the 2-0 as well, is the knowing that, you know, what your play style is. You know that you're a team which likes to make moves. Sure, you can adjust for the late game, you can adjust for the early game, you can adjust for counter picks, but ultimately, you're a team which wants to go out and play Dota, which I always love a team that can do that. There are other teams which, you know, kind of adjust to play a little bit later on, which I feel like the male Malaysian team did a little bit. And there's teams which just play for go, 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 like the male Kazakhstani team. However, the female Malaysian team, you know, they knew that they wanted to go, and they don't really mind what pacing they take in the game, but as long as they have a toolbox which is relatively open and they can pair like 2 or 3 heroes together, make plays on the map, and then they knew exactly how to execute those plays, that's just a recipe for success, man.
Yeah. James, very quickly, looking at the team on the side of Peru, what positives do you think they should be taking away from this tournament with the second place finish? What should they be working on for the next time so they can go further in the tournament?
I mean, I think it's they're going to have to go away and and kind of think about what happened today specifically. Obviously, they had a really strong run coming through the tournament, coming up to this, and Malaysia perhaps just the stronger team on the day. So I mean, all you can do about that is work on your fundamentals, work on your. I mean, I don't think their drafts were particularly bad. I mean, we both kind of felt like there was like they were definitely executable. It's just that Malaysia were firing on like all 5 cylinders. Peru didn't quite get that connection. And I feel really the biggest strength of Malaysia is they believed in each other in all of the positions, not necessarily, oh, my position 1's going to carry me. You know, Estarix had a little bit of a rough start in game 1, but her team were able to kind of create the space, were able to create that situation for them. Whereas it felt like Peru were so desperate to kind of come back in. Slark was trying real hard, but in those situations, you're getting picked off, you're getting, like you're overextending yourself, and that kind of cost them the game perhaps, and ultimately the gold.
It cost them the gold, it cost them the tournament ultimately. However, the trust that the Malaysian squad was able to demonstrate in each other, the efficacy of their draft, that is what led them to victory, and that is why they are now your Global Esports Games champions of 2023. They will walk away victorious, they have a lot to celebrate, and we've been talking a lot about how they were able to make this victory happen, but the person we should really be hearing from, and the final word, goes to Bara, who's standing by with iStocks, the carry star from the Malaysian squad.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for Malaysia. Tanya, congratulations. Come on, guys, make some noise. Oh, we're all hearing it right now. Wow, wow. Mabruk, congratulations, Tanya. Well, iStarX, how do you feel?
I'm like shaking right now. Very, very happy. Very, very proud of my team. They did everything for me. Best team I can ask for. Thank you, thank you.
We can feel the energy, the love, and all that happening right now. Again, congratulations for winning the Dota 2 tournament right here at GEG in Saudi Arabia. A lot of memories, I'm sure of it. This is going to be a benchmark, definitely. So what would you say is the main ingredient for this win?
I would say it's our coach, Winter. He's not here right now. but he literally like cracked his head every night trying to coach all of us. And also thank you to our friends that always scream with us from Singapore, like J-Dog, Minas, and Demons, and who else? Who else? Who else? A lot of them, yeah. They always like stay up and then they train with us every night. Although we lost like every single scream and we feel really bad, but really thankful for all of them. So they helped us get to today.
Amazing, amazing. Now I can see the flag. So the question would be right now, how does it feel winning and representing Malaysia in this championship?
I'm really grateful that we got the chance to be over here to represent Malaysia and do our country proud. It is an honor.
Pride and honor one more time. Let's hear it for Malaysia winning this championship. Make some noise. Congratulations, Mabruk, Tanya. And I can feel the energy right now. And ladies and gentlemen, right now we'll be heading to another video asking other people, how do they feel representing their country? Coming up next.
It's nice, I guess. And it's cool because everyone knows Argentina for another stuff in the world.
It's something I'm really grateful for. You know, it's amazing. I get to do something I love. It's not something everyone gets to do. And you know, I love New Zealand. I love my country. I love the people. I love what the country stands for. And to be able to represent that on a global stage, it's one in a lifetime opportunity.
I'm very glad. Also, we have like a very heavy pressure because we're, like you say, we are representing our country.
It's actually amazing because even from the beginning, people, we have felt as a team like a lot of support. We actually thought that it was going to be a little bit more hostile, and it wasn't, and that was a big surprise for us.
Keep us supporting us. We are gonna do our best.
Keep playing video games. Don't let anybody stop you, and just if you try hard and you really put your mind up to it, I think you can get anywhere.
If you want to do something, just try it, but try it harder. Don't just be happy for what you got. Try, give it more.
Good luck, have fun.
I feel proud and happy that I have an opportunity to represent Malaysia.
It feels great. It really feels great. I always wanted to represent my country.
It feels really good to represent my country, to know that our team is some of the best players in the country, and we've come together to form like a unit, and yeah, I think we're very proud.
It feels amazing because there are a lot of players who want to be here to compete as Team Turkey, but I'm one of the privileged ones. I feel great about it.
I'm actually patriotic about it. I really appreciate my country, and I really want to see my country at highest levels. So I want to make it to top one this tournament.
So it feels great to represent my country. I've represented South Africa a few times. I've represented them in a few different tournaments, and it just feels good knowing that you're putting South Africa somewhere on the map. Yeah, being able to play competitively and show off the skill and talent that's in South Africa is a good feeling.
Thanks for supporting Team Australia. We hope we can bring the trophy home and come first.
Firstly, I want to thank Saudi Arabia for making this kind of tournaments. I really appreciate that. It's very high level. And for the viewers, I really hope that you will enjoy our games and you will have some fun and support us. We are very grateful.
Thank you for supporting us always, and we hope to bring the trophy home for you.
Thank you for all the support from South Africans. I know a few of you are going to be watching from home, and hopefully we'll make you guys proud.
I hope you're going to enjoy our games, and I hope you're going to enjoy the whole tournament.
I hope all of you enjoy the games, and let's keep supporting esports, I guess.
For the longest time, we have wished that the wondrous worlds we game in were real. Genuine realms that we can explore, discover, and really play. Can celebrate and earn rewards for our triumphs, or fail in pursuit of glory. A place where we've always dreamed of living, where we've always dreamed of working. Dynamic, 24/7, and constantly evolving. Host to the biggest events, where the greatest among us hone their skills. A new era of play awaits.
Friends, welcome to the Global Esports Games. Get ready. I can hear we're all good.
Mike is on. Mike.
Why don't you introduce us?
Welcome in. My name is Matt Nassar. I'm today here as an expert and analyst for the top 3 games of Jordan versus Iran.
We're getting keen, friends. That was on me. Nate here for the Global Esport Games. We're here at the STC LS desk. We're going to be bringing you, breaking down things, getting here for our amazing final. Again, STC play, to make that really clear. A bit rattled, friends. I'm a bit excited here for the big dance. We've had a long journey to get here. Mets, I'm going to call you lots of different things as we go throughout. How are you feeling? We do feel at least we've got the 2 best competitors here for this final.
Definitely. We have definitely 2 best competitors here with Hassan. He is really experienced, won many tournaments already. He is also going into the final as a favorite, but Saif made an exceptional tournament too. He was the first player who won every game. This will be a fire match.
Mitch, we'll get to you in a moment. I promise, I haven't forgotten about you. We've got ourselves a real footballer in here because we do feel that eFootball is very football-like. We talked about the way we got here, the amount of nations in order to get here. Friends, it's wonderful that it's a global competition. Met again, coming to you. Any, we're going to say favorites, top dogs, things like that, starting in Group A. Maybe you feel like it didn't go the way it could have.
My surprise is Japan, definitely, where I expected them to go to the knockout stages. They were one of the favorites for me, but yeah, this is something which can happen in this kind of field where everybody is like a top opponent. One bad day and it's over.
It's a bit like that, Mitch. New Zealand, we have to mention them. JMK King, maybe the furthest distance to travel. We were chatting with him beforehand. Delighted to be here, regardless of what those group standings might say.
Yeah, he's obviously quite new to the game as well. He'll be the first to admit it. But look, he's done himself, really proud to actually get this far. Credit to Saudi for putting on such a great tournament as well. So it's a good experience for him to come here, and it's something he'll learn from.
Yeah, we did mention GEG, Global Esport Games. However you want to do it here in Riyadh, it is an absolute delight. Group B, friends, as I said, a few twists and turns, and we will get to the top teams in each group because, goodness me, it's been a process. And hey, straight into Jordan alongside Turkey, Algeria, Panama, and we'll take you through how that sort of works after the first 4 groups. Belgium finishing things off, but again met Jordan. Bit of excitement, a youngster in the ranks, if you like.
Absolutely, absolutely. He went into the knockout stages undefeated with 6 wins, and this is just, mind-blowing in my opinion. Really, really fantastic performance.
We're enjoying it. Mitch, any shocks as we head into Group C because the games came thick and fast? We got the last chance again. I'm going to mention that little sort of bonus, I guess. When you got the top 3 that do make it through, we would have loved maybe even some more participation. 4 groups of 7 with that last chance in there into Group C. Mitch, Peru on top. For mine, Italy I had as a clear number 1. Malaysia, who've had a good day today overall here at GEG, getting to the last chance. Anything there from you that stands out?
No, not really. I think, obviously Peru have been a very strong side there with, 6 wins, 12-1 scoreline there. It's, very big scoreline. But, look, I think, Palestine obviously had a bit of a rough time there, but credit to Peru.
If you're looking at that score, we're talking about individual games, best of 3 throughout, and it will be the same here today. Extra time and penalties if required. 1 group remaining, friends. Group D, and some say we're saving the best to last. Maybe you'll agree, Matt. Iran, 12-1. That individual game loss coming in penalties, so in regular time, he hasn't even been beaten. He's incredible.
I can just say business as usual for him. Really, this is unreal what this guy is doing on the pitch. Totally deserved. In this group, really strong players playing this performance, especially against Netherlands. We have Jos, pro gamer for Arsenal FC. Wow.
Incredible. Again, Brazil, we're talking about finalists and whatnot, returning opportunities. And hey, talking about returning opportunities, the last chance qualifier. Mitch made sure that these nations, if you didn't get in that top 3 spot, got that opportunity, keeping that best of 3 feel. And Panama made that second chance count.
Yeah, it's obviously good option for some of the countries that having that second chance. It kind of gives you that bit of breathing room, I guess, if you've not had the best of days. So credit to them.
We like it. We like that sort of second chance, making sure that there's a bit of twists and turns. We do, though, Matt, ultimately want, of course, the top 2 competitors in the final, making sure when we get through to the bracket, the journey to get here, we said business as usual. Hassan, what else can you say? Clean sailing, not dropping a game. He really does go in his favorite. We can't say it any other way.
When I have to look at this knockout, I can say that Iran had maybe the little easier way to the final, but this doesn't say nothing. In the group stage, you could see his performance, but as I mentioned before, Saif, Jordan, fantastic performance. He won every game in the group stage, and you can see it in the first match against Netherlands, the pro player. So then Colombia, which kicked out Spain, who was a favorite. Mestre, also a pro player from Bayern Munich. In the semi-final against Poland, the next pro player from Arsenal. So he beat one pro player after another, went into the final. You have to be careful for that guy, definitely.
That match 14, you're referring to 2-1 over Poland. Those 2 wins, Mitch, coming in penalty shootouts. That clutch gene, we might be needing it here today, don't you think?
Yeah, and I think there's nothing worse than going to a penalty shootout. Had a few of them in my time when I played eFootball. So, look, I think most of the competitors will hope it doesn't get down to that. But look, it's certainly a possibility.
Confirming, of course, that 3rd place decider has been done. UAE 2-0 over Poland. Very rough for Poland, man. I don't know about you. We've been looking at the different esports and titles. 4th place. You're on there at the end of the graphic, and yet we're just not enough to show for it. Do you feel those feels or not so much?
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. So I can just agree here on you.
Straight up, yes.
Straight up, yes.
No
bro.
one wants fourth. Of course, the third place qualifier is done. We're all about the top two here to finish things off here today. Tonight, the whole weekend, it has been a wonderful time, enjoying ourselves quite a lot. Friends, Mitch, I got to come back to you. You said you've got that big footballer experience, that real-world experience playing down under and abroad as well. You feeling some of that similar pressure here today, the vibes, the intensity?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, I've got experience playing both professional football and professional esports, and kind of definitely that same emotion and pressure. You've got the studio, the lights, people watching all over the world. It's it's the real deal, and these guys are going to be under pressure in this game. It's it's a final, and believe me, I've been in the situation. So look, it's going to be a mental game, but I think whoever can kind of keep their nerves under control the best will come out on top.
Matt, we're going to go a little bit deeper. If we have the opportunity, I really hope so. Formation 4-3-3 has been used a lot by these competitors throughout. Of course, you've got that sort of right wing or left wing overlap. I talk to you very honestly, friends, watching the Kings videos to make sure I knew what was going down. Tactically, are you expecting the 4-3-3 to start off with?
In this mode, everything can happen, but yeah, this is the usual meta formation. If they go for a 4-2-1-3, usually not with wingers, but as I said, from Iran, I expect everything. So we are getting surprised. I was unfortunately not able to see his formation. I asked him, no info here, and this is understandable.
Yeah, they're not sharing, friends. I tell you what, I thought I was getting on pretty well with the coaches. Thank you. We'll see how we go. Wait until we get here, Mitch. In terms of the actual teams, letting people know who might be a bit new, we got real teams, if you like. Manchester United, AC Milan, the two that have been used the most so far. Any surprises there for you?
No, not really. They're obviously two powerhouses in world football, but I think obviously the player stats are pretty similar. But yeah, I can see why the guys do choose them. But yeah, it's obviously a unique opposition for them, being able to use them teams. So I'm keen to kind of see how they utilize each of the individual players. So can't wait, to be honest, to see how the guys utilize the players.
And you will have that average sort of rating to make it clear. Maybe in real life you got some players you think are better than others. Friends, I really like it because you get the substitutes, maybe those players that don't get a good go. IRL and eFootball here in Riyadh, you're going to see them get a great opportunity. Again, you're happy to agree with me there, because I've been looking up my names being like, I feel like I've got the eFootball method down. Some of these players coming off the bench, I'm like, all right, you haven't actually played a minute for your club yet.
Exactly. So it's not the typical players which you know in normal Dream Team mode or in other modes. So every player is somehow the same, similar, but there are some little difference, especially in player skills. The best players have some more player skills than other, maybe not so known players, young players. So a little difference can be felt in the pitch, but they are really similar.
Okay. If I see that Marseille turn today, I'll be delighted, being told by the players it ain't happening. It's a little bit too slow. A few feints and whatnot as well. Friends, we're not going to be too far away for bringing you what you're looking forward to, confirming a best of three with extra time penalties if required. Mitch talked about the intensity, the vibes and whatnot. I feel like maybe it's a little bit from us. You saw my nervy start. The players themselves, as cool as ever. They've been here, done that before. 6 trophies won between them. We'll make it 7 in just about an hour's time. Is it just us? Do you think under that exterior there are really some nerves here to finish off the evening?
100%. I mean, there's no way they're going into this game without any sort of nerves. It doesn't matter the experience that you've got. It's a final. It's a global stage. As we said, everybody's going to be watching. Families, friends back home as well. It's your country's, being represented. So it's. I always feel like when you're representing your country, you've got that little bit extra on the line. So yeah, look, they'll definitely be nervous.
Again, a big thank you to STC Play, the analyst desk here, bringing you the game. We'll be back at the end of it as well. You've got your expert casters that will give you that best of 3 action. Friends, Matt, maybe your final thoughts and words on this as we head on in. What are you expecting to see matchup-wise?
Really tough games, tight matches. So I'm really looking forward to the best performance in this tournament. they have to pull out the best which they can do to get the win, both of them. So I'm really looking forward to monster matches.
Monster matches. Mitch, that's way too many M's in a few sentences for me. I'm going to ask you the toughest question of all. Do you have a favorite? I sort of given you mine and my little narrative. Do you think there might be an upset?
I think it could go either way. I think when it comes to a final, it's there's a lot more pressure on the line. Look, you know, both players obviously deserving of being where they are. So, look, I think it's anyone's game.
Anyone's game. Friends, that's what we like to hear. Before we get things started, are you ready, Riyadh? Let's bring the hype, bring the energy for these players. We'll head on over to Bara for the walkouts and introduce them to you all.
Well, you awesome, amazing talents. You definitely hype it up for me and everybody right here. So, ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, we've made it to the last grand finals right here at the Global Esports Games 2023, right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, for the game eFootball. It is time for the Clash of Titans. So, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the next battle. And right now, for the first competitor representing Iran, let's hear it for Hassan! And now, ladies and gentlemen, for his competitor, representing Jordan, make some noise for Seth! There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Iran going against Jordan. What's going to happen? We're going to leave all the hype and the details with our phenomenal talent. So here we go. Take it away. Fire it up.
And here we are once again for a festival, a show, a big show of eFootball. My name is Fierita Catalano, and I'm here with the one and only Justin from Australia.
Guillermo, how are you? Hope to bring you a fantastic set of best of three. I'm looking forward to it. It's absolutely captivating for me.
These guys are amazing. One of them didn't lose even a match. Iran's Hassan has been like, whew. But you know what? Perhaps Seth from Jordan is not expected to win. So may he have a little bit less pressure?
That's exactly what I was about to say. I was exactly thinking of that. For Hassan, I mean, if you've gone through it and now you're the favorite, maybe there's that pressure, but he's won 3 championships. I think by now, he's a bit calm, and we spoke to him yesterday, and he seemed very, very calm. So I think maybe he'll be all right.
Yeah, in fact, he was playing ping pong just minutes away. I want to say a big shout out to everybody at the chat. Thank you very much for being there, for supporting this. My favorite game. I'm really happy to be here sharing with these amazing people from Australia, from Germany, Turkey. Well, everybody all over the world. We have the greatest of them all. We have Mitch, we have Nate, we have Mednasa, we have Justin. And, you know, from Australia to Argentina, from where I am, we are world champions, by the way. Well, there is the whole world, and the whole world plays video games, so we are here for a feast.
Yeah, you're spot on, and I just have to point out, of course, you couldn't not go without that introduction without mentioning Argentina.
No, I need to say it every time. I have it in my contract.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair enough. If it was Australia, I'd be mentioning it every time.
It won't happen. There is no risk.
Go ahead. Honestly, I'd love to hear you say it more. Say it more.
No, but this match is amazing. Here we have the two guys. One of them is wearing like the Hassan is with his tiny headphones. Sometimes I ask them, what do you hear there? Some of them hear music, some of them hear nothing. They use them just not to be overwhelmed with what happens outside. So, I don't know, have you ever played with music on your ears?
For me, I actually liked listening to the commentators talking.
Yeah, me too.
I much preferred it because it actually got me into the zone of it. Whenever I was playing the game, I loved listening to the commentators talking. It got me into the zone. But I know a lot of players that do like to listen to music. They like to get in the zone and you know, just enjoy themselves, get the vibe.
Yeah. So you are here with us. You are hearing Justin from Australia, Felita from Argentina. Estamos compartiendo. We are sharing this amazing match between Jordan and Iran. Iran and Jordan. Hassan gives the thumbs up. We are analyzing the best eyes in the business. Is Med Nasa, is Mitch, is Nate. Everybody's here. We are at beautiful Riyadh. Also a big shout out to my brother Barry from Ireland who is watching this. Thank you very much, Barry, for being such a great sport. To my friend Alex, everybody, the eFootball family is a nice family. We have fun, we go into each other. We know most of the people from long time because we enjoy the same. We love this game. We keep trying to know what is new, what has changed. Because, you know, every year they have to get used to the new game. This doesn't happen like in physical sports. Once you are, you know judo forever. In esports, you have to pick up every year.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. There's something that we like to talk about a bit in esports. You have to adapt to every situation.
Yeah.
It's something that I think as a former competitor, you learn to try and just adapt. There you go, the word again. And just, I guess, change to the situation because then again, when the new game comes out, when the new update comes out, everyone is in the same boat. Everyone is learning to play from fresh.
It's like a reset.
Exactly. And you know what? I think it's actually needed. I think it's actually quite perfect because, say, for example, if we were professional footballers ourselves, we obviously know the game throughout our whole lives, but with that reset, it makes things interesting. You never know who's going to come out and be the next best competitor.
Exactly. Years ago, when Hassan was just a kid, nobody perhaps would imagine he would come and do this legacy that he's doing. Because before of him, we had Italian champions a lot of time. We had French champions a lot of time. We had Henriquinho was in this tournament, very good player from Brazil. As the guy said before, we had a lot of great players playing here. We had Indominator from the Netherlands. We have Mestre from Spain. So this tournament has the spice that these two guys have beaten the best.
Yep, you're spot on. I mean, there's a reason why they are here in the final today. I mean, we spoke about Hassan just before, and I love hearing it from Ben Nasser. He was explaining to me yesterday, and I'll probably use it today in our commentary. He's the solution, Hassan. He is the solution. Whenever it comes to attack, defense, he is so balanced. He knows exactly what he wants to do. And he always finds himself in a situation where he has the solution. He has the tools to be able to get out of it and to be able to win. And there's a reason why he's here in the final. That's probably it.
So he's the solution. This is strange because my wife says I'm the problem. But, you know, we'll see that later because we are near the start of the match. Is Jordan against Iran, Iran against Jordan. They look really spot on, really serious. We have the referee for people joining right now. Esports have referee just as physical sports because there is always someone who is in charge of seeing that nothing isn't the way it's supposed to be.
Yep, spot on. I mean, there's rules to be adhered to. The competitors obviously have to adhere to them, just as if we were playing real sports. And look, we're here at GEG in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's been an amazing experience.
Amazing food. Whoa. Yeah. I tried it all.
The food, I mean, look, don't get me started. I'm going to take my mind off commentary and think about food.
Amazing. We are having an amazing time. And people have been so friendly, really excellent hosts. Yesterday, in fact, why we are expecting the beginning of the game, I always want to share with the viewers our experiences here because this is also about knowing places, knowing cultures. Yesterday, I was in the south, in the old city, and I wanted to try some dates, you know, the sweet dates. But the dates grow on summer, and we are in winter. But that was not a problem because I asked some guys, which I didn't knew, where can I find some? And they took me to a market. They find the market for me. I didn't knew them. I just stopped them on the street. And they even bought the dates and gave them to me as a present.
Really?
Guys that I knew 5 minutes before.
That
so
is-
that's hospitality. That's
I was
what I
about to
call
say
hospitality.
exactly that. I was going to say that's so hospitable.
Yeah.
I mean, as I said, it's been a brilliant experience
Yeah.
being here, part of
Very
GEG.
nice. Very nice.
And one thing I want to point out, not to take away from the hospitable people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but I mean, I just saw that there on the screen. I don't know if you saw it. It seems like both competitors are using Bayern Munich. I could be completely wrong. But I feel like that's what I saw with my eyes.
Sometimes, they are like magicians. They show you one card, but there is another one. It may happen.
Well, no,
anything may happen.
You're spot on there because, as I was saying, we're talking to Manassa, to Hassan, and the inklings we got were that he might be going with Manchester United, but there we go. If it's as it seems, he's going with Bayern Munich. So it's very, very interesting.
You never know, but you have a good eye. That's why it's so important what you have to say about the match, because this game is not just what you see. It's also what you don't see, what you think it may happen. In some parts of video games competition, you are almost playing chess,
Yes.
because you have to be 1 or 2 moves ahead of your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, that's the human brain. It's so fascinating to be able to think like that and to be able to outmaneuver your opponent. I mean, we're talking chess, as you said, but eFootball, it's so fascinating to be able to put passes together that maybe your opponent might not see, and you're thinking so far ahead. It's so fascinating.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned Manchester United, you mentioned Bayern Munich, and for me it was like a real revelation. Last year, a lot of people were using Bayern Munich, and they were relying on Tell. Tell was a substitute on physical football.
Yep.
But here, he was like a treasure. Everybody used him, everybody relied on him. So this is the kinds, even when we are playing in a mode which balances the talent of the different players in the game, that is what defines a player. How do they make their team? Who do they put? Who do they take out? And in fact, I don't like it very much because of the shirts. It gets a little confusing, but it's important, it's interesting on the analysis side when they use both the same team, because you may see why are they using the formation they are using. So I know that you know a lot about Manchester United.
Yes, yes.
In fact, on your socials, we can see that. Which player do you think is better represented in the game? Which player in the game you find it more realistically put on from the ones that you know from every match?
So one thing that I noticed and what I learnt about from a few of the players, we're actually talking to JMK King, very close to us, he's in New Zealand. Joe Hugel, who doesn't get, he's a youth player, academy player for Manchester United, gets used very frequently off the bench and also in starting teams for Manchester United in eFootball, which is absolutely fascinating, but it's only brought to us by the fact that every player has got an average rating of 85. So to be able to do that, it makes it so fascinating, as you said before, to see players using the same teams, but then how are they going to utilize their substitutes? It's so important being able to use that and to actually see what you're going to do with your players, how you're going to play with them. Maybe you might do something different with your left back that they wouldn't be doing. It's unbelievably exciting.
So for people at home, please comment on the stream, on the chat part of the stream. Who do you think is going to win this match? Is it Iran? Is it Jordan? Do you think we will have a third match? Because this is also interesting. Knowing that this competition goes to best of 3, there is a risk which is higher than in a best of 5. What do I mean by this? In a best of 5, you can afford to risk a lot more, because if you lose one game, it's not good, but it's not so bad. Here, if you lose one game, you're just one game away of going away.
Yep, no, that's exactly right. I mean, if you lose one in a best of 5, it's not the end of the world. You still have the opportunity to come back and to actually get yourself back into the best of 5, but best of 3, one game, and that could be the whole tournament done.
Okay, and now, this is where I wanna go. Knowing this, would you risk a lot on the first match? Because there is, for one part, a huge risk, but there is, for another part, a huge reward. I mean, if you win that first match, you have like a weight off your shoulders.
Yeah. Look, there's a saying, big risk, big reward.
Nice.
But for me, I'm a very safe player. Whenever I was playing, competing, I was very safe. I play very defensive. I don't want to give anything to my opponent because one goal, and that could, be everything.
Yeah.
And not even just one game, one goal can be everything.
And these guys know very well how to defend. It's not just that they attack well, they defend excellent. So if they get like a 2-0 lead, well, get ready because they are, boom, they close the fence, they put like the wall on.
Yep. They're doing the Jose Mourinho tactics. 5 at the back, park the bus.
Exactly. Bueno, aqui estamos, amigos. Aqui somos com os brasileiros também. Bom abraço para os brasileiros. Para mes amis à la France. También un abrazo. We have to say hello to everybody because this is a global tournament. People from all over the world watching. I don't know more languages than this. This is all I can do. Oh, of course, I learned to say salam alaikum, of course. I learned to say habibi, of course. I know to say shukram, which means thank you. And shukram is what I say to everybody that hosted us here at this beautiful town of Riyadh in this amazing tournament.
Yeah, well, if I can add to that, I can, in a bit of Australian slang, say g'day to everyone watching from Australia. It is very early in the morning, but if you are watching, g'day, and hope you're having a good, enjoyable time.
Yeah, perhaps they may be having the breakfast with that cream of you that you eat. We won't enter into that.
No, we won't talk about that. We'll leave that for a separate conversation on another day.
Yeah, it ends with might. I don't want to say brands, commercial brands, but it ends with might. But, well, here we are having a good time. They are adjusting the last details before of the match. You're going to see it in just seconds. We are just seconds away of this first final. We are going to best of 3. If there is a draw or a tie, we will have extra times and we will have penalty. So there's no chance of nobody speculating. Here it's win or go home. Win or go home. So we will have the game in just a minute, but that would be after this break.
I decided to become a professional Dota player because I felt like the prize pool is getting very big and I kind of like the game a lot. So I decided after my college and I'll pursue esports.
It was sometime when I was playing like Party Queue with some friends and I decided that I was better than everyone. And so I tried to start playing in teams and then eventually you just get better and better and away you go sort of thing.
I just played a lot of pubs and I played party with my friends. Then I reached some good MMR, let's say, and I just wanted to be professional.
I think it was like 5 to 6 years ago where I was playing and I started feeling really good about myself. I was doing better than people at my age at the time. And I said, why not try it? I had fun playing the game, so why not try?
At first, I was just playing for fun with my friends. I was just enjoying the game. But later, I grinded some points and grinded some matchmaking MMR. And when I became around top 500 Europe, I decided to try professional career. Then I grinded, and now I'm around 100 in ranked in Europe.
So it was the year after I finished school. I was climbing MMR, I got a very high rank, and I got an offer to go play in a team in Southeast Asia. And I went for it. I ended up qualifying for the team, and I played for them. So I moved to Malaysia, and I played professionally there.
Rangzi, and my in-game name is Magic. I'm 28 years old and I represent New Zealand.
I'm Jocelyn Ausabal. I'm 21 years old and I'm from Peru.
So my nickname is Paprika. I'm 33 years old and I'm from Chile.
I'm Lulu Lucia and I'm from Argentina. I have 13 years old.
It's actually been great. The only bad thing is the long flight, because Chile to here is 30 hours, so it's very long. But everything else has been great, seeing a different culture, all the venue, the hotel is amazing, so it's been great.
It's been a great experience. New Zealand's pretty far from Riyadh. We really like the food so far and the hospitality. It's been amazing, and yeah, really enjoying my time here so far.
We just came here 2 days ago, and it's been amazing. What we expect. The country is really beautiful, and the hotel is spectacular. Actually, we went in the last year to Turkey, and the Hilton Hotel is always up to expectations.
Well, it's very exciting because it's our first time here in a so important tournament. So we have a very high pressure, but I think we're gonna do it very well.
So here we are. The time has come. There's no more delays. There's no more excuses. The game's gonna start.
Yep, and we are both so excited
Yeah,
for it.
of course. I want to see this match so bad. So here they are. Hassan, Saif. It's Iran versus Jordan. Jordan versus Iran. Look those faces. These guys are very concentrated.
Yeah, they are completely locked in the zone.
What is going to happen? What do you think it will happen? Well, we'll have AC Milan on the hands of the Iran player, and we have Bayern Munich in the hands of the Jordan player.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. We've seen a change in the teams, and right from the start.
Yeah, we won't have not even a minute to breathe here, Justin.
Yeah, and you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, that's true. And here it comes. It's Jordan on the attack, on the white shirts. Jordan on the red shirts. Iran. Nice touching, touching and touching. First opportunity for Jordan.
Yeah, it was great there from Mike Magnan to come out and receive the ball and looks to play it up the field straight away.
And where are you watching us from? Just let us know in the comments. Thank you very much, people from Colombia. Viva Colombia. So here we are. It's Rafael Leao. Be careful. Pues no. Good defending. But the Iran pressure starts to build. He's sharp. Touches and touches. Woo! Amazing save.
That was fantastic. I don't know how the goalkeeper got across there.
He find it. You know, sometimes we say in Spanish, la encontró. I find it. Yeah, it was perhaps luck. I don't know, perhaps ability. We'll know. This is the first match of the final. We're playing best of three. I'm joined by the one and only Justin from Australia. And he comes. It's AC Milan. It's Iran. Rafael Leao. Centro. Almost, almost, almost.
I thought that was in there. It was a fantastic cross by Hassan.
He's knocking the door, Hassan.
Yes, yes. It's been all him to start off with. It was a fantastic cross by Rafael Leao. And I thought Okafor had put that in the back of the net.
Yeah, yeah. So if we count the first one, it's 3 opportunities already for Hassan, 1 opportunity for Saif. Is that true?
Yes, yes. I couldn't agree more with you. That's exactly right.
So here we are enjoying ourselves in Riyadh with the beautiful community of eFootball. Ahí viene AC Milan. ¡Epa! It's a penalty. It's a penalty? Sí, señor. It's a penalty.
Very early on there. Poor
Oof.
tackle.
Ay, 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 ay. Let's see. Who will he pick? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? What happened? ¿Qué pasó? Look at those faces. Acá, viene el penal. Va a ser Thiago. Thiago with the penalty. He shows to the right, says the Y for Jordan. To the right, to the right, to the right, to the right. It's AC Milan 1, Bayern Munich 0.
Yeah, he sent the goalkeeper the wrong way there. And Hassan taking the early lead. We see straight away a pause cued. gone straight into a pause.
So, for these first 20 in-game minutes, do you think the score is fair?
Yes, couldn't agree more. Very, very fair. I mean, majority of the opportunities have come from Hassan. There's a foul there called.
Mane hasn't done very much yet.
Nah, Leroy Sané, and for Bayern Munich, we see Pavlovic with a few of the fake shots, but gives away the ball there, Saif. That's not a good way to give it away in that manner.
You know, you start to see how the nerves start playing.
Especially going down that early in the game.
Yeah, and with a penalty, which is not usual in these kind of players. Opa! Now it's Bayern Munich. Cuidado! ¡Ay! ¡Uf! ¡El gol! ¡Gol! De Bayern Munich. This is like a collection of mistakes. What happened?
Yep, the ball bouncing around absolutely everywhere, and you can see on Saif's face, bit of relief there to get the goal and to make it 1-1, but the frustration on Hassan's.
Yeah, but before it was Saif that lost the ball inexplicably, and after that it's Hassan who lost it.
I mean, that was the worst place in the world that you could imagine to lose the ball in the 6-yard box.
And now I'm losing it. But here we are live from not Jordan, from Riyadh with Justin, the Australian sensation. We are doing this beautiful match. Y ahora viene, cuidado! Me vuelvo loco, this is crazy!
Once again, frustration on Hassan's face. He can't believe that he hasn't scored there to put himself in the lead.
This is crazy, my friends. Whoa. By now, I may say that the score is not fair.
Yeah, I once again couldn't agree with you more. The chances have been piling up for Hassan. There's another one. Okafor with the block shot.
But you know, sometimes you need to make your chances work. Whoa, and be careful, because it comes Thiago. Ahí viene Thiago. Thiago. Sané. Good defending.
Yeah, I thought we might have had similar situation to the last goal for Saif there.
He's walking the tightrope on defense. I think he has so much confidence on his attack that he's not defending very well.
Well, there's a reason why Mendesar called him the solution. We see Tel just holding the ball up there, but great tackle by Hassan with Theo Hernandez.
He risked, but it was worth. 2 minuti is 2 minutes in Italian. I'm just translating. Y ahora viene, cuidado. Opa! And it's a corner kick.
Do you think the fake shot there was necessary?
No, I don't.
I saw it on your face. You didn't think that was necessary at all.
No, not at all. But you know, when you know how to do it, you do it. So it's the corner kick. Last chance. Woo! Stop. Jordan doesn't want this to continue. It was a nice chance. I think that we will see it here. Look, 6 shots, AC Milan, 1 shot Bayern Munich.
Yep, no, you're spot on there again. I mean, Saif, I think he's just considering himself very lucky to not be down by more than a goal.
But you know, it's so important to shoot a target as it's to convert how many opportunities you have. Opportunities are worthless if you cannot convert them.
Exactly. I mean, you see so many times in real football, teams that sit back and are able to take 1-2 chances to score goals, and you see the team that holds the possession is attacking constantly, build up 10-15 chances and they still lose.
Yeah, that's true. That's completely true. Also possession, well, we have some luxury. It didn't work.
Yeah, very fancy there. Rafael Leao just didn't come off there for Hassan.
But that's part of the mind games. And here comes Saif. He wants to be able to climb it. Goes to the end of the pitch. Ooh, amazing save! Amazing save! Now things start to get more equal. He's starting to justify the score.
Yep, and that was a brilliant cross there by Saif to the back post, but an even better save by Mike Magnan.
Yeah. And I think that may balance the mistake he made in the first half.
Yep, and I completely forgot about that mistake, but that's the reason why we find ourselves.
He won't.
I know. Once again, I'll bring up the frustration on Hassan's face when we saw that goal go in. I mean, that was also not what he intended, but he finds himself in this situation now, nearly conceding a counter-attack, but looks to control the ball.
Yes, once he can do 3 passes in a row, things change. But on the other side, Jordan's safe defends well. He's tighter in this second half. He's tighter than on the first one.
Yeah, I mean, the one chance that we've seen has come from Saif.
Woohoo!
L'affluenza di quest'oggi è di 71.550 spettatori.
Nice touching from Jordan. Nice touching, nice game. Speeding. Whoa, caring for the ball. Very nice football. Whoppa. The back heel, it worked. There wasn't any chance that ball would maybe a goal.
I wanted to more bring up fantastic passing. I should have. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you at all. I'm really intrigued to see the substitutions that we're going to see here now.
I think this may be the clue of how this match ends. Remember that we have extra time and penalties.
Yep.
This cannot end like this.
No, it can't. It cannot. Extra time and penalties to decide this best of 3 individual matches. Game 1 we are in right now.
And I would like to see the highlights because we had plenty of opportunities. That would be very interesting. I want to see them again. We will after this game. We are in game 1 of possibly 3 in the final in Riyadh, in the global esports competition. Nice touching by Jordan. We can say that Jordan got hold of the midfield.
Yeah, I would believe it's fair to say. But, I mean, it might be the commentator's curse right now. Hassan going down the wing. He's been looking for those crosses at the back post frequently.
Yes.
And you know what? They've worked for him very, very well.
Yes, if we don't have in mind that they didn't end as a goal. But yeah, it seems the central part of the defense of Jordan is doing a great job now.
Yep, no, I mean, there's a reason why it stayed at 1-1.
Yes, yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
The defense has been locked down for the second half.
Yeah, not so much for the penalty. That was kind of an early gift. But here we are in this amazing match with these amazing players. It's Iran versus Jordan, Jordan versus Iran. We are live from Riyadh. It's 8:30 in the afternoon here. What time is where you are, guys? Let me know in the comments. Now he's building the play. I think that he's looking to the clock as well.
Exactly. You don't want to give away anything, especially in this best-of-3 situation.
Yeah.
Losing one game and that could be completely it.
So this would be hit to hit. Blow by blow. Now it's Romero. He will try to center the ball once again. Yes, he will, of course. He will look for the back post. Let's see if he changes. Whoa, back heel. Whoa, amazing play. Amazing play.
That was a fantastic pass there. I thought that might have been the chance to decide this first game of this best-of-3. But unless we see a goal, we're going to extra time.
Yes, he was very patient. He waited for the best moment to shoot on target. It was really close. On the red shirts is Iran, on the white shirts is Jordan. So we will have extra time.
Yeah, extra time indeed. Once again, interested to see what substitutions are going to be made, who is going to be brought on. I believe that was Kier being brought on for Fikayo Tomori. And I mean, it's very interesting to see, apart from that chance from Saif, the second half at that back post header, I mean, that's really been it.
Was more conservative play, as you said. I agree on that. Neither of these players want to risk too much, especially in this first match. Whoa! Yeah, it's offside. Offside.
I think Hassan wanted
Very
to play
small.
that. He wanted to play that half a second earlier, and then it just, for some reason, he decided not to, delayed the pass, and that's why we found Rafael Leao in that offside position there.
Very close. It was a good opportunity. Will we have penalties? We don't know. Will we have a goal right now? We don't know. What we do know is that this is the first match, the first game of the final match between Jordan and Iran.
I'm interested to see who's going to take control of this game. All even. Saif at the moment looks to be trying to control possession, and he's doing a great job of it. Looking to make his way into the box, finds Tell.
He tries to break lines. He didn't get it. And now is the counter-attack. It's Iran on the red shirts. Let's see what he can build, if anything. Second post. Be careful. Opa! Patience. Woohoo! Great saving, amigo. Great saving, Habibi. Very close, very close.
That was a fantastic recycle of play there by Hassan as he looks to find possibly that early cross again to Rafael Leao. Rafael Leao has been the outlet of majority of his chances.
Yes, that's true. It's a very important player in his team structure. But be careful because now it's come Jordan. Nice touch. Good passing. Risky tackle by Kalulu, but the first part of the extra time is over.
First half of extra time done, but we find ourselves with another 15 minutes left.
Yeah, 15 in-game minutes. You're watching us live from Riyadh at Saudi Arabia. In the final of the Global Esports Federation tournament. The best players in the world are here. A big shout out to the Midnight Kid, the legend from Dublin, watching this game. Already knocked out on this tournament. It's the Arsenal Sile from Mexico, great champion, out. Miguel Mestre from Spain, out. Indominator from the Netherlands, out. Great players. Henriquinho from Brazil, out. And these two players are the best that we have. That's why they are here at the final.
Yep, some amazing players that have been eliminated, but as you said, there's a reason why we see Hassan and Saif representing Iran and Jordan respectively. There's only 2 minutes left, and you can see Hassan is just holding possession, didn't want to give it away there, but commentators curse. I mean, it's happened multiple times to me. Saif looking to get this last chance, he finds himself Leon Goretzka.
La última, la última,
Great
la última,
ball.
la última. ¡Oh,
What?
Arquero! The goalkeeper, the goalkeeper, the goalkeeper, the goalkeeper! What a save! It's a save that can mean a match.
I am absolutely shocked.
Tell me that I cannot name Emi Martinez. But you know, but you know what I mean. But you know
Yes.
what I mean. It's those saves that define a match.
Yes.
Because if that ball entered the goal, the match was over.
Yep. No, you're spot on. You're spot on. Mike Magnan has made a couple of saves today.
I think he was the MVP of this game.
Yes, yes, I agree. I agree completely.
Well, so it's penalty time. Do you think he will make the first penalty? Goal! Goal! Para Iran. Iran 1, Jordan 0. Segundo penal viene Jordan. Hoppa! And we said it. It's once again his goalie.
Yep, Mike Magnan with the save again.
The MVP right now. Second penalty. Advantage for Iran. Hoppa! Nice touch.
You can see the excitement in Hassan's face. He knows he's one step closer to winning this first game.
Yeah, it's Magnan, it's Magnan, it's Magnan, it's Magnan! I told you! You cannot do panenkas here. We punish the panenka.
That is spot on.
2-0. Whoa, whoa, this is risky. This is risky. Jordan for sure needs to save this penalty. If not, things will go really hard for him. Let's see, it's Krunic. Krunic? He has no rush. No rush. Hello? Salute. Here he comes. It's Krunic.
The mind game's there.
Ultra mind games. But the mind games is like they hypnotize. So this is the last one. It might be. He has to score. No! 3 saves! 3 saves! 3 saves! 3 saves! We said it before. I don't want to brag, but you and me were the ones that said that Magnan was the MVP in this play.
Yes, spot on again. Mike Magnan, the amount of saves he made in that first game, unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable at all. I mean, but I insist, I don't want to brag, but we know a lot. Because we said it. We said it during the match. How important was the goalkeeper in that game, in the last ball that he saved, that ball alone, but also before he had many chances. I would like to see them.
Yes, and they're going to be brought to you by Savi right now. That first chance, fantastic save by Sven Ulreich, and then we can see Okafor with that chance, nearly scoring, but Ulreich again with a save. It was a game of the goalkeepers with the saves, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very important what they made. All the things that Hassan couldn't do on the attack side, he was able to do them on his defense. And once again, he's laughing. You know, look at those.
Look, apart from the first mistake, unfortunately, by Magnan, he completely made up for it for the rest of the game.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. And for the rest of the year, I may say. So the first match goes to Iran. Now, if the next match is won again by Hassan, we have a champion.
Yep.
If not, we will have the third match. So either both opportunities are amazing, because for one, we will have an undefeated champion.
Yep.
And if not, we will gamble everything on the last match.
Yep.
Can I ask you if you have a hunch?
I think it would be disrespectful if I weren't to go with Hassan after already winning that first game.
That's
I mean,
true. That's
we
true.
constantly spoke about how Nassar said how he's the solution.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and I don't want to get merit away from Safe because he played very well. It's difficult playing against this kind of player who usually make 3 goals, 4 goals. He keep his sheet almost clean, just 1 goal and by penalty. I mean, during the game, he didn't concede not even 1 goal on the field. So it's a good job that he did on the defense. He also had plenty of opportunities in the attack. So this is my opinion. Nothing is closed. This match is open. Anything may happen.
Yep, no, completely right. I mean, Hassan, he did have majority of the chances, but couldn't score from open play. He took a penalty to be able to score.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting to see how the second game goes. If he is able to, prove why he is the favorite and to be able to put a few goals past him. That's why you said you were surprised that it didn't end into a 3 or 4.
Yeah, and in fact, he was also like a little bit frustrated, a little bit surprised. Like, come on, how can I don't know if he had conceded a goal in group phase. I think just 1 or 2, but very small count on his goalkeeper. So, what do you think will happen on this second match? I would like to know that, because everybody has their tricks, everybody has their opinions, their hunch. Also, I'm interested in the post-match analysis. Don't go after the games, because we will have the expert doing this analysis, dismembering each part of each game. And this is a place where we get to learn. When you watch these matches, there's always something you may pick. You may always hear something. And you know what? We will have plenty of chances to do so after this break. And here we are for the second match, the second game of this match, this final match against Iran and Jordan. The first game went to Hassan, to Iran. He has the advantage. So now the pressure is in Jordan's side. He must win or go home.
Yep, that's completely right. And you know, I think not only is there the pressure from the fact that he could be going home if he loses today, but the pressure that he put himself under in that penalty shootout. He missed 3 penalties.
Yes, exactly. He didn't convert not even one. And in the other hand, Hassan converted the 3 of them. So here we are. Once again, it's Bayern Munich on Jordan's hands. AC Milan on Iran's. Good defending. I think he will risk a little bit more.
He has to.
Oppa! First opportunity, just 4 in-game minutes. And we will see Iran attacking even more because you know what? He can afford to do that. The risk is not his.
Yep.
And also by attacking a lot, you don't let your opponent attack.
Yeah, and we can see, we saw that in the first game, Hassan going for that corner tactic, bringing the defender of his, but actually the attacker, forward off the corner, Adli receiving it, finesse, Gorak again with the save.
Yes, he does the corners like a 3-part overture.
Yes.
It's boom, boom, boom. In fact, we saw just there that he tried to beat a ball that was not there.
Yep, you're right.
And now it's overturn after overturn. It's Iran with the ball. AC Milan goes for the back post. Will he make it? He has no rush. No rush at all. No rush at all. He looks for the penalty. Doesn't get it.
That was patience there.
Yeah.
But,
you have that patience when you are on top of the score.
Yep, that's right. That's right. He may not have the advantage in this match, but he's got the advantage in the best of 3.
Yeah, and he will use it, of course. He's just looking for the perfect opportunity. He will try, he will try. It's like a drop of water that goes on your head, you know? And now it's Jordan's turn. Last resort from defense. Nice touching, very fast, very fast.
Perfect passing, unbelievable passing to be able to get out of the defense and to be able to bring it up the field. It was basically one-touch football there.
And he makes this change of pace. He goes very fast, then he freezes the ball, then he goes very fast, then he freezes the ball.
It's seamless.
Yes, very interesting tactic. Because you can play against someone that plays always fast, and you can play against someone that plays always slow. The change of pace is what makes this unpredictable.
Yeah,
that's a tough one to say in English.
it is unpredictable, especially with that word unpredictable.
Yes.
No, but in all seriousness, look, Hassan, he's done a great job to control the ball and to be able to change the tempo so quickly. As you mentioned, he's been able to pass so quickly and then stop.
Y ahora viene, cuidado, busca. ¡Oh! Amazing play. They didn't let us watch the replay.
You're right, they didn't. I wanted to watch back. Does that make up for what happened in the first game with the mistake from Hassan? Does that make up for it?
Amazing. Oopa! It's a post. Now this match is going to be an incredible match.
Yeah, we've kicked straight into 5th gear like that.
Yeah. 0 to 300. Amazing.
A Formula 1 driver.
Exactly. Here we are with the amazing Justin from Australia. sharing this final of the Global Esports Federation live from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Tomorrow I will be walking through this marvelous city. I book one more day just to know the city better.
As will I. We'll be walking through the wonderful streets of Riyadh.
And here it's Hassan that wants to seal the deal. And he's quite near.
He's very close.
If this result is the end result, we will have a champion from Iran once again in the esports scene.
I mean, he's the defending champion for a reason.
Yes, and he's winning everything he's playing. He's on fire. Here he comes again. He wants to seal the match, to close it, to take it to bed. Is that okay? That was told to me by Barry. Corner kick.
Corner. I was about to say.
Corner kick.
And now we haven't seen Saif up the field much in this game.
Exactly.
Can he make the most of this chance?
Just the post. Just the ball on the post.
Yep.
Just one. But on the other hand, it's just one goal that he needs to make a draw. Whoa! It was a header by the goalkeeper. Am I seeing okay?
If Magnan is that confident, he's able to make saves with his head.
Amazing, my friends. This is what champions do. Foul. It's a foul. It worked. He looked for the foul. He got the foul. Free kick. Let's see what he can do. It would be very important to get an equalizer. Let's see. He tries. No. The wall makes things harder for Jordan.
Il quarto uomo indica 2 minuti di recupero.
2 more extra minutes. Crash the ball if you need to. Up. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. He has no rush. For sure, he has no rush. He will let the clock tick, but he risked it. He knows this game inside out.
It does, it does. The way he's able to hold possession once again, 55% possession. I mean, it's mystifying. It's like it's magic.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. We're watching an amazing game, and also Saif from Jordan is doing a great job. You may be watching, if you don't follow this scene, you may say, "Oh, but Hassan is clearly winning this match." Yes, but usually he wins his match for 3-0, 4-0. So he's doing a great job. Even in losing this game, he's doing a great job.
Yeah, to be able to keep Hassan to 1 goal, and in fact 2 goals across 2 legs, two games. And when you look at those goals, it was a penalty and a deflection, an own goal.
Exactly.
So, I mean,
exactly.
He's got something to be proud of, even if he goes out here.
So here we come again. Will we have a nice goal from Hassan? Let's see. He doesn't need to prove himself. He doesn't do silly things.
He's very calm.
Yeah.
Very collected.
I love doing silly things. Because I can't do them on the regular pitch. I do it on video games. Opa! Nice! Nice! Nice dribbling by Jordan. This is the deflection day.
It is deflection day indeed. Well,
yeah. Que locura. This is crazy, my friend. This is crazy. A lost ball, it's like a lost bullet. You never know where it may end, and it ended on the net. So this match, as the first one, it's AC Milan 1, Bayern Munich 1.
that goal was almost identical to the first in this match.
It's incredible, but that also proves that these two players are so good that in order to score, you need to have them make an error. Foul. Again, free kick. The first one didn't do much. Let's see, what about the second?
A bit further out.
Yeah. Will you try to go for the goal? No, he didn't. Touch. Blackboard play, didn't go well.
But you know what, trying something different. I think he was looking for a pass through. It's unfortunate that his player didn't make the run that he was looking for. But Hassan, again, with this little tiki-taka passing.
Yes, and it's nice. He does it very well. Don't want to be self-loathing, but he has some kind of South American flavor in his game.
The passing.
Yeah. Not so much Argentinian style, more our neighbors. But here we are watching this amazing game. The first game of the three-game series was in favor of Iran. The second one is tied by now. Do you hear people? People are chanting.
And you know what, we'll love to see the crowd
Yeah,
get
course.
involved.
Yes, of course, they are crazy. They are happy to see this amazing match.
Numero 7, numero 21. Lasciano il campo per il numero 14.
A lot of people, the most
il
important
numero 8,
news outlets
il numero 18.
are here as well,
Attenzione, un
covering
cambio.
this game, this final. Everything is on the line. I hear Seth. Tries for the goal. Good defending. Now he loses. Rafael Leao.
Nearly a fantastic ball through in
Yes.
behind.
He's not doing very well on the forward part. Neither of them. The center forward, but perhaps. Let's see. Good dribbling. Good passing. No header. Now is the counter attack. Recovery by Jordan. Touch. Dribble. 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 It's Jordan with the ball. Interception.
Great pass there from Magnan. It's unfortunate Romero didn't complement it by playing it to Okafor.
It's like now Hassan is playing with the clock. He has no rush. He knows that the rush is on Jordan's side because, you know, the penalty shootout is quite a gamble. And we still have some more minutes to go. But be careful. In the last one.
Fantastic. Matthias de Ligt.
Risky. And here we are sharing this amazing final with Justin, with Nate, with Mitch, with Bednasa. An amazing team of casters enjoying this game, enjoying this competition.
It's an absolute privilege to be here, to be completely honest.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be with you guys. You're amazing sports.
Likewise, to be next to you, doing this right now, it is an honor.
The pleasure is mine, my friend. So here we are. Opa! Hey! He's asking for a card. He's
Big
asking for a
chance.
card. Someone told me that Nate used to kick people like that. That he's a tough player, tough defender.
Yes, he was a tough defender, also a goalkeeper in futsal. So taking out players.
I won't say what Diego Maradona says about the goalkeepers. We will say that another day.
Yes.
So here we are. It's Jordan trying. We're having fun.
Il numero 73. Attenzione.
Upa! And once again, it's the AC Milan goalie, the one that keeps his team on float. Jordan needs a goal. It's too risky to go to extra time.
It is, but at the same time, I think in this situation as a competitor, you want to just try and get to extra time,
Yeah,
take a
because
breath.
It's 15 minutes. But you know that if you make a goal now, everything starts again.
Yep.
Yeah, but they're both looking for the extra time, I think. With an eye put on that last ball. And we will have extra time once again. That also speaks about the level of the players, that both of the matches ended in a draw.
Yep. Yep. I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's very hard to separate them. Yes, I believe Hassan is controlling the game better, is creating the better chances. But, I mean, chances mean nothing if you don't put it in the back of the net.
Exactly, exactly. And that's also merit from safe, from Jordan. Nice touching, nice dribbling. Opa! Oh, that's a foul. I'm so old that I remember when they were golden goals. That doesn't exist anymore.
No, it does not. It feels like a lifetime ago.
That's true. And here it comes. It's Jordan. They need to win this game in order to be alive for one extra game. If Iran wins this one, we are done and we have a champion. But Jordan will not give up. Very good dribbling. But you must steer at some time.
I thought we were going to see a shot there from...
Yeah, again bouncing and rebouncing.
Shot never came. I thought... I was going to say how many more fake shots.
The thing is that they want to control so much that they end not making the shot. I mean, if you expect always for the perfect opportunity never comes. And that's not only on video games. So, here we are doing our philosophy lecture during the game. Milan 1, Bayern Munich 1. I'm sharing with the Australian legend, Mr. Justin. And do you have a hunch now?
No.
Not at all.
I thought I did before. Not anymore. Not anymore.
I don't trust you. I think you have.
Look, after the first game, I think it's hard to go against the Sun.
That's true. That's true.
I feel like we're watching a game of pinball. The ball bouncing around everywhere.
Exactly. And a lot of mishandling of the ball, you know?
Just there, if you look at the stats.
Yeah.
Safe. Having more of the chances this match.
Yeah, because he needs it.
Exactly.
I mean, if I was him, I won't be at the final. But if I was him, I would not stretch it to the penalties. I mean, you have to win, you have to risk. Because if you missed 3 penalties, why do you want to go to penalties again?
You're a very different competitor to me. I'm playing it safe. You don't want to risk anything. You want to stay in the competition as long as possible.
I'm from South America, you know, and we have to be brave in the football pitch. Did I mention that I'm from Argentina? We are the champions.
I don't think you did.
I don't know, because I don't have it very present in my life. Thank you for everybody saying hello, watching at home, from Spain, from Colombia, from France, from Germany, from Iran, from Jordan, from Saudi Arabia as well, of course. Thank you very much. And now it comes Jordan! Extra time. I said he must not go to penalties, and he said, "I agree."
You were completely right. I should just stop talking. Commentators curse. I mean that was an unbelievable finish. I mean, to be able to bring it onto the left foot and to slide it into the bottom corner, the man who's probably been the MVP across the last 2 legs, Mike Magnan. I mean, he's been beaten there. And look, there have been some mistakes that have led to the goals, the couple deflections. But look, I mean, we can see it right now from Saif. He's getting every player behind the ball now.
It's the wall. But you know what? I think it's a price for what he tried to do. It's a fair price for his attitude, going to the front, going into the attack. I think it's a deserved goal, and I'm quite happy.
You know, I have to agree. I have to agree. He has played much better in this second game. I mean, he's taken your advice completely. Maybe he can hear you.
No, it's like if Hassan was 2 kg, and sometimes you pay that. And now he starts with the back heels. Let's see if he has one more trick. Will he be able to push it to the penalties? We will see. He will try for sure. Good attacking. He looks for the penalty. Camarda, corner. Corner, corner, corner. It's a corner kick. Last chance, perhaps. Or 2 chances. We will have 2 chances. Let's see if he can do his corner strategy. Woohoo! Now, safe from Jordan is breathing again.
Yep.
He was breathing from the mouth. Now he's breathing normally again. Whoa! What a mistake! Oh, why did he did that? Why? Explain to me, Justin. Why?
I do not know. That could have been the chance to seal this game, but he's left it now in the hands of Hassan. He has one last chance.
I'm hurt by that one. Let's see what happens now. Hassan is almost unrecognizable as he took the blow of the goal, as he didn't recover. Whoa, what was that? And the match ends, and we will decide everything on the last match. It's 1 match for Iran, 1 match for Jordan.
Yeah, we find ourselves in a situation where it's 1 match left, and that's it. Winner takes all.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. There's no more chance. Let's see what happens now. I think we will have to probably catch a break after these highlights.
Brought to you by Xavier.
Of course, amazing, amazing goal. Let's see how did it continue. A post once again.
Yeah, thought that could have been the chance to score there. And then identical to the goal that Hassan scored to get himself back into it safe. I mean, that was fantastic to be able to get back into it. And then that finish there, I mean, you could see the happiness on his face, in his reactions. I mean, there's a reason now why we're going to a 3rd game.
Yes, and it's like he took a weight off because, you know, having made those mistakes, I think that this now a little bit erases the penalty shootout thing.
Yep.
Now we start from scratch. What happened is no more important. Everything is up to the last match.
Yeah, it's completely even now. What happened in the penalty shootout doesn't matter. I mean, I think that's the last thing he's thinking about right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably just happy that he was able to bring it back. I mean, he played brilliantly to be able to score that goal right in extra time.
Yes.
I mean, it was fantastic.
Yeah, it's an enormous boost, you know, a moral boost. But also, I took note that there are no more undefeated players on the tournament. Because until this game, Hassan hasn't lost not even 1 game. Well, now they are more even than ever. They both lost a game. They are here with the same chances. I'm watching the stand. The save from Jordan is not seated there, so perhaps he went to have a break, a little water, we don't know. But what will happen, we will see. So right now, how are the mind games playing?
That's a brilliant question. I mean, I think for Hassan, you'd be thinking, like, that was the golden opportunity. That was the golden opportunity to win the championship, to, I mean, take it all. But, I mean, it has to be said, Saif, he did brilliantly there. I mean, it's a fantastic question. What could he be possibly thinking? Maybe a bit of relief.
Yeah, also, I think that for now, having this finished, okay, I wanted to win this game. I couldn't. You start again a little bit lighter. You know that you know how to do it. You're not undefeated anymore. So let's do what I know how to do. But there is a thing which is not less that the first match, the match that he won over a penalty shootout. He wasn't able to win that game in the court.
Yep.
So that may also make a little difference. But what I think it would be different is how they start this match.
Yep.
Because there's no more room for speculation here.
Of course not. No.
You need to win, and that's it. There's no more chances.
Yep. No, you're spot on again. I mean, I'm really intrigued to see how both players come out and play here because, as you said, like it's up for grabs completely.
Yep.
It's basically you can throw away the first two games. It doesn't matter. We're in a best of one now.
Exactly. Everything goes to this game, the game you're gonna watch right now. Both players are already on their places. With the white shirt is Saif from Jordan. With the black shirt is Hassan from Iran. Whoever wins this game wins this tournament.
Yep.
Can I ask you if you have a favorite? I won't. Do you have?
I mean, Saif has made me eat my words with going with Hassan as the favorite earlier on, but I mean, it's tough. It's tough.
There is a moral boost about winning in the last minute. I think that lifts you up very much. But let's see what happens now, because none of what we say will affect the outcome of this game. They are here making their last adjustment. Look at the trophy. Okay, that's not the trophy, but look at it also. We are ready. We come here for this match. We flew from Australia, from Germany, from Spain, from Argentina, just for this game. Whoa! Look at the Jordan fans. Look at the Iranian fans. People everywhere. For amazing to say hello to their fellow countrymen. We see people from all over the world here in Riyadh. Hello? Hi? Hey? Hi, how are you? Hi. Salam alaikum. Hello. The competitors, the place, people in between the games go to grab a juice. And here we are. This is the last game. Whoever wins takes the trophy home.
That's right. I'm actually really happy we were able to see all the fans, to see all the people that have come from around the world to watch this final game and to be part of the GEG here in Riyadh.
So they didn't change teams, luckily enough for us. It's Iran with AC Milan. It's Jordan with Bayern Munich. Rafael Leao. Ben Nasser. Good touching. Kalulu. So the first minutes look like if the ball belongs to AC Milan.
Yep, spot on. Iran holding on to it and looking for the perfect opportunity. Chukwueze looking for the pass, finds the 1-2, but just can't find his way into the box.
But it's amazing how these guys know the game so well. They look exactly at the point that they want to pass the ball. It's not by chance.
No, everything is thought out completely.
Exactly. Woohoo! once again, is the center forward who is missing. I mean, he goes, he opens the field, but he cannot close it. There is a deficit on the center forward from AC Milan. At least that's what I see. I don't know if you agree.
I think majority of the chances have come from Rafael Leao, and I agree. There is a lack of quality coming from Okafor for Hassan, and now, I mean, a chance here possibly for Saif off the corner. If he does this correctly, I mean, he could find himself 1-0 up.
But he didn't. Good defending, risky defending, but good defending. So now it's out of bounds for AC Milan. This is the final. Risky crossing.
Very risky. I know in football, in professional football, they tell you never pass across the back.
Never.
But you know what? What we found with football over the years is starting to become a game of playing out from the back.
Exactly.
And passing even across the box.
Exactly. Sometimes you need to risk. Sometimes you need to do what nobody does.
Big risk, big reward.
Exactly. Opa. Almost.
It seems like a game of
Opa!
almost.
What a mistake. It's Jordan. Good dribbling. Too long. The danger still in. But he missed a very important opportunity.
That was probably the biggest chance
of
this game so far.
What a pity. What a pity. He was with nice advantage. He couldn't close the deal. Opa! Look where the goalkeeper is.
Yeah, very well done there by Hassan, moving his goalkeeper to basically read that play there.
Yeah.
Read it completely. And Okafor now winning the header to Leao. He just loses it.
Yeah, I don't like Rafael Leao, I must say it by now, because he loses the ball.
Yes, but he also creates a lot of chances.
Yes, but he loses the ball.
I think we're going to have to agree to disagree.
And here is Nasser Hernandez. It's AC Milan on the hands of Hassan from Iran. It's very good, the defending in Jordan, the interceptions, and the counter-attack. And now he says, look, everybody says Hassan is the favorite. Here I am. Opa! Too far.
Too far, but you know, that type of shot, the finesse, that's how we saw Saif get the winner in the last game. So you know, maybe he's looking at that and thinking about how we won the last game and potentially trying to find the same avenue.
And the pinball avenue.
The pinball avenue indeed.
Once again, interception. It's a match which is played most of the time in the middle field. Cuidado! Offside. Offside?
Offside. Just offside.
I still got the eye.
You do. You do, my friend.
So it's 0-0. We are going near the first half with the amazing Justin from Australia. After the match, analysis. Nate, Mitch, Mednasa.
I want to ask you.
Yeah.
You asked me multiple times. Do you have a hunch?
I do.
You do.
And it's not the same hunch that I had at the beginning.
Well, then I know what your hunch is.
I think that for now, it's Jordan the one with the better opportunity. Because it seems like Hassan is a little bit lost. But with a champion, you can never say that. Or you can. You never know. So it's 0-0 in the first half. It seems like they want to push the mystery even further.
Mystery like a magician.
Yeah, of course.
The magician never tells you how he does his magic.
Nothing.
Never reveals his secret.
Never. But this is wizardry. Ah, yeah. Good defending. It's like if they are too tired, you know, they don't have the rhythm that they had on the first match. Because of course there is more risk, and that's what makes them a little bit cagey.
Not only that, it is mentally exhausting
Oh.
to be in a best of three. And really right now,
Yeah, I'm tired, and the only thing I did was eating hummus today. Imagine.
that's not very exhausting at all.
No, that's beautiful. My best effort today was eating baklava. Imagine how tired can I be. But yes, this game is electrifying. 2,000 love units in each baklava, of course. So here they are. Uy. Be careful. It's Jordan with the ball. It's a foul.
You find in this situation a lot of times, Saif looks for that foul. He's kind of turning his body to protect the ball and finds himself in this situation now where he just plays it off.
Oh, be careful. Nice chance. Once again, the goalie. How important is in Hassan's play his goalie? Very important.
Is it fair to say now across all three games,
Yes.
MVP Mike Manganan?
Yes, well, I mean, on the second game, perhaps it was not his fault, but he conceded. Let's see, it's Okafor? No. You had to put the ball in the box.
You know,
He rushed.
I think Hassan was looking to go for the shot because every single time he has gone across the box, and maybe
He wanted to
trying
surprise.
Exactly,
Yeah.
change it up.
So let's see. It's Adli looking for the rebound. They both love their pinballs. Let's see. Substitution time. This is my favorite part. Let's analyze. What happens? It's so quick. You cannot analyze. Wow. Ciao.
I believe I see Kingsley Coleman and Serge Gnabry coming on for
It's-
Saif.
They go so fast. I cannot see. Let's see.
Numero 21.
Yeah, it's
Lasciano il campo
Adli,
per il numero
Loftus-Cheek,
8, il numero
Chukwueze,
11. Attenzione,
Pulisic.
una sostituzione.
Choupo-Moting. Opa. Gnabry. Sané. Coleman, as you said. Amazing. And now it's AC Milan once again. Pulisic is fresh. He got speed, but he missed the pass. Now it's Jordan building the play from the back. Nice touching by Jordan. Nice touching. It's like if they switch controllers, you know?
Yes,
now
yes.
Saif is playing Hassan style.
He's playing with a lot of confidence. He is playing defensive, waiting for the counter.
Pulisic. Musa. Ooh. Good goalkeeping. This is the last match. No more time. But here comes. It's Jordan. 3 against 3. He looked for the perfect pass. It never came.
Yeah, and you find yourself sometimes in a situation where you are trying to be perfect, but unfortunately there is no perfection in this world.
Yeah, it's better done than perfect sometimes.
As you've been saying, to take that risk, maybe you get the reward.
Yeah. So, good dribbling by Jordan. Good dribbling. He goes for the penalty. No. Aquino. And now is the counter-attack. It's Cheek. Okafor. They are quick. They have just entered the game. They're not tired yet. Good passing. Good through ball. Good through ball.
And here now we find ourselves Hassan, Florian. Perfect chance. But another pause more substitutions to be made, more fresh legs to come onto the pitch.
And look the guys. Look the guys there. Whoa, more people. Again with the flags. Thank you very much. Other athletes that came before. Salam alaikum. Hi. So it's the corner kick.
Il numero 14, il numero 24, Kier, il numero 73. Attenzione, un cambio.
Whoa! Amazing rebound. Another corner kick.
Another chance.
Another chance, 2 in a row. On the white shirt, the Jordan player. On the black shirt, the Iran player. It's safe against Hassan. Ay.
Sometimes I feel like Hassan should maybe just take the strike with Liao.
And this is coming to an end. Will we have a winner in this match? Will we go to extra time? Will we go to penalties? We don't know for sure. But I would like to see an extra time so we have a little bit more of these two amazing players. And if this happens, we would have a final series with 3 matches going to extra time.
Yep, I was about to say that. Extra time possibly coming up unless we see a late goal. Hassan finds his way through, but very unlucky. Great defense there by Saif.
Mistake by Hernandez. So, the thing is done. We go to extra time.
Extra time indeed it is.
Ay. I will need an extra date to go on this because my sugar is low. This is an amazing match, electrifying. And here it comes. It's Iran. Iran wants to close the deal. Looks for the penalty. Not given. Do you think Hassan changed his style? He's more aggressive in this extra time?
I mean, he has been aggressive the majority of this match. It has been Saif sitting back, waiting to hit on the counter, look to play up the ball quickly up the field. Whereas Hassan, as you can see right now, very calm passing, looking for a great pass. Commentator curse once again.
No, but it looks like he's not holding the ball so much. He's passing quicker.
Yes, no, he definitely is passing quicker. But I think maybe, as you said before, slight urgency. Yeah. Even though he did win the penalty shootout in the first game, do you think Hassan wants to go to penalties again?
No, I don't think so. He wants a goal because he knows a goal in extra time is almost a sentence for the game. He looks for the penalty. He tries to get a penalty, but be careful, he made a mistake. And now it's Jordan counter-attacking. No extra time on the extra time. And we will have 15 more in-game minutes. If the score doesn't change, we go to penalties. And we will have a champion on a penalty shootout. I don't like that. I prefer that they make a good goal. But you do know what? I love penalties. So I don't like it, but I love it.
I mean, I don't think you had to tell me that you like penalties. I mean, if I remember correctly, how did Argentina win the World Cup?
Very well, being the best team in the World Cup. So here we are once again. This is Jordan. Saif. And as I told you, We will have a goal. We have a goal. And it's Saif, the underdog, who climbed this final, the one that for now, and only for now, is crowning as the champion.
Yep, that was absolutely fantastic. The way he held the ball to be able to find that cross across the box, and then he finds a fantastic pass. Empty net, really. The man we praise so much, Mike Magnan, nowhere to be seen.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, what we saw in the last game,
And now
Saif,
the faceless player.
Saif going very defensive, as
Yeah,
you would
of course,
expect.
Of course.
Or as you would
of
expect.
Course. I will put a stone on my controller, of course. Of course. Yeah, that's what you have to do. And now it's a little bit late. We have 12 more in-game minutes. 12 in-game minutes. So, if Hassan wants to stay on the game, he needs to score right away. He cannot waste any time at all. And now, it's Jordan, the one trying to get hold of the ball. With no rush. He rushed.
Did he?
Did
he rush?
Yeah, I won't shoot at target. I will keep the ball a little bit more.
That's a fair point, but at the same time...
Whoa, yellow card.
Is that the first card we've seen?
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's the first card
Yeah,
we've seen for free.
I think so.
3
It's-
games.
It went to the player from Jordan, Saif. Excuse me on my pronunciation of the names. I try to do my best. As you will see by my accent, I'm from Texas. No, excuse me, from Buenos Aires. So it's AC Milan once again. He goes for the equalizer. He needs it. It's foul. It's a foul. It's a free kick. Dangerous free kick from there.
Dangerous free kick indeed. Golden opportunity.
Yeah, this is the opportunity.
Yep.
Whoa, this is pressure. You want to know pressure? This is pressure. Because you have rehearsed this play a lot of times. What do you do if you have a free kick in this part of the field? But this is the chance you cannot miss. So this is as important as a penalty, I think, on the pressure side. Let's see. Let's see what he can do. He wraps the lamp. He will try. Short pass. Offside. He's offside. He's offside. That was so evident.
Yep. It was. And now Saif.
Rookie mistake. With all due respect. With all due respect. Let's see if Hassan has one more trick up his sleeve. But Jordan defense is amazing.
Kicks the ball up the field. Does not want it, but he's put in a position where Hassan has to kick it up. And
Just
this could
1
be
minute
it.
left. It's Jordan. It's Saif, the champion of the world. It's me. Vamos, he says. Here, me. Oh, he's steaming. What a match. What a series. He climbed it. Good opponents, good players, gentlemen. They greet each other. But there's just one champion, you know. There's nothing we can do about it. People is very happy. People with the Jordanian flags. I'm happy for them also. The little kids, you know, with the flag. We had an amazing series.
Yes, it has to be said. A fantastic series, best of 3. And it was almost as long as we can get. We didn't have penalties.
Exactly.
But we did have extra time in every single game.
Exactly.
And it was absolutely entertaining.
Yes, and in both games that Saif won, he did that on the last segment of the extra time.
Yep.
That's an important point. Of course, we will be having the expert analysis after that, but it's a very important point. I mean, you require mental strength to be able to do that after losing the first penalty shootout. So it was amazing. We will have the analysis. For me, all that I can say is thank you very much to the organizers, to my friends from Vanguard, to my friends from Saudi Arabia. I now can say that I have more friends. And to you guys, I go home with 3 new Australian friends. Of course, I knew Mednasa from before, but it was really a pleasure to be with here. Thank you very much, Justin. I enjoyed it very much.
The pleasure is all mine. It has been an absolute honor to be able to be next to you.
No. You are always invited. We will see again, perhaps the next year. I hope so. Thank you very much. But I would like to hear what our colleagues have to say about this series. What do you think?
I mean, I would love to see what they have to say as well.
Guys, how did you see what happened?
That analysis desk STC play, thank you very much, because we could break it down again and again and again. Firstly, thank you very much, gentlemen, for the epic call. But hey, Jordan, the underdog story, friends met Mitch. We wanted it, we got it. A game behind turns into a massive win, full of energy at the start, absolute relief by the end. And what's the story we have here in Riyadh?
Sensational story. First of all, I want to congratulate both of the players. They did a fantastic job. So, wow. And of course, Saif, Jordan, heads off. Big respect. When you watch the game, it was other way around, you know. You thought they switched controllers, like our colleagues already said. I'm really impressed. I think the only one who is not surprised maybe is Saif. Every time when you talk to him, like your underdog or something like that, he was really aggressive.
Agreed. We'll have those highlights brought to you by KFC in just a second. Mitch, mentality, I spoke to you about it as we go through those highlights by KFC. Mentality monster, we saw it coming from behind. Hey, we start off game 1, or an interesting sort of dynamic, a penalty, the equalizer, and then that penalty shootout was domination, one-way traffic.
Yeah, it was huge, and you know, to miss every single penalty, I mean, surely that's going through his mind going into the second leg as well. But you know, I felt like Saif, he really did sort of play really deep defensively, and he absorbed the pressure really well. But you know, credit to him, it's a fantastic result as if, you know, being the underdog. Credit to him, Nate.
Saif was the penalty king heading into this. It was anything but when we got to the end here after extra time.
Of course, in the penalties, you have to stay cool, definitely. But still, it's, for me, a 50-50 situation. So this time, Iran was stronger. But at the end, in the first game, he deserved to win this game. He was dominating Saif. So that was okay. But in the next 2 games, it was different.
We like that. When it's based on general play as well, when you get your penalty winner, it does feel fair. But on to game 2, and it didn't start so well. You don't like that. Or do you, Met? That's a deflection of the defender.
For me, 2 aspects decided that game. 2 aspects of Saif. First of all, his defense. Yes, we all know his defense was really nice. We saw that. And offense wins you games, but defense wins you championships. So this was a perfect example of that. But what really impressed me is his behavior with the shoulder charge, but even more with the sliding tackle. He intercepted so many balls with the sliding tackle and also gained back the possession with the sliding tackle. Sliding tackle is really, really risky. So if you do that, it has to be perfect timing and you have to be sure to get the ball. Why? If you make the sliding tackle, your player is out. So if you are not able to gain back the possession, the player is out and your opponent can outnumber you. But this time, I've never seen so many sliding tackles in a game. Fantastic.
We saw those stats, of course. He switched to the 4-2-4 to get the equalizer. We're already into game 3 here, Mitch. That was the big moment. That was the goal that saw it done and dusted. All the talk of crossing or the lack thereof, and it's a lovely find at the back post that does it.
Yeah, but watching some of the game, you know, I felt like both competitors almost like overplayed at times. Like, sometimes I'm just thinking like, you know, have a shot. Just felt like they were constantly trying to, maybe make one too many passes at times. But look, it was really entertaining. 3 matches that we got there, and you know, they really put on a show, and obviously going right to the death at the end there. But it was fantastic 3 games to watch.
I think the first conversation you and I had, Met, was about total football versus being direct. Do you feel like maybe being more direct was what won it on the day?
For me, usually Hassan is the structured player. Okay, he's playing really structured in the offense, in the defense, in the center. You can always see really good defined game play in his match, but this time it was like he had no solution. He had no solution against his defense. Okay, he couldn't overcome his defense. Saif played on blue. Sometimes he went on full blue. This is that your team is getting in a defense mode or in a full defense mode. And this is something which Saif can do like no one else, first of all. And second, in the defense from the point of view of Hassan, he had so much struggle in gaining back the possession from the dribblings of Saif. He dribbled so nice, he didn't give his opponent a chance to gain back the possession. Like when he's turning around in these dribblings, you couldn't shoulder charge him. You couldn't press the AI pressure against him. You couldn't make a sliding tackle. You couldn't make a normal tackling. It was sensational. With these dribblings, he overcome every situation and he created his goals always like that. While we are talking about goals, at the beginning, most of the goals were forced. It seems like bounce backs, lucky. It is, but both of them forced it.
Pressure.
A lot. So for me, that was okay. But the last goals, he wanted it, he did it well. So with these dribblings, he created that space, created that chances, and Hassan had no solution against these dribblings. And I can understand that. So props to Saif, that was fantastic dribblings. Really.
I know you like those 1v1 battles. Mitch Austin with us alongside Matt, myself, Nate. We've enjoyed it thoroughly. What about the crowd out there? We get the opportunity to experience exactly what it's like. The atmosphere was something else.
Oh, it was unreal. It was great to see the fans getting into the singing as well and getting the chants going. But I think it's good for the players. When you've got a bit of a fan base behind you, cheering you on, it always gives you that little bit of extra motivation when you're out there. Even me as a player, when you have a bit of a full stadium like we've pretty much almost had today, it's great, and it's been a great turnout.
Yeah, no joke. The biggest crowd I think we've had all weekend here. GEG friends, we're going to see the winner get what they deserve. But of course, for all our competitors that have taken part, Matt, we really have to say, what do we have? 31 nations, certainly different things throughout qualifying, second chance opportunities as well. We feel like we got our new winner. Maybe a bit of a changing of the guard. Can I have that out there with Saif? Or you still think it was one game? It was a best of 3. Make it a best of 5.
I think a best of 3 was okay. You could see it, I think, also in a best of 5 we would probably, maybe see the same result, because Saif in the last 2 games really was, for me, the stronger player. I didn't see the structure, and I don't think that Hassan could find a solution quickly. So the more we played, the better Saif became. Because of that, I think a best of 5 maybe wouldn't change the situation.
I like that. That is actually why you've got the expert analysis again, STC play. Thank you so much. Because I get so fired up. I get so into it. Mitch, you want some final words here, maybe?
Yeah, look, I think, as we said, it's been a fantastic tournament so far. And, I think Saif, obviously a worthy winner. But, it's been great to watch both players, and I've definitely learnt a couple of things for myself to take into my eFootball gameplay. So credit to both players.
Matt, what about from yourself? Thank you again for the analysis. What you got for us to finish things off?
I'm just thankful for being here. It was a really nice experience for me. I've really enjoyed it, and I'm wishing all of you the best of success and the best of luck.
Friends, STC Play. We've been watching around the world here in Riyadh. What an opportunity it has been. On behalf of myself, Nate, the rest of the team, Let's go do what we're here to do.
The Riyadh 2023 Global Esports Games presents the Dota 2 Women Medal Ceremony. Please welcome the medalists. أعزائي الحضور، الآن لحفل التكريم للعبة دوتا 2 لقسم النساء، رجاء ترحيب بالحائزين على الميداليات. The medals will be presented by the President of the Global Esports Federation, Mr. Chris Chan, the Vice President of the Global Esports Federation, Melita Moore, and the Member of the Board of the Global Esports Federation, Aurelia Roich. Bronze medal representing Argentina. Silver medal representing Peru. Gold medal representing Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, please all rise for the national anthem of Malaysia. أعزائي الحضور رجاء الوقوف للنشيد الوطني لماليزيا. Ladies and gentlemen, the Riyadh 2023 Global Esports Games medalist. أعزائي الحضور، رحبوا معي الحائزات على الميداليات للبطولة العالمية لألعاب الرياضات الإلكترونية.